Good morning to you, wherever you're watching around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. It is day 6 here in the ECS. We do apologise for our tardiness. It is a little bit of a late start this morning. That's because of some of the overnight rain that we had. It took a little bit longer for that rain to clear and for us to be able to get the covers off. Give you a look right now at what the ground's looking like. And it is a bit overcast today. And yeah, the umpire's just going out to the centre. So it is a slightly shortened match. And I mean, just slightly this morning. But I want to say a warm welcome to all of our viewers watching on Fancode in India, as well as all of you who are watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and everyone, of course, watching from Switzerland on Swiss Sport TV. So players already heading out there. I do have some toss news that St Gallen, the host, they've won the toss against Power CC, and they've elected to bat first. So we know that St Gallen had a bit of a hit and miss time so far, won their first 2 games, lost their next 2 games yesterday, but in the evening game they did pick up a win. So they come in with a 3-2 record. Power CC, we just saw them once yesterday. It didn't go too well for them, but I'm sure that they'll be keen to put on a good performance this morning. Looking at the ground, you can see it's pretty overcast, and right now it's only 11 degrees. We're expecting 17. Now, hopefully, this weather clears later on. We had a lot of rain overnight, but we'll come to the conditions of this match in a second. First, let's have a look at yesterday. St Gallen on the park, 124 off their 10 overs. They were able to score against the Nomads, who they kind of had on the ropes a little bit, except for the fact that Fahim Nazir just played a blinder, 91 out of the 125 that Nomads scored, as they end up getting up with 3 balls to spare. Then the Crickets rocked the Nomads, whacking 171 off their 10 overs. Rahimi with 94. And despite the efforts of Romani, 2 for 30, they just couldn't keep them quiet. And then Nomads didn't have too much luck in the second innings, you'd have to say. They ended up all out, 129 with 2 balls to spare. Bit of a funny one. That was the 4th highest score for a team to be bowled out on ECN. Geneva made their first appearance in the tournament in match number 23, and they were able to score 113 for 9. St Gallen in response just couldn't get it going. 79 for 7 off their 10 overs. Musa Ahmedzai bringing some respectability to the score late in the piece, but Afif Khatak, brilliant spell from him, 3 for 13, a player we saw make his international debut not too long ago. Then Geneva absolutely piled on the runs, and Ansar Mahmood and Idris Hark with half centuries saw 170 put up on the board again, and then Power just didn't have the best of it in the second half of the game. Asad Mahmood with 31 off 12, but didn't have a lot of help as Power fell well short in that chase. And then last game of the day, St Gallen CC batting finally clicked for them. Kogiani with 68 off 24, some good hitting in there. Roni Hassan had a decent over where he picked up a couple of wickets, but yeah, that 150 chase was always going to be tough. Paktoon Zalmi in it for a while, put on 100 for the first wicket. Izzah Hussain, the skipper, with 72, saying I couldn't quite find his touch, although he did take part in that 100 partnership, and they fell short in the end. So this is what the table looks like. Excited today because we'll see Kosane for the first time, the 11th team to join this tournament. St Gallen and Powie, because they are neck and neck on the table. So almost ready to get going. And we are away. Asama Mahmood is going to start with a ball that sneaks outside the off stump. About would like a wide, doesn't get one. Good morning to everyone in the chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. Now, got some news as well. As you can see in the graphic there, this is not a 10-over game. It's a 9-over game. Doesn't change things too much because it's still a 3-over power play. It's still 2 overs maximum per bowler. We'll give you confirmation of that in a second. Here's Osama. And this is launched, leg side, going, gone. Maximo Kogiani, we're just mentioning his name a moment ago. It's absolutely moosed this one out of the ground, just lacking that angle in. And adios pelota, we're off to the races. So you do want to drop us a message in the chat? ECN European Cricket Network. I'm just worried a little bit because the rain had stopped, but it seems to have come back just as we've started this game. Falling lightly at the moment. Oh, they go on the hit here, but the throw had to be good. It wasn't. Kind of air-mailed over the keeper. That's Ansarul Asafi. Yeah, not easy conditions, you've got to be honest. Earlier in the week, Power seemed to have a bit of confidence up on their first day in the competition, but they've had a couple of tough games as well. So, yeah, kind of greasy conditions now. So it's something the umpires will keep an eye on. Of course, safety's the issue about whether play can continue or not. In European cricket, they will play through conditions that you probably wouldn't play through when turf pitches are being used, for example. Goes short, gets a little bit of glove on it. And chased down there by Ansarullah Safi. He does well. So I've been keeping an eye this morning on Romania already. Nice to see some Romanian talent being shown for a little bit longer. Of course, they only fielded for 10 balls last night. So, yeah, some good work from their opening bowlers. They do have a couple of wickets against Greece, but Greece scoring at a good rate there. Oh, this is a great shot. That is absolutely smashed. Crossbar challenge complete. Maximo! That was almost a roofer. In fact, that might have taken a bit of the roof down with it. Oh, what a shot. Well, that one, you can see it smashes into the roof. Have a look at this. Goes bang. That's about as close as you can get to a roofer without it being a roofer. Anyway, into the first over. It's 15 without loss. So, second over about to begin. It's going to be Samsu Safi to bowl it. Starts with a wide. But yeah, just a reminder, it is a 9-over match. That's all that changes. The playing conditions don't really change apart from that. Once it gets 8 overs or less, then we'll have a 2-over power play. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, of course, for the European Cricket Network on day 6. Andrew Leonard, he'll be in shortly. I have given him instructions to stay dry. I don't want him messing his hair up. Full toss, hit, catchable height, but into the gap. That's going to be for Kogiani. Not a one-trick pony, is he? See him going offside here. Opens that front side up. Gets the boundary. Hello to Craig Element as well. He's watching from Coventry. Nice to see you, Craig. I think it's raining in Coventry all day today. Let's hope that we're not getting this kind of weather in Switzerland. Well, hopefully not. I'll say it has picked up a little bit from just before we started the game. Now this is up, and that is disappearing out of the ground as well. Maximo! Safi having a hard time containing Kogiani. It's not the worst ball, but on this pitch, it's not offering too much for the bowlers. Anything that bounces is drive ball. These guys are so confident driving through the line of the ball. Just comes on nicely. Even when the pitch does get a little bit wet, the feedback is, the batters like it even more. It just comes onto the bat. Kogiani 18 off just 6. Now he's going to go again in the air. Oh, it's a really good effort. They'll probably get 2 now. They will. I've got to say, that was a brilliant effort in these conditions. That might have been one of the best catches ever. Not even sure he gets it on the full in the end. Throws himself at the ball. Ends up deflecting it away. Yeah, this would have been all time. And then has to stop his slide. As you can see, the rain is coming down. Something that they'll be keeping an eye on for sure. Now goes straight but goes high. Well, there are no easy catches today, and this is coming down, and it is going to be caught. And how it's caught, I can't really describe it. You'll have to see it with your own eyes. But Asadullah Saeed has taken it. It goes from hand to arm. In the end, he just bear hugs the ball, so Kogiani is going to have to go. It's the first wicket of the day, 28 for 1. Yeah. Sometimes you got to look outside the textbook to get results, and Havili does everything right here, really. Gets in the drop zone. Well, there's a bit of the crocodile about it, to be fair, and then look at him. He's thrilled. Why not? Because Kogiani, he was motoring, and Power probably feel like they're due a bit of luck, in this competition. It's a breakthrough for Safi. Reminder to everyone, 9 over match. That's all that changes. Still a 3 over power play. Still 2 overs maximum per bowler. That was just because of the late start. The rain did clear a little bit around the scheduled start time of the game, so the covers came off. Had a 15-minute delay to the start. But I would say it has started drizzling again since we have gotten going. Going down the leg side. Raza scrambled through for a leg bite. Throw anyway. Samsu Safi sporting the headband. Takes 2 seconds to appeal and then doesn't watch where he's going and then almost slides into the umpire. And so they're the updated match conditions here, known as per side in match 26, but nothing else changes. It's pretty well bowled. It probably pulls up, I think, on a day like today. Should be a hard one to stop. Stop the feet, though, not the ball. And that's Lenny's favourite, Safiat Ullah, with the David Boone-like moustache. Yeah, so 3 over power play, maximum 2 overs per bowler. Speak of the devil. As we get to the end of the second over, 30 for 1 after 2. Here is Andrew Leonard for the first time today. Morning, Lenny.
Very good morning, my friend.
How's your morning so far?
Yeah, really good. Well, look, as I said, I was not coming on air until Safiat Ullah touched the ball.
Yeah, okay. That's
so fair. I was on mustache strike. Which, look, maybe it's a little bit... Am I going a bit big time already for the ECN? It's only day 5.
No, it's okay. We promote divaism. You can pretty much set your own terms. He's over number 3. And it's Osama Mahmood coming back for his second over. This is going to fall between the infield and the outfield. They do pretty well to keep it to 1. So, Lenny, 9 over game. So it's an N9. I hate it when people say T9. That's one thing that kind of annoys me. That's just... Yeah, so we've got an N9 to get us started.
What's an 8 then? An E8?
E8.
Electric 8.
Electric 8, yeah.
Sensational.
The only way you get like
S7.
I hate it when people say T5.
Yeah, that is a bit silly.
That annoys me.
I think I vaguely remember us calling. I was with you, not really in the commentary box, but more just as part of the crew. And I was around, and I think we went F5.
F5, yeah.
Which is kind of like that. I thought that worked.
Sounds like Formula 5 racing. I like that. I like F5. 5 over Fiesta, we call it as well.
So I do have one bone to pick with you this morning, Vinny.
Okay, just my final thought: 9 over knockabout.
Oh, like that.
Yeah, I think this might be a no ball. Because Osama's trying to say he's just bowled an amazing cutter, but we'll see if he gets some assistance.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You have to kind of decide, is it influenced by the fact it's towards the side of the pitch, I suppose. But
yeah, definite.
Anyway, free hit coming up. And it's skied. Well, this is one I wouldn't even be trying to catch on daylight today.
I think
he's
the bowler said that. Yeah, clever.
He's a smart cricketer. He says, I've got 10 fingers. I need them to be functional. Okay, you got a bone to pick with me.
I do, Vinny.
Talk to me.
You remember we were talking terms. You were like, Lenny, come on out. Switzerland's going to be great.
Yep.
I vividly remember as part of the discussion we had, you said, it's Switzerland, the weather will be beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
What's going on?
You just got to wait. Sometimes a couple of months.
Oh, but it's been a few days
It might clear by the afternoon. We've had some nice times here. There's another ball that looked about as wide as the one that got called, because it doesn't cut back. It's fine.
But this is like when I woke up this morning, I looked out the window. I went, December.
Listen, Lenny, we know you don't get back to Dublin so much. So what we're doing for you here, we're just making you feel at home.
Okay, fair.
We want to make everyone feel at home. All of the viewers, you as well. Luckily, we're not in the cube. Put it that way. All right, up and out of here, Maximo Raza with his first, and that was another attempted cutter, I think, from Mahmood, but Raza picks it, and he smacks it.
Yeah, it's very difficult conditions to be bowling cutters in, Vinny. I just wonder, are you actually better bending the back and maybe getting it to skid off the turf a bit? You can see the rain, if anything, a little heavier, although in the distance, it looks a bit better. It's this kind of dichotomy, isn't it? Almost a contrast, but that right now, it's quite grim, Vinny.
Yeah, grim is a good word for it. A couple to come here in the power play as well. Nice shot, because he goes offside. He just kind of pins the ears back. He gets that length and blasts it along the ground. That might have been a no ball as well, Well, I think there's a bail on the ground. Does he knock it off with his hand or not? Well, I don't think he touches it.
No, he's nowhere near it, is he?
Yeah, he's nowhere near it. So if it comes off, it's not because of him. So I wonder if...
That is unlucky, Vinny.
Yeah, they actually have cancelled the no ball call, which is the right call.
Good work from the umpires as
And
always.
it literally might have just blown off because the pitch has been super stable since day 2. It's could have been a coincidence. Last ball from Mahmood. And he's going to get laced away, and that's almost an amazing catch. It was David Seaman style the way that he just tipped it over the bar. But Raza is going to get 6 more, and it takes us to the end of the power play. And the 50 comes up as well for the host St. Gallen. 51 for 1 after 3.
It wasn't David Seaman style. It was Lawrence Ziggy style.
Oh, yeah, okay. You got me there.
That's who it was. And I tell you, if the conditions are like this tomorrow for the boys from St. Gallen FC, going to be difficult footballing conditions, let alone cricketing.
Well, you'll be lucky to get in the VIP box tomorrow now, you know those guys. Because if you're going to go over there and
drop a DM on Instagram.
Watch the football game.
I'll slide into the DMs.
So have a look at the table.
Tight, isn't it? Wow.
Well, you can see that this game matters. We can talk, that 5.
6
I've got no
points
idea. Look at I can't even
the 10
pick.
Teams.
Yeah. I can't even pick the 5. Not even close. I mean, you got Geneva out of the 5.
And Cossonay still haven't played yet.
still haven't played yet.
Oh, the chalk's not enjoying the weather either.
Chalks. I've got an idea. I like the idea of just banning taking guard in ECN cricket. Like scratch a line and just be done with it at the start of the day.
Poor old Shivnoi and Chanderpaul never would have got a game in the ECN, would he?
Keep the game moving. Well bowled first up. This is Farid Ahmed, who's bowling over number 4. He's gone for the headband as well. You can see him using the towel, just trying to keep the ball dry. Because of the artificial pitch, you can kind of play through a bit more weather than you could otherwise. If you had a turf pitch and there was this much rain, it's going to affect the integrity of the pitch. And that's the main reason that you wouldn't typically see this in other forms of cricket. Anyway, this is lifted up nicely. He's going to pitch just inside the boundary. 4 runs. Sher Mohammed hasn't had a lot of the strikes so far, but you know how good a hitter he is. And I like this. He just reacts to the ball he's bowled. Sometimes batters can premeditate a little bit too much. In fact, the bat turns in his hand there. He still gets it away.
I think he's caught the bat with you. It's almost gone.
Caught and batted.
Yeah, caught and batted. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Big shout out to Elsa. I saw her in what you would describe as a smock.
Yeah.
And they make them hardy in Latvia.
Yeah.
They make them much tougher than they do in Ireland.
In Latvia, this is
hardcore.
In Latvia, this is picnic weather, actually. A little bit short, hits it towards the fielder. Can't quite get there into the gap in the end. So Sher Mohammed gets back-to-back boundaries.
Have to say, the hoodie inside the playing shirt, that is a good way to go in this weather. That's clever cricket. I know he wasn't able to affect the stop, but he's looking stylish out there, deep mid-wicket.
It's all about layers, Jerry. It's sometimes pretty smart and power. Not a great toss to lose, to be honest. You wouldn't think these are great batting conditions either, but it's amazing that the ball just flies. And we've already seen one catch taken. It wasn't really in the hands, to be honest. This is hit down towards long on. It's well done by Hassan Mahmood, the skipper.
Remarkable skills from the bowlers and the batters thus far. The bowlers, no real beamers or full tosses or balls that they've completely let go of or let slip off. That's why that rag that they're using is so important. And also the batters.
They're doing...
Going great guns.
These guys...
16 runs and over, Vinny.
Very skillful. That was a little bit agricultural heave from Raza. But hello to Kai Bay. And yet, I see that you've put in the chat, Lenny. What are the temperatures where you're watching from today? It's cold a little bit here. I can tell it's gone up 2 degrees since we started.
I'm wearing 5 layers and the jacket over the legs and the beanie on the head. And I am cold to start the morning.
It's hotted up since you got here. It was 11 when we started. Now it's 13. So,
well, that's my presence, Vin.
Oh,
ooh!
Tries to knock his head off. He called it wide because it's down the leg side. He's saying, "Hey, but didn't that go over him?"
I think he's done him on height here, Vinny. Is he?
I don't know if it was on. Yeah. Let's have a look. Maybe it's. I don't think that's
just done him on height.
Thing is, down the leg side, it wasn't between the body and the stumps.
Yeah.
So there's an argument for that. But you got to credit to Ahmed, who thinks maybe the way I can deal with Raza is to knock his head off. Anyway, goes over point, gets the right of reply. Maximal St. Gallen gallop away at the end of the 4th over there. 67 for 1.
Very good shot, this. Opens out the offside, accesses it nicely, and he's going to get 6.
I see in the chat as well, there's an account called European T10 Boss. Well, hello, my boss. Hopefully you're well. I've got to say that for my boss. Not really speaking a language that I understand. But, I think it is Bengali. But hello, boss.
Definite Bengali or Bangla.
I kind of feel like,
from my limited knowledge,
in a way, the viewers are my boss.
Yeah, fair.
You know, they basically, I wouldn't be here without them. Anyway, 4 overs into the 9. If you just joined us, it is a 9-over match.
I was in Bangladesh for about a month in March, Vinny.
I've always wanted to go.
I've got a little bit of Bengali, just 2 words I'll give you.
Okay. Well, this is out of the ground. Maximo Mohammed, as Sada said in the chat, has a bit of swagger about him, and rain, hail or shine, he's just going to keep doing what he's doing, and he just whips that one away off his pants for 6.
Lovely wrist work, yeah. So, hello, apana, kamana achane. I think that is, hello, how are you? Good morning, something like that.
All I know is Mar Manamar, which is like...
Sharbash as well.
Yeah,
Sharbash.
Mar Manamar is like when there's a 6. Like,
Sharbash, Bangladesh. They love that shout in the stands there.
Probably a good result. It's just going to be a leg by. Slides into the pads. Oh, he wants the review. Tell you what, I don't want to be like an over coach up, but this probably isn't one to waste a review on. And have a look at the bowler here. He's probably missing by 2 stumps, but and he's he wants
I tell
to
you
go
what,
with a review.
I think he's trying to replace Stuart Broad. The world has lost the world's worst reviewing bowler. We lost the world's worst reviewing batter recently as well, Shane Watson.
Yeah, Shane Watson. Yeah, I was going to say. Well, this one should be cut off by...
So with Watson and Broad gone,
I love that.
There are vacancies, Vinny.
I love that.
There are vacancies, and maybe Safi says it's time for me to step up.
Wait for ball tracking, please. Ball tracking has not picked up that ball as it is not close enough to the stumps.
Might have hit a 5th leg stump. Definitely not
missing
the 4th.
By maybe hitting a 5th.
Yeah.
Umpire's calling
the 5th. Yeah. Definitely hitting a 6th, in fairness.
Well, it's no ball. It's definitely hit the edge of the pitch, and now he's in a world of hurt. Gotta love the emotions on display as well. It's just a bit of the fun of the European Cricket Series as well. I mean, these guys ordinarily don't play on TV, so just that raw emotion, the realness of it, it's one thing I really love. Pretty well bowled. Oh, it's going to be a tough stop. Does well.
Yeah, one thing I loved last night, Vinny, we got out for dinner with one of your co-commentators. Hopefully I'll be with him at some point too.
Yeah.
The great man Andrew. And then we had company as well.
Yeah, we had Srinath from
Ali Abbas,
Cosmo as well.
Srinath.
Yeah.
Of course, Rob Hemming. You can't go anywhere without Rob Hemming.
Yeah, we went hoping that Rob would pay, actually. That's the main reason we go out with Rob. But anyway, paid his share.
That did not happen.
Yeah. Paid a bit.
But one of the things I loved was the 2 boys coming up all the way from Cossonay yesterday.
Yeah.
I think there was a team car, probably would be the way to describe it.
Yep.
Srinath was in that, and he said they were watching the whole way up. Had it on the Bluetooth, hands-free, driving responsibly.
Yeah, drive it.
Listening to every word we were saying.
Yeah, exactly.
About a 4-hour drive, 4.5-hour drive. What better way to stay?
Oh, he's knocked him over, and Safi finally wins the battle against Raza. He swings all around this one. Middle stump tilted back, and the 5th ends with the wicket. St. Gallen, 77 for 2.
Nicely bowled. He gets his reward. He's deserved that from his final delivery. Well, you don't need any gel in the hair today, Vinny, do you? Because it's slicked up anyway, and it skids off the artificial turf onto maybe just the sort of inner thigh pad region. And the stumps get castled.
Or as we say in European cricket, the inner thigh. Because I think that's just, you're right, it's just skidded off the back leg, and was it more of a deflection blow? But I mean, Raza plays his part. I think he's left his team in pretty good shape. 24 off 11, 3 Maximos and a 4 for him. Walking stick 77 after 5. Let's have a look at the updated daily run rate graph, and you can see yesterday 13 and over. Well, that is bang on the average for the week. So I think with some clarity, we can say 130 is par.
130 is par. It's spot on.
Well, there's a slower ball. I think it might have been deliberate from Hassan Mahmood, who's come on to bowl over number 6.
Or if you will, in a 9-over game, 117.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, just
the
for
funny
this
thing
contest.
Also, typically you say the less overs, the higher the run rate you'd expect it to be. But when you get to 10 overs and less, you're kind of already hitting like maximum aggression. Right, in the air, it's like miss hit. Fielder comes in, can't get there. Fields it on the bounce. Just a single. Yeah, so you kind of already, it's like if you had a 1-over game. It's not like you can automatically, okay, we're going to get 20 off this over. You're kind of already in 10-over cricket going kind of max. Because also with taking risks, there are potential rewards, but what the risk is that it can go badly for you. Anyway, this is asking for trouble, and he's going to find it. Maximal. We got our first roofer of the day. Sher Mohammed goes bang, and he moves into the 30s.
How has he got this on the roof, and he barely even a flick of the wrists, no more than that. Well, you talk about trying not to overhit. That's a good example. If you actually hold your body shape and get the timing correct, timing is something that fascinates me in cricket. And you saw from that side-on angle there, it really demonstrates exactly what it is. You want to get the swing of your bat to time it exactly as the ball is to pass under the best potential hitting arc. Something you never really think about. Someone says good timing, but that was beautifully timed for 6.
That is good timing. It's almost like a tennis shot. Anyway, this isn't great timing because the ball's going to skew up in the air. And it's a great effort from the fielder, Osama Mahmood. Anyway, sometimes I'd like to see the best fielders in the world going at these. And remember, he protected his fingers earlier on the free hit, and I think he might have done a bit of damage here. And that's...
Oh, it doesn't look good, Vinny.
Yeah, we know that this can happen.
Superb effort. He's made 20 yards. Didn't go to those two. It actually went to the captain, the brother of the captain, a couple to his right. And he looks in real pain.
Oh, he does. You wonder if that's an end of the finger or whether it's a wrist. Though he's holding his forearm like it might be like a wrist. Maybe he's landed funny. And, he's going to get some attention straight away. Certainly hope that there's nothing too serious.
Usually in these conditions, it would aid your dive or your slide. You think of injuries that have been done. It's usually very hard ground. It's a really nice playing outfield out there. It didn't look like it was the impact of the ball hitting it.
Didn't look that way, but I mean, you still got all of your weight sometimes coming down on your wrist, depending on how you land, which can be the problem. I'm going to say that Romania and Greece going head-to-head in match 4 of the Continental Cup right now. And
they are going well, my Greeks.
Greeks are going all right, but I've got to say the Romanians only got to field for 10 balls yesterday. Because they had their total chase down 1.4 overs. But I've got to say, they're out there in the field. I've seen some good opening bowlers already, some good young opening bowlers as well. A couple of wickets against Greece, so something for everybody there.
Good-looking kit, the Romanian kit too.
Yeah, I love the yellow kit. All right, here's another tennis shot, and this one is, again, Adios Pelota. Not quite a roofer, but that one might have done more damage to the ball because it cracks into the concrete. Maximal, and 6 more to Sher Mohammed.
Amazing the way he's getting these for 6, Vinny, because look at that. It's quite a simplistic technique.
Yeah.
This one not as well timed as the one 2 balls previously, but still gets enough of it. And it goes all the way for 6. The subfielder has come on. That's Nasib Shamalzai. Do wish Osama Mahmood the best.
Yeah,
big blow with the bat too.
Yeah, the way he's looking, you'd be surprised to see him with the bat in this game. Last ball of the 6th, and this is high, and it is also travelling out of the ground. So that's a length that Sher Mohammed is enjoying. Maximal, 6 more, and the 6th comes to an end. It goes magical. It's 99 for 2.
Well, is there an echo in this stadium, or are they chanting Maximo down pitch side 2? A remarkable string of deliveries, 4 consecutive, essentially the same length, essentially the same shot. 4 very different shots. 3 of them, though, went for 6. One of them was a catching opportunity, but it led to an injury to Osama Mahmood. The only saving grace for the Paris EC, at least he's bowled his 2 overs, I suppose. But right now, St. Gallen, well, they are looking to hunt down maybe a 150 total. I know there's only 3 overs left, but the way they're going, Vinny.
Yeah, could be. I mean, batting to come, Ali Abbas listed next, but you've still got someone like a Musa Ahmedzai is listed down at 9, the cross-hander. I don't think he'll bat that low. Vivek Garg will have the gloves today for St. Gallen. So 3 overs to go then. Just a reminder, it is a 9-over game. I think there was a question, when was the free hit? Santosh was asking. I mentioned the 3 hit when Mahmood was just missed that catch, but it was when he was bowling earlier. He didn't attempt to catch because it was off a free hit. Oh, this is tight. It's going to be called a wide. I had a question as well from Sardar to both of us, actually. Check this one out in the replay. Yeah, probably just okay. Give the bowlers something. Didn't see any of that dark green disturbed. All right, this one is disturbing for the bowler, though. Razak, he's come on. Stuck the first one on the pitch. It was a wide, but the next one disappears. Abracadabra, Maximo, and 6 more to St. Gallen.
Yeah, I think that one is, again, just a sign of how impressive St. Gallen have been. And even though it's the new man, Haroon Khan, just his second delivery, he gets it away for the 6. The 100's come up in this over. 150 is very, very much on the cards here, Vinny.
Yeah.
And you'd have to think that's going to be a winning score. St. Gallen impressing on their home turf.
150 is the new 170. Is this a clever slow ball from Razak? I think we haven't really seen enough of that. It's been a bit bowling machine from time to time. So remember that clock, they'll have to bowl the last ball of the 8th over before that clock runs out. They seem okay, to be honest. You do get a little bit extra per over to account for the fact it's a shorter match. Anyway, this is cracked. That's like a bullet. Maximo Haroon has come out and he's hitting the ball well as well. St. Gallen off to the races here in the first innings of the day.
Yeah, really good strike and good news. I think Osama Mahmood's looking a bit better. He's not going to come on, but he's actually just picking up a bat down in the sidelines just to see if he's going to be able to hold it. That would indicate to me, certainly, it's nothing like a break or a fracture or something that none of us would ever want to see.
External injury, so he can bat whenever he likes as well. So I think there's no sense in him fielding. He's already bowled his 2. Slow ball. Picked this time. And you fool me once, but you can't fool me twice as Haroon blasts it. That one crashed into the hoardings. 6 more.
How's he got this one for 6? But he's nowhere near out of the middle, but gets enough of it. Smashes into the St. Gallen House City boardings. And St. Gallen on their home turf, they are getting us off to a sensational start to Saturday.
Pure muscle. Anyway, this one is up and it's out of the ground as well. Maximo Haroon with a magical start to his innings. He's 25 off 6.
And also, that makes it 4 6s in the over. No, there was a dot ball that separated them. Going alongside the wide, the 5 legal deliveries have gone for 25. And maybe 150 was conservative.
It's a good question. Well, I've been trying to get to it, but I'll try again in a second. That was about 2 overs ago. Right, this is going to be a
dead ball.
Oh, dead ball. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's called from square leg, and sometimes this happens when the field's still moving, or maybe there's a bit of chat.
Yeah, it was square leg that was up and out. I'm not too sure what it was for.
No, it wasn't for anything to do with the actual delivery, so that'll be cancelled. That never happened.
I guarantee this one's going for a Maximo. You can just feel it, can't you?
I'm going to go wicket to be contrarian.
No.
No, I think Andrew Leonard's seen enough cricket now after about 25 games to know what the score. As Haroon goes Maximo into the 7th. It's 130 for 2.
And the bowler gives a death stare to the square leg umpire. The previous delivery that was given as a dead ball went for just 1. This one goes for 6. But this isn't the only action we're enjoying. Slightly different weather where the women are.
37 degrees yesterday. Apparently felt like 39. And Rico had, you know those little umbrellas that you'll put in cocktails? That was about the size of the umbrella that they gave him at the commentary table yesterday.
Rico, switch, please. I'll switch with you.
I'm telling you.
I'll teleport.
You would have to wear the big sombrero over
That's
there.
That's okay, I don't mind. I don't mind the heat, Vinny. I love it.
Look like a cherry tomato, I think, if you did 3 T20s in the sun. But anyway, who's got the doubleheader today? We've got Romania playing twice, Malta playing twice over there as well in that 4-way series.
How does that work, Vin? Is it a quadrangular with a table?
Yeah, quadrangular. So how it works is 2 matches. So after the end of the day, they'll have the table set, and it's simply the top 2 play in the final, and the 3rd and 4th play in a bronze final.
Oh, there is a final.
There, so finals day is tomorrow there in Romania. So you would say it's fairly predictable how it will work out, but I just think invaluable experience. I mean, so many debutants over there. So many. Debutants.
Ooh, I go debutantes.
It's my accent.
I got criticised. I like it, Vin. I like it.
Dave was into it. This is not a wide.
Dot ball has been roared to the rafters.
We can find it. We can find it in chat.
Remarkable.
In Australia, we put the emphasis slightly differently, and I was getting a bit of heat from Dave, who lives in France. He says his debut. I said, look, we just don't say it that way.
I'm with you, Dave.
Language is very regional.
Yeah, correct. You guys do enjoy shortening stuff as well.
My accent has changed a little bit.
Of course it has.
It's kind of,
it has to.
It's neutralized a little bit. That is 6. Well, he was kind of blown away with the shot, and now Safi is counting his fingers As St. Gallen move into the 140s. This has been brutal hitting from the hosts.
Well, I hope I'm right here. I think this is one of those ones where he's pretending a little bit to be hurt just to say, oh, that it was that difficult to catch. Yeah, all of a sudden he's all right again.
Wow.
I've done that before myself. When you drop one, you're like, oh, my hand, I'm in bits, lads.
I don't know, though. If he is acting, then he should be going to Hollywood because he's got some talent. It looks like he's genuinely hurt, and he doesn't even know anyone's watching.
He's still on.
Oh, wide for height?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to the question. Sada asked, of the formats, 10 over cricket, 20 over cricket, 50 over cricket, test match, in order, Lenny.
Yep.
What would you prefer to commentate?
I'm probably going to give the answer that nobody will expect here.
Okay.
I think it's the least loved format. I think it is, particularly because I love associate cricket so much.
All right.
I think it's the format that is the most important for them because all the associates, they can't play test matches.
1 second as we wait for the next ball. Sneaks in. Called wide. Bowlers. There's a mixture of tears and rain going down their face, I think, at the moment. I've got to say, this felt harsh to me at the crease. Where is it? Going back and that's inside. When you said least loved format, I immediately knew you were talking about 50 overs.
Yeah.
You know, like, so the fact that I immediately knew what you were talking about,
it
it's not even up for debate anymore.
We've had a few Simpsons references. I'm going to give you a Family Guy reference. I tell you what really grinds my gears.
Okay.
I think that's a Family Guy one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Peter Griffin with the...
Yeah.
The lack of love for one-day international cricket, given its importance to player development, the pathways towards what is still the most valuable tournament in cricket, which is the World Cup. You know, it frustrates me, and some of the kind of rather ignorant things presented. This is clipped away. Gonna be 6. Gets enough. It's gonna be 52. Sorry, Vinny. It's coming from 20 deliveries. Sher Mohammed has got this all the way over the rope. It's been a very good innings. He's played with real freedom. 7 sixes, 2 fours.
Yeah, it's been a great knock, hasn't it? A 9-over game. So, Sher he's pretty uncomplicated in his approach. Weather's cleared up slightly.
It has, yeah.
A little bit brighter, which is good.
Almost a shame we don't have the 10-over game. 200 could have been just in the mix.
I think his power. They could chase this.
No, Vinny, I'm not with you.
They've
St.
got
Gallen are romping home here.
I'm just saying.
Sam is battling with the hand injury.
Yeah. Beware the injured batter. If you can hold the bat. This will just be one. And where's your man down there? Safiat Ullah.
There he is.
We're
splendid.
Moustache does give that upper lip a bit of protection from the weather. It is 8 overs down, 147 for 2. So, okay, at 50 overs. Yeah, interesting, because it is like, I mean, I grew up loving 50 over cricket in Australia. Big crowds, no shirts.
You're going to be upset with
unruly
me.
spectators.
So I'm not including, I think we were asked is F5 in the list. I'm going to rule that one out. I'm going to go with 4 formats. So 10 over cricket air in the European Cricket Network.
Okay, yep.
T20Is, ODIs, test matches.
Yep.
I'm going to go probably the route no one would have expected. I'm going to go ODI,
yeah,
then test,
yeah,
then 10 over cricket.
Yeah.
And T20Is are actually the bottom for me because there's something so exciting and engaging about this format that I really enjoy. I know it's my first time doing it. And then T20Is, you tend to just get 5 over stints. You're kind of in and out before you start as a commentator.
Gotcha. Well, I only really have... Oh, Costa Hustle gets there. And they'll get 1. And they're looking for 2. Sher Mohammed looking to pinch the strike now. But Haroon is also going at a good strike rate, 380. So I think he deserves his chance to face. Yeah, it's tough for me because I've only really done... I've done mostly 10 over cricket. And, well, how many T20s? Maybe 50.
Yeah, that's pretty decent.
You know,
I know it pales into comparison, but still.
At 1%. I don't know, for me, I'm kind of drawn to the long and the short. In fact, a lot of our viewers, they say their favourite format now, they just want to watch Test cricket and 10 over.
It's funny, isn't it?
You know, and by the way, I've got love for every format in its own way. You can get a good game in any format.
Yeah, of course you can.
50 overs, although that's what I was brought up on. You know, when we say the development of skills, it's like almost you need to take a helicopter view of like what cricket is. If cricket's going this way, then the skills that you might value from how you brought up in cricket might not be the skills that are like that important for cricket going forward. This is up, and that's a great shot. Tell you what, he might find a home at Wimbledon because he looks good on grass here. And he's just blasted a few forehands out of the ground. There's no one. Look at that high grip. So he's really kind of whipping the end of the bat through.
Yeah, that's why he can access those strokes down the ground, over long off and over deep extra so nicely. He's got the extra levers to be able to swing through. And again, the timing in that one was perfect. I think I was really talking about to commentate on.
Okay, yeah.
I really enjoyed the rhythm and the flow
Sure.
with the test match experience. It was very different.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the first time I'd done timed sessions as opposed to over stints. You know, you're doing from
Sure.
5 to 10 overs.
Well, this is hanging in the air. Fielder's going to chase it. Probably pulls up. Have to pull yourself up as well. It's pretty good fielding. That's at the Sajid. They will get 2. So this is my final. And having not admittedly done 50 over cricket or test cricket. But I also kind of like the rhythm. I mean, part of this, even though it's a fast-paced game, there's an ebb and flow to how we're talking, and there's still an element of that. So I'd probably go 10 over cricket, test match, 20 over, 50 over.
Yeah, I thought 50 would be last. Probably 9 out of 10 it would be, as well as this one slapped away for 4. I just love it because everyone else seems to malign it and dislike it.
So you heard it here first. Andrew Leonard wants to be a 50 over specialist, which means that you'll be serving me coffee in 5 years.
In 5 years, apparently. Yeah.
Because you'll be
I was genuinely shocked with the MCC World Cricket Committee coming out and saying that.
Yeah.
You know, I thought that was really disappointing and completely disparaging towards the fact that actually you've got 20 teams between 12 and 32. That's their main format.
Oh, where did that bounce? I'm going to fear it's no ball. Now they want him to come back, but I mean, both these guys are blasting it, so it's not really worth sacrificing one. Yeah, that one's a no ball for off the surface.
Good work to hit it from off the surface too. We've been talking about this as a tactic that if the bowler does pitch it there outside the off stump towards the green sort of felt that you see, have a swing at it, you may as well.
Yeah, last
so
ball.
They get 2 and the free hit incoming.
I missed this comment. It's all happening in the 8th, by the way. He goes after this high. Got to keep it in the field of play. He does, but he drops the catch. Coming back for 2. Bowler's got to field it. He does. They think of a 3rd. It's not there. I love last balls, and we get plenty of them. Asad Mahmood, well, he's ringing his fingers as well. They are chasing a bunch. 165 in 9 overs. And so that basically translates to a 180 score. Having said that, don't judge a game till both teams have batted. If the Power CC top order can fire similarly, I know that's something that you like to see. Safiat Ullah offering that.
Ullah's just had a stroke of the moustache going off. It might have got a bit wet, Vinny.
So
it might have got a bit wet. He had to dry it off.
First into the day, run and done. Things brightening up a little bit, but looking a little bit bleak for the Power at the moment. 166 in 9 overs for them to take the points here in match 26.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights. There's plenty of them. It was action-packed N9 cricket. And with just the 1 over knocked off, I have to say the catching was a bit mixed, but that one was held. Asadullah Saeed was the man who almost bear-hugged it into his arms, and then the 6s, they rained alongside the drizzle. It hammered down across St. Gallen. There were some athletic efforts, acrobatic efforts too, but not much joy for the fielders apart from that delivery from Samsur Safi that knocked over Mohsin Raza. He was gone for 24 off 11. Every single batter, all 4 of them had strike rates over 200, and this man Sher Mohammed probably the pick of them. He was aided by that drop catch that caused the injury to Osama Mahmood. Mohammed made 69 off 26, including some tennis-esque strokes straight down the ground. 6s were given, both in the box and also down pitch side. Maximo shouted by the players on the bench for St. Gallen CC. And the home team, well, they had a field day. They were aided by the fielders who couldn't hold on to the slippery ball. And drops aplenty, including from the very final delivery as it burst through the hands. And it means that St. Gallen CC will end with a monstrous, possibly a game-winning 165 for 2 from their 9 overs. It means the Paris CC, they're going to have to score at 18.44 per over. That is not going to be easy. St. Gallen CC may be moving towards playoff contention. I think they're going to have a real chance of getting into the mix for it. There's bandages going on down to the sideline. It's been a wet start to the morning, but it's a much clearer view in the distance, which is good to know. So hopefully we'll be all right for certainly the upcoming matches. There's the bowling figures, the most expensive of them. Faiz Lamin Rasek, he went for 31 from his solitary over. And even Asad Mahmood, the experienced Asad Mahmood, he went to 20 runs per over, 2 overs, none for 40. Oh dear, look away now if you're a bowler. Don't think anyone barring Samson or Safi will be happy with those figures. He was the only wicket taker with 2 for 23. So what that means at the halfway stage of match number 1 of the day, which is game 26 in total, St. Gallen have 165 for 2 on the board, and Paris CC will need 166 to win. Well, welcome back to St. Gallen. We're in beautiful St. Gallen, which is certainly renowned for better weather than we have had, but a bit of unseasonal rain has meant that we have a reduced overs game. Nine overs per side is the contest, but that did not stop St. Gallen CC on their home turf. They were very impressive, posting 165 for 2. Really good ball striking from the likes of Sher Mohammed and Haroon Khan, who had the highest strike rate, a lot of them 6 sixes in just 12 deliveries, 41 he made. And we're all set to go. Bowler who's impressed me throughout the tournament, Musa Ahmedzai, will get us underway. With his left arm around, and we're going to start with the Maximo. Well, Vinny Sandhu quite fancied the power CT to give this a rattle, and he's over there right now with, I think that's the Kosane team. You can just see him in the background there. He's always in the limelight, isn't he? We just can't keep Vinny off the broadcast. But certainly that is the dream start. When you need 18 runs per over, you can kind of break it down, almost think of 3 Maximos per innings. Per over. We'll just keep you in the mix. If they can do that, they're going to be rock on. And down in the ECN Continental Cup, which is the T20I women's games, Greece women have posted 151 for 4. Credit to them. Women from Hellas, as we say in my native Greek tongue. This is helped away. Going to be 6 more, just over the rope. Back-to-back sixes. Well, the perfect start to the chase. Maybe with that rain about, ball just skidding on nicely and helped into the sky. Right into the European cricket banner. It's very, very wet out there, so not going to be easy for the bowlers. And Ali Abbas using all that experience. He's just coming over, 53-year-old captain. Almost giving a massage as well. Yeah, maybe. You've got to do it all as a captain in the European Cricket Network. A little bit of physio action there too from the great man. We've seen him take 2 ricochet catches. If you haven't seen those, get over to the European Cricket Twitter handle. Loved seeing those 2 back. And that's going to be a wide down the leg side, and they won't run. Well done to the keeper. That's Vivek Garg, who gets his body on the line to save 1 run. Brilliant to have concurrent action here on the European Cricket Network. Power CC taking on St. Gallen CC here in Switzerland, and then across in Romania. It's Romania against Greece women. Oh, nearly cleans him up. And in all the fun of the fair, I've missed the fact that it's my man out there who's smashing those sixes, Safi Adullah. With what has to be said, unless Kosane can produce something remarkable, the moustache of the tournament. You're not really going to see it because he's got the helmet on. You'll have to wait for him to get out. Shuffles down the crease now. Oh, big swing and a miss, and oh, so nearly drags it onto the stumps. Well, it's a bit all or nothing at the moment, isn't it, for Safi Adullah? Sixes or out. Or maybe dot balls like that one. Full into the block hole. Ulla squeezes it out. Well, he is going to get 4. It just nestles next to the rope, but does enough to rest against it. I have no idea how he's got it down there for 4. Again, it just evades the stumps. But it's kept the Power CC close to on track. They've already got 17 runs from the first over. Remember, they need about 18 and over throughout the entirety of this 9-over chase. And this points table at the ECS Switzerland, it just keeps getting more fascinating. Safi Adullah heaves that one into the leg side. The outfield just quick enough. 21 from the first over. Maybe we do have a chase in our hands here. That's the end of the first. It's 21 for none. 89 games since a golden ball. Promised Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandhu, won whilst I'm here. But we really haven't had what I would describe as a last ball thriller yet. We've had everything else. We've had 25 hat-trick attempts. We've had 5 or 6 batters run centuries close. We've had ricochet catches. We've had monstrous sixes. We've had strike rates well over 300. And that trend looks to continue. As from the very first delivery that Asad Mahmood faces, gets a boundary from it. It's Hekmat Kajiani who is opening the bowling alongside his fellow left armour. The difference is the change in angle. And Ali Abbas is going to have to hair after this one, but he'll leave it to long on, who comes around really well. Sher Mohammed keeps it to a couple. A good start from the Paris CC. Well, Vinny Sandhu promised me that we might have a game in our hands. He could well be proved right. The Paris CC keep going like this, well, it won't go into the list of highest chases, I don't think, but given it's a 9-over contest, it should be. It might make the top 10. 166 that target. It would actually. It might even make the top 5. This is clubbed down the ground with real authority. Mahmood gets to double figures from just 3 deliveries. Nice use of the feet there. Gets right into a good position to hit it. And right now, even the experienced Ali Abbas just looks a little bit rattled. He's at mid-on, marshalling his troops. Don't really know where to put their fielders right now. Now that's going to be a no ball, and it's going to be 4 runs, so 5 to the total. A free hit incoming, and something I'm just noticing as well, I think there's only 10 out there in the field for St. Gallen. At the moment it's a 4-4 field, and if you add the bowler and the keeper, that makes 10. We'll try and get an update on that. We'll check on that. Maybe the 11th man about to come on. Club down the ground here. Nicely fielded, direct hit. Oh, would have been very interesting. And they're going to get an overthrow, but credit to Sher Mohammed. And another appeal. Action at both ends. This was a marvellous piece of athletic fielding. He's picked it up cleanly on the skipped bounce. Just hit hard to him down the ground. I think this would have been gone. Now, the problem was it hit the edge of the mat. You'll see it here. The throw actually looked on target too, but it just kicked off that edge of the mat. Would have been very close. I was back live with you now. This one's helped away into the leg side, and it's going to be 4 more. Remember, the only way you can be run out off a free hit, the only way you can be out off a free hit is run out. So, well, an action-packed start to say the least as I welcome back Vinny Sandhu. Vinny,
yeah,
what on earth are we watching?
Yeah, well, we're watching Carnaggio, as you called it. It's Carnaggio in the mist right now. The rate
book title
started in the 18s, right? They've actually brought that down to 17s. Now, here's the bad news. I think Osama Mahmood has a broken finger. I don't think we're going to see him with the bat.
Was that bad?
In fact, I think, it looks like it wasn't just a simple... there's no simple finger injuries, but, it looked like kind of top knuckle hit him. Drilled Ali Abbas. He does the fielding. So, end of the second over. And the score is 42 without loss. So still a power play over. Power play over is so important. You're kind of looking at high 50s in the power play. But yeah, Osama Mahmood, he's pretty devastated as well, because he would be having visions of being part of the 10 over international setup next weekend. But you can see he's got an issue with that finger, but he's not going anywhere yet. He's staying to support his team.
Yeah, well, let's hope. I see he's holding it very awkwardly. Let's hope that it might just be, sometimes you can get an impact like that and you really think it is broken, but when you go for the x-ray, it's actually just bruised.
Hopefully, for his sake. So yeah, it's just he can't hold the bat at the moment. So normally you would see him at the top of the order. But what it has done, it's a move that I actually have been in favour of for a little while. Asad Mahmood, who's kind of a genuine middle order bat. But I think in this form of the game, get him up there. If he's hitting well, get him up there. The ball doesn't change too much over the 10 overs. And it's just whoever's hitting well, I think, especially when you need 18 plus and over from the get-go, get him up to the top of the order.
It's also allowed me a guilty pleasure, Vinny.
Okay.
That's the pleasure of Safiatullah.
That's true.
Look at him out there.
Even with the helmet on, you can still see it's a bit of a throwback, isn't he?
Oh, it's magnificent.
Now he's on the walk. I don't think he can give that out. Oh, he has given it out. Oh, I know you liked it. With the angle, I don't think he can put all the parts together here for me. Umpire had a good look at it. I mean, he's taking a risk playing across the line.
Very good decision for me.
Where's the impact, though?
Safiatullah's got the helmet off. Here we are. He's looking for the scoop. Yeah, on your bike. Thanks very much. It's going to hit leg stump for me.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I actually thought it hit him on the other pad first up. But it has hit him on the back pad.
Yeah.
So even that kind
decision.
of counters some of the forward movement. So I think it will go down as a good decision. I think when you're that far out, you're pretty unlikely to be able to get an LBW going against you.
The thing I like about it, though, it's so full, Vinny.
Yeah.
It's so full, so it's clearly not going to go over the top. And Safiatullah wasn't best pleased.
The only question for me is, with so much of a distance still between that back pad and the stumps, is it going on a hit or miss leg stump? That, for me, you could make a case. It's not plumb, but I think you can justify the umpire's decision. I agree with you. And again, the second look made all the difference. First time I had doubts in my mind, but they were pretty much mitigated by the replay.
Smashing into leg stump for me.
Okay.
I think it's a good decision.
This will go on the highest chases, I think, because I think it will have to, because for low score things, then if it's a reduced over game, then it won't go in. But for high score things, if you get 209 overs, you're definitely going on the highest scores. Anyway, Virat comes out, not wasting any time. He gets 4 down the ground. Don't forget, we're still in the third over, last over of this power play. Full toss. Yeah, sometimes the pre-movement, the walkabout kind of, I suppose, slow motion charge, it can kind of work against the batter. If it's like in poker, you're giving away information to your opponent.
The shuffle.
Yeah.
To use a poker term. The shuffle down.
Yeah. Just wanted to turn around the corner, didn't he, there? Yeah, it's absolutely banged. What a shot. Here it comes. He goes 4-6. That doesn't sound like a good noise. And we'll just double check.
She's okay.
And everyone's all right.
Yes. I think it was a bit close for comfort from the reaction there.
Martha, give us a thumbs up if you're all right, because that was very, very close to camera one.
Martha, you okay down there?
You okay. Just give us a sign of life. Well, there we go. He's giving us the thumbs up.
Oh, good nails as well. Well played, Martha.
Nails, actually.
Better than yours or I.
Definitely.
Definitely. That was a good strike, wasn't it?
That was
second ball.
That was absolutely banged, as straight as the day is long.
It's amazing all the different kinds of sixes you can have hit, and that was just brute force, raw power. The impact that it made, the noise off those chairs really impacted that, or showed that off.
Yeah, 50's up as well now for power within the power play. We said they need 50 plus. And they're just staying on the rate at the moment, but we know that wickets can make such a big difference. What you need to do if you lose a wicket, is have the new guy come and find his feet straight away. That's what Firik has done here, though. He gets cramped for room here. This one certainly won't be out. That's the end of the 3. End of the power play, 52 for 1.
That one definitely not out, Vinny. Clearly going to miss the leg stump. But yeah, we're in for an action-packed chase. We really are. The power play's over. 50's come up. They're about a third of the way there. It's pretty simple to look at it that way, isn't it? Third of the way through the overs. Triple their score, they'd get to 156, which wouldn't quite be enough. And I just love the makeup of this table right now. Whatever happens in this contest, it's just going to add to the congestion in the middle order. Can Kosane get into the act? Could Kosane turn into the whipping boys? I know I haven't seen them yet.
I can't see that happening you've got a guy there, the captain Arjun. He made 66 in the Valletta Cup final and looked class. Good off spinner as well. We haven't seen really a lot of
We've seen very little right arm off spin. It really is remarkable, actually.
Ashwin Vinod there. I mean, they probably wouldn't call themselves a 10-over specialist team, but they do have a lot of cricketers in there. Anyway, time for the start of the 4th, and it's going to be Hekmat Kogiani to come back. Now, he did go magical in his first over.
There is one thing I love about cricket. I'm going to give you a little shout out. He won't be watching. He probably won't even be up yet back in Ireland. My very first cricketing boss, Brian O'Rourke. He's a bit of a legend of Irish cricket. They're going to run a bye here. Don't think they'll get the second. He's still the cricket development manager for Leinster. He's the coach and development officer who brought through the likes of Owen Morgan and Kevin O'Brien and Paul Sterling, Andrew Balbirnie, Josh Little, all these guys, huge impact on so many Irish players' careers. But one thing he always said to me, whatever the sport, not just cricket, it's kind of an old expression, if you pay your money, you're entitled to your opinion. And a few comments in the chat there saying that was not out.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I don't have it smashing the leg stump. You can make a case for hitting the leg stump. Left arm around, right?
But
Left
the
arm
reason
around.
I think it was so out was it actually started coming back in the air.
I don't know if I saw it straightening.
But that's the thing I love, the different opinions.
Of course, that's really important.
And also, I think people should value those opinions rather than get upset by others' opinions.
Yeah.
You know, so as Brian O'Rourke said, if you come or you're interested, you're entitled to your opinion.
And
Everyone
the thing is, on ECN, we'll actually give you double your money back as well if you're not satisfied.
0 by 0 equals 0.
Definitely. So, I mean, we'll even give you triple. We've got a special offer going on. Oh, this is high-ish. They're going to check it, but first, is it caught? Where is it, number one? Keeper's taken it.
I thought this was okay, Vinny. I might be wrong.
Well, I mean, sometimes they just go on this shot that you see played. Whenever you see a horizontal bat shot played to a full toss, I mean, they like it. We'll get a good look at it, and this is where the off-field officials, it's probably okay for me.
I think that's absolutely fine. That's angling in towards the top of the pads. The other thing is he's down the track. He's got himself into an awkward position, Vinny.
Yeah, because this gives you an idea of the trajectory of the ball. So the trajectory of the ball, I think by the time it reaches the crease, it's below the waist. Yeah. So that's actually great work from Spring Productions as well to get us that shot.
But again, that delivery there, if we got one more look at that behind the bowler's arm angle, it swung away late, and that's what's confused him. He thought it was into the hitting arc, and he thought he was going to be able to go and smash it towards the leg side. Because it swung away late and then dipped, he's got into that awkward position. He's extended his arms through it upwards rather than across it. And as a consequence, he's paid the price. Mahmood's gone for a very quickly made 20. And the Power, well, they're getting themselves into trouble. They're 54 for 2.
Yeah, so we've got Virat still there. And new batter out there is Ansarullah Safi. So it's a nice catch taken by the keeper as well. No, yes, he should take it, but still got to judge it in these conditions, cloudy conditions, and not easy to pick up the ball. Sher Mohammed not with the gloves today, so Vivek Garg in that position. Nice little French cut. He's got some work to do. The keeper jumps on this. Just get a single.
Vinny, we're seeing another example, aren't we, of why that highest chases graphic is what it is.
Yeah.
Because every time you think, oh, well, they're off to a flyer, they're going 20 and over.
Yes.
All it takes is really one, if not two, subpar overs. And when I say subpar, I mean an 8 or a 10 run.
Yeah,
over.
exactly, yeah.
And then you're past the point of no return now. 21 nearly needed per over.
It's like 200 scores. Yeah. The amount of times we see teams on track for 200. Oh, they're going to get 200. Well, that'll help because that's absolutely blasted. As far as goes, bang, Maximo, and 6 more to the power.
You know, we had the discussion, Vinny, the other day about Cricket Max and the late, great Martin Crowe, who was a marvellous innovator on the field, off the field as well. Have you put any thought into Maximo zones or power zones or
sometimes
8-1 scoring areas, or you just want to keep it reasonably pure? You want to keep
the thing is
cricketing enough?
I think if it ain't broke, don't fix it a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't
need
to encourage batters to be more aggressive. You know. So this is hit down the ground. A tough stop for the field. He can't get down. Slides past him. Harun Khan. That will be the end of the 4th over. Virat up and into his work. A magical start for him. 65 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, difficult one for the fielder. You can't really judge how it's going to skid off the turf, so runs away for the boundary.
Put his body on the line, just didn't quite judge the line right. Yeah, just going back to your point there. Yeah, I think if you're going to do things like there's been all sorts of talk. You have 8s in some area of the field. Or, I mean, I'm full for hitting targets like win a prize or something, or crowd catches at the Carlton Roval.
Quite cool,
that whole thing, take a one-handed catch in a T-shirt that you buy off us, and you can win prize money. But I think you got to say, if you're doing something, why are you doing it? So it gets a bit Mickey Mouse, I think, if you start bring those things in. I mean, don't want to mention anyone competition, but there's certain other competitions that are bringing things in that are kind of probably take away from the the actual contest.
I will name one. I thought a few of the innovations of the Big Bash were a bit the power surge.
I mean, you got to say, why are you doing it? And anything that adds complexity to the game, we're not normally in favour of, because, again, we use this as a vehicle to explain cricket to so many people that are not from a cricket background. So when you start saying, oh, yeah, and if you do this, like even try to explaining a free hit to someone, they're saying,
not easy,
that ball's fine.
Yeah.
Like, so, I mean, we have discussions about these kind of things. If anything, we're trying to simplify the game, not
overcomplicate.
Not add complications. And like I say, you don't need to encourage batters to be more aggressive. They're already kind of maxing out. so the spectacle's there.
I do have all of these random bits of information in the back of my head. My memory's terrible, but I do. You're pulling them out as we have these.
That's okay.
These long 10, 12 over stints, 10, 12 hour stints together during the 10 over games.
A lot of short form. A short form that's a long day. Here's the next one. And it's going to be a little inside edge here.
But I do remember a version of the game, and these are two massive throwbacks. The Cricket Max, the Dimitri Rascarenas hitting me for 41 off and over in a game down.
Yeah, 1 for 41.
In Hampshire. Yes, okay, 1 for 41, I'll take it. But he hit me for 312s, if you weren't enjoying that conversation, which was straight down the ground. But there was a version of the game I went to watch. And then after my time at Hampshire, I went on to college at Cardiff. I had 3 years there.
He launches at this one. He's going to get it up and over the top. Maximo!
Very striking him nicely.
He is striking it nicely. That's the only way that required rate's going to come down. Boundaries or extras. And that is a big one.
Really, really good shot.
I'm curious about what you're going to tell me.
But yeah, 3 years in Cardiff. And the first or maybe the second year, I was part of the Centre of Excellence there in the Cardiff UCCE is what it was called. We used to play first-class games against the counties and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And then play against the other centres of excellence.
Right, for sure. Mohammed here who's bowling in this game. That's why he's not keeping. And, well, it can't be in both places at once. Garg doesn't quite cover the line down the leg side. They'll get a couple of runs for free.
But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm off on a tangent for 10 seconds.
I don't mind.
I did only play against Ireland. I never played for Ireland.
Is that right?
Yeah, Welsh universities agained Irish universities.
Is that right?
But I never played for.
You traitor.
Yeah, no, shocking, really. It's all right. Ireland won that day, mate. I made sure of that with some rather. Actually, I had a good day with the ball, but we lost.
Andrew Leonard, the turncoat. Anyway, this is going to straight to the fielder, and he will almost get it. It's actually a pretty good effort. You know, he does everything he can, slides into his hands. Almost picked up on the second attempt by Harun Khan.
Another one that if you're just looking at the catching technique in the deep, okay, what you want to do with this ball coming towards you is get your two hands pointing to the sky and take it into your chest. He got caught with that kind of difficult, almost crocodile position.
Don't let it through as well. Just want to welcome you into the commentary box here, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo here with Andrew Leonard.
Looking back to the action here, Vinny. Hold on. I think we've had a no ball.
Wow.
A wide, and we've got 5 wides.
All right. Well, apologise. Let's give you a replay of what you just missed when you're looking at our face. Because
I think it's 5 to the total.
It must have been. Saw the signal, didn't see the ball. I mean, that's 5 down the leg side. And Garg, even though he's back, I think straight away.
On the replay, that could be a no ball, Vinny. It's clipped the green felt, isn't it?
Yeah, did it? Did it miss by that much?
We haven't. I don't think we've had one of those down the leg side. Plenty.
Anyway, I think it has just been given wide. So
not a free hit, but again, 5 to the total. Just keeping the power alive. If Vert could get this one over the rope, that required run rate would come back down under 20.
Power definitely on the backup generator at the moment. And well, free hit or no free hit, it's all academic because that one's out of the ground. Maximo, great effort. And he was already off the field there from Musa Ahmadzai. End of the 5th, finally, and it's 88 for 2. Lenny finding out the hard way how hard it is to finish a story here in the marvellous N9 format.
I'm going to try.
So you're playing against, all I've got so far is your turncoat and something. But tell me.
Some man, Vinny, isn't he?
What was the format you're talking about?
Oh, that was the Irish universities, but just purely as a spectator, there was a very, very short-lived format. We're talking about short-lived cricketing formats that were tried and never came back.
Yeah.
Cricket Max, Martin Crows in New Zealand. This one was called Power Cricket, held in the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff. The first and only time, held on a very similar wicket to the one we're playing on.
Okay.
They came in and just put an artificial wicket on top. They didn't cut any of the grass out because it's a rugby and soccer stadium primarily. Plonked an artificial wicket down, and what they had was 6s, for lower tier, but there's 3 tiers in Millennium Stadium. 8s for middle tier, 10s for top tier. If you hit the roof, because the roof was closed, the whole idea was it wasn't going to rain. You didn't want to play cricket in the rain. It always rained. I think it was like October, November.
Yeah.
End of the season thing. Hit the roof, you got 12.
Happened
once.
I think I've seen that. Is Shahid Afridi hit a 12 in that
was
tournament?
Shahid Afridi.
I've seen that.
And
yeah.
it was, I believe it was Britain against the rest of the world. I didn't want to call it England because it was held in Wales.
Sure.
Simon Jones was playing from Glamorgan. Britain versus the rest of the world.
Oh, that's pretty
Crazy
close to a no
tournament.
ball as well.
It was the one and only edition of that, Vinny.
Yeah, Harun's saying, hey, that didn't bounce off the pitch. I said, well, I think it did. So let's see. It's very short. That looks like it is off the pitch, just going on the line there. So I think, and it's going to be a wide anyway. And you can see that Rick's quick to say, hey, that's off the pitch. It seems fair to me. Wow. Yeah, I actually remember seeing that. So, yeah, once we get into these
Tangents.
These tangents. No, but it's, it's a good discussion. But my point is, when guys are already trying to hit the ball as far as they can, you don't really need to incentivize it with extra. You know what I mean? But I do kind of like the idea of games being alive longer. But even there's certain rules like, what if the last ball of the innings is worth double, for example? Things like that. But I think, again, every ball being equal, there's a certain charm to it. Each team in this format, they get 60 balls to whack as many as they can, and the other team gets their chance. So there's a certain beauty to that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Goes for this. They might look at 2 here. All depends on the turn. They're happy just with 1. And the other thing is, Lenny, that this format that you see here, the 10 over format, and the boundaries being shorter than, I suppose, average cricket boundaries, these weren't actually deliberate things that we did here on ECN. It actually was to do with our first ever European Cricket League, where it was kind of forced on us. We had to get through so many games. We only had the ground for 3 days. Had to get through 17 games in 3 days. And you just couldn't do that if it's T20. Oh, that's hanging full toss, and it's adios pelota, Maximo to Safi.
It's a mini banker too. It gets all the way up onto that far bank that is, well, it's an MCG length boundary out to that. That is monstrous. Probably just okay, Vinny.
Probably it's a shade higher. Probably just okay. It's I think they've said it's all right, but still 6 runs. Or maybe it is going to be called, actually. Remember, there's a slight different regulation here if it's waist high or above. And the umpires are told if they're not completely certain it's below the waist, it should be called. So the benefit goes to the batters on those calls. I mean, it's a safety thing as well. Even if you hit just below the waist, it can be very painful. Anyway, free hit then coming up for Safi. Slow ball. Yeah, this is one you just got to keep inside the field to play. Can't. Maximo, 13 come off that ball, and the 100 comes up for the power. The lights are flickering for Power CC.
They're back in it. They are just in the course of 5 deliveries. They're somehow back in it, and all of a sudden the Maximos are raining. I was off thinking of stories to fill the rest of the over, the rest of the innings even.
Leave that to the
right
batters.
Now. Look at this: 6s, 5 wide, 6s, no ball for 6s, 7 up, and now 6 more.
Change of angle now for Harun. Goes back over the wicket, gets blasted straight down to the fielder there, Kogiani. Just quickly, so a lot of these, they were kind of by accident. So the first ECL was going to be 10 overs. From then it was always going to be 20 overs. But it was so popular with viewers, and it was such a point of difference that we kept it. We couldn't ever go to 20 overs after what we did.
I love things that happen by accident rather than design. Some of the very best things do.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Like our commentary careers, for example. But also, the same thing with the field. We found the dynamics, the fact that you couldn't really play safe and get a safe 1 or 2, play in 1s and 2s, get your 8, 9 and over that way. You kind of had to go for it. And, there's a little bit of science now. Anyway, this is a rare ball that isn't a free hit. And it's a slower ball, dragged. Next side, but it should just be a single. So you have a look at that rate. They're back up on the rate now. It's in the 18s, although with that, it probably almost creeps out to 19 and over.
Yeah, but even if they were offered 60 to win off 3 at the start of this chase, they'd probably have taken it, particularly with 8 wickets in hand.
Without some mood as well, one of their key batters.
Bit of breaking news from pitch side. I'm going to tell you after this ball, Vinny.
All right. Oh, there's 6 more. Full toss, misses his spot, and that one, it's up at the bank. That's the end of the 6th over. Game on, 112 for 2. It's hard to believe this is a shortened match because we are seeing runs flowing thick and fast. Just 3 overs to go in this contest. They need 54, so 3 a ball, which is par in this game.
Well, things are getting pretty heated down on the bench as well. They're almost spilling over onto the pitch. But the breaking news, Vinny.
Go on.
We thought Osama Mahmood might have broken a finger. Right now, if we can just zoom out.
Well, he thinks he has
from
broken
that
a finger.
Shot,
yeah, look at
he's
this.
got the pads on. He's ready to go.
How about that? Yeah, and he was saying, he was saying he was sure he'd broken a finger. Now they're running out gloves. I reckon this is a message. Also, you probably do need new gloves. He wants to get out there, but there's nothing wrong with what these guys are doing out there at the moment. You've got Virk 36 off 11. You've got Safi 24 off 10. But yeah, you're needing 3 a ball. So, like I say, boundaries and wide/no balls, they're the only way that rate can come down. If any regular ball that stays on the field to play, it's just going to go up and maybe go up pretty quickly.
And I think maybe it's written in the stars. Osama Mahmood's going to get back out there, seek that redemption.
I'm super amazed that we're seeing with the pads on. Anyway, Sher Mohammed to bowl over number 7. He gets launched up and out of the ground. Well, this will be ECN history if they can chase this down. It'll go up in the highest chases. It'll be the only one maybe ever to be in a reduced match. But they're a long way from home, but still, they are getting there with some big hits.
Well, they're right in the game. And Ali Abbas right now, the iconic, legendary captain of St. Gallen CC. This is game on, Vinny. 48 off 17.
Vic, 42. Oh, this is ball I thought might take out his tubs. He's 30% extra careful, just a single.
Very well bowled. And so difficult, I have to say, to bowl a leg break in these conditions. We've had pretty heavy rain in the first innings. You can see him having to dry the ball there, Vinny. Gets that leg break perfectly landed, just a single.
Yeah, this is in the air. Abbas will just concede the 1. He knows that's fine at this stage. So a couple of wins for the fielding side after the first ball disappeared.
See, I think that's Sher Mohammed should be happy with that. Single's a really good result. He
definitely
didn't look best pleased.
1 or none's pretty much the same. Anyway, this is hit hard and caught. Well, that's a very, very good catch. They say soft hands, but you need strong hands in these conditions. Haroon spikes it for good measure. 120 for 3. Virk gone for a lightning 43. And let's see who comes out to replace Virk on the fall of the 3rd wicket.
Magnificent catch. Really good. The strong hands were needed because it would have burst through them if not right on the rope. And that is an excellent catch. A bit of controversy in the middle now, Vinny. I'm not too sure what's happening. Ali Abbas is involved in it.
I wonder if the batter's trying to say, look, there were too many outfielders or something like that. I mean, it's one of those things. Sometimes you spot it as a batter. I'm just guessing because obviously there's no question with the catch if it's out or not. The square leg umpire's coming in now to have a word to the bowler's end umpire. And I think that's all I can think it might be about. So, yeah, we'll try and get that information for you.
Ali Abbas looks almost resigned to his fate here. Are we going to see a no ball? No, it's given out.
Yeah.
I really don't know what was going on there.
I mean, there's no question with the catch. He's meters inside the boundary there, Haroon Khan. But we're not going to see Osama Mahmood that we thought we might. It was going to be Asadullah Saeed who comes out. But it's a very good knock by far as Virk, 43 of 14, 5 Maximos, 2 4s now. He does strike at the 300 plus that they need in this innings. It's 120 for 3.
Well, a good innings. We've got to give credit to Virk. He's got them back into the game, 43 off 14. And the Power are still alive in the chase. It's still probably advantage to St. Gallen. I think what has happened, Vinny, they wanted to check on the catch, but for me, he was clearly inside the rope.
No reason to check on the catch.
Well inside the rope.
Obvious. But anyway, the other thing is everyone's watching it. It's right in front of everybody on this side of the ground. Anyway, Saeed gets off the mark with 1, but he'll not have too much time to push around here.
Again, it shows, though, the difference in fielding and how important it is in all cricket, but in 10-over cricket in particular. If that bursts through his hands and goes for 6, the Power are probably thinking that they're ahead of the contest again. But now with Mohammed closing out this over nicely, if he can get a dot or a single here, advantage St. Gallen again.
It does go straight, and it goes long. That is an absolute bomb. Brace for impact. That one's in the grandstand. Maximo as we get to the end of the 7th over. And it's 127 for 3. The equation 39 off the last 2 overs. Normally I'd say that's pretty unlikely, but it's just a bit more likely here than other places based on what we've seen this morning. Coming up next, Geneva versus Cossonay. Cossonay in there for the first time, and our very own Andrew Ryan. He is in there, Rhino.
You got to pick him. Get him into the fantasy team.
Watch out for Arjun Vinod, the captain. He's also very good off spin. He'll bat 3. You got JCN opening the batting there. He's been in the runs lately. Was in Javed behind the stumps. Ashwin Vinod as well, maybe to open the bowling. Idris Ulhaq, though, he was in sparkling form yesterday, wasn't he? And Ansar Mahmood did some pretty good things with the bat as well. Join us for that game. It starts in approximately 20 minutes. Right now, though, we've got to finish on.
You remember all the talk of the Fab Four in modern cricket? Your Steve Smith, Kane Williamson, Babar Azam, Virat Kohli quadrant. We've had a Fab Four throughout this Switzerland series. I think it's going to become a fantastic 5. I think that man, Idris Ulhaq, is right in the mix. 39 to win off 12. Here we go, Vinny.
Need a good start. They'll get 1 and only 1 because of the kick. Maybe, well, say kick, it was more of a shin from Mohammad Jafar, but what it does do is it gets the set batter back on strike.
Well, he's listened to his mum and dad. That's what my mum always told me. If you get an impact, give it a rub. Get the blood circulating back towards it. He looks like he's all right. 3-run save potentially, but critically for the Power CC, they've got Safi back on strike. He's striking up over 275. They need just nearly 3 a ball. Can they do it? 38 to win off 11 now.
Now, yeah, they can do something here because this is Adios Palazzo time. Maximo! Can Safi be the hero for the Power?
Very much game on here. Look at the reaction from the square leg umpire. He knows that is monstrous. Look at how far that's gone up towards those football pitches in the background. Back live with you now.
It was pure. Slower ball, picks it. Has it got the journey? Maybe, maybe not. It's caught. I got to tell you, some of these catches late in the piece, they might be the difference. As St Gallen hold on to that one, it's Musa Ahmedzai who takes it. 134 for 4. Another blow to the Power.
Oh, we missed a great celebration there from Sanik and Safi. I can't remember the name of the guy who's gone viral on TikTok who's just he gives the 2 arms extended. See if we can stick with this one after the catch is taken. So well held in the deep, really good catch, but then the bowler just gives it the 2 hands presented. Thank you.
Are you not entertained? Safi.
Love that.
After getting a ball back that probably had a flat side and he was murdered about 90 metres. He does come back, get the miss hit, and look who it is to try and save the day. And this is brave. You know, these guys,
incredible.
You can't doubt their commitment. It's Osama Mahmood, and he had a suspected broken finger. I mean, he said, you know, it's not just your regular kind of copper on the end of the finger. It seemed
nasty.
It seemed nasty. He didn't leave the ground. He didn't really want to bat, but he feels that he's the man that might be able to put the Power over the line, but there's a lot to do. 32 required, 9 balls remaining.
Yeah, Safi dismissed for 37 off 14. Great impact from him. 5 Maximos in that. Musa Ahmedzai, the one who took the catch out at deep mid-wicket. And I think St Gallen CC have problems.
It looks like, yeah, we got another injury.
Well, look at this. He's battling, isn't he? And we're going to have the subfielder come on now. So off goes Sasi Kumar. And on comes the subfielder. He is in mid-off.
The thing is, Sasi might bowl the last over in some occasions. Anyway, it all happens in the 8th, as we say in 9-over cricket. And Osama Mahmood, he's going to start with the 6. Well, there you go. He's only got 9 fingers that are working properly, but he does have 6 runs to get off the mark. Maximo! The Power flicker on here in this 9-over encounter.
Well, it is Super Saturday here. Into the damp start, but we're off to maybe a really hot start. Are we going to see the second highest total in the history of the European Cricket Network chased down in a 9-over contest?
This is crazy. This is a 9-over classic. It's already the best 9-over match we've ever had.
26 to win off 8 deliveries.
Who's to say they can't?
If anything, it might be favouring the Power CC, particularly with Osama Mahmood, 6 from his first delivery.
I don't want to have a go at you, but you did scoff at me in the first innings when I said we could get a game here. Same again, but he can't quite get under it. Mahmood will get 1. Now Saeed, he's got to play his role here. He has to get this ball out of the park. And to be honest, the way that Mahmood hit that first one, I don't think I'd even consider not taking a single. I know that's crazy, but Saeed's yet to, if he hasn't hit a 6 yet or a 4, even with this ball, I don't really want him on strike. It's well bowled, though. They get a dot. And so it'll be all to do. They sneak in for time by 20 seconds as well. And at the end of 8, just 1 over remaining. The score is 141 for 4. 25 off the last over. 24 for a golden ball. But one thing about the Power, they have forced a last over finish here. And you felt that was pretty unlikely considering the size of the first innings total.
And look at those run worms. They're almost right next to each other. This could go either way. One thing's certain, we have deserved a grandstand finish. We had the talk of the golden ball. I promised you one. Maybe I was a day early in my premonition. 24 would get us there, Vinny. And with Mahmood on strike, there's a real chance of it. It's going to be Haroon Khan who's going to be in the hot seat into the pressure cooker. Fielders are running everywhere. There goes Ali Abbas. Where's he off to?
Haroon's over went for 24, by the way, in the 6th. Okay, slightly different bats here, but Osama Mahmood normally be opening. He's batting 6 here. Suspected broken finger. He is battling through the pain, battling for his side. Power. Can they pull off a memorable chase? 25 to win in the last. First one disappears in his 6th. Well, there's one of them. Maximo crashes into the grandstand.
He's got his teammates jumping for joy, dancing up. Really good strike. Remember, I think, is it maybe his left hand that's in pain, because after he hits it, it's coming off the bat. Extraordinary commitment to the game towards his team here. 19 off 5, Osama Mahmood. If he can pull this off, what a story.
Beware the injured bat. He is in the zone right now. He's locked in. And 3 more of those ties the game. Again, to be honest, I'm not taking a 1 here. I just think he's the guy that can get you there. 19 off 5. Better ball. Hey, they want 2 here. I think he wants it. They're going to come anyway. Good throw will be cooked, and he's going to go. Oh, so they take on the 1, try to turn it into a 2, and St. Gallen fight back. Mahmood, he leaves it all out there in the field, but he's run out. It's 148 for 5.
Look at the celebrations from Haroon Khan. I think Ali Abbas is just trying to say to his younger teammates, keep a lid on it, keep calm till we get over the line. The game is not done. Well, he's injured, but he's not unbowed. What a sensationally brave effort and great technique from the keeper.
Yeah, good throw.
Also from the umpire, the finger was almost up before the veils are off.
Yeah.
On your way. What commitment, though, too, with the dive.
Strategically, I don't know. I understand there's a chance they can mess that run out up, but good fielding conditions as far as you shouldn't get a fumble. The keeper's got the gloves. Yeah. Hindsight's 20/20, so maybe it was worth the risk, but now with Mood, you feel the chances go with him.
Haroon Khan was pumped up, Vinny.
Yeah, why wouldn't he be?
Wow.
Good keeping, because he didn't have to rush. He just had to catch the ball.
18 off 4 now, Vin.
That hurts as well. It's called a no ball for off the pitch. Well, I got to say, I didn't see it. Maybe it was for something else.
He's looking for the review, isn't he?
Let's have a look. Is it for the foot or is it for off the pitch? Let's have a look. It was a no ball for front foot. See? It's a no ball front foot. See, yeah, front foot, no ball.
Well, I'm just glad that wasn't given for off the pitch, because it clearly wasn't off the pitch.
And it was. So free hit. I think I'm running on anything here. Oh, he gets knocked over, but it's not out because the free hit.
He went for the celebration. Oh,
that's not out because you gotta set the stumps up and then knock them over again. So this won't be out, even though he knocks the stumps and they're already on the ground. So it's like all 3 stumps are out of the ground. You got to set the stumps up, and it's not out. So yeah, he won't be out.
Just one thing we do need to check, Vinny. I'm pretty certain it's 3 balls to go. It should be not out. It's a free hit. Yeah, so he's going to go back. It's definitely a free hit. He hasn't attempted a run here. It can't be run out. The ball is dead. But just one more thing to confirm. It's 17 to win off 3. Ahmed should get another chance. Haroon Khan is trying to celebrate, but it's not going to matter because of the front foot no ball.
Yeah, so he's not bowled because it's a free hit. And the reason he's not run out, even though he touches the stumps, it's like, imagine if all 3 stumps are out of the ground, you can't just hit a stump that's not where it's set up. So,
and they weren't attempting a run anyway.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, they weren't looking for a run. He was kind of just wandering.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
17 to win off 3.
Now or never. Boundary or bust for the Power. Ooh. That's a good take.
Great keeping.
That's a really good take.
If that runs away for 5, it's game on again. It's 12 off 3, but he does so well, Vivek here. Vivek Garg, just one hand on it. And it's going to be 16 now off 3. 2 Maximos and a 4 would do it, Vinny.
150's up. And it looks like it won't be enough. goes. I don't think he's got the distance. Just got to keep it in the field of play. And they're only going to run one. I suppose even a two means you're relying on extras. So been brave from the power. Gives it everything, just doesn't get the timing.
Yeah, curious running between the wickets because just almost kind of watched it be dropped.
Yeah.
Maybe they think Saeed is the man, but they're going to need help. They're going to need the no ball.
They're going to need help. Swinging at everything here. Slow ball well bowled and just locks him up. And he'll go through for a single. I think there's still a ball to go and no one's realised that this game's had everything. And it's only a 9-over match. Maybe we should make all the games 9 overs. Save 10%.
That's the innovation.
10% off the new
N9. Go and trademark it now.
Yeah,
Vinny.
well, what a game though. Got a feel for the power, but St Gallen have earned the victory. And this is launched up in the air. I wouldn't even be touching this if I'm honest. It goes and it's going to be 6 Maximo to finish. They'll get 158. So in a game that was only 18 overs long, my quick count, 323 runs. So it is an incredible start to the day. At St Gallen, they win 2 on the spin. Power, you got to feel for them because they had injury issues. They tried so hard. Ali Abbas, though, he only cares about one thing. He gets the W in what is a very tightly contested competition.
He lives and breathes every ball. As Ali Abbas is now holding his hands to his head. He can't believe what he's just witnessed, but ultimately St Gallen have got over the line by 6 runs. A contest that had a little bit of everything. It was a fine start from Safiatullah with that beautiful moustache. 2 4s and 2 6s for him. Asad Mahmood, he couldn't get any over the rope, but he did pick up 4 boundaries before he was so nearly run out here. That was one of the stunning bits of fielding, just the edge of the mat. Cost him a run out, and there was the bravery on show. Maybe the finger might need to go into plaster. That was all a trapped LBW by Musa Ahmedzai, cannoning into leg stump. Good decision for me. Yeah. But then Faraz Virt came out and he smashed it everywhere.
He did. I mean, that's what you need to do in a even shorter than the short form game. You need to be able to come and hit boundaries straight away. And these batters on this pitch, they're pretty comfortable doing that. That was almost lights out for our broadcast, luckily. And Martha was okay. That's why he takes very good care of her hands. You never know when you might need them.
Good cuticles.
And, yeah, that was very important as well, that catch, because Assad went. But yeah, the boundaries kept on coming. They just had a way to keep this game alive, the power. Every time it looked like it slipped beyond what was possible.
Yeah, 5 6s too for Ansarullah Safi, who played a really impactful innings. He made 37 off just 14, but that was a massive, massive moment. Such a good catch of Faraz Virt held by Haroon Khan. There was some good footwork too, fittingly, given we're in the shadow of the big stadium for St Gallen FC. But there were some good catches held in the deep. And then ultimately, despite Osama Mahmood's little cameo with that broken finger, 14 he made off just 4 deliveries. He was run out, and from there, it was really all over. Yeah. Didn't they roar with delight, St Gallen?
Yeah, it means so much to these players. Remember, we haven't been back here since 2020. That was one, if you had time over, I think you don't even take a single run there, because Osama Mahmood, he's a recognised bat. He's normally the opener. And even though this one was sent into the heavens, it was a little bit too little too late. And despite whacking 158, batting second in a reduced game, Power walk away empty-handed. Geneva, they started yesterday in their ECS campaign with 2 good wins. It's Cossonay that they'll be taking on. Cossonay, their first appearance. Good to see our very own Andrew Ryan in there, out of the commentary box and into the middle. Rhino making his first appearance as a player since 2020, but they've got some good players. Cossonay, Arjun Vinod in there with his brother Ashwin, Wazim Javane behind the stumps. Aiden Andrews likely to open up with Jason in there, but they will have to wait because Geneva, they won the toss, they elected to bat. They've got some good players as well, don't they? Watch out for Idris Huck at the top of the order. That match is only 8 minutes away, although I think we might have a slight extension, so maybe we'll start 5 minutes behind. So maybe we'll be back in about 10 minutes for that. Looking at the scorecard, though, no one gets a 50, but they still get over 150, a sign that the Power, they've got a lot of good hitters. Lenny, 43 off 14. Virt stole the show. Safi with 37 off 14. Got to say that Osama Mahmood really brave to go out there, and even the way he dived for his crease. I mean, these guys, they are so passionate about the cricket. They leave everything on the line. But in the end, they fall just short. 7 runs to the margins. We look at the bowlers, bit of carnage there, but they just sneak in, they get the job done. 4 wicket takers in there.
Yeah, Carnaggio, Aplenty, Ahmedzai, Kagiani, Mohammed and Safi all picked up a wicket each, but look at the economy rates. I'm not sure any of the bowlers will be too pleased with their efforts. Someone who will be pleased though, it's Ali Abbas. His side have got it done. They're giving him heart palpitations out there, but that is St. Gallen's 4th win. It means that they actually go top of the table on net run rate past the Zurich Nomads. And the good news is our next game, it's just 10 minutes away, Vinny. St. Gallen CC beat Paris CC by 7 runs.
That'll be a really good one, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that start in about 10, as we just said. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Leonard. We'll see you after this break for more European Cricket Series.
Here we are with St. Gallen Cricket Club at Mount Sentis, the highest mountain in East Switzerland with a height of 2,500 meters, looking over 4 different countries. What an unusual place to play cricket.
Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. Time for match number 27 here. It is day 6 action. Hopefully the rain stays away because there's one team that we haven't seen so far and we'll see them here in the second match of the day. Geneva we saw yesterday for the first time, but it's Cossonay, the 11th team to appear. They're the 2 teams to take part in this match. Now I do have some toss news that Geneva, they won the toss and they've elected to bat. Looking forward to seeing some of their guys as well. Idris Haq had a really good day yesterday. They had a lot of guys that could smash the ball. They whacked 170 last time we saw them. But I was really impressed with their bowling. I think Karim's a bit of a concern. He broke down with the groin yesterday. But I've got to say, Jamil Jabakil, he really bends the ball. And I think in these conditions, he will need that swing because we know that the batters have had a pretty good time so far. Cossonay, though, they've got some very good players, including the ECN's very own Jason and also Ashwin Vinod. Their captain, Arjun Vinod, he made a very good 66 in the Valletta Cup final only 3 weeks ago. And Arjun is over here. So, Arjun, why don't you come in? And firstly, I want to say welcome to the competition. You must be excited to be playing back in the European Cricket Series. Yeah. And so how do you think you're going to go? You're the last team to arrive, but we're really happy to see you.
No, we're really excited. We've been watching from home in the last, since the beginning of the tournament, and really excited to be here. Unfortunately, the weather is not too great this morning, but we're confident that we can make an impact straight away. So.
Yeah, that would be obviously great for you to get off on the right foot. How far is Cossonay away from this ground, just to give some of our viewers an idea?
I think it's about 2.5, 3 hours maybe. About 3 hours drive from Cossonay. So yeah, it's been a long. Some of us have been traveling since last night, but some just came this morning. So it's been a long drive for some of us. So yeah.
Well, one name I didn't mention, our very own Andrew Ryan. He's often with me in the commentary box. Can't wait to see him out there. Best of luck for the game, and I hope you have a great time.
And just a little something before we go. That's from Cossonay, and that's number 23 for Mr. Maximo. So here you go.
My favourite number as well. Well, I try not to be biased, but I got to say that these new kits. Remember last time in the ECS they were playing in white. So times have changed. Yeah. I'm going to wear this with pride. Big thank you. Best of luck for the series. Let's get ready for the first ball. Yeah. Andrew Leonard will take you there, and they will be fielding first because Geneva, they've won the toss. They're going to bat in match 27.
Well, 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 what a gift to get. And if I'm a bona fide Winterthur fan, I suspect that Vinny Sandhu is now a Cossonay fan for life. So I wonder which one of our 2 teams will go better throughout this competition. Cossonay, well, we've no idea because they're the only team yet to play a game. The 11th and final of the teams here at the European Cricket Series to come into action. We're all set for the first ball. Aidan Andrews will bowl it. And he starts with a little one that shapes away to be given as a wide outside the off stump. Definite movement on offer. It's a good looking kid, isn't it, that Vinny Sandhu's just been gifted. But you're very welcome along to today's coverage. You might just be waking up. A lazy start to your Saturday morning, maybe back in UK and Ireland or somewhere like that. We've had an action-packed start to the day with a rather extraordinary game. And the first runs come off the bat from the first legal delivery, pumped down the ground. Geneva have been very impressive thus far. But Cossonay come in with a big reputation too. Best part of 320 runs earlier on in just an 18-over contest. We did lose 1 over to the rain per side, but this is a full 10-over clash. Big swing and a miss, nicely bowled by Aidan Andrews. Definite shape away from the right-hander, and every ball is getting a reaction, whether it's a dot or a wicket. I think Cossonay are pumped up to be here. They've waited for quite a while. I like the white strip down the playing trouser too. This one taken, oh yes, excellent catch right on the edge of the 30-yard circle, and it's the big wicket. It's Idris Haq who's made such an impact, and that had to be held. And it is Srinath Sripatharamam who holds an excellent catch. We had dinner with him last night, and he has made an immediate impact on his debut here in the European Cricket Series. What a catch. It's the big wicket too. This was travelling. He had to get up above his head, and excellent work. Yeah, right on the edge of the circle. And didn't he love it? Celebrates. I'm not sure about the high five technique after. But Kosane strike, and they strike early. We heard they've got a good bowling attack. But there it was the fielders. You have to remember this Geneva side unbeaten. They've only played 2 games, but their 2 wins have been massive ones with a net run rate of plus 4.7. They'll bring their captain to the crease much earlier than he would have liked it. Answer Mahmood will come in at number 3 as Idris ul Haq, one of the batters that we feel is possibly going to threaten that fantastic 4 that are leading the run scoring charts. Well, he's gone early. He's gone for 4. He can't quite believe it. He's got his hands on his hips down pitch side. Still can't quite understand how he's being dismissed. This one goes over the offside. Could be another chance. Taken! I think it's Jay Singh as well, isn't it? Well, 2 players with European Cricket Network connections have taken the 2 catches. And Kosane on fire to start with. Sensational stuff for the men in blue. Vinny Sandhu will be happy. And look at this, a little bit of shape away. Very ambitious stroke from the first delivery. And the man placed perfectly for it. He didn't quite get it cleanly. I think he'll claim later that he did. But Jay Sin, he holds on. And Derek the Duck makes an early golden duck appearance. The last thing any captain wants to see. He's going to have to trudge off. We've got another chance at a hat-trick. Well, we've had, maybe 25, 26 attempts at them throughout the 5 days of action thus far. But given that Vinny Sandhu was just given a jersey, gifted a jersey with number 23 on the back, could the 23rd hat-trick of the year belong to a player from Kosane? Aidan Andrews is the one who's got his chance to go up onto the Hall of Fame. And it's the very stylish Roshan Pereira who's got that Chris Gayle-esque floppy bandana coming out the back of his helmet. Just adds to the quality of the style, almost makes him look like a warrior. The left-hander will have to shape up to what will likely be an in-swinging delivery if Andrew sticks with his stock delivery, which looks to be the right arm outswinger. Are we finally going to have the hat-trick hoodoo broken? This could be the moment. 2 brilliant catches taken. Look out for the front pad being struck into by an in-swinger, maybe the stumps castle. Here comes the hat-trick ball. Oh, what an anti-climax. I think Pereira wants a wide. He's not going to get it. It just never really swung, did it? Started a little bit too wide. Definitely not a wide. Good decision by the umpire. And Pereira, possibly because it's the hat-trick ball. And look at him getting down the track. He wants to come at Andrews, doesn't he? That's what he does. Chance out in the deep. Dropped. And dropped over the rope for 6. Well, he didn't catch the first one cleanly, Jay Singh. He's got to get back to the European Cricket Network head offices with catching like that. Part of the team that helps the Blue Crew organise all these events. Oh, I think that should have been taken. He can't believe it. We'll replay that one again and again and again. It's a Maximo to end the first over. And we're so nearly at that special landmark of 50 days to go as the Euros of Cricket are 51 days away. So looking forward to that. 6 groups of 5 teams. And the Netherlands 11 who will advance automatically to the final. 31 teams in total battling out for the Euros of Cricket as I welcome Vinny Sandhu to come and join me. Vinny, well, we've had an action-packed first game and we've had a very action-packed first over. It should well and could well have been 3 wickets in it.
It could have been. I think what Jay's trying to do there, catch it and hand it off to Ashwin Vinod, who, by the way, is also part of the ECN crew. But, I mean, he got to do the first thing first. And with the slippery ball, just slipped straight through his fingers. Not an easy one because it was to his side. I mean, it's not easy catching conditions at all. Anyway, speaking of Ashwin Vinod, here he is to bowl over number 2. We saw Ashwin playing for the Swiss national team, opening the bowling a fair bit in the Valletta Cup. And, Kosane making the most of their first over. What about the catch from Srinath first up?
Belter.
That was still on the way up. Anyway, Pereira's warmed up with a Maximo. Here's Ashwin.
Oh, and so nearly chops on. Ahmedzai is going to get off the mark with a scampered single. I think the throw might have gone to the wrong end there.
Yeah, I'm going bowlers in there as a keeper. Would have been gone by half the pitch. As it is, I think this probably still would have been out if he'd hit at the closer end. Yeah, he would have been gone. So Kosane, they've been waiting 6 days to get into the competition. Certainly have brought the action so far. We've only had 7 balls in this match.
Down the leg side will be given as a wide. Yeah, Geneva, you remember, their 2 wins, probably 2 of the biggest wins of the comp, the way in which they went about it, but they've been rocked early here. Are we seeing Kosane maybe throw their hat into the ring? It's very, very hard to call a tournament favourite, let alone the tournament's top 5.
So what you're going to get from Kosane is a kind of sort of professionalism. I've got a bit of an expression saying you don't have to be paid to play cricket to be professional and to kind of do those things. You can see the way they approach their warm-up, the way they have their chats. You know, they're going to give it a good crack here.
And certainly the talk from Andrew Ryan, we were lucky to have dinner with him last night, really entertaining. He works for International Basketball Federation. There he is, number 3.
There he is, that's Rhino.
But he was telling us the bowling is really their strength.
Yeah, that's true. They've just got some good cricket brains in there, some good cricket skills. Yeah, Rhino in the blue. You know what? Here's a little bit of trivia for you. Kosane are one of only 2 teams to play in the European Cricket Series that have played in whites. Wow. So back in 2020.
Like a bit of traditionalism.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, well, this is another dodgy run. Oh, even if the keeper takes that, might have been half a chart. Yeah, so back in 2020, again, it was things in those times. It wasn't easy to get colour kits on short notice as well during the pandemic. Look at this. Wasim Javed wasn't able to get in good position because it happened so quickly. Sometimes we'd use the pink ball when they would play, but they would play against a team playing in coloured kit. So you had one against the other back then.
Yeah, love that.
By the way, just a bit of European cricket trivia. The other team to do that were Intellectuals, who played in Alicante in 2021 series, also played in 2020.
That's now banned, I presume, is it?
Yes.
It's gone. You can't rock up in the whites.
Pretty much. But I mean, I don't think we had a lot of notice, actually. But Intellectuals are famous, not in an ECN game, but in one cricket, for having 5 batters out, hit wicket in one game. Anyway, this is smashed, and it's straight down the ground, and it's out of here. Maximo as Pereira. He's come out at 4, and he's bossed it from the very first ball. This is a great shot.
Yeah, really nice wrist work, and he goes towards Ali Abbas there. He was just taking in the warmth, the glow, the afterglow of that victory.
Had to fight for it though, didn't they?
Oh, didn't they just? You're in all sorts of trouble with probably particularly 2 overs to go. You just felt that maybe the Paris CC had nudged ahead. Just be a single to close out the second over. Score all the 2s on the board with Richie Benno having a look down at us. 22 for 2.
Yeah, and well, Rhino, no, he's a bit of a Richie Benno fan as well. What about his fielding? There's a little bit of the Jonty Rhodes in this, but this Rhino, his first ever in the series, gives it everything. And like, yeah, sure, he might have brought more rain with that underarm with the air mails over the keeper. But yeah, 22, the score. As we look at the table, Kosane, they've got some climbing to do, but they plan on doing it still with 10 games in hand, of course.
And look at who's top of the pile with that victory after this morning. St. Gallen have gone above the Zurich Nomads on net run rate. It's remarkably congested. Maybe the only 2 teams in real trouble or real danger right now. Firstly, because of the 4 defeats, but secondly, because of their net run rates. Zurich Lions and Winterthur, they need to get winning with just half of their matches remaining.
Now, Rhino correctly said that Kosane are one of 2 undefeated teams in the tournaments, having not played yet. But Alton, who we haven't seen since day 1, you haven't actually seen them yet. They'll be here for games 3 and 4 today.
Get into the offside, going to be 4. He's very stylish, Pereira. Love that Chris Gale bandana coming out of the back of the helmet, and he's batting a bit like Christopher Henry right now. 4 more to the total.
Yeah, don't blush, baby. Look at the way that he just gets 3 or 4 metres down the track, not doing it by halves, and that's a proper swing of the bat. So it's one thing to charge, but staying balanced while you're doing that isn't particularly easy.
Yeah, I love watching anyone who emulates Christopher Henry Gale. What an icon of our game. Down the track again. He's really trying to go at the medium pacers, isn't he? Just trying to get some impact and hit down the ground.
Trying to throw him off. And remember, he was dropped. Difficult chance early in his innings. Looks a bit sore there, doesn't he, Roshan? But the bowlers will be feeling a bit more sore if he keeps going the way he's going. They've got mid on, mid off pretty straight in the circle. They've got a wideish long on back round here.
Not timed. Should be a chance at mid-wicket and taken. Well, Cossonay, you call them professional. That's exactly what they're proving to be. They've got 3 in the power play. You do that in T20 eyes, you win over 90% of your games. I'm sure it's no different in 10-over cricket. They are cock-a-hoop, Cossonay.
Yeah, Anmol Prabhu takes the catch, and it didn't quite get out to the outfield. They had the trap set there for Pereira. He tried to go up and over the top. Didn't really care where the fielders were. He wanted to hit a 6. That Prabhu swallows it. And Cossonay, okay, tough one goes down, but they've taken 3 very good catches. You can see he looks despondent as he walks off with his team. Geneva, 26 for 3.
Well, that is a long, slow trudge off the crease. Maybe he's just delaying it a touch so the next batter can get ready. As his bat had to come out of the case, he's going to jog on now. In comes Joseph Moses, who's got Zahid on the back. That did confuse me yesterday. I think I was doing the Cossonay game, the Geneva game, opening by myself, but it is indeed definitely Joseph Moses, who enters our best name Hall of Fame for this competition.
Jomo comes out at number 5.
Randy Duplessis.
I didn't actually go through my list of favourite names, but probably I'll give you my top 3 in no particular order. There's Barty Banger, that plays for Albano in Italy. He's one. As we see the captain in the foreground, Ansa Mahmood. I don't know if there's something going on there. Maybe.
I think Roshan Pereira is trying to say he's been injured by that stroke he attempted on the arm.
It was 2 balls before when he hit that on the charge. He pulled up and wasn't looking particularly good, was he?
Looks really bad, yeah. Oh, we've had a few today.
Yeah, you got to, especially in these conditions, you got to warm up. You got to be ready to go. You know, it's super important.
What Cossonay were doing for about 45 minutes prior to the start.
How about Aiden Andrews? 3 for 15 on his entry, and he's just looks like a good tight medium pacer. Will shake the ball a little bit. And now Moses has to face him with half an over to go on the power play.
Swing and a miss, just short of it. Length.
So my top 3 that always stick out.
Give them to me.
Barty Banger.
Yeah, love that.
Who's a
not Sanjay
fast
Banger.
bowler.
Not Sanjay Banger. Barty
Banger. Just has a good. The double B has a good ring to it. Also, Nems Magazine, who played for Pulls and Guardians in the Czech series last year.
Was that magazine spelt like a publication?
Yeah.
Might not have the strength to get to the rope. Will be a couple.
We think that he was kind of ambiguous with the pronunciation, but he was of Zimbabwean descent, so I feel like it might have been pronounced slightly differently. But on the screen,
he was happy with magazine.
Nems Magazine, a bit like Labuschagne, that's not really how it's said.
It's Labuschagne, isn't
probably my favourite though, and actually, we've actually got his wife playing in the women's series for Malta at the moment, concurrently. Is Bristow Baby, and his last name is Baby. And he said, yes, my father's name is Mr. Baby. So Bristow Baby, they're my top 3, no particular order, but I think Joseph Moses is right up there with it. As we get to the end of 3, and it's good power play for Cossonay. Keep it below 10s and 3 big wickets, 28 for 3 after 3.
Well, there was an IPL cricketer called Sachin Baby. Genuinely.
Right?
Yeah, Sachin Baby. So I suspect possibly some kind of a Sachin Tendulkar tribute. But yeah, he didn't have a bad record either. Averaged over 40 in list A cricket. Played for RCB, Sunrisers Hyderabad, and the Rajasthan Royals. Yeah, I think he might have got really close to India selection at one point. Sachin Baby.
I love you could then have Sachin. You can have Baby Senior and Baby Junior. I love that.
Yeah, if he names his son Sachin Baby, he'll be Sachin Baby Junior.
You don't hear any names like, my name's John Elderly, do you? Because I always think
well, the one that always confused me growing up I used to watch a bit of golf. I watched all sports, but there was a golfer who was very good, Davis Love III.
Yeah.
And I could never really understand the third thing. And obviously my parents explained to me that it's
Roman numerals.
Yeah, he would have had a senior, a junior, and then he was the third. Big hit into the leg side. Going to be all the way for a
Maximo. Yeah, not so sure about veering around the wicket to the left hand and trying to cramp them for room, but if they can get their hands through it, and it's going to travel a long way, and it does.
Yeah, nice big hit. Great shot of the Kaiban Park in the background. Really looking forward to tomorrow, Vinny. 18,000 football fans.
Yeah.
About 150 metres away.
And 3 cricket fans on the park for St Gallen.
Oh, legends.
FC.
Cleans him up straight through. The angle does work. Vinod roars back. This tight professional bowling unit that Cossonay have right now. is threatening to blow Geneva away. They keep losing wickets.
Yeah, and so it works. I just think it's a bit of impatience going for this. Maybe didn't bounce as much as he thought, but there was a gap so wide you could have driven a truck through it, really, between bat and pad, and middle and off, it disturbed. So Ashwin Vinod sticks to his plan, and it works. And so that's 4 wickets now that are down for Geneva, 34 for 4.
Yeah, lovely to have you all with us today on what is now Saturday mid-morning Swiss time. I know it's probably mid-afternoon back in India, as we have a very happy Ali Abbas walking by us up here in the commentary box.
I'll give you one. Well, you don't have John Elderly, but I'll give you an English Test cricketer. How about Chris Old?
Chris Old, yeah, good
So
shape.
he's old, and so when he was a baby, he was already old.
Chris Broad too, very broad man.
Yeah.
ICC match referee now.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's descriptive. Young. There's been a few youngs that played.
Craig Young
Yeah.
opens the ball for Ireland, yeah. New man to the crease, Mohammadi. Well, he starts in style. It's not something you see too often. It's nearly gone onto the far bank. Vinny, that's a gigantic blow.
I just think this is a cricket that you play in your dreams. When you lie down at night, imagine taking your first ball and putting it about 90 metres to 100 metres away from where you're hitting it. And this is the players can do that here. It's quite incredible. What a shot to start.
Vinny, it's much further to that bank than the other
Oh,
bank.
yeah.
And that's nearly gone all the way early to the bank. That's got to be 90 plus easy. Tries to repeat the dose. Big swing and a miss this time.
We've gone 6 wickets, 6 dot in this over. We once had an over that was wicket 6, wicket 6, wicket 6. That was actually at the Carnmore Oval. It was either that or 6 wicket, 6 wicket, 6 wicket, 3 for 18.
3 for 18, yeah.
In that order.
Oh, another big swing and a miss.
And it's so hard sometimes to draw the line between aggressive and reckless. I think that a couple of these shots are on the other side of it, especially when you see the Mohammadi's kind of hitching his wagon to going leg side no matter what. There's heaps of gaps over point and through the offside, but he's just not that interested.
That should be given as a wide outside the off stump. Just looking at those run rates, we'll get the graphic at some point back on the screen, Vinny, but certainly really has blown us away how extreme the disparity was to 2020, and I think it's a good comparison, for the progress of Swiss cricket. That's going to be now a no ball as it's hit the side of the wicket and rightly signalled.
I think that what he's saying is this is my rolling leg cutter, so it wasn't the edge of the pitch that it hit.
No chance.
But, see, that's
deception, wasn't it? I thought
yeah,
it hit the side of the pitch at
I
first.
could see how he rolled it out of his fingers. So, again, see, for me, that's pretty conclusive. But anyway, it'll be a free hit. They're going to swing it anyway, I guess. Here we go.
Goes into the sky. Won't be out if it's caught, remember, so the catch doesn't matter. Dropped anyway.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to claim it that Jay knew. I don't think he knew. Bullet arm in over the top. Nearly affects the run out. He's dropped 2. One of them counted. One of them didn't.
And the thing is, I'm sure that he doesn't drop this on purpose. But yeah, now he's telling everyone there's a free hit. Because I actually think he was worried. I actually don't think he knew it was a free hit.
I don't think at the time
it's got to
he
be a
knew.
one short as well.
Bullet arm, wasn't it? Yo. Good throw in.
Yeah, that was like a big one short. I wasn't even watching for that. That was the end, but I don't know if we had the turning for the first run. Wow, everything's going on here.
I think he's got away with it.
They've
There
got away
are
with
those
it.
run rates, Vinny. So
Yeah.
it was less than 10 back in 2020. I know it's a different venue, different
The same venue,
but
yeah.
maybe different conditions.
Different times.
Yeah, but look at that development progress. The quality of the hitting, it's moved on a long way.
It's a trend across European cricket. The scores have been going up. Well, I guess all cricket, not just European cricket. But these guys have got more skills. They're backing themselves. You know, some of the play, maybe teams used to have 2 or 3 guys that could hit the ball consistently for sixes, and now we're seeing 6, 7, 8 guys in teams that can bang the ball, and it just makes for a more exciting experience for everyone that takes it in.
Probably part of the evolution of the 10 over game as well. People understand their role a bit better. That's significantly wide down the leg side. They've gone for an appeal. I don't think he's anywhere near this, Vinny.
No, I agree. Let's have a look at it. They like it because it kind of looks like it deflects, but it just swings. It seems up there, see? So it's swinging away after it bounces. And I don't think the bowler is on board with it, but sometimes you got to...
Long way away.
Yep.
No deflection there. Good take though from the keeper. Change of
Bowler.
angle now, round the wicket. Better line. And He helped away for a single. I suppose the evolution of that 10 over game that I'm talking about, it's probably a little bit more selflessness.
Yes.
More playing for the team, understanding that you hit from ball one, you don't take 2 balls to get in.
So it's really hard to get your head around this. But, guys will go out there, open the batting, get caught at long on or long off first ball and shrug it off, and they'll just say, okay, it's part of the game. To be that unselfish is you need to have that team first mentality, and that's what good teams do.
That's massive. That's going to be 6 from the moment that it left the bat. Mohammadi, he's already hit one very close towards the bank, and that one, it's only, maybe a foot short. Huge hit again.
Well, to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen the captain Arjun Vinob with his off spin. I think that he's a good matchup to the left-hander. We've seen a succession of kind of right arm around into the hitting arc, and it's worked a couple of times. Sometimes they've been able to keep them quiet when they've kept it outside the off stump, but seems to me like a no-brainer to bring on Arjun, and I'd be highly surprised if I didn't see him in the next over.
Yeah, no sign of Jay Singh yet either, who's obviously known for his bowling too. This goes down the ground and all the way for 6 more. Back-to-back 6s. Geneva fighting back. It's been all Kosane really for the first 4 overs, but that's a big hit.
Yeah, case in point, this one, which is, again, just kind of hit with the angle. You can see when the ball goes into the clouds, it's not particularly easy to see, so that's what the fielders are dealing with at the moment as well. Agarwal has come on here in over number 5. 15 off the first 3 balls. Needs to pick it back. Mohammadi's away. Now gets cramped for room. Missing wakes up by a mile. They think of throwing. They do throw, but it'll be just 1 leg bite of the total.
He's unlucky there, isn't he? Because Mohammadi likes that arc into the leg side clearly, and that was there to be hit, but just lost his shape, almost trying to overhit. That's probably another part of the artistry of batting in 10 over cricket, particularly when you have these 50-metre boundaries. You don't need to hit it 20 metres over them.
That's right.
If you get enough of it, you're going to get the same reward.
But if you've got a quicker ball, that's something that it can be even more effective. If you've got something that's still a little bit extra, that seemed like one from Agarwal, just rushed onto Mohammadi. He's very late on it.
The old-fashioned effort ball, isn't it? Still chilly here, probably about 14 degrees, something like that, but the rain has disappeared, which is such great news. Big swing and a miss, slower ball to close out the 5th over, so the score 61 for 4.
That just bounces too much. Looped over the bails. Good slow ball, so good variations there. As we get to the halfway point of the innings, I want to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, here with Andrew Leonard, and welcoming you to day 6 in this European Cricket Series. First time we've seen Kosane since 2020. Great to see some familiar faces out there from the ECN team as well. And I've got to say, I was commentating with Rhino in Sweden, and he, ever since I said the new kits look good, he's delivered on it. He's given me a Kosane shirt.
Nice
now,
kit.
I am neutral, but I will wear this with pride.
He's not neutral. Listen to him. He's not. I'm a Winter Thor fan. Vinny's a Kosane fan. It's just the reality.
I just want everyone to have a good time and for
Me
no
too.
one to get hurt. Are you having a good time, by the way?
Well, apart from that, I've got if people think I'm getting fat, I am maybe.
Yeah.
5 layers on. It is freezing up here. I don't know how you're wearing 2.
Can't believe you're Irish. But you're half Greek, I suppose.
Half Greek.
It
I like
makes
the
sense.
heat. I lived in Dubai, remember?
Hey, why don't you give us a message as well if you're watching? We'd love to get you. I'd love to get a few lurkers to send us a message. Let us know where you're watching from. It's the weekend, so let's party. It's a cricket extravaganza here on ECN. All right, now here we go. We're going to go to over number 6.
Could be a chance, but he's not going to be able to get there. The long on fielder, Jay Singh, he's been everywhere, hasn't he? He's caught 1, he's dropped 2, and I'm going to tell him after the game he's dropped 2. He can't claim he's only dropped 1 because Ahmedzai, who's come in
1.5.
He's going to come in and bowl these little tweakers.
Tahir Khan Ahmedzai.
This has gone straight up. This should be taken. The keeper goes back and holds on. Very, very well judged by Wasim Javed. That's a good catch in Geneva. They've lost their 5th.
Yeah, so instead of the off spinner, they go to the leg spinner. So I'm a little bit surprised, but it works, doesn't it? This is just a mistimed slog sweep. Again, a little bit late on it, goes high. Keeper does well here because when you're under the lid, it's very hard to track it straight away. And then he calls the other fielder off it and just, tracks it. It's a lot more difficult than it looks because, when you're under the helmet, you just don't have that reference point. It's very difficult to catching a high ball in the outfield, but he tracked that one nicely. And Geneva, on the ropes a bit, 62 for 5.
Vinny, one thing I loved about that reverse angle replay, you might have noticed in the background, Tahir Khan Ahmed's eye, I'm almost certain, I'm not the best lip reader. As soon as the ball went off the top edge, he was saying, please, please, please. Something I used to do.
What are you going to say? He was going to say.
No, he was praying.
Yeah.
He was just praying for it to be hung on to, and the keeper did his job, Wasim Javed. Also a good lesson for a young spinner here. Whatever the format you're playing, try to turn the ball.
Yeah.
The reason he got that wicket was it's dipped a bit on him because of the revolutions on it, the extra bounce that's come along with those revolutions, that's caused the errant shot, top edge goes up, he gets the reward. Turn the ball if you're a slow bowler. So crucial, whatever pace you're bowling at.
Very well said. And yeah, you are our kind of leg spinning expert. I actually think you're the first leg spinner we've had
Is
in
that
ECN
right?
commentary. We've had
There we
Graham
are.
Swan, an offie.
Yeah. He turned it, in fairness.
Yep. Oh,
That's
all
the
right.
bouncer. That's the Shane Warne tribute ball.
Did you wish you had this one in your arsenal? Did you ever
I never bowled it, Vinny, I
just try
promise you.
and try it? Well, he's caught a wide. Is this for height? Oh, that's not wide for height. Width?
It's a one for the over, though.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Gee. Good keeping, by the way.
nicely bowled. Now that plugs into probably the forearm, maybe the glove. Far too much doubt for the umpire to get
Is
that
this
out.
close? I don't know. I kind of like this. First up. Pitches on. Straightens. Or maybe not straightening up. Yeah, bounces. Yeah, a bit of a mess, really. Can't give that.
Drag that one down, and I think it's flicked the thigh patch.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a wide.
I think
They
so.
should get back for what will be given as two-leg buys, we suspect.
Just watching Wasim Javed keeping for the first time live. It's called wides in the end. He's got some tricks. Like I know the kind of keeper he is. He's quite flashy. It's a good thing. I'm supporting of it. Just little things, little technical things like that. Just needs to try and cover that down the leg side a bit better than he did. Snuck away for an extra. But yeah, looking forward to seeing him because he obviously really enjoys the job. Sometimes I think in European cricket, because of the amount of teams we've got, some guys are kind of forced, not quite gun to the head, put the gloves on, but they're not that enthusiastic about it. But I can tell that Wasim loves his keeping. So looking forward to seeing him over the next week or so.
Yeah, very difficult conditions, just on the subject of wrist spin and leg break bowling. Whenever it's damp, to get a grip on the ball is not easy. Ryan puts it down. Oh, I don't know how to describe that. It was like the Leaning Tower of Pisa that just collapsed and he couldn't hold on.
Well, repair your divots. There'll be a crater at mid-wicket for the rest of this series. Look at this. Rhino comes off his feet and then tries to take it. I think that's Queensland style. And in the end, he crushes the ball in the follow-through. Anyway, we'll see if it comes back to bite them.
Was it the Sydney Harbour Bridge or was it the Leaning Tower of Pisa?
I will say something positive, though, on that. 69 for 5 after 6. It's not the worst drop that Rhino has given us on ECN, because back in 2020, he'd been commentating and doing a great job because he is a very, very good commentator. And there were some times when he's commenting a bit of how can you possibly drop that, and then he dropped an absolute sitter, and you could just see on his face that he knew he was going to get it. But you know what, Rhino? Start at the bottom, work your way to the top, and I'm looking forward to maybe seeing him with the ball at some point. But right now we're going to get Jason to bowl for the first time. So yeah, not using the off spin of Arjun Vinod, the captain, but using some spin. And yeah, the leggy. I think it's really good that we got you in the box for your leg spin experience. And I agree, it seems a bit old-fashioned, but actually spin the ball. Try and do it. Not easy in these conditions, though.
By far the most important thing. You also, if you're a young captain watching on, love your leg spinners. You talk about loving your wicket keepers.
Yeah.
But give them that little bit of leeway. Give them as much protection as you can in the deep, whatever format you're playing, and encourage them to turn the ball and take wickets for you. You don't want them to turn into darts bowlers, and if they occasionally get hit for 20 or 30 and over, happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Looking forward to this now. Jay Singh coming in with his right arm medium fast and starts down the leg side.
Jay took a hat-trick back in the European Cricket Championship back in 2021, so that was a great moment for him. This would be the first time we've actually seen him playing on ECN since then, but he's a member of our ECN crew at the head office here in Switzerland, and occasionally will moonlight in the blue crew. Anyway, let's see how he goes if he can get on target now.
Punch down the ground. Does have a nice action, quite front on. Difficult, isn't it? Another thing I want to emphasise, we were talking about leg spin bowling a second ago, but for fast bowlers, you're running in off turf.
Yeah.
You then get to an artificial wicket that has a slight little ridge up to it because
Sure.
it's laid over a wooden,
Exactly.
wooden 8x4s that
Boards,
are in essence, boards. Thank you, that are covered then by the artificial wicket. You're also bowling in runners rather than spikes.
Yep.
So there's a lot of things going against you to be able to bowl really quickly and also indeed accurately.
Exactly. So can you pull it together? I mean, Jay does very well there, goes round the wicket, gets it up in the block hole. I think they're using him as a death bowling specialist in this innings at least. And so he'll be keeping it pretty full and straight.
This is a leg side. Might have been the attempted change up, the little leg cutter.
Wow.
I like that white strip on the legs.
No signal here. What's going on? There's got to be a wide.
Sorry, I just presumed it was a wide, Vinny. Sorry.
There's no way this cannot be a wide. Because if he's hit it, he's out. Because it's taken, right? So it's got to be a wide.
That has to be a wide.
It's got to be a wide. They'll probably have to just score that as a wide and add a ball onto the over here, because that's a wide in anyone's language. And maybe they've made that change. But yeah. Yeah, so I think that has been done.
Just teasing us, aren't they, Vinny?
Because it's not even one of those that you
keeping
can,
us on our toes.
It's not one of those that you can say like, it flicked his pad or something. And we all missed it. So yeah, I think that is sorted out. Anyway, Jay, been a bit hit and miss so far. Maybe each team will get 10 games, so he can kind of work his way in. Because they have their fixtures kind of clumped together.
Big hit, oh lovely, right out of the screws. That's got a long, long way. Right up out of the facility, Vinny. And Singh, well, he's had a mixed day. He took an excellent catch, put down a couple, and that is monstrous.
And he's a lightning rod for action, isn't he, Jason? That will be a low point, I suppose. I think he's got a ball to go here as well, because I've got that as...
Well, that's with the wide.
Yeah,
I think the umpires in the middle are saying, well, no, it's the over. We didn't give it as a wide. The leg spinner wants to bowl, and now Singh is being told, you might have just gone the distance. You've got another one to bowl.
Yeah, he's
Come back to me, says the headmaster.
Yeah, and that's just what he's going to
call back into the headmaster's office there, Vinny, isn't it?
Yeah, but anyway, you know what he does do on a positive? He's got another opportunity to take a wicket. I know at this stage, less balls is better to bowl.
He's got another opportunity to be smashed out of the ground, Vinny.
Can he fight back against Jabberkill? He's dancing around.
Gone for all money. The wide's going to cost 7. And that is a big hit. It's a mini banker, not all the way up on the full, but it gets there. And Singh, well, he looks shell-shocked. What a shot.
Oh, cat in the hot tin rooster from Jamil Jabberkill, who just absolutely pulverizes this one. And look at that. Footwork pre-delivery, but then just stands still and absolutely crushes that one into the over. 87 for 5.
Getting a few spidey senses as I'm joining you longer and longer, Vinny. I'm just taking a look at the fixtures that are right now in action. Greece, they beat Romania earlier.
You're very proud
to see the
proud of the girls.
Yeah, and coming up next, Isle of Man against Malta women. You can watch that live on the ECN network in about 20 minutes time.
That's
something
right.
in that vicinity. Great to see the women coming into their own too. And full T20Is, official T20Is, ranking points on the line as Ahmedzai is going to bowl his second, the leg spinner. This is hit into the leg side. Chance right on the rope and taken. Now that's well judged. And Kosane, I have to say they needed that because the partnership was just starting to build between Jabberkill and Moses, but Moses couldn't get going, and now he's gone.
Well, it's a no-no from Jomo, who's got a go-go, and that's Ashwin Vinod, who stands tall on the boundary, robs him of the Maximo. And so, yeah, once again, I'm liking the bowling of Tahir Khan Ahmedzai with his leg spin. A second wicket for him, 87 for 6.
Yeah, really good stuff. And I think when T20 cricket first came along, I know we're half the length of that with 10 over contests. There was such a concern and a worry about spin bowling. And it's ended up being almost the polar opposite. Spin bowlers have dominated. They really have. I'm not sure it's still the case, but at one point I think 9 of the top 10 bowlers in the ICC T20I rankings were not just spinners, but they were mystery or wrist spinners.
Yeah.
It's almost made spin more valuable, which for me, as a leggy, great to see.
You'd remember, you're not quite as old as me, but remember, short form cricket is the death of spinners.
Exactly.
Remember? Anyway.
And he's dominating here, isn't he? Ahmedzai, brilliant figures.
Anyone that's a bit weird, anyone that's a bit different, even faster bowlers that are a bit different, the Malinga action coming in, and Bumrah obviously has got a slightly different action. But yeah, wrist spinners that you can't pick, worth your weight in gold, especially if they're accurate.
Nicely bowled right full into the block hole. They'll get home for a single to get Mohammed, the new man, off the mark. Bilal Mohammed. What about his haircut, Vinny? What about the bowler's haircut?
Could work on that.
Very short
his
sides.
Bowling is better than his haircut, I will say that.
What's he asked for? Like, I don't have any hair to work with, so I don't know.
Actually,
how do you describe that?
It's a good old fashioned. It's the bowl shave, just a variation of the bowl cut.
Steered away. Thought about the big hit into the leg side, then checked his shot for a single. So you go in and you say as short as possible on the back and sides.
You put a bowl over my head and just shave around the bottom of it. Have you ever heard the old bowl cut?
Well, I think
the bowl cut is when in the old days.
I think I used to have them.
You used to have the bowl cut.
You're not putting this on stream, but I will show you off air, because people do occasionally ask me what I look like with hair. As this one's hit straight to mid-wicket. They're going to try dash a single. Direct hit would have been gone. But they will get home. People do ask me what I look like with hair, Vinny. And I think that is probably the bowl cut there, is it?
Oh, that's a proper bowl cut.
I'm not sending it to you. You're not putting it on the stream. I know what you're like.
You look a little bit like a hamster there, actually. That's what. Can we put that on the stream?
No, Vinny. I prefaced it. I prefaced it. There's the brothers, the three lads.
Were they running out of time? Because your brothers look fine. Let's just give the little one a go. just shear him and just get him out of here.
Is the smile the same?
Yeah, I think the ball due is my favourite version. 91 for 6 at the end of 8, and what a good spell that is from Tahir Ahmedzai. 2 for 12 off his 2 overs. So not just the 2 wickets, but the fact he only goes to run a ball.
Yeah, really, really good spell of bowling. And here we go. It's the moment we've been waiting for. You may well have tuned in specially for this. You'll have heard his voice before. What can he do, though, with the ball in his hand? We'll see Andrew Ryan come in. Is he the death specialist? Bowling the nasty 9th over?
I think maybe. Well, he's been bowling first change typically, but yeah, he bowled 5. He bowled in 5 matches back in 2020, and he had figures of 2 for 57 off 6 overs. So yeah, he's an option. I think everyone was worried that Rhino was going to actually bowl then, but he's not even holding the ball. So you can see what he's going to be. He's a good old-fashioned Queensland, good, honest, fast, medium trundler.
Well, Vinny, I think there's a bit of rage in this run-up. He's battling against the treadmill to get there, isn't he?
I also know Rhino has been trying to get his team around some extra special wicket celebrations. So let's see if we can bring the wicket here. It all happens in the 9th, and so Andrew Ryan, our very own, to bowl it.
Massive 6 from the moment it left the bat. That would have been, 6 anywhere in the world. Vinny, it's a full toss. He's looking for the wide block hole, but Jabberkeel is getting Geneva into this contest.
Yeah, and that's the difference. You miss your length by a little bit, probably misses it by half a metre to a metre, turns into a full toss, and it's adios pelota.
There was a great ping off the bat, wasn't there?
Just
right out of the middle.
Just broken the speed gun, though. That had a bit of heat on it. I hate to...
I love his run.
And everyone takes sides, but when I've spent so much time sitting next to someone, you got to kind of hope they have a good time. Jabberkeel's having a really good time, though. 24.
Well, we got the side-on view of that for some reason, and it's been clothed down to long on. Will just be a single. We missed the run-up, but I want to bring you this run-up.
Yeah.
The run-up it's vintage.
So he draws him wider. This is just a single. Yeah, but Rhino, he's professional in the box. He tries to be professional out there as well. He's up into his 40s now, Rhino, but he's still running in and giving it everything. Now, we'll get to bowl to Bilal Mohammed.
Oh dear. That is going to be a no ball, a free hit, an extra run that will be given as a bye.
I think this is
Ryan. He's battling a bit here.
I think this is the one that he tries to roll out as an off cutter, but of course with the pitch being so thin, actually maybe not. Maybe it was the other way, but it was definitely a slight variation.
Might have been the leg cutter.
Yeah, I think it was in the end on second view. But what it's done is got Jabberkeel back on strike and for a free hit. So he's right in the eye of the storm here, Rhino. The 100's up for Geneva, who despite not having too many things go their way in this innings, they fought their way to 100 with 10 balls remaining. Free hit.
And helped around the corner, going to be 6 more, and As you said, Vinny, it all happens in the 9th. Geneva with the 100 coming up. Are they coming into this contest?
Well, short answer, yes, especially against a team that haven't batted so far. But Maria Costner have got some good players as well. Right, I'll get a little bit of advice from Ashwin, who knows exactly how it feels. He was bowling earlier on this innings. Still, it's only half the over. You're right, you mentioned, that's a lot of work with FIBA, the basketball world body.
Projected score hovering around about par, maybe a little under. Need to get up to that 130 mark if they can. Oh, he's a special ball striker, but has he got enough of this? Yes, he has. And he's looking so good. He likes moving around the crease. Jabberkill. Andrew Ryan, he's bowled 4 deliveries. He's gone for 20.
He's gone magical already, Rhino. He'll need to fight back, but he's running out of time. Once again, offers a little bit of length. Hasn't quite nailed that Yorker yet. I think he might have missed it once too full, that time too short. And you can see there he knows it's not quite out of the middle for Jabberkill, but he's got to taste it. And that's not a rude gesture from Jabberkill. He's just asking how many to come. The answer is 2.
Pressure on the big man. He's gone for 20. Can he get out of this over? Can he get Jabberkill back into the hut?
Backing him in here.
Fits into the thigh. There's no thigh guard on there. You could hear the kind of fleshy noise. Who's going to get away with the leg bye?
Good result.
Maybe the worst delivery he bowled in the over too.
Yeah, well, Bodyline 2023 edition from Rhino, and then it's kicked away. And Rhino's saying, do not let him get back on strike. Because at the other end, Bilal Muhammad has not been nearly as destructive. Now, the big pressure on Rhino as well. The clock's running out. He cannot bowl an extra here because it'll be worth 6.
Oh, imagine it's a no ball or a what. I don't think they know how tight they are.
Yeah, I didn't notice until just then.
Good spot.
All right.
Vinny, 10.
Oh,
9,
I feel the pressure. That pitch.
7, 6, 5, 4.
No!
Rhino!
No! No,
Oh,
Rhino!
no!
You're killing us. Oh, no. The clock's expired.
Gonna be 5 penalty runs coming in.
Jeez.
Oh, no. That's a costly one, Vinny.
If you're going to have a shocker, have it in your first over. You can always work your way up. And this is like the first act of a movie. If you've ever watched The Mighty Ducks with Emilio Estevez, you'll know that the first act, it's not looking too good. But anyway, here's the last ball of the over, I hope. And he might get a wicket because this is in the air. Jay Sin's under it. And he takes the catch. So Rhino, all's well that ends well. He has his first wicket, copped a bit of tap. And look, for all of this, I still think that Geneva, they're only on for a par score here. But as we say, Lenny, on ECN, it all happens in the 9th. In the 9th, it's rags to riches for Ryan, and it's 114 for 7. But hold on, because I think it might just be going up.
Jay Singh's catch counter goes to 2 caught and 2 dropped.
And then we have the runs going on now for the penalties. So that is confirmed. 119 for 7 after 9. The old 6-run wide. Oh.
Now look at this. Well, this has to be the best dressed arrival in European Cricket Network history. Obviously, we've got someone who I think might be part of the Swiss Army or the National Reserve or something like that.
Beautiful.
And the cricket bat over the shoulder. How good is that, Vinny?
It's a good look. It's a really good look. Well, the cricket bat is weapon of choice.
No need for the archer's bow.
I've never actually really been nervous for anyone before. Rhino is copping it from all angles there. Ends up with a wicket. 119 for 7. 10th overtime. Let's go.
Inside edge will probably be a couple if they can turn quickly because there's no fine leg in place. So should get home with the dive. And cheers from Geneva. That 5-run penalty not applied yet. We'll keep you posted on that.
It's got on now, yeah. So it was
now,
114.
okay.
It becomes 119 after 9. It was a good dive to get back. And got to say,
it's got on now. Sorry, Vinny.
Yeah,
thank you.
It's on. So up into the 120s. Jabberkill's been outstanding here. We'll see him with the ball. Bowl some big induckers as well. Does move the ball a lot. ECN combination, Jason and Andrew Ryan combining for that last wicket.
Big swing and a miss this time. Yeah, Singh's catch counter. Caught 2, dropped 2.
Nice to see the chat who are very supportive of Rhino. I mean, it's tough for the bowlers. If you had to ask me one thing, I wouldn't want to be out here. It's a bowler with the pitch not giving too much. I think miss your spots by a little bit, has big consequences. Just couldn't quite get his Yorker in there, couldn't quite locate it in his first over of the tournament.
That's going to be a no ball, surely, even though he's come down the track. I think as soon as you see this from side on, very, very clearly over waist height. Yeah, long way.
Yeah, it's a good call. It does come down, but it is above the waist at the crease.
It's so difficult. You're just thinking of a country like Switzerland, where there's so much cricketing talent going around. To narrow it down to the best players in the country, not easy, is it?
No, it's not. That's the beauty of it.
Is a no ball, just the umpire indicating that. So the free hit, the lasso will come out.
Yep.
The cowboy lasso. Free hit incoming. Jabberkill, well, he'll look for another monster, I suspect, over long on, something in that vicinity. That's where he's aiming. That's where he goes, but he
run
doesn't
hard here.
get it. And with the juggle, they try a second. Oh, the flick. They could have a third if they want, but they're not going to take it. MS Dhoni, it wasn't.
It was worth trying because they were never going to run a third. It was all about getting the strike back, and that bring up the 50 already for Jabberkill.
I don't think so. I think he's celebrating the 2, Vinny.
Ah, well.
Genuinely think he's celebrating. I was
going to say, celebrating his 40 in style. Well, maybe 40 is the new 50. Worth trying. And I actually thought the other batter might hold the crease safe for Jabberkill to get back. Anyway, here he is on 41 with 3 balls to maybe bring up that half century.
Doesn't get it. And it's not going to be a chance as Andrews does the fielding. There'll be no possibility of a second there. And right now, Geneva, they're hovering around par. We could be in for a classic.
I'm loving the interaction as well. A lot of the chat thinking Rhino was just saving himself for the final ball, saying that is how you buy a wicket. Well, Rhino certainly got the checkbook out, didn't he, there? And also, is that a cricket bat in the bag?
Has to be.
He's come over. Hope so.
Leg cutter, really well bowled, and that's expert running of a bye.
Yeah,
he just set off, got the head down. He knew he needed to get back on strike. Clever game awareness here.
Yeah, Wasim just pops in but can't gather it cleanly. So one more delivery. Remember, 130's par here. That's kind of what they're on for at the moment.
Well, there's a few golden ball tingles floating around because Cossonay, I don't think they're necessarily stacked with big hitters. So could be right around par here.
Just wait and see.
Powered too long off, and he makes it a positive count. 3 and 2. 3 catches expertly held by Jay Singh, alongside the 2 that I'll remind him of later. But that was a very good catch because it was hit flat and hard. Even though it was straight at him, he held on nicely.
It's a run saver. It might save 2 runs. You know, if that had gotten away, they'd probably scramble back for 2. So yeah, Jason, he might be rushed to hospital with leather poisoning because he had so much of the ball in that 10 overs. But I mean, all things considered, if you offered Cossonay 127, they probably would have taken it.
Yep.
It's around the mark. Got to say credit to Jabberkill. I think he batted beautifully, 5 Maximos in his 42. He was out off the very last ball. When it's all said and done, Geneva, undefeated in the series. They're 2-0. They got 126 on the board. Cossonay with the stick after the break here on ECN.
Some heavy, deep breaths being taken in by Andrew Ryan as he just tries to work out what's gone on his over. We'll see highlights from that in a moment, but let's start with the wickets, and there were plenty of them. Aidan Andrews was the pick of the attack, 3 for 17, including a great catch to start with from Jay Singh. The ball just kept following him. He dropped this one and he dropped it over the rope for 6, and then the Chris Gayle-esque Roshan Pereira came out. He picked up 3 boundaries in just 9 balls. Andrew Ryan, well, the leaning terror of Pisa efforts in the field, including 1 drop from him. And then this was the moment where Pereira was dismissed. A simple catch held by Anmol Prabhu. Then the stumps were castled, knocked into as Ahmedzai paid the price for looking for the big one. Cossonay to light for them there. Wickets aplenty fell, but then the fight back came. And it came from first Rafiqullah Mohammadi, who hit 3 Maximos in his 10-ball innings, including his first one all the way for 6. He liked it through the leg side, but then the leg spinner came on and got his man. A good catch held by the keeper, Wasim Javed, running backwards. And then the action continued, including one Andrew Ryan's going to want to forget as he almost face planted. I call it the leading terror of Pisa. Put it down, but then the impact innings it came from the man all the way down the order. He was down at number 7, Jamal Jabberkill. He made 42 off just 20. He took a real liking to Andrew Ryan, didn't he? Smashed him everywhere. But Andrew Ryan, he did strike back. He dismissed Bilal Muhammad. There was some good running too bodies on the line. And delight for Geneva as they fought back. They were in real trouble early in the innings. Good catch to round things out from Jay Singh. At one point they were 62 for 5, but they battled back to get up to 126. We think that it's about par. Will it be enough? You can see Vinny Sandhu getting ready to go out and have a look at the wicket, but as we look at the batting card, it's all about that man all the way down there at number 7, Jamil Jabberkill. They might think about getting him up the order, Geneva. He played with real fire, real aggression. The only 2 other batters to get into double figures, Roshan Pereira and Rafiqullah Mohammadi. The big wicket of Idris Hack, that was taken by the standout bowler, Aidan Andrews. Here's the bowling figures. Andrews, the pick of them, alongside the young leg spinner Tahir Khan Ahmedzai. Andrews 3 for 17, Ahmedzai 2 for 12. Well, if you're one of the other bowlers, maybe look away now because you've all gone the distance. And our own connections with Jay Singh and Andrew Ryan, well, they had mixed days. Ryan picked up 1 wicket, Jay Singh didn't, but he did take 3 excellent catches to mean that at the halfway stage of match number 27, we're approaching the halfway point indeed of the entire group stages. Right now, Kosane, they're going to think that they'll need a good effort with the bat to get off to a winning start. They're unbeaten for the moment, but they're yet to play. This is their first game. They'll need 127 to win. We'll have all the chase in less than 10 minutes time. So welcome back to the beautiful city of St. Gallen. We're about probably 5, maybe 10 minutes from the city centre, 4 or 5 kilometres out, right next to the Kaiban Park that you can see up there in the top left. That will be packed to the rafters tomorrow as the St. Gallen FC get their campaign underway in the Swiss Super League. But the eyes of St. Gallen's sporting fans are right now on the cricket field, because we've got a full sheet of action as always here at the European Cricket Series. It is game day number 5. In fact, game day 6, isn't it? My 5th day, apologies. Game day number 6 into game 27. Andrew Leonard here with you, and delighted to bring you all the action of what should be an entertaining chase. We think it's just about par, maybe a fraction under. And as the 11th and final team make their entrance into the competition, a nice crowd building up in the grandstand now today as well. And Cossonay trying to rally the troops. Let's go Cossonay, the chant from down pitch side. There is the crowd. You can just zoom out a little bit. We'll see them all coming in and enjoying the action. There's a few football players again right down the front. And it's going to be Katak to get things going with the ball. Starts with a little leg cutter as Andrews will get off the mark immediately. Our own Jay Singh is opening the batting alongside him. He's at the non-striker's end, scampers through for a single. Will lead a mixed day in the field. 3 catches, 2 drops. What can he do with the bat? Went the distance with the ball too. 2 big sixes he was hit for. 18 runs off his bowling in just that 1 over. Yeah, so I just wonder, do Cossonay take an aggressive approach here in the power play? The first 3 overs, that's when there can only be 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. At the moment it's a split field, so that means 1 on the off and 1 on the leg. Long off is a wide long off, and then an old-fashioned cow corner. So Jay Singh just helps it around the corner. That's a good stroke, goes deep in his crease and hacks it away off Katak to get a boundary from his very first ball. Got a good setup, doesn't he? And just plays that nicely. Anything short that's kind of sat up above waist high, it's generally gone the distance. A very small margin for error on such a good batting surface, and it's tended to be the place you need to look at is a good length, so not too full, not too short. Try and come in around the top of the stump's height. Where will Katak look to contain from? Maybe just inside the guideline. There's a long old look, doesn't he? The umpire, I think at first he thought of extending the arms. This one, oh, well, probably erring towards the wide call myself, but Katak gets away with it. No shot attempted from Singh. Does attempt one this time, but it's a big heave across the line. And this is what we heard from Andrew Ryan, our insider, last night. We had dinner with him, me and Mr. Maximo. Vinny Sandhu joined him. Really good meal as well. We went up to the shores of Lake Oversea. Beautiful Italian restaurant we were treated to last night. Forgotten the name of the town. I'm gonna find it. That one is powered, but there's a man placed right out there for it, and Singh, oh, his topsy-turvy day continues. Couldn't make any contact with the previous one. He got a good piece of this, but couldn't get enough to get it over the rope. And a good catch held by Numan Ahmedzai out at cow corner. Expert field positioning. Katak is a very difficult bowler to get away. And that is held probably 3 or 4 yards inside the rope, and Cossonay get themselves into early strife in this chase. We'll bring the captain to the crease, Arjun Vinod, who's going to jog out there and get ready to go. It's 5 for 1. Rorschach was the name of the little town we got up to last night. Really well treated, driven up and driven back. Gorgeous views across Lake Oversea, about 5, well, maybe 10 minutes down the road from St. Gallen here. It's a beautiful part of the country, though. It really is. Not that far from Zurich, about 50 minutes on a train. First time back in Switzerland for about probably 12-15 years. Did run a coaching course here for ICC Europe back in, I think it was 2010, maybe 2011. I remember being struck by the scale of interest in cricket. I think that was Geneva though, not Zurich. As Arjun Vinod comes to face his first ball from Kazakh. Look for a quick single or direct hit, and Andrews would have been struggling. You can see it here. For me, direct hit was out. Oh yes, gone by a long way. Haven't seen that many direct hits actually. And one of the ones that we did, it was affected by a keeper with a glove on as he threw from keeper's end to affect the hit at the non-strikers. And 90 matches, 9-0 since a golden ball. I'm going to get into big trouble with Vinny Sandu if my premonition doesn't come true. I thought we were going to have one yesterday. Maybe I just got those golden ball tingles a bit early. Maybe it's actually today. Could be this game. It's right around par, but I actually think Kossane need to get going here. Just 6 runs from the first over. Remember, our inside information is that their strength is in their bowling. Just were a little bit costly towards the end, particularly Andrew Ryan's over. That didn't just cost the runs off the bat, but then those 5 penalty runs too, because of the slow over rate. The first time the clock's come back into play since game day 2, where it was regularly in action. Is this edged? Yes, it is. The captain's gone. And Geneva are pumped up. It was short, it was wide, it was there to be carved away, but it almost looks like Vinod had set up to play with a straight bat, and then at the last second he decided to play with an angled bat. All he could do was get the edge on it. He knew immediately, credit to him, he's walked off, didn't even wait for the finger. Short, wide, does the job. Simple catch held by Idris Ul Haq. Geneva pumped up. Big celebrations. Kossane, well, they're in all sorts. Big trouble. Out comes the keeper batter. He was good with the gloves. Wasim Javed in that number 4. And a pat in the back from Aidan Andrews, but Kossane all of a sudden have it all to do. Amazing how quickly the momentum can flow. For the vast majority of that first innings, you felt that Kossane weren't just in control, they were all over the opposition. He took those 4 early wickets and he kept the run scoring to a real minimum too. At the end of 6 overs, he scored just 69 for 5, but then very costly overs in the 7th and the 9th that went for 18 and 23, then the 5 penalty runs too. Well, that's more like it. That's how you get the short and wide one away. He's got to get enough on it. Throw the hands a bit firmer at it, you see. Better technique. And he will get 4, even though it's not exactly where he intended. Tarakil it was with those 2 short wide ones. One of them worked. The second one got carved away. Jay, if you add up those 7th and 9th overs, going for 41 between the 2 of them and the 5 penalty runs, that's 46. Between Singh and Ryan's 2 overs, and 126. I think it might be just a fraction under par. It's going to be 4 more, I think. Yeah, off the toe end of the bat this time. Real short and wide stuff from Tarakil. Oh, maybe actually the outside edge. Thought it was the toe at first. That's the problem with going short and wide. Kossane certainly lively in their support on the sidelines too. Love the fact we've got the dugouts here as we're at that home of the reserve team of St. Gallen CC. St. Gallen FC even. Home of St. Gallen CC too. This one again squirts down towards third, who at the last minute adjusts. You always have to watch the spin. He kicks the turf, blaming that, but I'm not sure that was the case. It really isn't warm today. Maybe could be as cold as actually the first day I was here Tuesday, maybe 14 degrees. Forecast a bit mixed too, but I think we're going to be okay for today's matches. All of that rain seems to have rained itself out overnight and this morning, which is good to see. But certainly, if you're looking at your weather apps, this one's very short wide. Oh, direct hit just as well. They didn't run the single. All happened on that delivery. Given now as a wide by the umpire. Probably rightly so. Andrews was called through. He thought about it. Then he turned and safely got back. Just as well. He didn't come through for that single. He would have been gone for all money. Definite wide. Tarakil's got to get it fuller. Does have a yard of pace. Crowd very much getting into it. Good little collection of fans. Maybe 50 or 60 up in the grandstand. They're interacting too. Big swing and a miss from Andrews. Does have a yard of pace, Tarakil. Lots of potential. Just somewhat erratic thus far. Quite a whippy action too. A little bit round arm. For Kosane, he'll have watched so much of the action. Remember, this is game 27, and they're the 11th and final team to come in to action. Quick single dashed. I know it's my first look at them. They just don't look to have the same scale of power hitters as some of the other teams have in their lineup. So it might be tricky, but let's take a look at the points table as we get to the end of the second. The score 17 for 2. And this is going to show you just how tight things are as I welcome back Vinny Sandhu. Hopefully the points table will come up now, Vinny.
Yeah.
It really is congested.
Yeah, it sure is, and it could just get more congested. That's the thing along the way. Looking forward to the next game, St. Gallen versus Alton. Alton, they've just floated down to 4th, but they have an unblemished record after winning their first 3 games on day 1. So it's your first look at them live. So
Yep.
I'm looking forward to that game. At Kosane, they've made hard work of this first couple of overs. Having said that, they just need someone to click, don't they? The fact that Archer Vinod goes chasing a wide one for a single, I think that hurts him a lot.
Help around the corner. If you don't have the power hitting, you've got to manipulate the ball well, and that's exactly what Andrews has done there. He's recognised no fine leg in place, so just half a shuffle across, gets it behind square, and gets 4.
And it's more or less a par total from Geneva, but with their above par attack, it just seems a bit bigger. And we've already seen them on their first appearance, actually, about this time yesterday, do just this. As their entry, you just felt, okay, you haven't got that many runs, but can you defend it? They showed that they could. They defended 113 against St. Gallen in match 23.
Nicely played. Again, expertly finding the gap in the field. It's not really a power hit, is it? But it's just a very good cricket stroke down the ground and on drive for 4.
Tell you what it is, a cracking straight drive. Slightly opens up that front leg, allows his bat to come straight through. And this outfield has kept mowing it until it's now, and I think a pretty decent pace. Even despite the rain, it still runs all the way along the turf for 4. Great shot by Andrews.
Yeah, great credit to the St. Gallen FC team of curators, ground staff, who will be used to mowing this in preparation for rugby. For soccer. I don't know where rugby came from. But they've given us a great cricket surface. They really have.
They've got everything here. Wouldn't surprise me if they play rugby as well.
Yeah, they might play, but I don't think much Swiss rugby, is there?
Might be a little bit.
Might be a bit. Nice shot again, and the outfield not quite allowing this one to get to the rope, but he will pick up a couple. Looks a good cricketer, doesn't he, Aidan Andrews?
Yeah.
Those nice outswingers, 3 wickets, and showing us all the strokes of the bat, the cover drive now.
My basic advice to anyone playing the European Cricket Series is hit the ball hard, but hit it correctly. And in one sentence, if I had to say that. So pick the right shots, play your game. Obviously, Andrews very good straight down the ground, very good on the drive. Looks like a good decision maker. He's not panicking here. But they only need around about 12 and over. They're not too far behind.
This time puts into the thigh pad. Really good call. I think the direct hit. Well, maybe they think it could be run out.
Here's what I think. I think it hits the stumps before he gets there, but the bail's really slow to drop.
Yeah.
It's really slow to come out of the groove. So I actually think he's made it. But anyway, the pictures will tell the story. Because it seemed to take forever to wobble. See, maybe he's in anyway. Oh, it's a bit of a periscope job. But see, even if you roll it forward here, that bail hasn't been disturbed yet, and now he's in. So see, look how long it takes the bail to drop, though. Forever. Eventually it does.
There it goes. Yeah, just finally.
Yeah.
No, so safely home.
He'll be home on that.
But I just like the intent of the running. So if you say yes straight away, they have to affect the direct hit to get you. It take a long time to fall down.
I don't think I've ever seen it take so long for a bail to fall. This is real time. You know what it is? It kind of shuffled sideways before it actually went out of the groove. So I do like the double windmill appeal, though. Great dive, great intent there from Javaid. Javaid's a proper live wire, both behind the stumps and here in the top order. I love the way he's leaving it all out there on the field.
Yeah, good cricketer too.
And I was wrong because he was actually in, I think, pretty much the first time. Although sliding on the spine of your bat is a bit of a risky one because it means that toe of your bat is normally in the air. Anyway, 2 to come in the power play.
Good commitment, though, to get the dive out. Without that dive, it could have been a lot closer.
Yeah, and that's actually pretty well played by Javaid as well because it was bending away from Kathak. And Afif Kathak, he's a guy, he made his T20 international debut in the Valletta Cup fairly recently. I know that he was actually really excited to play some cricket on ECN because he wasn't part of the European Cricket Series back here in 2020. And he's having a very good series so far.
Must be a single as long off is out to close out the power play. They're going at 10 and over. They need more than that, and they have lost 2 wickets. So this game certainly hangs in the balance. They won't run an overthrow, they thought for a moment. 3 bowled, 30 for 2.
Yeah, they're not too far behind. They're not chasing 150, 160 here. One big over could make all the difference. You get on top of one bowler, get a 20 to 25 run over, then you're actually ahead of the game. So looks like it might be a change of bowling here in over number 4.
Strange weather, Vinny, isn't it? Like, it really doesn't feel like, I know we're into August now, but it just doesn't feel like the summer.
I was in Romania fairly recently. There's a bit of the Transylvania about it, just kind of misty and and grey. But good thing is that the rain is stopped for now. You see that magical over towards the finish in the 9th, pushing this score up to the 120s. Yeah, in Romania it's completely different apparently right now. So maybe we swapped weather. Isle of Man looking with their alternative yellow kit as well today. Here we go with over number 4, and it's Jabakil who swings the ball a long way, as you can see there.
Good take, Vinny. That's an excellent take from Idris Ul Haq. He's got that right in the webbing. I'm sure as a keeper you used to take something like that. They just feel good, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, you don't normally plan to take them in the webbing. Sometimes they can kind of deflect off a bit of your hand into the webbing. You're always relieved because your webbing's kind of like your emergency parachute.
Your last resort.
Yeah. And it gets you out of jail a few times.
And he almost has to do it again. This time he can't glove it cleanly, so 3 free runs to the total. They'll help Kosane.
One thing about Jabakil is you know what he's going to do. He plays his poker with his cards face up on the table. They're going to be big in-swingers. So I think with Javaid, my plan, if I was him, I'd be trying to get those pads outside the off stump and just swing away to leg, which some players want to do anyway. But I think it's going to be really hard to fight that in movement to hit him inside out. Let's see, though.
Yeah, only 4 fielders on the leg side too, Vinny, despite these big in-swingers that he's bowling. Maybe that's why you do get the occasional outside edge.
Yeah.
Deep third in play, just a single.
A little bit late on it. Anyway, yeah, Andrews, I think he'd be good on the clip. I know he's a good driver. He's just looks like he's got a good technique. Jabakil sporting the headband.
I think it's fair to say as well, Vinny, that Kosane are more than a touch-up for this. They have waited, they've watched, they'll be dying to get into action.
They've been caged for too long.
Clubbed into his foot, really. Good bowler, isn't he, Jabakil? We made that Chris Martin of New Zealand, not Chris Martin of Coldplay comparison yesterday. And also interesting to see as early as the 4th over, Jabakil just trying to get a wriggle on, aware that Kosane already conceded 5 penalty runs for that slow over rate. We've got to get those 9 overs in, the first 9, inside 40 minutes. And that's what the clock is there for. My favourite innovation that I've been a part of since coming over to you, Vin.
The clock's the clock. You've got to draw a line. People say, oh, it's a bit harsh, they're only 20 seconds. But if you allow 20 seconds, why don't you allow 30 seconds? Why don't you allow 1 minute, 2 minutes? It's just critical we stay on time. Because these are long days, Lenny. If you start adding on 15, 20 minutes every game, then actually we start to run out of sunlight. So
the light just goes. Keeping plenty of comments in the chat. Do let us know where you're watching from if you're enjoying the action, particularly on the YouTube chat. That's going to be a no ball, and buys harshly against the keeper. Just one of them. They won't get back for the second, so no ball, a bye, and a free hit to follow.
Seamless version of the Doosra there from Jabakil with the off the pitch. Yeah, Aidan Andrews, he's a guy facing up now for the free hit. He's played T20 international cricket for Switzerland. He's a guy we did see back in 2020, but in 8 matches we only saw him with a high score of 41. And so, yeah, I'm sure he'll want to be able to put on a couple of bigger scores than that at the top of the order. Here's a free hit.
Club down the ground, can't be out, remember, because it's a free hit, safely taken. The bowler doesn't realise he's forgotten that it's a free hit.
Yeah.
And looks to the heavens in despair.
Yeah, well, as 50 Chickens said in the chat, it's a world-class headband. Well, maybe it's on a little bit too tight because, yeah, it didn't clock. There was a free hit. And, yeah, I'm loving this reaction. And it is a solo celebration. Just glad that ball doesn't get him on the way back in.
Oh, that was gold.
Only
that
in the Europe,
absolute gold.
Only in the European Cricket Series.
Nicely played down the ground. Going to be a Maximo. Cassidy get one over the rope. I don't think it comes as naturally to them as other teams, but they do finally get one all the way for 6.
Yeah, nice shot. Really nice shot. It's all about the placement. If there's a fielder there, can probably take it shoulder high. Javed breaks out. And have a look at that required run rate. It's crept out a little bit, but now it's back in the 13s. Just it's so imperative you get that 1 or 2 boundaries per over.
That's picked up towards the leg side. Won't be 6, but will be 4. A good over for Cassidy. The best of their chase thus far. They're maybe moving into the ascendancy. Good aggression on show. And it's 10 from the final 2 deliveries of the over.
So quick hands, goes walkabout, gets the hands through, out in front of the body. Into the 4th, 48 for 2. So with that, they're on 12 and over. So they're not that far behind now, Costane. This partnership growing. Yeah, hello to Liam in the chat, who has made a comment. Yeah, I suppose we can let the cat out of the bag now. Our very own Stefan Gooch, who's part of our Blue Crew. He's one of our tournament referees. He also plays and lives in Hungary, but he has an Estonian passport. And, yeah, he's playing for Estonia for the first time today against Iceland. Now, that isn't a T20 international because Iceland don't have ICC status, but
yep.
It's I think they call it the Baltic Cup up there, involving, I think, Latvia and Lithuania. And I know the plans are for him to represent Estonia. And Terry O'Connor, who's up there, has basically said to Steph, how'd you feel about that? You qualify? So, yeah, one of our ECN crew getting his first international match today. I suppose he has also played for Hungary, where he has a background, where he resides, but that wasn't in official T20 international cricket. It was before the 2019 cut-off. So that's why, yeah, he's free to play for Estonia without too many dramas. So good luck to Steph, and I'll be keeping an eye on those scores as well. Right now, Bilal Muhammad comes on, and you've just felt a bit of a momentum shift in this last few minutes.
Yeah, the extras are really proving killers, aren't they, for the Geneva side, just being a bit errant with their bowling.
Normally been spot on so far.
This time a bit better, gets it towards the block. Oh, great one-handed pick-up, and if that was a direct hit, may well have been run out, not just of the tournament, run out of the ECN network history. Outstanding work.
It might have been the best run out in history. I mean, you can't do anything better than that. In these conditions, slippery ball, picks it up, one motion, mid-air, Superman stuff. Fantastic effort, and it would have been out of a hit.
I wonder was the bowler maybe just better leaving it, getting out of the way. That'll be a wide again. The extras, they are stacking up, and just think about Geneva. What we've seen so far is the 50 now comes up. That's the 9th extra inside just 25 deliveries. Very, very tardy.
I also want to say a big thank you to Yatindra. He said it was actually Costane player Alex Crichton that was in the military garb. Reporting for duty.
How good is that?
Won't play in this game, but maybe we'll see him later on. They're playing in the 4th and 5th.
Edged and just over the head of the keeper. Going to be 4. Costane getting rolling and keeping that required run rate in check. It drops down under 13 per over. Again, difficult for Idris.
Nah, it's not really a chance. I mean, it's just gone past him before he could even react. Idris grimaces in frustration. Javed gets a bit of luck, and I think Costane probably need a bit of luck here. Never easy coming in for your first knock of the tournament.
Yep.
When even Geneva have had one match in advance. But, I mean, bowlers can afford to make mistakes and come back. AG Rhino, batters can't. You make a mistake, you're gone.
Sliced away, deep third in play and gone. That's a big wicket because Javed was the one who was scoring quickly. It shows that deep third position becomes a wicket-taking one. And the slightly slingier action of Bilal Muhammad does the trick. How Geneva needed that.
And it's a case of good luck, bad luck, because 2 edges, 2 different stories. The first one went to the boundary. Probably would have been a wide as well. He chases it. That edge, there's more on it. And nicely taken out there. And the bowler, well, he was thrilled about it as well. It gives it the big celebration, but there's just one problem. The ball was coming his way. Had to take cover. Good news, though. He does pick up the wicket. Kosanay, they bring up their 50, but they lose the third wicket. 50 for 3. 55 for 3, pardon me, in the 5th over. And this will bring Anmol Prabhu to the crease at number 5. Andrew's still there, though, for Kosanay. He's a steady influence.
Love this. Love the bystanders.
Yeah.
I just saw them having a discussion up on the hill there as well. You could see one with maybe a husband and wife there pointing, oh, this is doing that fielder's doing this. We've had lots of people. It's a heavily trafficked area there.
Yeah, but they're probably saying, why are they all going so crazy? I mean, you see that, the emotions on show, something incredible. I've got to say, they're pretty hardy cyclists in this part of the continent as well, as you can see. 3 to come now, as we see Prabhu on strike for the first time.
Looks for that wide Yorker. It's a good tactic, isn't it? If you can nail it, good fielding again. Geneva have been live wires in the field, haven't they?
Do you know one thing that I think is one of the misunderstood things about ECN in the whole world of cricket? You might see some fielding bloopers, but there is some really good fielding in difficult conditions on ECN as well. And I think you've seen it this over.
Beats Andrews' shuffle, who just looks really technically correct, but definitely not a power hitter.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Good player. He'll run hard. He'll probably say, no, it's not his preferred form of the game.
Yeah.
But he has to find a way to score. He'll be looking at where the outfielders aren't. So if I was him at the moment, he's probably looking for a bit of width, slash away over point, over cover, something like that. Right there.
Tries to do that, but a swing and a miss. And every dot ball when you need 13, 14 and over is a killer.
So the difference between an Andrews and a Jabberkill, for example, in the first innings is, as we get to the end of the 5th over, 56 for 3. Jabberkill does not care where the outfielders are. You can put 3 or 4 back on the leg side. If that's his shot, he's going to back himself to take on the outfielder and win. Andrews probably doesn't want to do that. Let's have a look at where we are in the season. And yeah, this is our European Cricket Series calendar. It shows you where we've been, shows you where we're going. Possibly even more cricket after that, but this is what's on the calendar at the moment. We started all the way back, I'll never forget, the first day in Malta, Monday the 30th of January. Bit of extra information about that. As this is driven through the offside, they probably want 2 here, they should get it. And they will get it. Good hustle from Kosanay. As probably gets 2. Yeah, so the first day actually blasting sunshine, but because of the rain, previously, we couldn't play the first day, so technically we started on day number 2, which was the 31st of January. Just spotting this bit of action from Romania as well, maybe. We see 1 here. We'll get there on the fumble. Something bit unusual you're seeing in the T20 International Women's right now.
Yeah, who's that playing? Malta
It's
versus Isle of Man.
In the field, yeah.
They've got a silly point in with the helmet on and all, and it seems to have had the desired effect as Isle of Man pick up their 2nd wicket, cleaning the batter up.
Only day 2. I thought you might see that day 4 or day 5. But anyway.
This is Fuller, but again, just Andrews, he hasn't really shown a propensity to be able to clear the ropes.
That's right.
And as a consequence, when you need, well, the best part of 14, well, nearly 15 per over now, in fact, 67 to win off 27, you have to find a way to hit maximums. But they are not coming easily, and Kosanay are getting themselves into trouble very quickly.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's going to creep out. Yeah, I just wondered. So the silly point is there, that kind of, I suppose, almost like a silly cover as well on that angle to a slow bowler. I'm just imagining how long a silly point would last in this cricket or a short leg.
Probably not one fielding position you've seen too
much
of.
The full kind of hockey goalie gear, I think.
Chance or direct hit would have been interesting, Vinny.
I think it was just home. But the thing is, a little bit of small ball's not gonna get you over the line now. I think you're kind of almost at the stage where if these two aren't able to do it, you maybe even go a double switch, which you don't see very often. Just get a couple of guys out there that are out-and-out hitters, even if you think they're a high-risk, high-reward kind of proposition, because this game's just creeping away. End of the over, 63 for 3.
Yeah, 2 really tight overs have hurt Kosanay ever so badly here, because the last 2 have gone for 8 and 6, and in an ODI, that's 2 really good overs. In a 10-over contest like we're playing here, they are 2 miles beneath what is required, and it's meant that the equation now is going to be 64 to win off 24 at 16 per over. And in the entire innings, Vinny, Costanet have only hit 1-6.
Yeah.
So,
got to get that Maximo count up.
Right now, Geneva, I think, are heavy favourites. And Costanet, they may need to look at their approach going forward.
Yeah. Anyway, still 4 overs to change the narrative. Here's Bilal.
Swings himself off his feet, and they've certainly run well between the wickets, but singles, ones and twos just aren't enough.
That's the thing. You need to clear the boundaries. And there's no lack of intent either. I suppose sometimes they're taking easier options, kind of leaning on them for one. You don't want to get too agricultural if that's not your game. But again, looking nobody back square on the offside as a gap.
That's going to be given as a wide. The extras are really the main thing keeping Costanet somewhat in the hunt. That's the 11th.
Yeah, that's true.
Good decision for me.
Yeah, just pitches on, but it's over the tram line, so that's why it's a wide.
No ball. That's more like it. That's what they needed. And we're going to check it for being over waist high as well. 6 definitely. What about the possibility of a no ball, Vinny?
I felt it was high as well live. Let's see what the pictures are telling us. Yeah, that's a no-y for me. I mean, he impacts it just above the waist and it's got a little bit to travel. For me, I think if you're going to be consistent, you've got to call that. So, so we'll wait and see.
I think they are going to call it. Yeah, no ball and the free hit signalled in almost the one motion.
And look, I know sometimes we can debate the toss, but that's why it's written this way, that if you're not sure, it's a no ball.
Free hit incoming. Not able to do much with it, but he will get another single. That 6 is just giving Costanet some hope.
Yeah, so anytime you see a batter try to pull a full toss, for me, it's a bit of an indicator that it's probably too high. I think it depends exactly where they're standing, but still, it's a good call, but they didn't put the free hit away.
That's nicely bowled, but equally well played. Prabhu opens up, accesses the offside. Costanet showing there's always life in the chase. 4 more. Is this the big over that they needed?
The thing is, when Javed was there, they just seemed to turn the corner, but then he got out, he got caught down at deep third. But then, these two kind of dawdled a bit, but now you can feel a bit of a momentum shift again. 50 required off 21 for the win for Costanet from here.
Helped away, and I think that's going to be more runs, 4 of them, Vinny. And just from nowhere, just as we were writing the obituary of Costanet, they have surged back into the contest. And how are they doing it?
Yeah, I think it's just smart batting as well. And with a bit of width, he drove through the offside. He probably has an instinct the bowler's going to get a bit closer to him. So he's ready for it. 1 step ahead, Prabhu. Back-to-back boundaries. Costanet making some noise down here in their first ECS game of 2023. Making some noise on and off the field at the moment.
That makes it 19 off the over as they'll get home for the single. Needed a big one, didn't they, just to keep that in check. And all of a sudden the required run rate, it's back at about 14, something in that vicinity. That's achievable.
Yeah, Andrews would love to get one away.
A few golden ball tingles going on.
Yeah.
Just maybe. That's going to help. That's going to be all the way. Very clever cricket from Andrews. He might not have the natural power game, but he pounced on a bit of width and he went up and over the offside to get 6 to the total.
Yeah, Maximo time into the over as well, so it does go magical in the 7th. It's 88 for 3 with 3 overs remaining. Coming up, this should be an absolute certified banger in match number 28. St. Gallen taking on Alton. Alton undefeated, but we haven't seen them for 5 whole days. St. Gallen since then, they made a late entry into the tournament on Wednesday, but they've got a 4-2 record. They're on a 2-match winning streak. News from the toss, Alton winning the toss, sending in St. Gallen, who sometimes have been a bit suspect batting first. But Yasser Thirunavukarasu as well as Nanasekaram in there, and Staniksai, very strong top 3, and awesome. Got Dion the Rock Johnson in there for Alton as well. That match is coming up. But right now, it's game on here, and this could be another one. It is Maximo! Costanet, just when you felt they were down through the 8 count, they're coming back in the 8th.
Yeah, coming back in a big way. It's Abdul Rahimzi who's bowling his 2nd over, and all of a sudden, Costanet, I'm not quite sure how they've surged back into this contest, but the last 7 deliveries, 7 legal ones anyway, have gone for 31 runs, and they're ahead of where Geneva were at this stage. Good Yorker. Going to be a chance. Direct hit. Oh, would have been gone. But Andrews gets home.
Actually bounces off the keeper, eventually hits the stumps, but I think by that time he's home. We'll check it out in the replay, thanks to Spring Productions.
Yeah, I think for me it
went
was
for the direct
that was needed. Definitely.
Goes leg, stump, I think. Leg. Oh.
Well, hold
But,
on, Vinny.
But also, where's his pad?
Well, we're playing on.
Whoa,
Hit into the
okay.
leg side. Held. I thought that was tight. We never went upstairs for the third umpire decision, but he is gone. So whether he would have been run out, it maybe doesn't matter because he's caught from the next delivery.
Cost them a run, I suppose, if it was. The other thing we didn't see on that replay, maybe his pad had knocked the stump over, but my instinct was that it was pad, stump. As it was, probably is all academic, but yeah, Andrews, yeah, he cracks a few away. If you look at his actual strike rate, it's not too bad. 31 of 20 will be his final contribution. As he departs, it's 95 for 4.
Well, we've got a thriller in our hands. We really do. The equation now, it's pretty simple. 32 to win off 15 balls, 6 wickets in hand. It's going to be
It's Ashwin Vinod
to the
Ashwin
crease.
Vinod with Arjun's already out.
Arjun's gone.
He's out at 3. So Abdul Rahimzi ends up with something to show for it.
Good catch from Ahmed Zayed there too that we didn't really pick up on. Nicely held. That thuds into the back thigh pad. Not sure if there's some bat involved. Either way, it's one more run to the total. He's given us runs.
Good game.
Really good game.
Really good game.
Ebbs and flowed
There's
again.
Roshan without his Chris Gale-like headgear. And he's more of a Marlon Samuels, actually, if you can ask me for a look.
We've got a bit of Sheikar Dhawan
Yeah.
to him. I think Sheekar's
With
the shout there.
hairstyle. Oh, yeah.
Nicely bowled right into the block hole. Right off the toe of the bat.
He's one guy that can look cool 2 different ways in the same game, and that's versatility. There's a true all-rounder.
Yeah, I like the Sheikar Dhawan shout there. I think he's got a bit of shades of the Indian left-handed opener. 30 off 13. The required run rate's pretty consistent with what they needed from the start.
Ashwin's got a free hit at this, basically.
Going to try a single. Oh, if it was picked up cleanly, he would have been gone for all money. But instead, they scamper home. A good spell from Abdullah Rahimzi. He finishes with 2 overs, 1 for 16. It's 29 to win off 2.
I've got a prayer, Costinate. Need someone to have a real heater here. Probably at the other end, for now at least.
But it can change so quickly. 2 sixes, and then they're probably well ahead of where they need to be, particularly if they come from the first 2 balls of the penultimate over. What do you say, Vinny? It all happens in the 9th.
It all happens in the 9th. And Costinate, they seem to have had these little surges, but then it's almost like they get patted back down. Like
the Worms are agreeing. Look, the Worms don't know what to make of it all.
They're very in sync, aren't they? All right, here is the 9th. Here's Tarakel.
Keep your eye on just one more thing as this runs away for 4. Going to be 25 off 11. Just do keep half an eye on the clock. They should be okay.
I was watching
but always watch it.
4 minutes, roughly. Now it's a tick under. Now, the thing is, it's going to be hard for Prabhu to win the game on his own. That's why they take the single last ball of the 8th. You've got Ashwin Vinod here. He's no bunny. He swings away, gets 4 first balls. So you kind of need both batters to bat well if you're going to get home from here for me.
Highly pressured situation. Just over 2 a ball needed. Every boundary helps. Ooh. May get another one. This lack of fine leg, it's been costly. It really is. And 4 more to the total. Back-to-back boundaries. What a start.
Yeah, you've only got 11 fielders. They can't be everywhere. A lot of teams sacrificing the fine leg. Now, earlier in the week, when the grass was a bit longer, these kind of balls may not have gone for 4s. They don't cost you as many. But yeah, back-to-back 4s. All happening in the night so far for Costinate.
21 to win off 10. If anything, maybe advantage to Costinate now. We've got a bona fide thriller on our hands in game number 2 of the day. Game 27. This one's powered into the leg side. 6. Well, they've gone 4, 4, 6, and Costinate, they feel that they can start with a win now.
It's pretty uncomplicated stuff from Ashwin as well. He's not dancing around. He's staying still. He's actually watching the ball. Shocker. And he lifts it up and over leg side. 14 off this over. And they've got it down to a very reasonable 10 and over required rate now. 15 off 1.5 overs to go.
And it's the number 6 for Costinate after the impact came from the number 7 for Geneva.
Hello to
this
everyone.
is all in 10 over cricket.
Hello to everyone in the office cheering on Ashwin, by the way.
Inside edge, no contact this time. Gone. Run out, and it's Prabhu that's going to be run out, so the game swings back again. And we are getting some major golden ball tingles now, Vinny.
Yeah, I think so. I can understand them just running on pretty much anything at this stage, so maybe it's a bit unlucky. It goes straight to the keeper. Prabhu's run out by about 3 or 4 metres. So, I mean, probably played a nice knock. Again, sometimes not hesitating is a good plan.
Surely it's got to be Andrew Ryan coming in. He's built for these moments, isn't he?
Rhino to hit the last ball for 6.
Who would you can't send in anyone but Rhino now.
It's going to be Bharath Narayanan who's coming in at 7 into the pressure cooker. Oh, yeah. Got a few tingles about this one. What a game. And it's brightening up as well. So this is good as we're heading into the afternoon session as well.
Really good. It was grim this morning. I'm sorry to use the word, Vinny, but it was grim at 9 a.m.
It was grim.
But now it's got past midday. It's heating up in a big way. Kosane may just be thinking, God, they'd even take a golden ball from here. Because 15 off 8 with a new man at the crease.
Here's the thing. 5th wicket, you don't get a minute allowance. So you only get a minute allowance for 6th and subsequent. So, okay, 2 balls in 40 seconds, you should do it, but it's the same scenario. There's a wide in here.
Do not want a wide.
Yeah, that'd make all the difference.
Well bowled, critical. They're going to be okay. If this one's not a wide, it will close out the clock challenge, and now the challenge gets bigger. It's 15 off 7 required.
Goes deep in his crease, but the bowler, it was a bit fuller than a traditional Yorker, turned out to be perfect. I think Ashwin is saying we're not running a 1 here. Again, here we go. We got a wide's worth 6. Here we go. Last ball of the 9th.
No, it's okay. It's going to be okay, and it will just be a single. They get their time inside the clock. The problem is Narayanan is going to be the one on strike, and with 1 over to go, if anything, it's a slight advantage to Geneva. The golden ball tingles. They're here, and it's 14 to win.
Last golden ball we had, Burner versus United on the 22nd of July, and that's only a couple of Saturdays ago. Today's Saturday, right? So that's 2 weeks ago. Too long.
I think it just has a Super Saturday feel. I think we're going to get 13.
Saturday is Golden Ball Day. I suppose, yeah, it's fine to let Narayanan face. It takes you 1 closer to the total. And to be fair, he got 2 pretty good deliveries there at the end of the night. So I don't think it's that he's incapable. I just think he had a couple of good balls. He gets a dot and a 1. Jabakil, who was a bit off with his radar, he's going to bowl the 10th. Here we go, 14 to win.
Looks for the ramp, and he ramps it onto his stumps. That has not been a good shot option at any point this week. Nobody's played it effectively. Nobody's got good reward. And Geneva, they can almost see the finishing line now. Big wicket, this one.
Yeah, and you're right. It's just wrapped off the bat, straight into the stumps. If it goes around the stumps, maybe gets 2, maybe gets 4. But instead, the furniture is disturbed. And so Kosane lose a wicket off the first ball of the 10th. It's 113 for 6.
Yeah, really do not like that shot option, even if it's ramped away for 4. It's high risk for, I suppose, maybe best case 4-run reward.
Maybe, okay, it was unlucky to round put on his stumps. If it clogs into his pad, he gets a 1, gets to the other end.
If he just stood there and hit it, he'd have got a 1.
You're low chance of kind of swinging and missing at it. But anyway, here's Srinath.
He clubs it and caught. We're going to have another hat-trick chance too. Jabberkeel takes a simple catch at extra cover. And Srinath, well, all he could do, he was trying to do the right thing, trying to get it to long off, get his man on strike, but he could not beat the extra cover fielder who takes a good catch.
It's actually a pretty good shot, isn't it? Just happens to pick out the fielder. Even gets a couple of pats on the back from the Geneva fielders. They say, hey, good shot, unlucky, but them's the breaks. Srinath's got Golden Derek for company and 2 wickets, but more importantly, 2 balls that are not scored off at the start of the 10th and a hat-trick.
Another hat-trick
chance. So we've got a golden ball chance, we've got a hat-trick chance, and Ashwin is stuck at that other end. He was hot, wasn't he? Hitting 3 boundaries in the 9th, but he hasn't been able to face it in the 10th, and he still can't.
The golden ball maybe just veering out of view all of a sudden is probably more likely we'll have a hat-trick chance. Agarwal on strike. Here comes Jabberkeel. Oh, it's going to be a no ball. That keeps the game alive. 2 runs, and it gets Vinod back on strike with a free hit to come. The golden ball roars back into view.
It's a proper choke job on the hat-trick ball as well. Can't find the surface. All right, now Vinod has kind of played well in the areas that you'd probably be looking to hit Jabberkeel as well. 12 off 4. Can Ashwin win the game? They're 2 Maximos away.
Smashed into the sky.
Got to run 2.
Don't think they're going to get there because it's gone all the way, Vinny. It's a Maximo Kosane. 6 off 3. Can they get there?
Oh, never mind the 2. How about 6? He got way more of this than I thought because he seemed to go inside out, but it just kept on flying. He fights the angle and he gets 6. They're halfway there, living on a prayer. A swing of the bat can win the game now for Kosane. What a match and what an entry for them in this tournament.
How have they got back into this contest? Every time they look like they're dead and buried, something changes. That no ball and by, how crucial will that be? It's 6 to win off 3. One blow could do it. And one blow down the ground towards long on is dropped, and it's gone for 6. Kosane take the win in the most dramatic of circumstances. It's a Maximo to get there, and on they go.
Wow.
Running on. Every team, all 11 now, Vinny, they've all got to win in this competition.
Yeah.
Kosane won an entrance to the tournament.
Well, they've signalled it. I mean, I think they're probably having a second look at it, but that's the soft signal 6, and it seemed that way. It was a catching opportunity. It was dropped. It was put over the line. But it does look to me like that will be it. We'll have one little check here. It's Ashwin Vinod. They said 2 6s will do it. There goes the ball. And, yeah, it's over by some distance. And so Kosane, they had Geneva their first loss in the series. And they
Looking
are
with the pads on,
stoked.
Vinny.
And the big Rhino there, well, the Rhino's on the attack. He bowled a magical over, but that's history now as Kosane get the victory. The final score, 127 off 9.4, defeating Geneva 126. And I'm telling you, everybody in ECN head office, they would be watching this now because Ashwin, he's an integral part of the team. And he gets Kosane over the line. What a game we had here in match 27.
Well, it's not just the case that they've won. How have they won with 2 balls to spare? That's what we have coming up. We've got the unbeaten Alton side taking on the host St. Gallen, who are now 5-2 after scraping over the line this morning. In fact, 4-2, sorry. They're top of the table by just the net run rate margin. This European Cricket Series in Switzerland, it's delivering a bit of everything. That final over, let alone the 10-over chase, ebbed and flowed with a fury unlike any we've seen thus far.
Just a quick one, 10 minutes delay to the start time there. So actually, we won't be starting that game for 20 minutes. But let's go back and, they did it slightly differently. Kosane, okay, they had some technically good players at the top of the order. Jason only able to contribute 4. And then this was one that hurt Arjun Vinod, who can really bang the bowling. He nicked off behind. Just changing his mind, I think, last moment. And you can see Geneva, they were up and about. They are an above average bowling attack, but I think they were below their own standards here. A few extras cost him as well in this defence.
Yeah, real team performance with the bat from Kosane, because 4 batters made more than 20, but really it was the critical runs and the Maximos, 3 of them provided by Ashwin Vinod. We nearly saw that sensational run out. That one was edged just over the head of Idris Sack. The keeper sliced away. The runs started to come, but so too did the wickets. That was caught down at deep third, and every time Kosane looked like they were getting into the chase, they then stuttered again. But the late hits, Ashwin Vinod, the hero, surely going to be the player of the match. That was the dismissal now of Aidan Andrews. It was a contest that had everything really, Vinny, and we thought that Kosane couldn't get it done in the last over. Once that run out happened, it was over to one of the bowlers of the tournament, really, who took the ball and he took on the challenge. But Jamal Jabberkill, despite finding 2 wickets in 2 balls and being on a hat-trick, critically then after this wicket of Srinath, gave away the no-ball free hit to get Ashwin Vinod back on strike.
That's right.
And he was the hero.
Wasn't he great? I mean, this one I thought it might have gone for 2, ended up going all over the fence, and then this one's the worst feeling in cricket. All he needs to do here, if he can't catch it, at least keep it in front of him. He wasn't able to do either, and that was all she wrote. And yeah, I kind of agree. Ashwin Vinod could have been a player of the match. They debate it. I mean, Jabberkill's actually got a pretty good case as well for his 42 off 20 and 2 wickets. But an Aidan Andrews, I think, gets it for his 31 off 20. Oh. But don't forget his 3 for 17 in the first innings as well.
Call.
I don't think they'll care because Kosane, they snatch victory from the jaws of defeat here. But as you said, team effort. Andrews top scoring with 31. But the middle order firing, Javed just gave him a bit of momentum and got out. Prabhu got him a bit of momentum, got run out. Vinod got him a bit of momentum, and then although he was starved to the strike, he ended up coming up with 28 off just 8. And for me, to be honest, he was my player of the match. It was up to me. But like I said, I don't think they'll be too fast. And Jabberkill 2 wickets, like I said. In fact, everyone took wickets. But at the crucial stage, they just weren't able to stem the flow of boundaries.
Key difference between the sides. Those 14 extras, they have come back to haunt Geneva, who lose their first game, whereas Cossonay, their first match in the series, their first of 10, remember, like all 11 of the teams, they take the victory. The good news is we're going to keep on rolling. 5 games like always, as on every game day here at the European Cricket Series Switzerland group stages. It's been a thriller, maybe the game of the tournament so far. Match number 27, Cossonay beat Geneva by 3 wickets.
Well, I know one Ashwin is probably winding down his career, but another Ashwin emerges here as the hero in match 27. We'll be back in 15 minutes right here in Switzerland. Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo, along with Andrew Leonard for ECN. Back shortly with more European Cricket Series.
And after a long, long period of playing cricket, the best place to come in Europe is the great Ryan Falls.
Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. Time for the third match of the day now. It's match number 28. The hosts had a roller coaster ride this morning, St Gallen. They did win in a high-scoring 9-over match. They are here, and Alton, they are back, and they won all 3 of their matches on day 1. Haven't seen them for 5 days. So this is a huge clash coming up. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Alton, your call. Tails. Tails is called. It is tails.
So Shahid Waridu of Alton has won the toss on their return to the competition, and he's elected to bowl first. So I think that he wants to chase, he wants to know exactly what he has to do, and teams haven't seemed to worry about chasing or batting first in this series. I think all the batters feeling really confident in these conditions. For Alton, I mean, watch out for Yasser Tharan Thirunavurakasu. I think he's also he's always a very, very important player for them at the top. Malia Stanikzai, watch out for his helicopter shot. It's a famous one. And also Murali Nanasekaram, 3 players to watch for Alton. But we know St Gallen, they're 4-2, so they're just the 2 points ahead of Alton, who'll want to catch them in this game. And it was such a high-scoring one early this morning. You just imagine St Gallen, they would want to do something similar, to put a big score on the board and to try and defend. Ali Abbas, of course, so important as the skipper leading their team. And he's been getting around the guys, you know, trying to spur them on. And to get 4 points ahead of Alton at this stage, I think would be a really good result for St Gallen. Let's get ready for the first ball then. Andrew Leonard will take you there. The news from the toss here in match 28 is that Alton, they've won the toss and they're going to bowl first.
Well, my thanks as always to Vinny Sandhu for his thoughts, his match preview there, and also the toss that we saw. The critical toss, Alton winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. This is all set for a barnstorming clash. I reckon that if St Gallen could get a victory here, they might be the first side who'd be somewhat confident of claiming that they're going to be in the top 5 at least, because that would make it 5-2, get them to 10 points. 10 points could be enough. Here's the bat v ball wall. I'm not sure what the supercomputer was doing last night, but I'm not sure we're going to have 81 versus 86 in this contest. I suspect more like 120, 130. Remember, it's been a very high scoring venue. The pitch has played well, and we're all set for action in this game number 3 of the day. It's match number 28 in total, so we're approaching the halfway stage. Edged. Oh, if a regulation first slip was in place, that would have been a wicket from the first ball for Stanikzai, but instead Kagiani gets a bit of fortune, gets a bit of luck, and he'll get 4 to his name too. Maybe a bit of credit, he might have just looked to guide it, but it was what I would describe as a conventional outside edge, and certainly if first slip was in place, that would have been the dream start with the ball for Alton having won the toss. Remember, they're unbeaten, and with Geneva having gone down to a defeat to Cossonay, it's just Cossonay and Alton left unbeaten now in the tournament. That shows how competitive this series has been. Everyone beating each other, really. Nicely bowled, right on the money. It would be a dot ball. Yeah, for Alton, can they protect their unbeaten record, or can St Gallen make a huge step towards the top 5 slots? If you're wondering, what the likely requirement is, top 5 go to the playoffs. Nice little cutter from Stanikzai, just kept out for the moment by Kagiani. Top 5 advance to the playoffs, but the winners of the group stages automatically advance to the grand final. So there's a massive difference, monstrous if you will, between finishing second and first. If you finish second, you'll go on to play the 5th place side, then 3rd place, 4th, They're in essence virtual quarterfinals, and then the winners of those two games play a semi-final for the right to go on and play the winner of the league stages in a grand final. Have a look at the points table after the second over, so you can keep in touch with who's doing what. But Ulton CC may be the early front runners. Equally, if St. Gallen could beat them, batting first, they'll get very close to taking their place at the top 5 spot, I suspect. Down the leg side should be given as a wide, and is. Nice to see Ali Abbas promoting himself up the order as well, the captain. 53 years young, and he's just watching on right now from the non-striker's end. Great performance this morning from St. Gallen to get over the line. Just 7 runs the margin of victory. And what was a really entertaining, a rollicking 9-over contest, with 1 over per side lost due to rain. Nice movement back into the left-hander. Stanislaw right on the money to start with. Kagiani finding things difficult. Is this a chance? No, just short. And right now, that is not the expert start that Kagiani's used to providing. St. Gallen, he's just not found any timing at all. So 4 runs come from the first over. That's what's going on across in Romania right now. 3 official T20 internationals. Great to see those part of the European Cricket Network action. Really like the concept of more sides across the continent, men's and women's, getting official T20Is, of course, broadcast on the European Cricket Network. And great to see Greece get a win this morning. So it's the 3rd game of 5, like we have on all game days. Ali Abbas will come on to strike. What can he do, the big man? Can he find a bit of something? I'm going to check this bowler, because that's going to be a no ball. A free hit incoming for Ali Abbas now. Going to be another no ball, and another one off the pitch. So in comes the free hit again. I think it's Dion Johnson that's bowling. And he gets away with the free hit. Okay, it is confirmed as Dion Johnson. It is bowling. 2 no balls to start with, 2 extra free runs to the total, and the free hit, no damage done. This one is going to be a no ball again. Johnson's having real problems. He's landed that one on the mat, and that's why it's another free hit. So Ali Abbas in theory is not off 4, but 3 of those deliveries have been given as no balls. Here's the free hit again, and that's going to be a wide, so he'll have to reload the free hit. So fairly disastrous start for Ulton with the ball here, but it hasn't cost him that many runs. Free hit again indicated, so Ali Abbas can't be given out. And he gets a good piece of it. Well, he might be 53 years of age, but there's nothing wrong with that pull shot. Off the free hit, it goes for a Maximo. Good strike. Really good shot from the captain and co-founder of this cricket club. He had his company last night, Chachu on the back of his shirt. They call him Uncle here, all of the younger players. Going to come around the wicket now, Johnson. Oh, big swing and a miss. He wants a wide. He's going to get it. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad decision. That's a long way out of the hitting arc. Johnson has only bowled 2 legal deliveries. He's gone for 11. And look at how long this over is taking. They're already 8 overs in. They've only bowled 8 legal deliveries. 8 minutes in, that is. Now that's okay. I think he'll get away with that one. Short wide. If Abbas could have got anything on that with no deep third in place and just one man behind square on the offside, well, 2 if you include the backward point, but probably would have been 4. Johnson having real issues here with his radar. So many extras already. As this one's just chipped into the leg side. Going to be a single for Ali Abbas. Good decision, promoting himself up the order. Short, dragged down the leg side. Well, this over, it's going to test every single scorer. If you're doing a manual scorecard, you'll remember the little scoring box that you had to fit those 6 deliveries into. Right now, well, it's bordering on the farcical, really, because we've had 3 no balls. I think that's 3 wides now, just the 4 legal deliveries. And another one that's going to be helped away, all the way to 6, and St. Gallen, well, they're being given some freebies, to say the least, by Dion Johnson. That was a better delivery, but he's been all over the place. He just can't get his radar. And this over, to be honest, it could be a lot worse than the 19 that it's gone for. Doesn't look too happy. But he's only got himself to blame right now, as the runs are coming quickly. 11 deliveries already in this over, 5 of them legal though. So it was 3 wides and 3 no balls that we've already had. 4 no balls, I think. And now he changes his action. And the biggest challenge here is the clock. Because we are past 10 minutes of action in 3, 2, 1 second now. That's 10 minutes gone. And they're yet to complete their second over. And all these wides, they keep stacking up. They are killing Oulton right now. Not so much the runs that are being conceded, but, well, it's an early call. I know it's only the second over. I wonder, are we going to have an over rate penalty here? Because unless they really squeeze in their remaining overs, they're going to struggle. Very, very long over here from Dion Johnson. Does get one, at least, to be a legal delivery to close out the second, and it's 25 for none. Could have been a lot worse than that for St. Gallen CC. As you're joining me, Andrew Leonard, who I'm delighted to have the company now of the main man himself. It's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo. Vinny, you missed a rather elongated second over there, but let's firstly just talk about these standings.
Well, means that every team has a win now, with Cossonay winning their first game, a real nail-biter against Geneva, who go 2-1. Oulton, the only undefeated team, except for Cossonay, that is, in the competition. And things really tightening up. St. Gallen, they would love to get a little bit of breathing space at the top of the ladder. As the first ball of the next over from Stanek Zai is too short, pulled away, 4 runs. Nice shot by Ali Abbas, who's gone up to open the batting here, I see, in the third match of the day.
Well, I think a reason for that, Vinny, he's been having heart palpitations on the side, hasn't he, watching on. So he says, look, let's get it on my own shoulders. I may be 53 years young, but I reckon I can guide our side off to a good start. St. Gallen CC, if they win this, could they be the first that we almost kind of penciled, maybe not even chalk or pen in, 5 wins should be good for the top 5.
Yeah.
With 3 games to play.
They could still have a shocker and miss out with 5. But, yeah, pencil, no problem.
Bit of pencil.
But keep your eraser in the back pocket. Anyway, this is going to be more run, same direction, same result. 4 carreras más as Ali Abbas just enjoying this angle that Stanek Zai is offering at the moment.
It really is. 333 on the shirt. It's Rahan Staniksai who's got the Chris Gale tribute out on the back of the shirt, but that angle he's bowling, Chachu, the man they call the uncle of St. Gallen CC, one of the co-founders, he's really enjoying it. And was I early in my call, Vinny? You're much more experienced at this than me.
But yeah, you're exactly right. Those extra deliveries are killers. With a 13 ball over, Ian over number 2. This goes through everybody. Yeah, obviously, just cannot be a wide, despite some people have been thinking.
Explain that to someone who's never watched cricket before. Why is that not a wide, whereas the other ones that miss the leg
anything
stump
that misses the stump to the right, for a right-hander, it's a wide. But anything, it's superseded because anything that goes between the batter's body and the stumps is not a wide.
So because Abbas's legs were on the right-hand side as we look at that delivery.
Oh, that one's gone. Maximo Abbas. He's just basically sat down Sher Mohammed and said, you sit, you watch, I'll show you how to open the batting. They're full of options to Gallant. It's a brilliant shot.
Well, I'm so happy for Ali Abbas. He's been so good to us here. The quality of hospitality you get in Switzerland, right up there. You and I are lucky to, I know you travel all over the world, but particularly Europe. I'm more Africa, Americas, into Asia. Generally, you get so well welcomed wherever you go, particularly doing the role we're doing. But the Swiss team here hosting this event, particularly the man on strike, real gent.
Oh, no, he's basically out of options. He's scared of jamming down this because he's worried he might bounce off him into the stumps.
Was he listening to our commentary going, that's why it's not a wide, because you just wanted to give us another replay. So again, it's missed to the right of the stumps.
Exactly.
Because his legs are on the far side of that.
Basically, the way I explain it to newbies, I say anything that's behind the batter, that's baseball terminology. Anything that's behind the batter is a wide. Anyway, this one's up, so over the top, and that's going to go to the boundary as well, turning into a very good over. Stanek Zai goes for 18. Ali Abbas showing that age is no barrier. Goes and fetches this one. End of the power play, 43 without loss. Well, Lenny, I've got to tell you, lunch was delicious. I've come from it.
Good.
It's a little bit of the old steak and veg coming your way. A little bit, it's a bit of an Irish feel about it.
Well, I tell you
green beans as well.
I tell you what they did for me yesterday. They did the potatoes. And I had a great friend of mine. I'm not going to name him because, well, he's got a big role. He's a very important role. But he sent me a message. He's an Antipodean. Okay. So I'm not even narrowing it down that far. He sent me a message yesterday, and he said something along the lines of, "Well, that's the way you are, you potato lover." And I said, "My friend, I don't even take that as a slag because we do love potatoes. The stereotype fits. We adore potatoes."
And the other thing is, the whole world loves potatoes. There's so many other ways. There's so many ways you can slice and dice them.
Well, they're very popular in Ireland, I'll tell you.
They're in everything, except Pringles, I think. Sorry to call that a brand. Anyway, here we go with Sivakaran, who's going to bowl over number 4. Time for some spin. And he sits straight back over his head. Field is pretty straight. Well, luckily, it stops of its own accord. Stanek Zai ends up cleaning up. And did they only get one there?
They've only run one here, Vinny, because I think that the grand old man is guilty of ball watching here. You'll see him in the background there. He's celebrating the 6 or the 4. Doesn't realise it's held up, come inside the rope, but he had to scamper to get through for 1.
It did feel like a 4 off the bat. And then Ali said, okay, I reckon that's just experience. He's on a heater and he wants the strike back, and now he's got it.
Experience or a little village. One of the two.
Yeah, bit of both. And now he's going to sky it. All right, they're forming an orderly queue. Coming down and gone. Wow, sliding doors, really. Ali Abbas should have been back for 2. Shouldn't have been facing that ball, but he's going to have to go. Spin work. Sivakaran with a wicket. 44 for 1.
Yeah, it's amazing. Those small margins. Love talking about them. Love watching them because, like you said, if Abbas was not celebrating or early celebrating, he wouldn't have been on strike there. He would have got back for 2 comfortably enough. It was a definite 2, but a good contribution from the great man. He's made 25 off just 15. He's even happy to pass his bat on to one of his teammates.
I'm going to make some incentive-based batting as Sher Mohammed does come to the crease now. You're allowed to go to lunch when they score 50 runs. So they're 44 at the moment.
44, okay.
All right.
I thought I was doing the whole first innings for you, Vin. Okay, I can get down.
I should not eat anymore. Otherwise, there'll be nothing left.
Well, I do have breaking news.
Get it while
it's breaking news. I'm sorry, I'm hanging you out to dry live on air.
What's that?
You didn't just go for 1 dinner last night, Finn, did you? You double dipped.
It's not a scoop for the viewers if I double dinner. I 100% double dinner. All right. Shamahama comes out and he'll get 4 here. Similar direction. This was flatter though. Didn't allow anyone near it. And so this one does get through. And Cher is having a good series. Starts with a boundary.
So if the viewers are wondering what I'm talking about, myself, Vinny, Ali Abbas, and Andy Rhino. Ryan.
Yeah, Rhino.
Got there.
Yeah,
I was thinking of another Andy.
It's a hard
Andrew
pronunciation, I know.
Yeah. We all got out for dinner last night. We had Srinath with us too. Really, really enjoyable evening. And when you go to an Italian, there's really only 2 options. There's loads of different ones.
True. Wow, that looks big to me off the bat, and it is. That's the roofer. As Shamahama goes large. Maximo. Well, I hope this is the 3rd house that was built by the 3rd little pig, because I'm worried it's going to blow down here with some of these Maximos that are raining down on the grandstand.
Well, I like that camera angle. I think whenever we get one that's likely to go on the roof, I think that's what should show. It was a big clatter, a big bang. What's that, ball number 55?
And the rest.
65 up on the roof.
And also, one day we will probably see one go through the roof, and so that'd be great to get that on film as well. And guess what? With that shot, the 50's up. So Andrew Leonard, you are excused. Wash your hands before dinner, please.
At the end of the hour, I want to finish the story, Vin.
Okay, please.
That'll be safe. So when you go to an Italian, there's 2 options.
Yeah,
pizza.
I could have told him this.
Or pasta.
Yes.
What did Vinny Sandu do? He said, no, not for me. I love pizza and pasta. It looked good. Well, my pizza was excellent. How was your pizza and pasta, Vinny?
They were both excellent. And you know what? I also had dessert. Tartufo e cioccolato.
Is that the triple dip? The official triple dip.
They say things come in 3s. Anyway, thanks to everyone for dinner. We've gotten food chat out of the way. We won't need to do it last game of the day. It's a reckless throw. And it takes a bit of hat on the fielding effort, but luckily he's wearing it. Sanik's eye. End of the over, 56 for 1.
Vinny, I'll see you for the second innings, mate.
Yeah, come back for the second innings.
Beautiful. Let's
Enjoy
see what St.
yourself.
Gallen sees. Can you do me one favour?
Go on.
Keep an eye on that clock. I think that could come into play.
All right. Well, you're not on the clock now. You can just go, take as long as you like for your dinner. And so we'll still have this game going on, of course. As you do that, keep an eye on it. Mali Static Zai is going to bowl now. And so Kogiani back with his regular opening partner, Shem Mohammed. Yeah, a little gamble, just saying Ali Abbas feeling good, putting himself up there. First ball, he'll cutter from Static Zai. Bowled the first over. It was a pretty good one. Only went for 5, and 5 dot balls in there, a 4 and a wide. Probably a wide. Yeah, I don't think it's quite inside. Static Zai doesn't love the call. I mean, the batter, he takes a little step, but he's still pretty much on off stump. It's only if you get a significant distance outside off that they'll move the line. I think benefit normally goes to the batters with those calls. Going to get the ball to straighten up. Another cutter from Static Zai. This is a really good shot by Kogiani. He's a more complete player than you think. Look at this. It's not all smash and dash. He spots the cutter. He knows there's a gap there. He knows there's no outfielder. And whacks it away for 4 runs. Excellent batting. Static Zai. The comeback ball goes pace on. He gets absolutely laced to point, and now the umpire basically in some sort of square dance maneuver with the fielder. Well, I can't say you see this very often. Umpire's trying to get out the way and just gets in the way in the end. The ball rolls towards him. Yeah, have a look at this on the replay. The umpire's saying, I'm trying to get out the way, and the ball just keeps following him and then basically impedes the fielder. Says sorry. Couldn't really do much about that because of the deflection. Anyway, this is up and it's away from the fielder. I think that might have gone all the way, you know. Wait for the signal. And yeah, it's been called 4 in the end. Let's have a look. Well, I suppose that's pretty far away. Maybe just, I don't think you call that. Probably more likely 4 than 6. So let's go with the on-field call there. Oh, this is a good bouncer. The keeper likes it, Shahid Waridu. And they're all high-fiving, but this isn't something you can really get assistance from off the field with. I don't think there was anything on it personally, but it's a long wait. Maybe did it just kiss the glove? I didn't. Seemed to be over him, put it that way. Seemed to be over the hands. Yeah, maybe a shoulder. Certainly made him think about it. Almost delivered a reverse mohawk on Shah Mohammed. As it went over his unguarded head. Last ball of the over coming up. Shot, all hands into the gap, 4 runs. So Stanek Zai gets it slightly wrong. He's a good player, but it wasn't his best effort. Tempted Yorker goes awry into the 5th, and it's 70 for 1. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. And while Lenny steps out for lunch, look who has turned up. Andrew Ryan from Cossaday. Rhino, congratulations. What a way for you guys to start your tournament. Got a feel for Geneva. They played very well as well, but you guys just edged them out in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic side, Geneva, and one that we have a natural rivalry with, given they're down in the French-speaking part of Switzerland.
Yeah.
So they're a team we know very, very well. Tough game, and they obviously came in cold yesterday. I think we thought we started very, very well with them, and I think one thing that we've certainly seen from that first game is that you've got to take advantage when that ball is new. The first 2 or 3 overs, you can get some sideways movement from it. After that, and particularly when it's getting a little bit damp with the conditions that we've had today, just absolutely gun barrel straight, and you can score big runs in those last 3 or 4 overs.
Well, I know that you know that I'm neutral, but I do appreciate my Cossaday shirt, which I was given. So, obviously, really thrilled for you guys. Anyway, this in the end is an opportunity, and it's Dion Johnson. He'll take it, just gallops to the right. Kogiani goes at the first ball of the 6th. Stanek Zai, he likes the left-hand to left-hand combination, and nicely taken by Dion there at long off as well.
Yeah, certainly is. He's one of the most athletic outfielders in Switzerland, Dion Johnson. Very good pair of hands, and wouldn't be too many other players in that Alton side that you'd much rather see under a high ball if you're the skipper, and he takes it very cleanly. And St. Gallen, 2 wickets down. They're sitting pretty nicely at the moment. They are coming through this tournament nicely, Vinny, aren't they? We saw them last night with a very, very strong win. Good batting effort, and they're doing the same here, batting first in this test against Alton.
Yeah. One thing that I'm just loving is the competitive nature of this tournament. There's no easy games. Even, say, the Crickets, who were bottom of the ladder last time, they touched up the Nomads. Oh, well, swing and touching up. This is going and gone. Maximo! As Morrison Raza comes out. Now, this guy, dial double L for long levers as he just lifts it up effortlessly over 6 off the first ball he faces.
Yeah, that's a pretty good middle on the Raza bat, I think, Vinny. Didn't take too many hefty swings last night in the final game. Still managed to clear the boundary with ease. Nice start to his innings. So Stanek Zai, short of a length outside off stump. Not a bad place to bowl after you've just been heaved over the mid-wicket boundary. Keeps it to 1.
Okay, let's just talk. I don't want to make it the Andrew Ryan expose interview.
Hour.
Let's talk about your fielding. And in particular...
Can I just ask a question? Was I man of the match in that last game? Because there were certainly some solid contributions. This one is pumped.
You were A-man in the match. And you were A-man down for a while there as well. As Shah Mohammed bangs it straight. Sight screen buster. Maximo. 6 more to the hosts and Gallen. Galloping here against Alton.
Well, before we get on to the dropped catch, can I tell you a little story?
Did it carry? Or?
Actually, I thought that one was dropping a lot shorter than it did. I almost ended up headbutting it going for the dive and had to keep more upright than expected.
Can you see that big crater at cover point right now?
I'm surprised you didn't bring out the sand to fix the divot. It's just dragged straight down to long.
I didn't mark that. Didn't flag that for social media, just so you know. But I'll give you the first one for free, but be very careful.
Anyway, can I tell you a story about? So obviously, I got the joy of bowling the 9th over as Jamil was getting straight into his work and bowling with a pill that was not moving off the straight. But anyway, just as I was sort of trying to clear my head, as Stanek Zai thankfully has given us a dead ball there. Trying to clear my head of the fact that I knew the Maximo would be calling something as I came in for this over.
Yeah.
And then literally, as I've just taken my first step, I could hear your voice coming out with, "It's time for Andrew Ryan to bowl the 9th over. It all happens in the 9th."
It sure did. Can I tell you something?
Please do.
Between friends.
Yep.
It's probably the first time I've been nervous for a while. I was nervous for you because, I mean, normally you'd bowl a little bit earlier, like you say.
Yep.
Oh, and there's Elsa.
She's happy, isn't she?
She's been converted now. She's a Swiss supporter. So there you go. Plenty of room now. If that's not an incentive to come down to the Grundamos Stadium and have a chin wag with Elsa about the cricket, I don't know what is. End of the 6th over. It's 85 for 2 after 6. I'm liking that. Good to see some supporters.
Absolutely. A decent crowd turned out today. Plenty of noise around the stadium. We heard plenty of sound from the St Gallen supporters yesterday as they won Game 5.
So going back to what I was saying, I was a little bit nervous for you because I wanted you to do well. First time we've seen you on the network for 3 years in a playing capacity. And you've illustrated perfectly why you'll never see me out there playing until we get the 7th over underway, and the first ball is a dot. It's Makajana with the ball.
You know you were going to be judged when you. I wouldn't say I was nervous bowling that first ball, but to actually take a couple of seconds to clear the head of, do not worry about what Maximo is saying. Do not worry about the YouTube chat.
Focus. Short, heaved, and 6. Maximo. And once again, Raza is able to get their hands out in front. Bowler tries to go upstairs. It's a risky tactic if you can't get it right up, kind of chest or higher, as Raza pulls off the pull shot.
Yeah, nice shot from Raza. He's proving himself to be a pretty effective power hitter in this tournament so far. He's up to 14 off 5. St Gallen still chugging along at reasonable speed. Run rate just a tick under 15.
I'm going to get off you for a sec, which you'll be happy with. We wait for the next ball again. Now he does go upstairs. Even better shot from Raza this time because it's shorter. So the bowler basically digs his heels and says, "No, okay, I am going short, but I'm going to do it properly." But instead of pulling it, he goes to the old jump uppercut and gets another boundary. Very smart batting.
Yeah, not only the jump uppercut, he also stepped really deep into his crease there. I think that it's a predictable response, isn't it, when you get taken over the leg side, that short ball on the off. I think a lot of the batters are learning of the bowler traits here in this tournament.
Now wide, good leave from Raza. Let's get onto your team, though. Aiden Andrews, refresh our viewers about him. He was player of the match for his 3 wickets and a very important knock opening the batting. And then also, obviously, Ashwin with a big knock at the end, 28 off 8 to get you over the line.
Certainly was. Well, there you go. I know what that feels like after that first game. No one's scooted down to the boundary, so that's a little bit of extra punishment. And St Gallen, they're getting up to a nice total. So let's have a chat about Aiden Andrews first. He actually has not been bowling for us much in league cricket at all, but I suspect skipper Arjun Vinod went back to some of our 2020 ECN broadcasts in which we actually bowled him in the opening 3 overs a lot. And in fact, actually, probably most of the games, maybe only a little bit less when it was a left-handed opening pair. As that one has been hit down the ground, not particularly well, and Dion Johnson will come in and take a catch, but it was a no ball for a free hit.
Yeah, because it was off the pitch, it went for 4. Harsh on the keeper, 4 buys the ball before.
Yep. But anyway, so coming back to Aiden, I think it's a great call. If he is going to bowl, you want him to bowl in the opening 3 overs when that ball is moving, and he does swing the ball away more than most players in this country. So.
Oh, it could be trouble. I think he just gets back here. Wouldn't you be another bowler that would probably want to bowl when the ball's new?
I'd prefer it rather than bowling with it 9 overs old and pretty damp. But anyway, you've got to take what you can get sometimes. It's a nice bit of fielding, but batter safely home with the stretch. The other thing I will say about Aiden is that because he's genuine medium pace and no more, it's a really different look that you're giving opening batters who, for the most part, want the ball coming on the bat.
So not an out-and-out speed option,
Absolutely.
Such as yourself. Last ball, the 7th, and it's going to be turned away to mid-wicket. Mohammed will get 1. He'll retain the strike. 7 overs down. It's 103 for 2 after 7. Let's just have a look at the counter. 51 days to go till the ECC. And if you missed the scoop, Rhino, you have agreed, and a verbal contract is binding. You're a lawyer. You know that. You said that you will get involved with us with a commentary for week 1 in the ECC.
I think I said subject to Corey Rutgers being out there with his Spanish team because I've got to have some comedic material to work with, and nothing's better than the rut.
Well, let's hope Corey holds on to his job. It's always touch and go once he gets into a few months down the track.
Surely the Spanish are just contracting him on a week-by-week basis.
Probably. But, yeah, that's going to be awesome. The Euros of cricket coming up, and Switzerland, of course, they'll be in Group E at the start of week 3. So maybe he can come back again.
Love to. I'm really pumped about how the Swiss boys will go out there.
A lot of buzz about the Swiss national team with their performance in the Valletta Cup. Okay, slightly different format, but super great to see them in the 10 over format next weekend. Anyway, here comes Dion the Rock Johnson. He gets knocked into the leg side for one.
I think it'll be interesting to see what the brains trust of the Swiss selectors do in terms of that ECC tournament, because there's probably a lot of players in the team who played in the Valletta Cup that are probably more suited to 20 over, 40 over cricket. How much they might try to take a T10 specialist team out there.
You definitely have some crossover as we see this hit down to Stanik's eye. I think you're looking at guys like Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed, who are kind of locks. I think no matter what the format, they're also very experienced in the 10 over game. Guys have done it before. I think, yeah, you're looking at, you need a couple of probably bolters. You probably switch out a couple of real kind of tape ball style specialists. Anyway, this is a proper hit, straight down, roof mode activated. Shah Mohammed, we're going to have to start charging him as well. Maximal, 6 more to St. Gallen, and Alton undefeated, but they certainly haven't had it all their own way so far in this tournament, and particularly in this innings.
Yeah, certainly not. He's genuine stand and deliver, Mohammed, isn't he? Completely bolt upright at the crease, but gets the levers through. Dion Johnson, he's gone for a few, still 3 balls to get through.
This will be a wide. Oh.
His arm's gone out for no ball.
Yeah, I assume this is for off the pitch. I will say, it didn't seem that way to me, but let's have a look. Yeah.
Tough call.
But if you're in doubt, I think you shouldn't call it. That's just my feeling with the pitch being.
It's feeling like it is going, the no balls are playing a big part in this tournament so far.
Yeah, free hit counts out of the roof. Now, this is a free hit, so it won't be out if he catches it, and he misjudged it, so even worse. Sivakaran just needed to hightail it back to the rope and keep it in front of him. He couldn't, and so the free hit does result in the boundary, and St. Gallen just keep on rocking here in the first half of match 28.
There's no total that's out of reach of this Alton batting lineup. They've got some power hitters throughout, but nonetheless, St. Gallen are putting on a really, really good show here. If they can get this up to sort of 145, 150 range, we know they've got a decent bowling attack. They can be in with a big show here, and this would be a huge upset. Alton undefeated in the tournament so far.
Yeah, it's hard to see any team going through undefeated the whole tournament. As this is up, it's in the air, into a pocket of space. Fielder comes around, will concede the 2, but won't concede the boundary. Shah Mohammed, interestingly, in number 3, because Ali Abbas just felt like opening, and he did a pretty good job at the top, cracking 25 or 15 in the power play. So I want to say hello to James Stewart in Estonia, saying hello, and saying well done, Rhino, and thanks for the checkup. Jacob, his son, and I have had a great day in Tallinn and the Baltic Cup so far.
Lovely.
So I know that Iceland are playing Estonia right now. Stefan Gooch has scored a 50, and he's motoring as well in that innings. Anyway, right now, Shah Mohammed's motoring. He's hitting him onto the roof. He's hitting him away from the roof. He's just hitting him. This one probably not quite off the middle, but 4 more.
Yeah, frustrating for Dion Johnson. It's a pretty useful place to bowl in the later overs, but as it is, just a flying edge going through the third man area, which was completely vacant. And St. Gallen, 8 overs down, or 1-2-2 for 2.
Now, one thing that I noticed is they seem to get back on time, because there was a 13 ball over in the second, and actually, I don't know if you realise this yet, but you had a buzzer beater on your last ball you're over, and if you had have not bowled a wide, it would have saved your team 5
Shut
runs.
Up, Maximo.
So we
Stop
said,
it.
whatever you do,
Stop
don't
it.
bowl a wide, Rhino, and you lost it down the leg side. So it was basically a 6. But then actually, you took the wicket.
Took the wicket.
I think it's worth it, seeing you won. Anyway, this is up and it's over the leg side. Maximal, 6 to Raza, who is certainly playing his part as well. It all happens in the ninth. Forever it will be known as the Andrew Ryan over. Right now, it is 6 more to St. Gallen and Alton. Just finding it hard to stay in touch here.
Yeah, Raza going along nicely. In terms of the time, it looks like Sivakaran should be pretty safe here. Admittedly, before I bowled that over, the umpire did say, "Oh, you're looking good for time." So There wasn't a huge amount of hustle that was going through. But tell you what, if we had lost that game by 2 runs,
could have been the end of it.
Well, I would have been blaming the captain, to be honest. As that one goes up, fielders converge. Dion Johnson, can he take it? A magnificent athletic effort. Probably would have been one of the catches of the tournament.
Well, you're also worried about a two-footed challenge from the bowler when you're coming in this situation, even though Johnson calls it. And once the outfielder does it, everyone else will just clear out the way, which they do. Throws himself off his feet. They only get one, though. Good effort.
Fantastic vision there from Spring Productions.
44 for Shem Mohammed. This is in the air. Oh, half chance as well. That catch or attempted catch from Dion Johnson in snooker, I'd call that like a shot to nothing. So, he's got a free shot at it. It'd be great if he pulled it off. As it is, doesn't hurt his team too much. Just the one run.
So interesting video with it bringing Sivakaran on for the 9th. What's your take in terms of the use of spinners in the tournament so far? We actually saw a very good couple of overs from Tahir from Kosnay, who came in at a pressure backstage.
Good.
Bowled very well.
Maybe tell us a bit about him as well. I thought he bowled really well. Looks like they'll do it for time here. Oh. This one might take some time to find because Sher Mohammed, because that brings up his 50 off 18 balls, Maximo. And Sher Mohammed, once again, he just continues doing what he's doing.
Well, I'll tell you what, if he's at Starbucks, he's ordered the Grande with that shot. That's gone a long, long way. 51 off 18. One ball to go as Sivakaran decides to come around the wicket. I suspect he might move across the crease here, try to smash this to long on.
Oh, wow. That's pure. And that's Rooftown. Yeah, brace for impact. That one's in the rafters. St. Gallen just having a party here on home turf. That's 9 overs down, 143 for 2. And as we all say, it all happens in the 9th. It goes magical. And there were 21 runs off that over.
Oh, seems to be a popular figure for the 9th over.
Yeah, we won't charge you for the 5, which you so technically could have avoided. But they do get in for time. But once again, when you see a big chase, thing is, the fearlessness of the batters here, you almost feel, even when teams get 160 or 170 in the first innings, the game's still alive.
It certainly is. And St. Gallen, probably already enough runs on the board to win this game. If they can get a bonus of 15 off this last over, they will be putting themselves in the box seat. And Alton could be staring down the barrel of their first defeat in this T10 competition here at St. Gallen. We see the St. Gallen boys enjoying playing on their home turf.
All right. So Makajana, 14 came off his first over. Looks like 150s. But it might be more after that shot from Raza, who lifts it up and over. Maximo! Holton undefeated, but staring down the barrel of a huge second innings.
He just does it so easily, doesn't he, Raza? There's half the times you just think he hasn't put enough juice onto his shots, but ball carries a long, long way. And Makajana, tell you what, it's not a nice feeling being bombed for 6, your first ball. Good pressure on this young man. Good
Better.
ball.
Yeah, good. So one thing you talk about spin, I was a bit surprised that we didn't see Arjun Vinod, your captain, bowling himself. I thought with the left-hander, maybe in the power play, batting pretty well, it might have been an opportunity to bowl him. I'm sure we'll see him at some point. Obviously, he's a very good off-spin bowler.
Yeah, I mean, when teams are going at 15 and over, it's probably a good way to protect your bowling average. And your
I was going to say, he has the advantage as a captain of choosing not to bowl as well.
Might come in when the Zurich Crickets are 7 down for about 70 and see if he can get a few cheap wickets.
You mentioned, your good leggy there to here. This is wide down leg side. I've got to say, Wasim Javed, your keeper, he impressed me with his energy. A little bit of a live wire. Doesn't mind trying a few things, and also played a pretty important knock. Just getting a bit of momentum going in the second innings. It seems every time we got a bit of momentum, though, the partnership got broken. This is up, it's in the air, and it's more work for the long on. This time, Johnson cleans up, no dramas at all. So Raza falls in the last, but the 150 has come up. 2 balls remaining, 152 for 3.
Nice clean catch there. Not a bad bit of bowling, actually. Just got the ball drifted outside off stump, and Raza trying to heave it across from there. It's a good piece of bowling and well taken down there from Dion Johnson, who seems to be wearing the shirt that has Dion on it. He's not wearing it.
Maybe he's just grown or shrunk.
Maybe.
That could be what it is.
Hitting the gym too hard out in Alton Town. Surprising. There's so many things to do in the place to keep the youngsters entertained. No, Wasim Javed. I think I nominated him last night as the sort of player you probably don't know, but the one to watch for Kosnay. Probably wasn't at his absolute best with the bat in this game. A few balls flying down to third man as ball charges past the batter there, but I think you still saw some class shots from him. He's a very, very good batter.
Even a wicket that late in the piece can save your runs. Might save you 10 runs. Aaron swings and misses at the first one. Muhammad's stuck at the other end, although this will be a fingertip up. I'll get 2. I might even try for 3, depending on where the throw goes. Oh, it's a really good throw. I think he makes it. Some of the arms here, I've got to say Jay Sin's got an absolute bullet arm that we saw.
Yeah, I try to avoid backing up when Jay's throwing from the outfield as Haroon comes through safely, and they make 2 on that final ball.
Yeah, so I think I just want to check that one more time. Because he doesn't really... Does he ground the bat straight away or not? I think he was okay by the time it gets down. We'll just check it one more time. But yeah, I've got it marked down as 2 already in pencil. Let's have a look. It's a perfect throw. Yeah, I think you can see that. Just gets out in time. As that will mark the end of the 10 overs. 154 for 3 St. Gallen. Alton, 155 that they will need to chase, but we know that they are stacked as well. And it's not that dissimilar to what they had to chase in the first morning. That was against the Zurich Nomads. Seems a long time ago, and it was. On that occasion, match 1, they needed 153 for victory. They did it within 8 overs, so they won't be intimidated at all as we look back on the highlights of the first innings.
No, power pack batting lineup, they'll be absolutely fine. As nice piece of almost old school cricket there with Maliar just getting the ball to move across in the opening stages. But St. Gallen, don't they have some power in that batting lineup? Ali Abbas, he's certainly firing after an enjoyable pizza out of Rorschach last night, but it didn't last too long, didn't do too much damage. 25 of 15 with 2 6s in his innings, and then the left-hand attacker, Edmar Kogiani, wasn't so effective today, batted very, very well last night. Found Dion Johnson in the outfield, a safe pair of hands, but 2 right-handers, Sher Mohammed and Washin Raza, they were wonderful in those middle stages. Probably not the cleanest effort from Alton. A couple of catches going down, athletic effort from Dion Johnson. If there was anyone in the tournament who's likely to take it, it's probably him. And the 6s just kept on coming as the St. Gallen boys went jumbo. They hit some long balls before Johnson took yet another catch. Although in saying that, it was probably just a touch too late, and in the end, St. Gallen have got themselves a very defendable total, taking themselves to 154 for 3.
Different strokes, different folks, different places, different races. 150s are not locks here in Switzerland. We know that Alton, they are a team that have qualified twice for the ECL, and they will feel they can chase this 155. Look back at the first innings. Abbas threw himself up to open. It came off pretty well, actually, 25 or 15. Kogiani hit some nice shots, didn't quite hit his traps in his 17. Sher Mohammed, though, in the standout innings, 58 of 20, coming in at 3 this time. Mohsin Raza, important in that partnership as well, 35 of 15. Few too many extras, but a lot of them came in that second over. Apart from that, they weren't actually that bad. As we look at the figures, I'm going to say Stanik Zai, very, very tight. He's a good player. Always like to watch him. He also can bang the ball. He took none for 19 wickets for Raihan Stanik Zai, as well as Vikaran and Mahjana. We'll take a break. We'll come back after the break. How would you like to stick around for the first 5 overs, Rhino? Because I'd like to get you and Lenny together. How about that?
Let's see, we might make it the first 2 or 3 and see how we go.
I've heard you're 12th man the next game anyway, so you've got plenty of time. Anyway, we'll come back after this break. You're watching ECN. This is the European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. ECS action here on a Saturday, Super Saturday of action so far. We're watching St Gallen taking on Alton in match number 28. It's the third of 5 matches today. Double screening today as well, a few of our viewers, because we also have T20IWs happening from Romania. Rico's over there. Final day there before Rico travels Monday, and he'll be here on Tuesday to join the party. So we've been watching a lot of cricket here. Exciting day as well, because Costinate have joined, and that means that I've got the services of this gentleman for the first part of the second innings, Andrew Ryan. Rhino, big chase, but big batting lineup for Alton, 155. How do you think they're going to go?
Yeah, some big bats in here. They'll get close to this no matter what. Key, I think, early wickets for St Gallen, starting with Musa, the left arm around the wicket.
Well, it's not a great start. You're going to miss by a lot. That one did not hit the edge of the pitch. It hit grass. Stay off the grass, kids. It's good advice.
Yep, certainly no good for you in the long term, but Musa himself needs to relax a touch. Fairly ordinary first delivery. He's got it to move sideways, though. Not sure what he was doing, going for the ball, moving away from the right-hander, starting it outside the pitch itself.
I don't want to go tangential, but I don't like that rule. I'd like to see just a wide. Stanikzai has to eat a dot. I mean, he's probably going to be paid big bucks one day for his strike rate, and that's totally killed it. Anyway.
I'd take the no ball.
Yep. Well, here's the free hit. Can they get going? Yeah, pretty good comeback from Musa Ahmadzai. Hey, I wanted to ask you a question in the first innings, which I didn't get time because of the carnage that we were watching. But you played in the first ECS here in 2020. ECN and the European Cricket Series in particular was in its infancy back then. How's it different now?
So I think there's probably a couple of things. Vinny, as we just see Musa charge in for his next delivery. Good ball outside off stump. Charging through there, pretending they've got an outside edge. I didn't hear anything on the audio.
I like that. He's like, see no evil, hear no evil about this. It's a celeb appeal, but it's really only a Z-grade celebrity appeal, really, and then just accelerates with a couple of little claps. Good umpiring.
Yeah, TMZ wouldn't be the least bit interested in that. But anyway, so I think there's probably two perspectives. One's the operational one. Obviously, it's very slick here now in terms of the way that the teams are talked to, the way that the commentary stuff is set up, the production by Spring Production is fantastic. As this ball's gone high, very high, huge moment in the chase. Fielder's gone back. He's gone back with hard hands, popped out.
Here's the thing, St Gallen, they're the masters of the rebound catch. We've actually seen two of them, both to Ali Abbas, and this just went in an unpredictable fashion, popped behind the pack, and I think that was Sasi Kumar. It was under that one.
Tharunavukarasu is not a man you want to be giving second chances to.
That's
he
right.
plays largely the same shot to almost every ball, but he is one of the most destructive hitters in this tournament, and that is a gift to him. Nice piece of bowling from Ahmadzai.
We get one. We get two, I think, in the end, pardon me. Now, this is not being caught by anybody on the field anyway. Maximo! 6 runs, and Alton on the pace early. Okay, that gives you a bit of an opportunity. You can finish what you're saying about the 2020 versus the 2023.
So slick operation, obviously. Everything really, really well run. Obviously, the legend that is Rob Kemming sitting down in the referee's tent, keeping a strong eye on things. I think it's probably different as a player when you're coming for your second event as your first event. When you played the first one, everything was so new. It was such a big experience. Seeing yourself on the TV as that one's just driven out to backward point. I think probably about 3/4 of our side were here in 2020, and so there's a little bit more almost calmness. The novelty of it is not quite the same. You're sort of coming here more as this is a cricket event that we want to win, and everyone knows what their job is.
I can still feel a bit of a buzz, though. There must be a little bit of a buzz. That we're back now, and this ball is not coming back, and he got a life. Brought a rainmaker to the table, and Tharunavukarasu goes Maximo, and Alton ahead of the pace now. And Sharafat in the chat saying that their chase against the Zurich Nomads on day one was a fluke. I've got to say, we've got to agree to disagree there as we get to the end of the first over. 16 without loss after 191 matches since the Golden Ball. Lenny has promised that we'll get a Golden Ball while we're here. And that's one thing we haven't had in Switzerland before. I know that we've had some golden moments together, haven't we?
Many golden moments. I think it wasn't a golden moment in the field in that last over. Tell you what, Musa thought he'd done a pretty good job. Started that over, managed to get the false shot from Iaso and put down, and he gets paid back with a pair of Maximos. So, Melia on strike. Kogiani, second over.
Well, that's banked. And forget it. That's into the grandstand. Maximo, whoa. And watch out. That was almost camera one, lights out. Static side goes large. First ball, the second.
Yeah, he hit some absolute bullets. I would say that velocity alone, he is probably the hardest hitter in Switzerland, Malia. I mean, that ball was not particularly elevated, but still went like a tracer bullet. Absolutely sensational stuff.
Yeah, I think sometimes he tries some pretty outrageous shots. And I don't think he needs to because he'll play them anyway. You know, the helicopter, all these things, these little flourishes. He's just naturally so gifted. He's got a great eye. And now he's going to go high. And Shub is running back. Everyone's running back. And no one's catching it. That one's up near us. He's gone up the stairs for a walk. Back to back into the grandstand from Alia Stanicsai.
Yeah, lovely shot. Tell you what, strategically, Vinny, I'm not sure about the tactic of... I like the concept of starting with left armers at the top, but they're both coming around the wicket. And I think if you asked both of these batters, they would far prefer to see the ball coming back into their pads rather than being pushed across them. If I was Kogiani, I would be coming back over the wicket and trying to get this ball outside off stump to Malia.
Change something. Roll your fingers on it. Do something different. Oh. This is not going to win any beauty contest, this shot, but it's running away. It will just get to the boundary. And so Stanicsai goes 6-6-4. Wasn't that convincing, but still halted off to the races in this power play.
Yeah, indeed. Still, actually, it does look like he's coming over the wicket now. I think it's a sensible move, although potentially 3 balls too late.
I want to say a quick hello to Osama Mahmood. Now, he injured his finger earlier on today. Of course, big player for the Power CC. He said the finger's not broken, but there is internal bleeding. I'll come back to that in a second. And he says the ligaments are probably cut as well. So it's a pretty serious finger injury. Osama, thinking of you right now, it was a really brave effort. He came out and batted late in that chase and almost got Power across the line. But Osama, hopefully we see you on the field sooner rather than later. But the most important thing, look after yourself. We love watching you on ECN.
Yeah, indeed. One of the best players in Switzerland, Osama, very talented with bat and ball. I don't think we actually got to see that given the time we arrived to the ground this morning, but it looked like when he came off after batting, that hand was in a fair bit of discomfort.
Yeah, well, this should be out, and it is. It's a little bit of the crocodile style, and Stanicsai is going to have to go. They missed one, but this one was pretty rudimentary. St. Gallen break through and break the opening partnership. It's 32 for 1.
Yeah, I don't want to hark back on it, but old Uncle Andrew said, get yourself bowling over the wicket, young left-hander, and you will find some success. Manages to take it out of the hitting zone of Malia, puts it straight down the throat of Musa, and he'll certainly be happy to see the back of Malia Stanicsai as well. That's a big wicket, 32 for 1.
Yeah, and just had to fight the angle then, didn't he? And, yeah, change of angle, change of luck. But still, these players, play in good spirit. They're almost used to getting out. Nobody wants to get out, but they know it's always a risk when you're playing this form of the game that you're taking risks that can cost you your wicket. Now, this guy was an absolute beast on Monday, Roshanth Krunamurthy, and he can hit the ball a long, long way. So, Alton, even though they lose a key hitter, they've got plenty more to come, Rhino.
Yes, certainly. Krunamurthy played a fantastic innings against the Nomads back in Game 1. Some clean hitting, very, very strong square of the wicket on the leg side. Kokiyari will be doing his best to put this about third or fourth stump outside off.
All right, wastes no time, gets his eye in ECN style, up and over the top. Maximo! End of the over. It's 38 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, Olden showing why they're one of the best exponents, if not the best, in this T10 format here in Switzerland. Good start to this chase, 38 off the first 2 overs. They've got themselves well ahead of the run rate. It was Yasso and Krunamurthy are there. Still reasonable bit of batting in their team as well. Shahid Waridu is pretty good as a wicket-keeper batsman. Murali Ganasekaram, he's been in the national team the last 12 months and a really improved cricketer, actually. Came up with a couple of fantastic run-outs early in the tournament as well.
Electric in the field in that 4th over on day 1. You saw the table there. And what I like with you guys getting a win is every single one of the 11 teams now has some points on the board. So it's wide open. What will that 5 look like when Finals Friday takes place in just 6 days' time? Right now, we'll have a change of pace with Jaffer coming on, and he gets a bit too close to the pads, is lifted up and out of here. Yasso goes large. Maximo Alton certainly throwing down the challenge right here. And Tharuna once again belts it for 6.
Geez, I'd love to see Yasso Thrunavukarasu with a 7-iron on a golf course, because that is precisely what his stroke looks like. But he's such a consistent hitter of a cricket ball for a man who doesn't play a huge amount of defensive shots in any form of the game, but such a clean hitter.
Jaffa's like a hybrid between a spinner and a medium pacer. Rocks up now, he gets outside off, but it's going to be the same result, just different direction. That's gone miles over the boundary. Maximo, 2 out of 2 here in this over.
Yeah, I'm not sure Jaffa's the, whatever question is being asked, I'm not sure Jaffa's the answer here in the 3rd over. He's got no protection out on the boundary aside from 2 fielders. And yeah, so he is standing there thoroughly enjoying what he's being served up.
50's up now for Alton in quick time. Yeah, just going back to Osama, I know he's be a key cog in the national lineup probably as well. And so, if you do miss the ECIs, hopefully we see you at the ECC. Osama and everything heals up okay. Yeah, he knocked it out, trying to take a catch at cover. And so, yeah, I didn't think he was going to bat at all. In the end, he did bat at number 6. But yeah, once again, just saying, look after yourself, and hopefully we see you back soon. Anyway, Jaffa right now, low full toss, and this is into the gap, and this is for... So Alton, they made the highest chase list. They could potentially knock themselves out of the bottom because I think it was 153. This is 155. It would actually put them a couple of slots higher, but...
Probably due to do it in about 7.5 overs, the rate they're going at the moment.
They did it within 8 the other night. So Alton, they played at the ECL the last 2 years, and that's because they won the Swiss T10. Isn't that right?
Correct. They've been in a format that generally is almost geared for inconsistent performances. They've been remarkably consistent in the Swiss T10 scene. As you'd remember from 2020, the ECS, they came runners-up. The first loss they had in the entire tournament was to the Nomads in the grand final. Really, really good game here at Grindamoose.
This is up, and it's travelling, and it is 6 more. Maximo. Alton, just no stop in sight. They've tried Jaffa, hasn't worked. He's gone magical.
Yeah, lovely striking. No one's ended up about 15 metres short of the cup. He'll have a chance for birdie with his putt. It's lovely striking from Iaso. 36 off 10. These two are absolutely rocketing. Jaffa, 22 off his over. 1 ball to go.
Well, up in the air, but this is hanging, and it's an opportunity again. It's a rainmaker. Sher Mohamed's got a good set of hands, and he's going to grab it, and he's going to kick it away. So he plays on. Don't know if that's the smartest thing, but Thrunavukarasu puts another one into the clouds, and it will be a second wicket in the power play, 60 for 2.
Gee, that's stupid stuff from Cher, but he manages to get away with it. Just taken a really crucial catch. Not a bad bit of bowling from Jaffa, actually. Pitches the ball about a foot outside off stump, takes it out of the hitting arc of Iaso. Look at that. He only just had control of that catch, Vinny.
Only just did. And he does hold on to it. Here's Murali Nanasekharam, who's coming in at number 4 into the power play. Now, Rhino, I know you've got to get to your game, but I've got a little bit of business. Would you like to meet Lenny and maybe, have you got 2 overs for Lenny? You don't start for 45 minutes. I'm dragging you in.
I will keep a close eye on the Cosnay warm-up session.
Okay, very good. Okay, so the next voices you hear will be Andrew Ryan along with Andrew Leonard. The 2 Andrews take you through.
It's too much for the viewers.
And surprise, you got 2 more overs.
Yeah, well, I don't think Captain Arjun Vinod needs any excuse to put me into the 12th man position for that next game, so I'll be keeping a close eye on when the teams start to warm up, but still a decent bit of time to go until the next contest. And Alton, they are rocketing along here, 60 for 2 after 3 overs. So it's been a fantastic power play, and good to have Andrew Lenny Leonard at the microphone.
Great to be with you, Rhino, or I'll call you Andrew. Just don't call me Andrew. No one calls me Andrew. I'm glad you got the Lenny in there.
I didn't realise that Lenny was your nickname. It fits so beautifully as well.
Even my dad calls me Lenny. That shows how much sense it makes. It's been a really impressive start, hasn't it, from the Alton boys. Unbeaten, of course, but 20 and over they went at for the first 3.
Yeah, certainly. I guess the upside for St Gallen, they've got 2 wickets back in the hatch. They've got 2 relatively new batters at the crease, because Karuna Murthy's only faced 2 balls, and Murali Gunasekaram coming on to face his first. I think it's a good move from the skipper, having Ahmedzai on. He's a wicket taker, despite going for a few in his first over.
I'm sure that Vinny's given you all the joshing that you needed. I'm not going to go there. That's not my style.
Go there.
No, I'm not. I don't need to right now. There's no need. But what was it like being out there, getting back on the pitch at the ECN? It must be such a cool experience for, I mean this with the greatest respect, for guys who are amateur club cricketers to be given this sort of treatment.
Yep, completely. No, absolutely. It's as much as you try to tell yourself, as much as you do your pre-team talks and just say, just treat this as a normal game.
It feels different.
It is hard. And you know, as we just see Musa coming in for the next ball, and we'll talk through that a little bit further. Good ball up in the block hole. Another completely pointless appeal, but either way, it's good delivery. So I think no matter what, you just can't help because you've got the visuals. You know, you've got the boardings around the ground. It's impossible not to miss the cameras. I was saying to Vinny when I was coming in to bowl my first ball, I could literally hear him commentating on me because it's probably only about 70 metres here from where you're bowling.
That can't be a help. It has to be a hindrance.
It's not when you hear it all happens in the ninth, just as you're running in for your first ball. It's not what you need, but it also adds to the flavour.
Yeah, one big thing I noticed at my cricket club in Dublin, Pembroke Cricket Club, now I only got probably a season or maybe 2 seasons of this. They started live streaming their club games in 2018, 2019. I was probably on my way down the teams rather than back up them at that point. But the biggest thing kind of I took from it was your natural inclination is to go back, and I bought leg spins, so you go back and watch your spell. But the amount you learn from actually watching yourself, particularly with a production that is this good quality, it can't help but help the players.
No, indeed. Someone's dragged on the leg side. Looks like it's probably pad. It's rolling away. It's going to tickle the boundary rope. So it goes for 4. Expect the umpire's going to signal leg buys. He does. Musa just losing a little bit of control. But no, completely. I think you and I were probably from a generation where you may not have seen yourself bowl or bat on film or video ever when you were growing up.
There was no smartphones.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, you know, we now at Cosnay will use a program called Full Track, which will, you know, essentially record our entire training session, can be catalogued by bowler, by batter. You know, we have the ECN doing live broadcasts of this all around Europe. We live stream our own games at Cosnay. It's incredible what's available now. So that's a good ball from Musa. Touch unlucky.
Yeah, I think the thing for me, I had a couple of years at Hampshire County Cricket Club when I was a young leg spinner, 16, 17 years of age, in their academy. It's actually the first and only time I've been paid to play cricket. Really enjoyed it. But Mark Garraway, who was the head coach of the academy at that point, went on to be the England assistant coach. So there's a quick look at the run worms with Alton very much above at the moment, but they need to keep that momentum going. I do remember vividly the first time seeing myself on what was some, back then, probably state-of-the-art software, but was very basic sort of Sony Handycam stuff. And just the kind of the amount of knowledge, because one of the things going through all the coaching grades you learn is your best coach is yourself. You know, no matter how good or brilliant a guy you have above you, from just seeing yourself, you can only help but learn. And you found that that's brought about improvements with not just Cosnay, but all the standard of cricket in Switzerland?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, obviously, you know, we have a lot of our own equipment out there that we'll use, and I guess it's different on a team-by-team basis, but I think you cannot help but get better by seeing yourself in action on video. Yeah. As we see Haroon steam in for the 5th over. Not a bad ball. He almost seems to bowl these, as it is called no ball, hits the edge of the pitch. What looks like an off-speed ball, but he does it almost every single ball.
Yeah, he does. I'm going to be interested to see the replay. Why is this signalled a no ball? Let's take a look here. I don't think it's for the...
And the arm's gone out straight away, so it must be front foot. He's had a couple of front foot issues in the tournament so far.
Whatever the case, it's going to be a free hit.
Always love it when a bowler turns around and questions a front foot no ball call from the umpire, as though their eyes are examining the front foot line at that very moment. Probably not the man you want on strike for a free hit. Oh, Karuna Murthy goes for the big swipe across the line, gets cleaned up. It is the free hit, so no wicket, but tell you what, that felt like it was in his slot.
Well, dot ball will be in the scorebook, but we won't tell the story, will it? Yeah, it's a natural inclination as a bowler to always question the umpire. I'm a big Spirit of Cricket man. I never question the umpire, but well, maybe I would. But one of the strange aspects of the front foot no ball law, which is kind of hard to explain without showing you, is that in essence, when you deliver with an arched front foot, so let's say your tippy toes are at the release point, which I did as a leg spinner because I was always trying to get my momentum, my trajectory forward. The umpire actually has to presume that basically where your back foot is in the air, they've got to make that the line. So I've had a couple of no balls called to me before where, yes, my tippy toe is over the line, but actually a good bit of my back heel. And then I've explained that to the umpire, and the umpire's given it the old cross-folded arms. And actually, sorry, that wasn't a no ball. I didn't know. I didn't really read that
Didn't
ball.
know the rules, essentially. As Arun comes in, that one must have just missed the edge of the pitch, and it's cut away for a one. No, actually, I had the same thing, despite obviously being medium fast bowler. For a lot of years had this strange habit of landing very much on the tippy toes, almost in an effort to try to get as higher extension as possible.
Glenn McGrath-esque.
Very McGrath-esque. I'm sure he'd love that comparison. But yes, sometimes there's umpires who don't actually know that the foot doesn't have to be grounded behind the line. That one looked like it was straight into Karuna Murthy's slot as well.
Let me ask you one more question. You're obviously playing quite a lot of T20 cricket here, but you have played enough 10-over stuff to understand what I'm going to ask you. How do you approach a chase of something like this where you literally need 15, 16 and over from ball one?
Yep. I don't think, in a way, this is almost an easier one. There is not a huge amount of strategy to it, particularly in the first 3 overs where the field's up. And I think as much as it's about the field being up, it's also when the ball is hard. I think the hardness and the movement sideways of the ball makes a big difference. So I think a lot of the teams here, I suspect, will find that the first 3 overs are almost their wicket-taking overs here, because it's when the ball is actually moving sideways. I think there's big runs in those last 3 or 4 overs just because the ball doesn't seem to be swinging any amount by that time, and particularly on a day like this where you've got a lot of moisture underfoot as well.
But like we see here, just even 1 over without a 6 or without a couple of boundaries at least, it tilts it so heavily in the side that's defending.
Well, I will say this has been a fairly ordinary over from Haroon, but because he has not gone for a maximum until this point, although fielder under it, Chess take the catch, he's taken a couple of steps back. That was a big opportunity. Murali Gunasekaram, he's a man who can punish you if you give him an extra opportunity, and unfortunately for St. Gallen, that one's gone straight through Kogiani's hands at the end of the over. 75 for 2.
Yeah, it should have been taken. It wasn't necessarily the easiest. This is what we've got to look forward to coming up. We're going to bid a very fond farewell to Andrew Ryan. I'll guide you through these fixtures. We have plenty of action to enjoy. We've got the ECS Switzerland in progress at the same time, concurrently, as the women's T20Is, the official T20Is that are taking place between Isle of Man. We've got Romania, Malta in action there too, and then it's all focus shifts towards Germany, back-to-back events in Germany, but also there's that many events happening. We don't even see the back-to-back events as I welcome back Vinny Sandu, who'll join me in just a second.
Thank you very much, Andrew Leonard, and nice to have the 2 Andrews together. This is not a great start for Jaffa, who's twisted the captain's arm and got himself a second over here in the 6th. The first one went a bit off the rails. Interesting discussions there between the 2 Andrews.
We only had 2 overs. We squeezed them in, didn't we?
You know what? I'm probably due a day off. So
I think so, mate. Anytime you want.
No, but I mean, he's a very intelligent guy. Obviously,
right guy.
Works a very high level
Good
of sport,
administrator.
Rhino. And
do have a question for you though about
Of
Andrew.
course.
As we see, a lovely bespectacled bowler. Always love that. Are you both from the same country, you two?
Yes. Do we sound very different to you?
You do. You really do.
Yeah.
Well, Why is that? Tell me.
I know you're Irish, so I don't want to stoke any fires, but I do speak the Queen's English.
Oh, dear.
As
King's English, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, that's right. I learned the Queen's English from that way. Jaffa comes out. It's be a wide. Unless he's nicked it. He has nicked it. It's a little scratch on the bat. So Murali Gunasekaram just cannot fire here in this chase. And this little bit of a down spot for Alton continues as Jaffa. Well, that's why he gets the second over. He somehow gets the wicket. Probably not the best delivery of his career. Draws the batter into the shot. And Murali, I don't know where he's trying to hit that, to be honest. Will be a wicket, 78 for 3.
Great credit to the batter. He's walked immediately. It's one of those deliveries that actually, if he leaves alone, it would have definitely been a wide.
Yeah, spoils a wide.
Really close to a no ball as well. But the wickets do continue to fall. And right now, maybe, just maybe, I think St. Gallen are sniffing what would be, in our opinion, an upset victory. Remember, Alton are unbeaten thus far, and all this would do, it would throw the table into complete disarray. It's already getting congested, but it's going to be Dhaka, Bangladesh-esque traffic in the mid-table.
Yeah.
We aren't going to be able to pick who or where those 5 playoff places are.
And it's always great because there's so much action anyway. But when you add the kind of exo story of tables and qualifications, you're just no close to knowing what the 5 will look like and ultimately who will win. So Jaffa what he has done well, he's kept outside the off stump. And Marathayan coming out and swinging all around the first one.
How brilliant a leader is Ali Abbas. I still want this Ali Abbas cam. After every ball, he's living and breathing all the action.
This is hit towards the fielder. He's not going to get there. Just curving back towards Sher Mohammed, but he couldn't do it. So nicely played by Pradeep. This is a pretty good shot. Slightly inside out. This outfield's a lot quicker than it was when we started on Monday.
I just took a quick lap while you gave me those couple of overs off. You're having a chat to Rhino there, and it was the first time because we've just been so busy.
Yeah.
And of course we've had some rain. I actually haven't got down pitch side at all. I don't think that's
true.
the first time in 5
That's actually
days.
very true. 2 to come here in the over. Not a good ball. Grabs a bit of something. This will test the outfield. I think this is pad.
And it's something I genuinely love to do, and occasionally one of the ACU guys or someone gives out to me. But like it's no more than I love 2 things. One, you see things from different angles. So if we're watching every ball from the same angle, you just see dimensions slightly differently. But then I also did just take a feel of the turf. Firstly, if this is a football pitch, what a football pitch!
I know,
world-class football pitch, beautiful.
It's hit hard, and fielder almost pulls that into a catch. It's the full-on double knee slide.
Does well.
Shamahama with the blitz defense keeps in front of him, and that's the end of the
Bit
over.
of dodgeball action
84 for 6. So they're going at 13 and over. They'll need to up it in the last 4.
But from looking at that outfield, it's just so beautifully manicured. But then, because of the rain and fate being fate, of course, one of the 6s got hit out towards me as we look at the batting card. Still hitting to come. Waradu, the captain, in next, probably Dion Johnson in then. But the ball, literally, as it came from that height, it plugged.
Yeah.
It left a genuine, not just like half a cricket ball's shaped divot, a full cricket
crater.
ball. Yeah, and that's the amount of rain we've had. So for the fact that we've really only the one game completely washed out thus far, great effort from everyone involved.
Everyone's back. Slow ball first up, escorted over the leg side, and Krunamurthy is going to get a 4 to start the 7th. So Alton have let things get a little bit out of control. It's about 3 a ball required, but we've seen that done here so far in the last few days.
Yeah, I think if memory serves me correctly, is that where Cossonay came back from? I think at one point
Something
they needed
like that.
They needed 18
Something
and
like
over.
that, yeah.
Like,
My
did it
point
with
of
2
no
balls to
return.
spare.
It's inflation. The point of no return's now 20 and over here in Switzerland. Anyway, trying this angle again. Now he absolutely blasts it. Has he got the distance? He does. Maximo. 4 and 6 to start. As you see, Cossonay warming up, keeping a keen eye on things in the background. But this guy, Rashad, he's a clean hitter of the ball. That one probably wasn't his most clean strike, but still gets the result.
Bottom hand comes through just to get enough elevation to show off that Maximo down the ground over the head of Sher Mohammed at long on.
Skews into the pad. He should scramble through for a leg bite. It's a good result. That was going miles down the leg side. Hey, you know how Cossonay, they were trying to bribe me with a shirt?
Yeah.
People notice, don't
Look
they?
at this.
And suddenly, these St. Gallen shirts have turned up. I think thanks to Ali Abbas. I think they are kind of FC St. Gallen shirts.
Yeah, just a reminder, Football Club St. Gallen, everyone's got them.
And that's
the production crew.
It's not, I got a shirt from Cossonay, but they've given the whole crew St. Gallen shirts. Very sneaky. Oh, look at this. Okay, this is super interesting because it looked like he was going to call a no ball, then he changed his mind. There's a huge LB appeal. Slow on the foot and then keep going. So let's have a look. First thing here is, well, it's not no ball for foot. And I don't know. And then if it's not a no ball.
Oh, I think he might have hit it as he.
Maybe he has. Yeah, okay. Wow, okay, didn't see that coming. Now another slower ball. But these are good results. This has got a bit of everything. And maybe he was going to hold up the play, but then the play had already happened because it definitely wasn't a no ball call waiting to happen. But anyway, big thank you to Ali Abbas from St. Gallen for the shirts. And guys, you don't have to give us shirts. We love you all anyway. Last ball, the 7th. All right, skied. And it's a simple catch for the keeper. He will take it. And Vivek Garg, he does his job. Things getting from tough to even tougher for Alton, undefeated. But for how long? 7 overs down. It's 95 for 4.
Could the host become the first team to 5 wins, the first ones to 10 points? Looking very much like they are going to close out this victory. And these slower balls, there's a real art to them. An art of deception, because you're in essence indicating to the batter you're going to come in and bowl medium pace, medium fast. But The ball is coming down at slow medium instead with real dip and curve. Such dip and curve that it even deceived the umpire, who at one point thought, God, we might need to call a no ball. Courtney Walsh-esque is the new man to the crease, is Roshanth Karunamurthy.
Well, Roshanth is already there because that was the end of the over. So
excuse me.
It will be The Rock.
The Rock Johnson, thank you.
Dion The Rock Johnson.
Being done by the bowling from one
Yeah,
end.
I
That's
know.
the first time I've been done by that.
You know, I find it weird when both ends. Yeah, I find it super hard to get used to. I'm like, stop slowing the game down. Here we go. Time for over number 8. And Roshanth doesn't really get the first one away. Dion's a good hitter too, though. How about when we had our guests, though, yesterday? And we have a suspicion maybe they had something to do with us getting the shirts.
I think we've got 3 of the most generous professional footballers rolling around, because I think Isaac Smith, Lawrence Atizigi and Musa Nuhu, who are all in the St. Gallen FC squad for tomorrow. I know for a fact Ziggy's got the gloves.
Oh, a 6. That's out of here. Maximo. Well, The Rock, he moves faster than a rock when he's out there with the bat in his hands, and he just goes with the angle, something that Andrew Ryan was talking about earlier. He said, listen to Uncle Andrew, get over the wicket. When he did, he was able to get a wicket. That one straight into the hitting arc of Johnson, who's off first ball.
Yeah, great start from him. But yeah, those 3 members of the St. Gallen Football Club, they were our special guests. So really surprise guests would be the better description, who came not just to watch their first taste of cricket, but even got on the broadcast, didn't they too?
They absolutely did. Kogiani, again, this time slightly missed time by Johnson. They'll run hard, but I think it's just one. Well, Johnson's going to take it on. Good throw has him cooked here, and it hits the edge of the pitch. So I suppose you make your own look. Or did it hit the edge of the pitch, or did it hit him?
It might have hit his bat, actually. Now, he's done nothing wrong. He's held his line. He's more than entitled
he's
to sprint
in anyway,
back.
I thought.
That's just a check of the one short. But I think it has cannon for me. Oh, it's at the edge of the pitch, Vinny. Your eyes are better than mine. I thought it was the bat.
Such a rookie. Don't you see that all the time in your ICC cricket? So, yeah, quarter to go. They need 51. And here's Kogiani. Oh, I think that's wide for me. Came back, but not quite quick enough.
Try to convince
I was going to say they were our surprise guests, but they were also our surprised guests, because I think I was surprised how much they really genuinely enjoyed the cricket.
Yeah, they loved it.
I loved the story you were telling Andrew Ryan about how you were able to win the point of law when you were called for a no ball because your heel was in the air. It's normally a losing argument no matter what the laws are.
But you see, the way I always approach it, I just say, could you show me where my foot was?
Oh, very clever.
And then what they do is they give the arch of the foot. So I've got a little shadow here I'm showing you with it. And that's what we've got coming up. That's at 2:45 p.m. local time.
Alton, back-to-back. Look who they're playing, Cossonay. Cossonay have 3 games today.
As of right now, technically
here's the bad news.
2 unbeaten sides.
Well, here's the good news for us. I'm not seeing Andrew Ryan in that lineup, resting the big man. I think they're going to rest. That's that turf that he landed on earlier. Anyway, this is the French Cup, probably not quite reaching, as Garg is going to run all the way to the boundary to bring it back, just 2 runs.
Well, I think if we look at Andrew's role right now in the Cossonay warm-up, we might be able to bring it to you. Well, actually, firstly, we'll just take a look at that photo. We'll give those guys a shout-out one more time. Isaac Smith, Lawrence Atizigi, the keeper, and Musa Nuhu. Best of luck to St. Gallen FC tomorrow. I don't support any football team. I'm now bona fide St. Gallen FC fan.
Me too.
Great guys, really genuinely.
And I'd love to know what kind of warm-up Rhino's doing. It seems like he's just trying to keep up the chatter, but he's certainly not in danger of doing anything physical over there.
I think he knows he's not picked. I think he's got the bad word. So right now, he's just really... He's taking the bowler. He's almost got the mid-on-all run-out chance here, and it's going to be gone. Well, that was suicidal, Vinny. What were they thinking there? Yeah,
I can understand you trying to get somebody back on strike, but it just seemed like such an ambitious run. You got different speeds as well with these two. And Cameron Murphy just thinks it's one. Johnson has other ideas and almost laps him. Basically, doesn't ask for consent until very late in the piece.
Oh, dear.
That one's wasteful, isn't
it?
A
howler, Vinny.
I know that the rate's approaching 4 a ball, but you've lost one of your key hitters, and that's just a simple run out in the end. Gifted. St. Gallen, happy to take them up.
Vinny, we talked about what might get you into the playoffs in terms of number of wins. What do you think in terms of winning? Because obviously there's a huge swing between first and then second to fifth who go into the kind of the quarterfinals, semi-finals approach to get to the grand final. Yeah. First goes there automatically.
Yeah. So for top spot,
8.
8 and 2, but the thing is, it just honestly
7 and 3.
That's even tougher to predict, because it depends on if you have a team that they could go 10 and 0.
Well, it's looking very like 10 and 0 is not going to happen. I have to say.
Yeah,
it'll just be Cossonay left standing.
My instinct will be it's 8 and 2, but it might not be, because if you then have a lot of these kind of, I suppose you call them upsets, you could even have a situation where you have even 6 and 4 could be top. If there's a lot of these games that go a little bit unexpectedly. Well, there's Coste warming up. I'm not seeing Andrew Ryan there.
He's just taking the balls, mate. He's the bowling coach right now.
Let's try and find him. Big swing and a miss. Bowler likes it again. Feigns shock when it's not given out. Yeah, I'm not seeing Rhino as a key component in the warm-up.
He's the only one not taking catches.
He's missed that by a long way.
Yeah, for me, Vinny, there is a chance of 7 and 3 with a good net run rate too,
yeah,
I reckon.
For sure.
Here's Kosane warming up.
Yeah, now Raihan just trying to launch these ones. Shah Mohammed, he's an interesting bowler. I suppose he's bowling kind of wrist spin earlier, but keeper's back just for extra insurance and actually probably save some runs there because of that big deflection.
I actually think in 10-over cricket, that might not be the worst play, having your keeper a step back. I know it in theory takes out the stumping.
That's the thing. I mean, the wicket save your runs as well, but yeah, it's an ultra-defensive way to do it. What it does save is little edges flying past you, and the thing is on this ground, they're probably not going for 4 off a spinner anyway, but anyway. All right, he loads this up, and it's going to travel maximal. Well, that's pretty much what they're going to have to do every ball from here as Shah Mohammed's come on in the 9th, and nothing happens in the 9th here for Alton until that blow.
Yeah, good strike and a classic case of misjudging the height of it. There he is. He's the bowling coach. He doesn't have a mitt. I can maybe give him one of my old mitts.
Yeah.
The baseball mitts they use now.
Well, good news is, I reckon I can probably rope him into the next game with you. No ball off the pitch here.
That could be an idea.
Yeah.
You might have an early afternoon, early bath.
Do you reckon he's dropped for I reckon I'd drop him for both of the last.
Oh, if you're gone for one, you're gone for both in my book.
Last ball of the 9th, it's a free hit here for the Rock. Oh, and he just rockets it into the bowl, and it could be run out. It's not. Should get at least one overthrow. As the Rock attacks. He'll get 2.
But he won't have the strike.
He won't have the strike, but I think now you're just going to hope that Static Eye has a heater. They'll need 34 to tie in the last. As once again, 150 chases, they're pretty rare. Shah Mohammed just checks his wrist to make sure it's still attached. It's 120 for 5 after 9.
Yeah, suspect that we're going to have to see a 6th bowler, aren't we? Because of the way that Ali Abbas has rotated his troops. And it will indeed be a bowler to bowl his first over in the 10th over of the defence of this. It's going to be Senegal Safi, who's been used quite a bit. Yeah, really, I have to say, Vinny, from my lap of the ground, I was just so impressed by the facility, the venue, and just how good. I think it looks better as a cricket field than a football field. I haven't seen it as a football field, but it looks brilliant.
I agree, but I'm biased. All right, need 6s, get a 6. Maximal. Well, there you go. All you can do is go 1 ball at a time from here. Every time try and clear the boundary. And Ryan Sanakzai does get them 6 closer here.
Vinny, 5 6s and a 4 gives us a...
You know what? A GB. Clonk. Still do it, though. But you're going to need probably a 7 up here.
Oh, a 7 up.
7 up.
7 up's probably the only way.
We almost saw 12 off the last ball to win on Monday night.
Yeah, true that.
But bowl straight if you're Safi. Can't lose. Well, that's what it's going to get 4 for it. But at any time, strategically, if
4 is a good result.
But if you think you might be missing a leg stump, step inside it. You know, that's, who knows, could bounce away from the keeper. You're basically hoping for a miracle from here.
Can't remember which game it was, but I remember Ravichandran Ashwin doing that under the maximum pressure. I think it was 3, it might have been against Pakistan at the T20 World Cup, actually. And he's had the presence of mind because there's so much pressure, so much adrenaline. Yeah. Your natural instincts to go at every ball. He just stepped inside, wide given.
Take the wide. The other thing is our wides are super simple here. It's a big swing and a miss. And I think it's good. It's something I still think they're messing up at higher levels. A wide's a wide.
I think in ODI cricket, I get the profile wides, but in T20s with the shorter format, I'd agree with you. I think I just
don't even like an ODI because ODI has finishing overs as well, and it just gets real fuzzy. You know. Anyway, it's up, it's in the air. Ali Abbas is going to take the catch. This time it's unassisted. As Ali, well, a little bit of the side to side, like a fish out of water, but it looks like St. Gallen are going to end the invincibility of Alton. As with one ball remaining, it's 130 for 6.
Well, it's the reverse of the rock the baby celebration from Bebeto, and I think it was Romario et al. Back in the 1994 Soccer World Cup. It's the rock yourself to sleep, Chachu, the great uncle of St. Gallen cricket. It's Ali Abbas who takes the catch. He shows his younger teammates how it's done. They've been so impressive. They're going to be the first team to 10 points, Vinny, the first team to 5 wins. They've deserved every bit of it too.
They have, so it's hard. They need 25 to win. Just quickly to finish up, I get your point with what you're saying with the profile whites, but I think okay, umpires there to make judgments, I get that. But when you have different umpires making different judgments, it's like, make it easy for them.
I think it's the reversing of the hands and stuff that complicates matters.
Yeah. That's one thing, but that's a different kind of issue. But anyway, we can talk about that later in Game 5 when I'm back. Right now,
Game 5 is
they're going
to chat for those.
They might get a little run out to finish, and I think they will.
Given out, but it looked close.
I think it is out, actually, but who cares? Because Gallant, they have ended the winning run of Alton, who certainly did very well on day one to chase down 150 plus, but this time they won't quite be able to pull it off. It looked like to be 1 and out for me, so the final score will be 131. And, maybe actually made it.
I thought he did make it, but it's been given out. He's going to have his average affected just a smite, but Ali Abbas won't mind a jot.
No, he won't mind at all. So St. Gallen, real contenders. Remember, they won their first 2, and then they lost 2. Then they had to rebound last night in match number 25. They did, and they've been very impressive here so far. This is what's coming up. Alton versus Cossonay. And that game is starting in 15 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Alton want to bounce back after their first loss of the tournament.
Vinny, I think that the men in green, as we see the handshakes going off, I think they've taken one giant step towards the playoffs. Remember, they still have 3 games to go too. They've already got to 10 points. Let's take a look at the best of the highlights of Alton's batting innings. Well, there was plenty of it. The opening partnership, particularly Stanek side, and then Thiranavara Karasu is his 5 sixes, 2 maximums, 2 for Stanek side. In total, there was 12 in this innings, but still with those 12, it wasn't enough.
That's true, and that's why we don't see too many 150 chases. The old catch and kick from Sher Mohammed. This one just got a bit low on Kogiani. Maybe he's a bit worried if he had company. This was a bit of bad luck, really, although it wasn't the greatest shot from Brilliant Unaseko. It was a lot better than that. Got to say, St. Gallen, they had the big score, but they weren't taking any chances out there. They were throwing themselves around in the field. Not everything went their way, of course, as I think we saw Shub dropping another catch, and he's really racking up the drop catches. And then, just kind of easy does it at the end. Tell you what, that wasn't caught. It would have been run out as Pradeep was already halfway to the pavilion when that was caught by the keeper. Once again, high quality entertainment. We saw 286 runs in this game, but again, just not really reading the game there. Johnson runs out Krunamurthy. He was coming back for an impossible second. And there was the old rock the baby. Well, he is no baby. He's over 50 years of age. And Ali Abbas, well, he's got the enthusiasm of someone half his age.
Every moment of this competition. I love his attitude. I love his energy. And I'm loving every moment of the European Cricket Series as a cheer roars out behind us from the St. Gallen CC crew. And we are done in the books. Game 28, Vinny, you know what that means?
Yeah.
We are past the halfway stages of the group stage already. How's that happening?
We are super exciting. Yeah, all these players, including St. Gallen, they're living out their dreams one match at a time. Just looking at the scorecard, Alton had some good contributors. Thirunavar Karasu with 36 off just 11. Krunamurthy with 26 before he was run out. Stanek Size 17 off 7. Just no one could really get that half century or more and keep the party rolling. Johnson with 18 towards the end. As far as the bowling went, Jafar with 2. Although he was a little bit expensive. Wickets also to Kogiani as well as Harun Khan and Senegal. Safi will take a break, and we'll be back in just about 10 minutes. Take you into the 4th game of the day. At least have one, Andrew, maybe 2 to join you for that one, as Alton will take on Cossonay. We'll see you after this break with more action on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the wonderful Groningen Stadium here in Switzerland. Time for the fourth match of the day, match number 29. And Alton, fresh from their first loss just minutes ago, they are back on the park. They're going back-to-back, taking on Cossonay, who we're seeing for the first time in the series today. Let's see what happened to the coin toss. A little while ago, Rob Kemming had the two captains.
Your call.
Tails.
Tails it is. It's another bouncer. It is tails.
So it was Cossonay that win the toss, elect to bowl. I think part of that is to do that they kind of know that Alton want to chase, so you kind of take that away from them. Also, we saw Cossonay pull off a dramatic chase in their first match, which was a win against Geneva. So as we have a look at the lineups, you can see Alton, fairly similar looking lineup to the one we saw them go down to. 3-1. Of course, that graphic is done before the second innings of the game before. So Alton will want a few more runs out of their top 4 or 5 for sure. Karuna Murthy, I think he's going to bat higher. I think we'll probably see him in the number 3 position. Cossonay, though, Aiden Andrews, he was player of the match in the first game. Jay Sin was very important, particularly in the field. He won a few runs as well. Arjun Vinod, the captain, missed out the first game. Also, we haven't seen him bowling yet. I think it's a matter of time till we see him with the ball. Well, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. And although I have really enjoyed commentating this series so far, I sense an opportunity because Andrew Ryan not in the lineup. So I'm going to leave you with your commentators of this game, which will be Andrew Leonard and Andrew Ryan.
Well, our thanks as always to Vinny Sandu. I can't believe someone must have drugged Vinny. They must have given him a dose of something. He's actually just going to take a break. He never stops, that man. He's always doing a million things at once. And the sad news for Andrew Ryan in terms from a playing perspective, we were expecting to see him out there, means good news for us up in the commentary box. It's Andrew Leonard here with you. We've got to say Lenny and Andrew together. Andrew, sorry not to see you in the 11, but you'll kind of get a little bit of almost a second pleasure from commentating on your boys, no doubt.
Yeah, I'd love to usually say that it's good to be here. Honestly, it's not. I'd much rather be out in the field. I'm filthy about not playing. I hate not being in the 11, but ultimately 21 runs off your first over in the first game can give the captain some nudges that there might be some others who are the options. So
you got the old hook, didn't you?
Let's see who cops the 9th over this time around and see how it goes. But I like this onto the task at hand. I like this matchup, actually. Aiden Andrews, not a man who's bowled much for Cossonay throughout this league season. He's really good in the opening stage of these T10 games, swings the ball a lot, not much pace coming to the bat. Good matchup for Cossonay.
Yeah, he does get movement, but that movement right now has been dispatched over the rope. Any other form of cricket, you'd say it's the most extraordinary shot of all time. 6 from the first ball of the contest, and maybe a sign that Alton, they want to bounce straight back after that heavy defeat. Good strike.
It certainly is, Malia. He's got a nice technique, and he plays on the offside just well on the leg. I think the matchup for Cossonay is a better one if they can get Aiden against Yasu, who likes to swing across the line.
The biggest thing I want to get out of you, obviously, as we describe all the action as well, Andrew, I want to learn as much as I can about Swiss cricket. I'm going to put the hands up. I love the associate game, but my knowledge of the Swiss game is limited to a few interactions seeing their national team play some T20Is on the ECN network. And I was here about 13 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, taking a tutor course, teaching some coaches. As this one goes a long way up, it's going to take a lot of catching. In fact, it won't even be a chance. It plugs in the outfield, 2 runs to the total. What's the state of play of Swiss cricket? Where's it at? Recently readmitted to the ICC, and certainly it seems like it's a growing sport here.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think first and foremost, as you mentioned, that the suspension from the ICC was really challenging. It essentially blacked out Switzerland from the international cricket scene for a good 10 years or so. But I think as you've seen throughout the tournament, as we see Aiden Andrews charging in again. Another ball that's gone high up. We talked about that matchup against Yasu. Couldn't ask for a better man underneath that catch. Skipper Arjun Vinod, and the first wicket down. Big one for Cossonay.
Massive moment. It's just the man you wanted to get, isn't it? And the matchup that you've called in, Andrew, goes your way. The captain, well, it never looked in doubt, did he? Often you can tell when the ball's in the air from the fielder's movements. He was solid as a rock under this. Takes it the old-fashioned way with the hands just in front of his chest, but he clings on, and it's a big moment because the big hitter is gone. He's dismissed for just I think it's a couple, and it's 9 for 1.
Yeah, certainly. It's probably the ECN's most biased commentator for this game.
In the history of the
well,
ECN.
especially in the history of the ECN. Apologies in advance to any of the viewers who hear a bit of emotion during the next hour and a half, but couldn't ask for a better man under that high ball, and talked about how good that matchup was for Kosnay, of Aiden Andrews swinging the ball, hooping it away from Yasu, who loves to go over that mid-wicket side. He couldn't help himself. Tries to take him on and ultimately skies it. This is probably a better matchup for Alton, this one. Karunamurthy loves to biff the ball over to mid-wicket and deep square. Feels set for it.
That's exactly what he does. Spot on the money. It's going to be a big one. It's a Maximo all the way over the ropes. And many of the sixes we've seen, Andrew, I know you've been watching the action now, you've been playing in the action. They're not just creeping over the ropes, they're going miles past it.
No, some people talk about the 50-metre boundary of the ECN competitions and say, that's why there's so many sixes. Guys are carrying these ropes by 10 or 15 metres easily. That's just a well-timed shot from Karunamurthy right in his hitting zone. Yeah, better ball from Aiden. I don't mind the wide there, to be honest. I'd much rather him try to push it across. I think probably a little bit of a tough call, actually.
Yeah, again, I'm still learning, just my 5th day in with Vinny, and no better man to learn from. But I think they're playing the laws that anything that even goes by the white line is given as a wide. As this is going to be monstrous. Could have a roofer, we do. There's solar panels up on those roofs. They have taken a battering, but that one's somehow come back down. I don't think most of them do. Danger, crash, bang, wallop.
Yeah, lovely shot. It sounds like we're at Tomorrowland sometimes. Just like doof, 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 doof. As the ball's just pounding off that roof here at Gundamus, and that is the end of the over. Pretty reasonable start, aside from losing the first wicket. Plenty coming up tomorrow on the ECN.
Yeah, that's what we got tomorrow in the T20 International Women's. I don't know off the top of my head who's going to be playing who. We'll wait for Vinny to confirm that one, but certainly great credit to the Isle of Man women. I think they're top of the table. Don't think I've seen them lose one. Greece women, Malta women, and Romania women. It's going to be Ashwin Vinod to bowl. We're going to try and have as much conversation about Swiss cricket as we can in amongst the carnage, or the carnaggio as I've been describing it. Just seems like there's something happening every single ball. That readmission to the ICC then, Andrew, that's not only sparked the ability to play international cricket again, but the funding from the ICC coming back into Cricket Switzerland. As this one's clubbed away, going to be a 6. I don't know how that's gone all the way. Great timing from Staniksai, his second Maximo.
Yeah, he's a beautiful batter to watch when he's in full flow, Staniksai. And unlike a lot of guys here, he hits 360 as well. He's got such a good range of shots. It actually wasn't a bad ball from Ashwin Vinod.
That's been the biggest thing that surprised me from coming in from, again, I mean this in the kindest way, from more conventional, more mainstream cricket to experience the European Cricket Network for the first time. You wouldn't expect that to be an area that's going to be scored over very frequently, inside out over extra cover or square like that. You'd expect them to be the hitting zones into the leg side, 4 more. But they've really gone through the offside nicely. So we see the Cricket Switzerland logo out there. It's not just the international game that's affected, also the development now with Emery admitted must be making progress.
Yeah, certainly. I think it's probably given some of these younger guys in the 20 to 30 age range something to really aim for. They're training together as a national team group fairly frequently, getting some good quality coaching. So certainly those national team aspirations, I think, have helped a lot. It's a good change up.
How many cricket teams are there? How many grounds do you have across the country? It's mainly centred in Zurich?
Zurich is probably the hub in terms of where there's a critical mass of teams. I think probably oscillate between this around 25, 27 teams. You have 1 or 2 that pop up occasionally. Ashwin charges in again. Good change up again, dragged out to long on. Just be the single. Good comeback from him the last few balls. So, as I said, 25 to 30 odd teams divided into a couple of different divisions. So I think the establishment of the Cricket Switzerland Premier League for the 40 over competition being played as a proper top tier national competition has been a good boost. Same thing's happening with the T20 competition this year. So all of these teams are sort of travelling around the country for games every weekend. So that's getting the best players to play the better players more frequently.
Big hit this one. I think it's gone all the way again. You've got just the man you want under it, Jay Singh. He took 3 catches in your first match, but all he could do was watch it go over his head. Stand and deliver stuff yet again.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Ashwin coming around the wicket to him, to be honest, sort of going back into his hitting zone. Ashwin's got such a good stock ball that moves away from the left-hander.
Edged and taken. It's a great cartwheeling catch behind. And Wasim Javed, well, he's a real character. He's an all-action cricketer. A stunning catch to get the second wicket. An all-action start. 39 runs and 2 wickets from the first 12 balls.
Yeah, Wasim Javed, he's a great advertisement for the profession that's osteopathy. He had a bad back going up to a couple of months ago, but he's back in full flight. Super catch. Nice change of both direction, location and pace from Arjun Vinod. Brought about the outside edge. It's probably the last place that Karunamurthy wants to hit that ball. Super bit of bowling, and isn't Vinod pumped?
Pumped up, to say the least. So the second wicket has fallen. That is Karunamurthy dismissed for 18 from just 4 balls. Well, if you want to know how action-packed an innings that was, it went 6, 6, 6 wicket. Okay, let's talk about the table. You guys are off to a winning start. No side is without a win yet, and you're the only side yet to be unbeaten. What's the goal, genuinely? Top 5, you'd be happy with that, or are you going for number 1?
Yeah, I think with this 5-team structure for the final series, coming first gives you a huge advantage, essentially straight through to the final as Banu Agarwal comes on to bowl. Short of the length, ball's gone up. Rasalingam under it, his first injection into the tournament, and Agarwal, who had a tough start in the previous game, gets a wicket first ball, and a big one at that.
Well, you told us last night when we had the pleasure of sharing dinner, Andrew, that Kosane's strength was really within their bowling. They're proving that yet again. They took early wickets in the first game as they just squeezed over the line. They've done it again, 3 in just 13 balls. It's a rambunctious start here, all happening.
Thesaurus-like stuff from Lenny. Great stuff. Tell you what, though, it's interesting. He's an interesting bowler, Venu Agarwal. He's actually played a lot of tape ball cricket. Known as a bit of a tape ball legend around the parts of Lausanne. But he surprises people, not with just his vicious in-swing, which he can do with a new ball, but he gets a lot of surprising bounce, either the ball just rolling over the top of the fingers or hitting the seam, and that's precisely what has happened to Stanikzai there. That has come back into him, it's jumped, and ultimately it's just been fended to big Dilipana Rasalingam there at backward point.
So yeah, the top 5, the structure, just in case you're tuning in for the first time, we will get to those questions in the YouTube chat maybe towards the halfway stage of the sittings because there's so much happening. But basically the winner of the league stage automatically progresses to the grand final after the 11 days of group game action. Then 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th go through. 2nd place 5th, 3rd place 4th in what I'm describing as quarterfinals in essence, because they really are. And then the winners of those 2 games play in a semi-final to advance to play number 1, who will only play 1 game on finals day, as the new man with the Chris Gale number on his back hammers that one away for a monstrous 6. How big a hit is that?
It's a decent strike. He's got some power, Stanikzai. He's a solidly built man. That's gone a long, long way. And Agarwal, he's gone short of a length again. This time gets pumped. But big moment for Kosane and big moment for Alton as well. They're probably 1 batsman away in the form of Murali Gunasekaram from getting out the 4 big guns of Alton. But Alton have a habit of doing this. They just keep on plugging away. They got power all the way down the lineup.
Club down the ground, back-to-back 6s to start his innings. The wickets is not stopping the action here in the power play. And the runs, they just keep flowing.
Yeah, certainly almost more than any other top-tier team in Switzerland. Alton just love to play this format. They do not care how many wickets are lost. They do not care how many overs are left to go. They will keep pinging the boundary.
Where is Alton the name of a place? Again, pardon my ignorance.
No, it certainly is. Popular, I guess probably described as a commuter suburb outside of Zurich.
Zurich
so
again,
a lot of people who are, probably don't want to pay the eye-watering property prices in Zurich.
So it's similar to Winterthur then? Maybe 10 minutes out, something like that?
Slightly different direction, but similar concept of people just living outside of Zurich City. And Alton's got some industry and businesses itself, so... it's a fairly popular place for young families to live, and obviously a fairly popular place for big-hitting cricketers.
Yeah, no idea what the hold-up is here, but great to see young fans taking in the action. There's a few of I think the FC St. Gallen juniors is probably enjoying their first taste of cricket.
Yeah, and good for them getting to watch a proper sport for once.
And we had three of the superstars, 3 of the main men yesterday come and join us. Not just to watch they watched a full 10 over game actually, but they also came on air onto the commentary cam. Vinny twisted their arm. That one is nicely bowled, a little bit of away move, and he's going to get that because of his action. So with that hub of Zurich as kind of the centre of cricket, but there's plenty down in Geneva and then Cossonay where you've come from?
Yeah, Geneva's got probably 4 teams. Geneva, Cossonay is essentially the Lausanne team. So Cossonay is a village around 15 minutes drive from Lausanne, has a permanent cricket field, very nice one.
Down the track, it's going to be 6. And watch out for those youngsters who've come in. A good rebound back out towards them. As action aplenty on and off the pitch. 6 more to the total. He's going to have to come up into the stands to find that one.
Yeah, poor Venu Agarwal. It started off so well for him with the wicket of Staniksai first ball, but he's been pumped the last few. That's a beautiful strike from Staniksai.
Andrew, I've got a game called Lucky Likeys, okay? I don't know if you've been listening in to the coverage, doppelganger, if you will, or however you want to call it. It's not how people physically look, it's their bowling or batting actions or styles or approaches. I have a big one for Agarwal, but I can't remember who it is. But I'm certain that his bowling action reminds me very much of a medium pacer. I think a white ball cricketer, just there, in that part. As this one's clubbed down the ground for 4 more. 61 runs and 3 wickets from the power play. Any ideas for me?
I know who you're talking about. It's someone else who is a swing bowler.
Kind of a white ball player from India or maybe Sri Lanka.
Was there a Pakistani left armour who came over with almost the double arm action?
Well, no, that was Sohail Tanvir.
So he almost looked like he was bowling off the wrong foot.
Yeah.
61 for 3 at the end of the
Right
third.
arm bowler I'm thinking of. Hopefully he'll bowl another over. We might get there. It's like when you forget a word. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't. It's not Ajit Agarkar, I don't think, but it.
No, I think Agarkar had a lot more of a classical action.
He was more round arm, wasn't he? Yeah. I'm hopefully going to get to that. That's going to bother me if I can't, but that's a flying start from Alton. And then a ground like yours where you have is that dedicated cricket only or is it shared facility?
No, completely. So it's a dedicated cricket ground. So there are a few in Switzerland. So both the Zurich Nomads and the Zurich Crickets play at a ground called Embruck, which is shared with a baseball team, but it's it's a permanent cricket pitch in the middle. So very much structured as to here. Ahmed Zai comes on to bowl.
His little leg breaks, that floods into the pad. Half an appeal and a tumble from the batter means that they'll only just about get the one leg by.
He bowled very well in the first game,
really
actually.
nicely.
So tough gig for a leg spinner, bowling with a damp ball. I thought he was fantastic in the middle overs for Cossonay in that first game.
Yeah, having bowled leg spin myself, the thing I used to dread, particularly being Irish, when we did have to occasionally play through whichever adjective you want, rain, drizzle, mizzle,
typhoon,
mist, wind. We've got to play through it all in Ireland. It was the thing I dreaded. That's nicely bowled. He bowls it at a good pace. We've seen one other really talented young leg spinner. His name escapes me right now, but he was a bit slower through the air. I like the pace that Ahmed Zai is bowling at.
Yeah, I think for Ahmed Zai, it's probably something that I wouldn't say harms him in the longer form, but he probably needs to develop a little bit more flight and loop to be a good long form bowler. But particularly on this pitch where you don't want batters to be able to go and sit back if you're just a touch short of a length, the fact that he really jets off the pitch, it's a good attribute.
Down the leg side this time, no contact with anything. Given as a white, took me through his haircut though. What's going on there?
Look, I did not sanction this, to be honest. Just
not approved.
Just a young man who maybe we've got to get him to work on his French because clearly he's instructed the barbers incorrectly. You never know. The young ladies may be appreciative of it. That's a decent shout. If it had have spun a little bit more.
The signal's going to be interesting for me here, Andrew, because I just wonder, was there a little bit of bat involved as well? It's given now as leg buys. But no, if it's pad only...
Looked like the wrong end, actually. Possibly the wrong end. It hasn't spun a lot, but I think it has actually just jagged back in towards the batter. So pretty good call from the umpire.
Yeah, I've just had a look at Ajit Agarkar. Definitely wasn't him. This one's clubbed down to long on, who will palm it over the rope. Well, that's not a great bit of work from Ashwin Vinod. You can see what he was trying to do. Maybe just skin it off the turf faster than he thought. 4 more to the total.
Yeah, crucial on these wet fields to get your body completely behind the ball because it's not surprising to have one scoot through the hands at all. Be disappointed he's one of the elite fielders in Switzerland.
I've got it. I know who it is.
I saw a ray of sunshine come across your face.
I've got it. And I'm going to save it till when he comes back on to bowl because it's uncanny.
Now that you've mentioned it, I know.
Mate, it's uncanny.
No.
It's actually the same action.
Yeah. Probably bowls about the same pace, to be honest, as well.
He does. Well, let's wait for him to come back on. We'll keep you on your tenterhooks.
Suspense.
If you're watching on. And if you are enjoying the action, please get in touch in the chat. Just give us any questions that you have. Not from me. We've all heard from me. We've got a special guest, Andrew Ryan, from the Cossonay Cricket Club, who is sadly not in the 11, but it means we get to enjoy his dulcet tones as another misfield, I think, is going to cost 4.
Oh, we'll get a replay of that. It might have been the ball spinning off the turf. That's Bharat Narayan down there at deep square.
Let's have a look here. We're going to have a boundary check. Again, not a great piece of work. Oh.
Might have actually kept that in.
Might have got away with that, yeah.
He slapped it back.
And the glasses go flying off. That's happened to me many a time. Yeah, I think he could be okay. We'll leave it up to the third umpire.
We'll see what the third umpire says. I mean, nothing looks more academic than having your glasses fly off, and it looks like they've actually signalled that as 4. I suspect it's probably from when he slapped the ball back and it touched his leg while his arm was on the boundary rope. But got to say, not a great fielding performance from Cosnay so far. Generally, the group is very, very strong in the field. And
Andrew, maybe were they taking inspiration from you earlier?
Got to say, the standards have dropped since the big man's entered the commentary box.
I am already pulling your leg. I'll leave the real jokes to Vinny Sandhu et al.
I'm sure Maximo will be involving some distribution of videos via WhatsApp in the next couple of hours. Looks like Arjun Vinod, the captain, bringing himself on, as that finally has been signalled for.
What's going on up here, Andrew? Have they heard you're in town?
Is that the fuzz?
The police eye, or you pronounce that better than I will?
Police. It actually sounds Italian, to be honest.
I think they're going to enjoy some cricket. This goes into the sky. Should be taking a chance at redemption, but he's called off, and it's dropped. How has this one gone down? What's happening out there?
I don't know. That's Vikas Bhatt coming in. I think he might have been slightly put off by Narayanan coming around from the point position. Takes it in a little bit away from the body, just bumped out of the hands, and Arjun Vinod should have had Stanikzai back in the pavilion first ball.
That's a poor drop, Andrew, I have to call it. That should have been taken. He's going to get another chance. Is the bowler. Keeper Hare's after it and taken. Much more like it. Well, that is coolness, calmness personified. He's already taken a cartwheeling, tumbling catch. This time it's a running one from Wasim Javed, and that's an excellent catch.
How good is he? Just one of my favourite cricketers in Switzerland. It also happens that he's just about the loveliest human being you can meet. But full credit to Arjun Vinod. That's a really good piece of bowling. Floated across Ganasekaram and also took the pace off, just gave it a little bit of loop. Excellent bowling from the skipper and just a superb catch. Actually, it's the second one that we've seen Javed taking running back over his shoulder. One in the first game as well. It's just so good with the gloves.
The fourth wicket falls. The score now 75 for 4. Andrew, can you give us a sense as to the importance of cricket in terms of, I'm presuming from this team here, you've got players from all sorts of backgrounds, maybe some players born in Switzerland, some immigrants, some people who've come in from what parts of the world?
Yep, completely. And I think it's a key point, actually, Lenny, that there's 4 or 5 boys in the Cosnay team at least, and we're probably a little bit different than some clubs that were either born here or were completely raised here. They've learnt their cricket in Switzerland. They have been coached here. They're not coming in from other countries.
Oh, that's monstrous. Monstrous from the very first delivery. It's the man, Vinny Sandhu, called the Rock Johnson, Dion Johnson. First ball, sits up, 6 all the way.
Yeah, admittedly, it wasn't that different a ball than the one that Ganasekaram really tried to heave. Probably just a little bit more short of a length, but Johnson sat back in his crease, played it really well.
Got that style, doesn't he? We've seen a few players do this, holding it right at the top of the bat. So what that gives him is the slightly longer levers to try and leverage. Tries to repeat the dose, but this time it goes straight up. Is it going to be 6 and out? No, it's not, because the Butterfingers, they're spreading around the Cosnay lineup, and this time, I'm not sure how this one's been dropped. It's still a pan. Rasalingam, another one that should have been taken.
Yeah, it really should have. He made good ground, actually got there comfortably, but his hands separated at the key. Another good bit of bowling from Arjun Vinod. I think that's 3rd or 4th catch that's gone down. Cannot keep giving opportunities. They're too dangerous a lineup.
They just keep going, don't they? You described it so well, Andrew, and this is going to be 4 more. Probably nowhere near where he intended it, but it doesn't matter. It's 4 to the total.
Yeah, actually pretty decent. Well, I wouldn't say decent shot from Stanikzai. He was trying to hit it to the leg side.
He was looking leg side. He's got offside.
Either way, he couldn't have placed it through the gap more beautifully, and Vinod should have had a couple more wickets in this over. It's been an excellent one from him.
It's amazing that the runs and wickets are coming at a rate that actually gives us a projected score right now, the equal highest of the week, 184 for 4. Well, you wouldn't rule it out the way they're going, but another chance for a wicket, and this time it is held. Ashwin Vinod is the man. I think he's misfielded one down there to palm it over the rope. This time he makes amends, and Staniczai's innings, well, it was helter-skelter to say the least. He's gone for 33.
Good innings from him. I mean, 33 off 11 balls. That's really given Alton a fighting chance despite their loss of wickets. Another one where Vinod's just taken the pace off it, a little bit of loop, and Ashwin Vinod, who is a tremendous fielder in the outfield. Certainly Arjun would have been very pleased to see his brother underneath that ball. It came in quite low. Very, very safe pair of hands. 5 wickets down the end of the 5th, 86 for 5.
Prithviraj Varatharayan comes to the crease at number 7. So, yeah, tell us about the background. We've seen lots of Afghan origin players, some Pakistani origin players.
Yeah, well, I'll come back to that point. So Kosnay's got quite a lot of Swiss-raised kids in there.
Fantastic.
And you do have some clubs around here that are almost single ethnicity, like Geneva Sri Lankans, for instance, or you have some teams, Swiss Afghans, who are very.
Where are those
close.
two from?
Yeah, I know it's hard. It's I like the subtlety of it. Whereas Kosnay very much a diverse group. I mean, obviously from not just from India, but different parts of India. We've got Pakistan boys, a couple of Sri Lankan heritage. Youngsters, obviously, 1 or 2 Australians, an Englishman or 2. Unfortunately, just cannot do anything about that.
Hammer down the ground and put down. It's going to be 4. He did really well, actually, to get a hand to it. I think this was probably more in hope of saving the boundary. He might have saved the 6, but just the 1 touch around the post, 4 to the total.
Yeah, as you say, Lenny, he has saved the 6 there. Got actually a pretty decent bit of glove on it, but it's just parried away for the 4. But no, we've had a good influx of young Afghans. So to hear Khan Ahmadzai bowling now, young Afghan who's joined our club. So that's a decent length ball, just pumped down. Tell you what, might have a shot at the stump here. He's got him. He's got him run out. He thought twice about it. Had a shot at the stumps. Fantastic fielding from Ahmadzai and Varathian, who is so often the rock when things are going wrong for Alton. He's run out early doors. Fantastic work in the field.
Yeah, superb. He had maybe 2.5 stumps to aim at, which made the difference. But it's the athleticism and also, critically, Andrew, the game awareness to know to come swiftly across to his right. This will be a good angle. He thought he got more of it, but it holds up. The throw comes in, and he's well short. We haven't seen many direct hits. And the umpire doesn't even want to go upstairs. The gun goes up, and the 6th wicket falls. Delight for Ahmadzai. Great piece of individual brilliance.
Yeah, in amongst some sloppy hands in the field today, actually, there's been some good work in the field from Kosnay. That's excellent work from the young man. He's bowled another pretty good spell here. Managed to get Varathian to just struggle to drag that one down on the leg side. And now they are into the lower part of the order. So irrespective of where that run rate sits, another 1 or 2 wickets, Kosnay, they could have a chance of bowling them out here.
We haven't seen many teams bowled out either. Reminder, this is not a 6 or 7 over clash. It is a full 10 over match as always on the European Cricket Series. We did have a bit of rain this morning to abridge that first game by the 1 over. But with Kosnay entering the competition for the very first time today, their first game was a winning start. They're actually the only remaining unbeaten side because Alton lost their previous match. Ahmadzai, he's impressed. He's bowled really nicely, the young leg spinner. And this time just angles down. What's it flicked is the question. Maybe some pad. Or we'll wait for the signal to confirm that it is.
Bit of bat from the...
giving us runs.
Yep. So a good bit of work from Aiden Andrews. He had to scoot around quickly there from backward point. Managed to keep it to a 1.
One question I want to ask you, because I ask Vinny Sandhu some of these things. He gives me the commentary perspective. But from a player's perspective, this is dragged down and rather remarkably goes all the way for 6. Stand and deliver stuff right off the tarmac at him. It's going to be a maximum to end Ahmadzai's spell. The score now moves to 99 for 6. We never see fine legs or short fines in play. Why is that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think a lot of teams have adapted now to using third man down on the boundary. I think when we first started playing T10 cricket, when it got to past the power play, you would typically see a ring of either cover or point, then a long off, and then typically long on cow corner, mid-wicket, and then deep square leg.
The kind of the conventional T20I field.
And pretty much what you are seeing here from Kosnay as well. I think we've seen down in Kardama as Arjun Vinod coming in for his second over.
They just keep going, don't they? The hundreds come up. They might be 6 wickets down. They might have number 8 at the crease, but even Staniczai gets in the act now, and the 100 comes up at a run rate over 17.
Yeah, there's no shortage of Staniczais around the Alton lineup, and they can all hit a big ball. I think it's a good move for him to come on and bowl this second over. I think he might float this one slowly outside off stump.
He goes flatter through the air instead. But why? Is it almost just disowning that part of the field, trying to force them to hit down the ground?
I think there's probably a couple of factors. So down at Cardimer Oval for the ECL, I think you see teams bringing in the third man position and sometimes even fine leg, because a lot of batters are just using the pace of the ball to take it down to fine leg position. That one is laced over the mid-wicket boundary, and Alton, they are still going at a rapid rate here despite the loss of wickets. But I think you
that's because of the speed of the outfield.
Yeah, absolutely. Speed of the outfield, but also the speed of the pitch. So I think keep in mind here, this is a rolled out pitch. It's quite slow. It's less easy. So we sort of see a couple of well-dressed individuals strolling.
They belong up in the pavilion at Lord's, at the MCC members. The MCC members in on the Saturday. There's going to be a chance at deep extra taken. It's Jay Singh. In fact, it is Jay Singh who takes the catch. And I think there was a bit of confusion there as to whether to celebrate or not, but it is indeed the 7th wicket, and it's a big moment because Johnson, who was dropped on 6, is now caught successfully. You needed that wicket.
Yeah, certainly did. And once again, it was that slower ball just looped outside off stump from Vinod, which has been really successful for him so far in this innings. Excellent catch from Jay. He's got a big pair of hands. Doesn't mind the ball being laced to him. Very comfortable in the outfield. And Dion Johnson started pretty brightly. That's another good wicket. Brings Waridu, the wicketkeeper and skipper, to the crease. He's a man who's opened the batting for Alton a lot, so he is more than capable of hitting a big ball. In fact, he opened with Yasu for the majority of the 2020 tournament, and they were a damaging opening pair.
Yeah, so very much still a chance for Alton to push up to that 150 mark, but they're also in danger of being bowled out. And if that had gone to hand, they would have been in real danger. Instead, Waridu will get off the mark with a single. Has the general standard improved noticeably in the last 3 or 4 years?
I think it has. I think one of the interesting things about Switzerland is that there's a lot of players that come over here. The final ball, that's just pushed away for a single. It'll be the end of the over, and Alton sitting, wouldn't say comfortably, but 114 for 7, still 18 balls left to go. So you get a lot of players, particularly from the subcontinent, who come over here, and they're coming over for economic or study reasons.
Yep.
So they've probably gone to what you might say well-resourced schools, have potentially been part of cricket academies back in India or Pakistan or the like. And they're coming here as actually really well-formed cricketers. I think when you look at places like the Czech Republic or Bulgaria or Romania or Hungary, for instance, and other places in Central Europe, that you're getting a lot of guys who are very, very talented but somewhat more raw cricketers. I think you've got a lot of guys playing here in Switzerland who have played some really, really good quality cricket and are well coached. Jason steaming in.
Yeah, speaking of well coached and good athletic cricketers, in comes Jay Singh for his first over.
He's very used to taking the new ball in 40 over and 20 over games. He's been given the role of coming in the back end. It's not an easy one because you're bowling with the ball when it's in its worst state of the game. Yep. You've got batters who are generally well in at this stage, so there's a lot of pressure on the young man's shoulders.
Yeah, real death specialist stuff here from Singh as he nails 2 Yorkers, just 1 run from the 2 balls. And why are they attracted to Switzerland? There's a good education system here. Some of the universities like taking guys in from that part of the world.
Yeah, money, career opportunities, education is very, very
good economy
well
here.
Sought out. Yeah, very strong economy if you can get yourself a good professional job. So it's the sort of economy that attracts people who are coming from well-educated backgrounds, who have got professional skills. As unfortunately, Jason probably looked like he was trying to follow Waridu there for a moment. He was giving himself a little bit of room.
Not a cheap country at the same time.
No, one could say that. I think you discovered this over the last couple of days, that the ECN salary, it gets decimated out here in Switzerland.
When you're having dinner with Vinny Sandu and he's ordering 2 dinners, dessert, coffees.
Is it possible to tell the tax man that this is actually a loss-making gig? It's a good ball from City. He's got right back on the money.
Oh, he slipped, but he's going to keep it to a single. You know what we realised last? I'm going to call Vinny Sandu out live on air. I know him. He'll probably watch this back tonight, and here I've called him out. But we only remembered after we split the bill last night that he had 2 dinners.
2 dinners.
He had pizza and pasta, and he had dessert, and he had wine, and he had an espresso.
He's just carb loading. It's professional.
Well, he's done us in a big way, isn't he? We were happy to be done, though. That's a ramp shot around the corner. We haven't seen many of those. We particularly have not seen much success with them, and it will just be a single, as there is no fine leg in place. But Singh has started really nicely. He's nailing that block hole, that full Yorker length.
Yeah, when he's a big boy. He probably bowls what I would say a heavy ball as well. So if he gets it in and around the crease length or just before it, he's very, very hard to get underneath and to hit high.
Big hit, bit of a helicopter flare to that one. And it's surely going to go all the way. 6 more. An extraordinary innings from Alton. No matter how many wickets they lose, they just keep trying to hit sixes. And Warrido, you said he could be a danger man down at number 9, starting to show that.
Yeah, that's such a Warrido-like shot, actually. I mean, that wasn't a bad ball for Sin, but he has no qualms throwing himself off balance just to get underneath the ball.
Shorter ball proves more threatening and will just be a single down the ground to close out the 8th. It's 125 now for 7.
Nice bit of bowling actually from Jason on that last ball. Saw Warrido trying to give himself some space and charging, gave him the one in the chest. Nice bit of bowling.
Andrew, can you give me a sense as to the potential or the future of the game here? I'm not asking you to step into Cricket Switzerland shoes for what they're strategically planning, but is there a real potential for maybe a Swiss side to get through a sub-regional qualifier, to get to the final of a T20 World Cup qualifier in Europe? There seems to me to be an awful lot of talent in the country.
Yeah, certainly. I think Switzerland's probably going to be maybe the opposite of a Germany, Italy or Spain, where there's a less quantity of top-tier players to choose, or players to choose from, but the ones that are at the top end are very, very good quality and, as I said, well-coached, good cricketers.
This is slapped away towards deep extra. Oh, it's a beauty. And it's Jay Singh, the man who just bowled an over well. He had a topsy-turvy first game. He caught 3, he dropped 2, but that's a moment he won't forget. He's gone sharply to his left and he's taken an excellent catch.
Yeah, super catch. The big hand to big JC. This ball slightly short of a length outside off stump. Warrido has laced it and the JC has taken a super catch. And when you look at mini moments in games, Lenny, that ball goes for 6 and Alton are already sort of on their way to a top tier target. As it is, they're now 8 wickets down. Cosnay's got the chance to get them out before they actually go through the full set of overs, and one of their danger men is back in the pavilion. That's a huge play from Jay.
Yeah, huge moment in the match. You're spot on, and critically as well, it's Warrido who's looking threatening. If that man's not out there, that is 6. Again, it's a position you don't see altogether too often in top-level cricket, but it's quite common here. The deep extra with cover up in the circle, or cover point, if you will. Sivakaran now into the crease, big swing and a miss.
Can I just, sorry, Andrew,
please.
Sorry, Lenny. I don't want to let another ball go. We haven't yet said it all happens in the 9th. We're 2 balls into this 9th over, and it already has a great catch. Dot ball.
Maybe that dot ball was a consequence of us not saying it. It all happens in the 9th. Before delivery's left. Inside edge, nearly another wicket. It's going to run away for 4. They don't have fine legs in place here from what I've seen so far in the 10 over game. And even number 10 comes in with some effect with the bat.
Yep, certainly. Pretty good ball from Ashwin Vinod, actually. He's getting a little bit of movement, which we haven't seen too much later in the overs. Good in-swing bowler with the new ball. But as it is, Sivakaran takes big swing, and that outfield, despite being peppered with rain over the last 24 hours, it's moving reasonably swiftly.
Yeah, it is quite heavy underfoot. I had just a bit of a walk around the outfield too. Edged and gone. A real chance of bowling Alton out now. A simple catch behind for the keeper, who has been immaculate with the gloves. The outfielders, very much a mixed bag. But the man with number 10 on his back takes another good catch. He's been perfect.
Wasim Javed, never in doubt. It's a good piece of bowling from Ashwin Vinod. Didn't give him any ball up in the slot. Just hit a good length, a little bit of extra nip off the pitch. Well bowled. I think it's a good chance for us to actually turn to the chat. We've had our boy Andy House, very, very good friend of the European Cricket Network, and a man who we see a lot out in Spain. He's referenced that you've been sandooed in terms of getting the bill.
Correct.
Last night.
I have been properly sandooed.
It's almost like credit card roulette without actually
having
the roulette.
I would have played that happily. Yep. I don't mind losing that. That's a 1 in 5 chance, or a 1 in 4, whoever you got at the table. Here comes the number 11. We haven't seen the number 11s to the crease too much. What can Janashan Makajana do? Well, he chips one down the ground, helicopter style. They bowled him out. Would you believe it? I think it's the earliest bowl out of the tournament we've had, with 7 deliveries left. You talked up your bowlers in a big way last night, Andrew, and you were spot on the money. An exceptional innings that ebbed and flowed and swung all sorts of directions. But for now, Alton are going to have to be satisfied with their final total. 129 all out, with 7 balls left in the can.
7 ball there, quite a remarkable thing. You don't see too many innings closed with a complete bowl out in T10 cricket, but Cosnay's done a pretty good job. Yet, remarkably, Alton have scored more against them in this innings than Geneva did in the last game. It just shows the Alton way of T10 cricket. They go from the start, and speaking of the start, Melia Static's eye. What a superb shot over point to open things up. And then Iaso, he was done by a nice piece of bowling from Aidan Andrews, just a little outswingers, causing a few dramas before Javed got into the act with a super catch off the bowling of Ashwin Vinod. Venu Agarwal, he started well in this one, managed to get one to pop on Static's eye, but it then got pumped after that.
We've got to give you that heads up as well. Mohammad Abbas, the Pakistan test bowler, is the one I thought. It's so uncannily similar. I know he went the distance a bit there, but it's Mohammad Abbas S. The 6s, they rain. There was plenty of them in total. We had 13, would you believe, in the innings, but so too did the wickets. And then the butterfingers started to spread and the glasses fell off the head alongside. So many drop catches in the crowd, or sorry, in the field, not in the crowd.
Might have gotten a few crowd members that could have
perfect.
taken them better, but
The keeper.
look at this, Wasim Javed. He's so quick getting the balls as well. Russell couldn't repeat the Javed quality. And this man, the big left-hander, he managed to bash a few before he found Ashwin Vinod standing out there at a wide, long on position. He was in the game in the field the whole time around, managed to stop that from being a 6. Another lovely bit of fielding here from Tahir Amazai, managing the stumps and sending Relive back into the pavilion pretty quickly. Lovely bit of work from that young man. He has certainly announced himself as a talent to watch this tournament so far.
Yeah, certainly in amongst the wreckage of all the drop catches, there were some really good grabs, like that one. An absolute belter from Jay Singh, who bowled nicely too. Just the one over needed for him. It only went for 11. The keeper, well, you've got to love your keepers, and he's a special one to say the least. He was outstanding, and that was the final moment as Makajana hauled out to long off to make it an even 130 that Cosnay are going to require to win. And I think, Andrew, if you're offered that, given the start and given all the action, you'd have probably taken it as a Cosnay man.
Yeah, certainly. That Alton team, they're so dangerous. They can easily hit the 160s without too many troubles. So early wickets again. Cosnay swinging the new ball seems to be a consistent theme, and certainly one that we've targeted throughout the tournament. Set the team up for a really, really good chase, but Alton, good bowling lineup. This is not going to be easy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to get the cards or not. They might not be ready. So we will leave you with the good news that with 8.4 overs in the bank, 8.5 even, Alton, there they come. They magic up by osmosis almost, with just the 5 batters making double figures. Stanic's eye left, not out with 11 off 7. And 33 off 11, the top scorer, the strike rate at 300. Andrew Ryan's nipped down to join his Cosnay teammates and give them a little bit of inspiration. Hopefully we'll hear from him, though, in the second innings, as Vinny Sandhu's nearly all ready for a bit more time on camera. He's everywhere, that man. 9 wickets taken by the bowlers, the pick of them, Ashwin Vinod. I think it's only the 4th 4-wicket haul of the entire contest. It's match number 28 in the book. So we'll leave you for the next 10 minutes or so. We'll be back in exactly 10 minutes time with the chase, where Cosnay made 130 to win. See you then. So a warm welcome back to beautiful St. Gallen. Still yet to get into the town of St. Gallen to really experience it. Was hoping to do that last night, but instead it was beautiful Rorschach that we were treated to.
The home of the ink blot.
Oh, there we are. What is that? I don't even know. I've got Andrew Leonard here alongside the main man. Andrew Wright, an ink.
So the Rorschach ink blot test. So this is coming from someone who studied psychology as an undergraduate degree. It's a test that's used. It's essentially a blob of ink put on a piece of paper. The paper's folded, and then you open it up, and then you ask people, "What do you see off the back of it?"
Yep, where it started.
Really rudimentary way of determining whether someone's got some underlying issues in their head. But
please don't show me any ink blots. I don't want to know the prognosis.
One of the wonderful things here is there is actually a team from Rorschach who was recently developed, and they do have an ink blot as their jersey, which is
there's a cricket team.
Yep,
amazing
stuff.
Fantastic. Yep. Very small town.
Yes, it is. Incredibly small town. Beautiful little part of Switzerland, but very small town. And speaking of beautiful parts of Switzerland, St. Gallen, doesn't it look an absolute picture here? This ground at Grundemus, the training ground home of St. Gallen Football Club, but it has been converted into a cricket coliseum here for this ECS Switzerland 2023 event.
Yeah, I've described it as a pop-up cricket stadium. They've done such a great job, and despite some pretty unseasonal, or maybe I don't know the seasons well enough in Switzerland, but what feels like some pretty cold, wintry, rainy weather, we have got through almost every game bar one. It's going to be Cossonay taking on Alton. Cossonay have 130 required. It's an awfully similar chase to the first game. And we've got the main man, Andrew Ryan, who's part of the Cossonay squad, but not in the starting 11. You just squeezed over the line in game one. Only just. Are you going to do it again here?
Well, it's going to be a good contest. I certainly think, despite bowling Alton out, they've put a decent total on the board. 129 is still a pretty significant chase. Do remember from that last game, Cossonay lost a couple of wickets early, so Jay Sin went pretty quickly. Arjun Vinud came and went early, and it was really down to Asim Javed and Aidan Andrews to get them pushed up. It's a nice start from Stanigzai. He's capable of not only swinging the ball both ways, but he's got a wonderful change of pace, one of the best split fingers you'll find.
Yeah, my thought on the Cossonay batting, as we see Singh, who I think just made 4 in the first game. Look to crack one into the leg side. He'll get 4 more there. My thought on your batting approach was that maybe slightly lacking in power hitters to some of the other sides, but some very good technical cricketers.
Correct. So I would think if I was ranking the Cossonay strength, that our main form of the game would be 40 over cricket, then T20, and T10 is one that although the team really enjoys playing it, our batting lineup is not built for T10
It's not
cricket.
Really built for it.
No.
So they're the 3 formats you play as a club, 40,
Correct.
20 and 10 over.
Yeah, so there's a lot of cricket here played in Switzerland almost every weekend for a good sort of 5-month period. As Sin, well, he's showing he's got some T10 chops. He's pumped Malia for consecutive boundaries. Picked up that one really early, since he's almost playing it off the front foot. Beautiful strike.
I'll be honest, that shot wouldn't have looked out of place in a test match. It is off the front foot, it's a pull, but it's gone from high to low. Very technically correct, and a little bit of an action replay feel to it will bring about a change in the field as Stanigzai relents to his captain and puts out the deep mid-wicket.
I love reactionary captaincy. Great to see.
Only 2 fielders allowed out at the moment. Long off is the other one. And that's gone through the hands. That is a chance. I'm not saying it was an easy one, but Varathayan, not going to quite get to the rope. Well,
we might have a look at this one, actually, Lenny. I think the ball's pulled up short of the rope, but has he made contact after his foot's gone over? He has.
That will be 4. That is a great spot.
That's high-quality commentary. That is exceptional stuff. Almost needless. I feel the ball had actually pulled up
short of the rope. If he hadn't done anything, that would have been probably 2 runs instead of 4, but more critically, it's a drop chance, and it was Prithviraj Varathayan who has put it down. And Singh will look to make use of that. You've probably hit, in fact, I know this for a fact, you've hit less maximums than anyone in the competition, but you're 1 and none, and you're in a good shape to make it 2 and none. Is that a conscious part of the approach, as we see 93 matches without a golden ball, that you're going to have to find ways to chase down totals without necessarily blasting sixes.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, ultimately, there's probably 2 or 3 really good strikes of the cricket ball within the Cosnay lineup. Jason, who's out there at the moment, Wasim Javed. Certainly, Arjun Vinod can get there when he's gotten into his innings. Obviously, we saw Ashwin Vinod play some lovely shots to really get Cosnay home in that first game earlier today. The guys like Aiden Andrews, he will look to be the anchor throughout this chase. But I think Cosnay will be okay with that start, 13 for none. No wickets lost. I know you can really catch up things in the later stages of this game. That one's been nicely driven down the ground. Aiden Andrews usually loves to play square of the wicket, but that one just angled into his leg stump from the left arm of Stanixai coming around the wicket. In fact, he's fetched it from outside off. Super shot.
Yeah, a couple of bounces, trickles away across the rope. You don't need to hit maximums if you hit enough fours. And Andrews again, he made 31 off 20 in the first game, which strike rate over 150. That's not bad. That's pretty good. Again, he looks like a kind of cricketer. I suspect he'd go very well in 40 over cricket.
He's very, very good quality opener, and certainly one of those guys from Swiss cricket who, when they've gone and played, as he flashes of the offside, falls about 5 short of the boundary, but races away for consecutive fours. Aiden Andrews, he's away. But Lenny, when Cricket Switzerland has played against better sides, Andrews is definitely one of those players who's capable of blunting high-quality attacks. He's got a really good judgment of line and length. An amazing batter to bat with. I actually used to open with him going back 5 or 6 years ago.
Open the bowling with him?
No, open the batting with
Sorry,
him.
what?
Despite my position in the batting order last time,
Big
he's managed to
shot.
loft that for a Maximo. That one's gone a good 20 metres over the boundary.
This could also be a no ball. Let's take a look at this. My initial indication was it was. The umpires are taking a look at it right now, and they're going to give it. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah, good call. Good call. That one's typical ECN call, probably 50-50 in a lot of forms of cricket, but with the 4-foot-tall Aiden Andrews at the crease, it's very easy to bowl a full toss waist high, but this has turned into an expensive over. Interesting thing about Aiden, he's sometimes in the T10 cricket has struggled to get his strike rate moving. Just watching his technique from particularly up here in the commentary box, I have a feeling he's introducing a bit more bottom hand power into the way that he's gripping the bat, and you can actually see that he's flicking the ball with his wrist much more nicely.
Dear, the free hits down the ground. We're going to check this again. At the moment, square leg is indicating that they feel this could be a second consecutive no ball and another free hit. Yeah, given again. And I think it's a good call.
Well, even if that was below the waist, it was such a god-awful delivery that it deserves to be called no ball. That's an absolute shocker.
No bias in the commentary box, please.
Well, I'll tell you what,
Ryan.
for Stanixai, he's one of their opening bowlers. He's now got 2 full tosses. A third one will see him removed from the attack. He's remarkably going at 8.5 runs a ball at the moment.
Just double check. We think it's another no ball. We think it's another free hit. It is confirmed. So there are another free hit signal coming in. We're just double checking that.
Not a bad result for Cosnay too to have Jason on strike for this.
Free hit. The field can change. Here comes it. Inside edge. It's not going to be out. Well taken by the keeper. And it ends up being an anticlimax, a dot ball.
Yeah, it was. Pretty good piece of bowling, actually, from Stanixai. He's coming wide around the wicket there. Speared that in, and it actually tailed back into Jason's pads. Missed leg stump by probably a good half a foot. You can also see there, Lenny, why a lot of teams don't go with a fine leg. It's so much more for batters that are pushing backward of leg stump rather than across.
Andrew, can you tell us a bit about Switzerland's entry into T20I cricket? How do you go about picking a team, given the kind of the distances the players all have to travel to get together, and how do you find the best players in the country?
I think the Cricket Switzerland Premier League has got 9 teams this year, and the majority of the players do come from those groups. As that is smashed, Jay Sids pumps Stanixai over the boundary. This nightmare over continues for the left armour, and has that been signalled no ball as well, Lenny?
Well, it's going to be marginal again. Oh, I think that's maybe okay.
Might get the benefit of the doubt, the bowler, because Sin's a step and a half down the track.
I think the previous 2 were more cast iron no balls, but I think that's okay. I think he'll get away with that. If it wasn't, like you said, he'd be whipped out of the attack. And the big man with Chris Gale's number on his back, well, he's not bowling anything like the way he would like to. It's another extra down the leg side. So that's a Premier League at the T20 level, is it?
Originally the national competition started as the Cricket Switzerland Premier League. That came into being in 2021. Actually, Cossonay, the inaugural premiers of that national competition. So great segue to drop that in. But now the T20 competition has also moved into having a nationalised structure as well.
Helped around the corner, going to be a boundary, and it's going to be 4 more. Sin and Andrews, well, they're really just playing conventional cricket strokes, aren't they? But it's been such a pour over. It's gone the absolute distance. The left armour has conceded 28 runs from it. Cossonay right in control of this chase, 41 for none. Let's look at the points table. We'll talk about that. I want to come back to more things Swiss cricket in a moment. The top 5 qualify. Isn't it great to see it so open, Andrew?
Yeah, very much so. And I think it's an interesting thing with the T10. There's quite a few teams in this competition who are not necessarily top-tier teams in terms of being in the Premier League, but are actually putting in good performances. So the likes of Winterthur, Weddingen, St Gallen, but they have guys who are good hitters. So they might struggle a bit more in the 40-over format, but come T10, they're really suited to playing this type of cricket.
Yeah, it definitely makes for excitement and also unpredictability. I think even when we look at seeing who's going to come in, great to see young fans enjoying the action. There's been plenty of inquisitiveness as well in terms of breaking down the sport, understanding the sport. We saw the Swiss, I don't know the name of the station, the national TV station, come down and do a big 3 or 4 minute report, and including interviewing the main man, Ali Abbas, Vinny Sandhu, and also the CEO, Roger, of the European Cricket Network, as we see a change in bowling with Shaq Thiswar Sivarakan to come into the attack with some little off breaks. How is the game growing about making that breakthrough, sort of growing in the minds of certainly local Swiss?
Yeah, I'd suspect that's still a big challenge. I mean, most of the growth is being driven by folks coming here from the subcontinent, as Aiden Andrews manages to put that one back with a point. Yet another 4, and Cossonay going at a nice clip here, up to 45 for no loss.
There seems to be interest, though, from those who've kind of come in and maybe stumbled upon the game.
Yeah, I think in fairness, a place like Switzerland, probably similar to some of the Nordic nations as well, what they do very well is put in structures for club sport to really proliferate. And if you manage to get on the good side of your commune or local sports authorities, then they will give you support. They will give you access to facilities. And I think that's one of the great things about being in a place like Switzerland. And that has certainly helped the game. But certainly on the men's side, there's probably not a huge amount of, I guess, I don't want to say not native players, because you do have players who are born here, but I guess those who are your traditional French Swiss or Swiss German.
Was that an inside edge? The bowler thinks so. The keeper maybe less.
Keeper's saying no edge there.
I've saved four boys, mate. That's what I've done. Nice to see a finger spinner bowl, a right arm finger spinner. That is, there has not been many off break bowlers in this competition at all. As he lands them really nicely too, doesn't he? Very accurate.
Yeah, good length so far. He's only gone for 5 off this over, so it's enabled Alton to get things just back under control. I think Jason will probably go pretty hard at this last ball.
He really does, and it's flat batted almost. That one's like a tracer bullet, flat as anything into the St. Gallen host city signs. It's 6 more, and that surely swings the power play deeply in favour of your boys. The 50 comes up. 52 for none after just 3.
Yeah, nice striking. It's a good start from Cossonay, as you say. 52 for none off the first 3. So unlike game 1, they haven't lost early wickets. And very importantly for them, Jason looks to be in pretty good form. Have a look at that last shot, Lenny. And it's just how much, because he's a big man, Jay, how much he crept down. But also a good example looking at the Manhattan graph of how that 28-run over from Staniksai really has helped Cossonay get ahead of the rate here.
Yeah, and even though they're ahead of the rate required, they're actually behind where the guys were in the first innings. Now, they had lost 3 wickets, so it does make a big difference, but 61 was the power play score for the Alton CC team, but they need wickets. They need them desperately. They need them now, because there's plenty of hitting to come too, as this one is hit down the ground. Taken! Oh, yes! Maybe, just maybe, the catch of the week. And a quiet to the bench that's watching on. Its name, Staniksai. That is a ripper.
Oh, absolutely sensational catch. You go back 3 years ago and we saw Hassan Ahmed take one of the best catches you'll ever see on this ground. That one might have actually trumped it. Naeem Staniksai had to make good ground. Aiden Andrews got a solid piece of that ball. He's left up. In fact, that's reminiscent of Matt Barker in the 2021 ECL final for Tunbridge Wells. Flying through the air, he gets the five from Aiden as he comes off. That is wonderful cricket.
And I love that spirit of cricket. You ask what the spirit of cricket is, you see it on show there. You've just had the most brilliant catch ever to dismiss you, and you go off and you say, well done, son, respect. That's what the spirit of the game is all about. Sensational moment. Could it bring Alton back into the context? An individual piece of brilliance. Yes, the wicket may well go to the bowler, but in reality, it all belongs to one man, and that's Naeem Staniksai.
Absolutely sensational stuff. That's a wonderful catch. Probably, I think, by far the best catch we've seen here this week.
It's by far the best conventional catch. We have seen two wonderful ricochet catches. But in terms of a catch that was intended to be taken by the person who was actually going to try and catch it.
Did any of us manage to go through the last game without taking one
very
of those rebound catches?
I said it to him this morning. I said, mate, if you go the whole day without a rebound catch, you've had a poor day.
Largely unacceptable from the cult hero of
He is a
Gallen.
cult hero. They're top of the table, though. They are top of the table. They've turned it around 5-2. First team to 10 points. That's going to be a no ball. It's pitched off the wicket. It is a narrow artificial wicket, this one.
Yeah, it's quite a frustrating one. And I guess I had first-hand experience of that a couple of games ago, when, particularly in the later overs, where you've got batters who start moving across to off stump.
Where do you bowl?
You feel like you're between a rock and a hard place. You really don't want to aim for middle and leg stump, have the risk of being flicked down to a vacant fine leg, but you've got nowhere to bowl on the offside. That's a cracking ball, but
it's the
it
no
was
ball,
the no
remember.
ball. Great piece of bowling on the free hit.
That's the area to bowl. We did see a brilliant moment earlier where the free hit was celebrated by the bowler, pumped up, and it's maybe the harshest bye you will ever experience.
It certainly was. It's great. You can see why Dion Johnson's a real favourite of the skipper for bowling in the later overs. He's got a slightly unusual action. Almost floats the ball up a bit, but he does find that block hole consistently.
Yeah, he really does. And right now,
we're waiting for the game to reset. Good chat from Andy House on the chat as well, talking about how women's cricket has developed nicely in Switzerland in recent times. So we'll talk about that in a moment as no one swings wide of Jason for a good late movement. So women's cricket side, so Switzerland has actually put in some good early steps in terms of the development of women's cricket. There's quite a few clubs around the place from the existing structure who have got their own, whether you call it a women's side or at least a training group at the moment. So things coming along nicely there. A few of those have actually been out in Spain at events. Not necessarily representing Switzerland, but getting amongst some of the other women's cricket that's happening in Europe. So it's been a good development in the last year or two.
Yeah, we have missed a few of those comments as well. Shad Manzoor was suggesting that maybe it was Javagal Trinath I was thinking of for that lucky likey, that doppelganger comparison. No, Mohamed Abbas, an absolute ringer. I promise you, go and have a look at Mohamed Abbas's action. Incredibly similar. And that one is again going to be a no ball. He's not happy, is he?
It's tough though, isn't it, Lenny? So Johnson's previous two balls have both been relatively wide, swinging away, but just inside the tram line. This one he misses probably by no more than maybe 6 or 7 centimetres from those previous couple of deliveries, and he ends up not only giving away the no ball, but now he's facing a free hit.
Kersley Corder says, what a fantastic catch. You're spot on the money, Kersley. That's clipped away. The free hit will go for just the single, but Sin is playing a good hand here, and they're going to think of the overthrow. They won't go for it. Where do you start to get really concerned in a 10-over game with the run rate required per over?
So I know our eminent friend and doyen of ECN cricket commentary, Vinny Sandhu. He sometimes talks about 18 and over being when it's starting to get out of control.
The point of no return.
Point of no return. It does feel sort of Back to the Future, sort of 3 in a way, doesn't it? But as Johnson comes in once again, finds that channel wide of off stump. That's got to be close to
massive
wide.
Appeal.
What's
and we're going to
to
go upstairs. No, we need to come off this graphic. We're going to take a look at the replay. I don't think this is out because the catch is clearly carried, but has there been any contact with the bat? It's just shaping away. Nice little outswinger again. We don't have DRS, so I don't think he's
I'm
hit
not
that
sure what
myself.
they're looking at here, to be honest, because it's
Maybe checking for the no ball? No. Well, I think the end result is going to be a dot ball and get back on with the game, and let's just forget that ever happened.
magic moment. I think that will probably be the end of the over for Dia Johnson, who has thankfully given up on his hopes of getting a video-reviewed catch. Unfortunately, Snicko not in place here in Grunemus, but Kosnay just been brought back a little bit the last couple of overs, 56 for 1, so sort of travelling at about, 14 runs and over by my calculations, but 74 required off 36, so they need to keep on going. If they don't want another over that goes for sort of 6 or 7.
And that's the thing, when you've got sort of 14, 15 runs required per over, I know it's only 12, but when you've got maybe 13, 14, 15, you get yourself into massive trouble with just 2 bad overs.
Yep, certainly do. I mean, certainly if you can bring if you're in the last 2 overs and you still require 32, 34, you're very much in the game.
You actually are, yeah.
Yep, and as we saw that in a few of the earlier games in this competition, what you really don't want to be doing is chasing 40 off those final 2 overs, particularly if you're down to your middle order. Arjun just struggling to get going. None off 3 so far. Outside edge. Well, that's going to get him moving.
Edged away for what will be just the single. We've got another lucky for you here with this off spinner. And it's a little bit probably not particularly well known, even though he's played 14 test matches. I'll just give it to you. I reckon Savarican, if you look at his off breaks there, this is pumped down the ground, long off, takes the catch. Big moment. Singh got to 30. He can get no more. They have caught well, haven't they? It's Naeem Staniksai who took a belter at long off. This one's much simpler, and another one goes down.
Yeah, nice catch. Naeem Staniksai. It's not the man you want to be hitting catches too in this tournament. He's got a sensational pair of hands. That was a low full toss. It looked like the bat just turned in Jason's hands. That's a big wicket for Alton because he is undoubtedly one of the power players in this Kosnay lineup. You've now got him back in the pavilion. Arjun Vinod just struggling a touch. 1 off 4. Now Wasim Javed coming to the crease. He is a key man to get Kosnay home in this second half of the innings.
Yeah, my little shout is I reckon this off spinner is a bit like Ramesh Mendis, the Sri Lankan test match bowler, who, alongside Prabhat Jayasuriya, well, gave the Irish batters some nightmares in our return.
I wonder you remember him. Certainly when you watch Sivakaran bowl, he's got the capacity it feels like he can change his motion very late. He holds his position a long time.
And that's similar to Mendis from Sri Lanka. Comes quite wide with his approach, but then it's lovely turn and arc.
I think this might be stumping.
I think this is given on field. We're obviously always going to check it, but the keeper batter to the crease, Javed. We're going to have another man on a hat trick here. We're going to see the side on replay. This isn't the one we're going to want, but this will just indicate to us that there's no bat involved. It looks even from there. Here we go. Well, if we had the big screen, I think 3 letters would be coming up. OUT, out, brilliant keeping, swift hands.
Yeah, solid work from Uridu. Nice piece of bowling from Sivakaran too. Just consistently put the ball outside off stump, force the batters to hit across the line. And that's a big wicket. Wasim Javed going first ball. And so we now have the bowler on a hat trick. We still haven't had a hat trick this week, I don't think, Letty.
I think we've had 30, if not 31, 32 hat-trick balls. That's how many 2 and 2 we've had, but we haven't even added 1 to the list to make it 23 yet. We've had 2 that probably should have been there or could have been there. 1 LBW shout, which had shades of Glenn McGrath to some Pakistani batters back in the late 90s when they just decided LBW wasn't a thing anymore and we'd 1 just shave the coat of paint. Is this a moment? Is it going to be Savarican who's going to add his name to the list? Can he be number 23, the hat-trick ball? Is a big play and a miss and half an appeal. The stumps are demolished, but it's another one. Another false hat-trick. It goes unrewarded.
Yeah, pretty nervous little prod from Amal Prabhu.
Got quick hands, doesn't he, the Alton keeper, Shahid Warudu.
Some extravagance in terms of knocking those stumps off their base.
Bit of Dhoni to the flick and the speed for sure. Goes up into the air. It could be 3 and 4. No, goes down. Wasn't the easiest chance, but the first flaw in the field means Prabhu gets a life and gets off the mark.
Yep, so Kosane 59 for 3, 5 overs in, and so this is now in a tricky little stage here.
So
Lenny?
Andrew Leonard here with the main man, our guest commentator, Andrew Ryan O'Ryan, who is sitting out the game. We're hoping he's going to get back in. Are you going to play the final game? Do you know?
Well, waiting for some of the boys to really struggle in the next couple of overs. No. We'll see. We've got a good squad. We've got a 15-man squad who's here for the game. So, as with all the teams, we'll have some rotation throughout the day. It's a big pack of games for Kosane too. We've got 3 today.
What's your schedule? 3 today?
So 3 today. So we'll come back against St Gallen immediately after this one. Then we've got 2 T20s out at Winterthur tomorrow as part of the normal National T20 League.
Okay. Wow.
And then we're back here for 2 games on the Monday, a break on the Tuesday, and then 3 on the Wednesday. So it is a really packed schedule.
And just to emphasise again, Andrew, you'll explain this better than anyone. You're all amateur cricketers. You're all working day jobs as well.
Correct. So guys have had to take leave or to sort of exit their studies for a period of time. So it's definitely not easy. But I think when the ECN circus rolls into town, you've got to take advantage of it.
So if it's a bit of a circus, does that make Vinny Sandu a ringmaster?
Certainly does.
Probably no better description for him, actually.
I think he'd love
he
that.
would have made a great ringmaster. I know
He
he's done
may
everything.
He may still.
Well, there we are. Yeah.
Certainly the Alton bowlers have got the beasts of Kosane under control here at the moment. Been on 1 of 5. He's such a key man in this batting lineup.
That's a bit more like it, but not enough. And the long off fielder, well, he's having a field day. Naeem Staniksai has taken not 1, not 2, but 3 catches.
Yeah, all 3 good catches too. That wasn't badly struck from Vinod. Probably just didn't get the elevation that he was looking at. They've been very disciplined bowling this wide of off-stump line, the Alton bowling attack, and their fielders have backed up the bowlers. And that is a 4th wicket down for Kosane. The total has just stagnated in the last 15 balls. And it brings together the pair who really rescued things in that first game against Geneva. Ashwin Vinod, the hero with the bat, coming to the crease. Suspect the Kosane boys would have preferred to see him coming in with maybe 3 overs to go.
Well, you're not quite going to believe this, Andrew, but the score at the end of the power play was 52 for none. 15 balls later, it's 60 for 4. So just 8 runs and 4 wickets in those 15 balls.
And all started by that catch from
just
Naeem,
takes one moment of magic. He's actually been a part of 3 of the 4 wickets too. 3 catches in total at the deep. You get your best fielders into the key positions, and that is what they've done. That's actually deflected off the bowler's hand. Will just be a single.
Well, not that far from a run out, to be honest. That Amal Prabhu, obviously, as he should, backing up, but almost deflected onto the stumps. And full credit to Dion Johnson. He's got figures of 2 for 5 so far, despite a couple of no balls.
Do you guys look at the Player of the Match award in contests like this much, or
No.
Doesn't really matter?
Not at all.
I have to say the bowlers, as this is clubbed for a Maximo, more like it. Prabhu gets one right out of the middle the first time that Johnson is veered into the slot, and it goes all the way, 6 on any ground.
Yeah, Prabhu goes Prabhu over the long on boundary. Lovely shot. Something that he's really improved in his game this year, actually. Came to the club last year. He's probably a relatively conservative but good quality top order player, but he's added a lot of bottom hand power. Really good striker of the ball. Plays beautifully through the covers.
It's just out towards the guidelines, going to get away with it. But yeah, certainly as we get to the end of the 6th over, we'll have a quick look at the batting card. It's still 67 for 4.
That batting card looking a bit less attractive than it did 3 overs ago for Kosane, but it's still very chaseable. 63 off 24 balls, so just tick over 15 runs and over needed, but they really need to start finding the boundary with some greater regularity. Bowling from Alton Speed, excellent the last few overs.
Vinny said I may lose my mind around day 2 with the sheer volume and weight of commentary required in an average European cricket series day with 5-10 over contests. It's staggeringly different to doing a full ODI, even though it's the same number of overs, as we see more youngsters enjoying the action. And this is edged away, but there is a deep third in place, so it'll just be a single. But I just completely lost my train of thought. I remembered it. We were just talking, weren't we, Andrew, about the fact that if you've got 2 tight overs, it completely changes the chase. And right on cue, as those 2, well, really 3 tight overs, despite the one Maximo kicking in, the run rate required has gone to 16 per over. And from here, Cossenay, they have a lot to do.
Yep, they certainly do. 2 good men at the crease, and there's still a bit of batting to come. I suspect that Barrett Narayan will go in next. So there is still some ability there. Tahir Khan, he's got some good shots, particularly behind the wicket, but these 2 need to do a lot of work. Super shot from Prabhu, rocking onto the back foot. And tell you what, if there's one man in this Cossenay side who will appreciate this wide of off-stump line, it is Prabhu. He's got a fantastic cut shot and probably even better through the covers.
All the Cossenay teammates shape Prabhu.
I'll tell you what. So his name in his home language means priceless. And
wow.
Tell you what, we need a priceless innings for him to get Cossenay home.
You need a MasterCard moment just to come in and make it happen. Change of the field going to take place because of that stroke. The cover point fielder going back to the rope. Not sure who's come up as a consequence. That's going to be a no ball. That will really help. A free hit and 2 free runs incoming. We've seen a lot more of those than I would have expected.
Yeah, so I mean that one's missed by a long way. In fact, actually the keeper Warito actually does a pretty good job parrying it down, because may have almost made it to the boundary otherwise. But probably a big moment in this game. Ashwin Vinod, free hit. Makajana struggling.
Slower ball, nicely changed up. They might think of a second here. Won't go for it. As the big man with Henry Gale's number on his back comes in quickly.
He hasn't been invited for a second return to the bowling crease, has he? Big Stanic's eye.
No, that over went for 28, and I'm not sure we will see him again. Sorry, I remembered my point. I was miles off topic. It wasn't the 2 expensive overs. It was the bowlers being a bit stiff in terms of getting Players of the Match award. They really don't get the credit they deserve.
No, very hard to do in the T10 format, particularly with the volume of run scoring that's happening here. Although I think Aiden Andrews did get it in the first Cossenay game, and certainly for a couple of early wickets off his bowling as well as his efforts with the bat. Surely.
He made 30 off 21.
So that one, I thought they might have come off the side decking, but he's actually moved that ball back in from quite wide.
An in-swinger from Makajana. But yeah, 3 for and the 30. One got him over the line, which I think was fair enough. I actually thought he was a lucky winner given the 28 off 8. As this one sliced away again, that cover of points come back up into the circle, and it goes for 4 more. This time it's Vinod who gets his first boundary.
Yeah, not quite the 15 or 16 they needed off that over, but I guess that boundary there has at least kept Cossenay in the hunt, and they'll be pleased that these 2 are still at the crease. We know that Vinod was able to accelerate very well in that first game. Quick look at what's coming up, Lenny.
Yeah, 4:45 p.m. local time. I'll just check. That's the 5th game of the day, the 5th and final. It's hard to keep track sometimes, isn't it? We
Very
start
much so.
at 8:45 a.m. the first game, and the final one goes off at 4:45 p.m. St. Gallen are 5-2. Cossenay right now are 1-0. Will they continue to be the only unbeaten side of the competition, or will they be 1-1 and trying to preserve a winning record on the day? That schedule, it's not going to be easy for you boys.
No, very much so. Back-to-back games, it's tough. So going against St. Gallen, who are certainly on the rise in this competition as well. They've been in great form the last couple of games. So they've got a job to do here before they even start turning the mind to that next contest. Stanic's eye, second over for him.
Nicely bowled, and good work off his own bowling to keep it to a dot ball. To get these 50 runs, you're going to need to start getting some maximums.
Certainly do. Certainly dot balls are not helpful for the Cossenay lineup.
Big swing and a miss, the second dot. That is veering rapidly towards the point of no return, that required run rate. Look at it take a jump now as 50 off 17 becomes 50 off 16, 18.75 per over.
Yeah, starting to get really difficult. You can see what Prabhu's trying to do there, give himself a little bit of room. 36 behind where Oldham were, and obviously they were bowled out, but they were going at a rapid rate.
Brilliant bowling, really good. Even if they get home for the single, it won't matter. Dots and ones are absolute winners in this format, and Cossenay are veering towards a danger zone of making it all 11 sides that will have at least one defeat now.
Yeah, certainly. And the Stanik side, he's a good bowler in this situation. He's got a couple of variations, great slower ball. big contest here, Ashwin Vinod. He was the man who got Kosnay home in game 1. They've moved someone out to deep in square leg. I think that's a good captaincy decision.
This is brilliant bowling. Do you feel that in this 10-over format that just going for your death bowling almost from the off into the block hole is a good way to go?
Yeah, certainly. I think it's probably the ball composition at this stage. It's absolutely about block hole bowling, so you're not going to get a huge amount of sideways movement. Certainly the guys who have got a couple of change-ups are much harder to get after in these later stages.
It is another change-up. Square legs in the circle. Direct hit will be gone. Oh, and that's what it is. Well, maybe a little bit of icing on the cake. We're going to go upstairs to the third umpire, but I am certain that this one is salmon trout. That's out.
Yeah, I think you're right. He tried to make his ground, Prabhu, but I think he's a couple of feet short. Had to take the run, though. Was trying to heave that over the leg side, so he's on the back foot to start with. I think the direct hit has got him here. Just great bit of fielding. Wonderful throw, and that's actually closer than I thought it was.
Probably was closer than I thought. I thought he was out by even more than that. He made a good middle running effort, but look at the reaction. I love the passion on show from the bowler Maliar Staniksai, because he's really created and earned that opportunity. This has been maybe the game winning over, and for Kosnay it's going to look like a bridge too far surely from here, Andrew.
Yeah, possibly. And one of the power hitters in the team, Bharat Narayana, coming to the crease. He's got a massive job though. It's only 14 balls to go and they need 48 runs. Certainly not impossible, but it's looking very difficult. Staniksai, almost every ball this over has been angling it outside leg stump. I have a feeling Ashwin might be better here, stepping across to off and trying to use that angle.
Punch down the ground, just going to be a single. Yeah, the other thing that would do, in fact, they'll try and come back for 2, and the throw's a bit off target. They might get a third here with the ricochet. They won't. So 2 runs to the total, an all-action delivery. Certainly what that would bring, if you come across your stumps, brings those wides into play too.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, each of these balls, as you said, have been leg stump or further. It was a risky second. Particularly, you can't. I know there's a lot of runs to chase down, but you can't afford to lose either of these two at the crease.
I think that's safe, but only just. Good work from the bowler, wasn't it, to throw it back onto the stumps. An outstanding over, maybe one of the best overs, in fact, of the entire tournament. There wasn't a wicket in it, but only 4 runs have come off it, and it's made Kosnay's job next to impossible. 46 off 12. Can you see it happening, Andrew?
Well, Rowan Staniksai is back at the bowling crease, and given he got pumped for 28, I think it was, in his first over, they certainly don't want to take it out of the realm of possibility. But there is a lot of work to do, and haven't Alton really controlled the defence of this total in the last 4 overs?
I think that's the most graphic run worm that we've seen in the whole competition. That flying start for Kosnay, 52 for none after 3. It's just been a steady and steep decline. As even boundaries, they help, but they're not enough. They're only at the required rate. So a 4 is good, but it's really 6s that are needed. 42 to win now off 11.
Yeah, probably need a few things to go right for them here. Kosnay, maybe a couple of no ball full tosses that get pumped to the boundary. Staniksai continuing to get obliterated. 32 off his first 7 balls.
And all Alton need to do is be a little bit clever.
He's a good striker, Narayana. If anyone's capable of hitting some 6s in this Kosnay lineup, it is him.
Oh, I wonder, could he have left that alone? Again, it's going to be 4, and that's helpful, but I think it would have been a wide, maybe even a no ball. Did he need to play at that shot?
Possibly. I guess you're playing on instinct at this type of the game, and not the greatest effort there in the outfield. Would have seen a full frontal dive, might have been the way forward. I think you're right, Lenny. That probably would have tickled the outside of the...
I think it was a no ball.
Yep.
Yeah, and then you might have got some bonus buys from it, but instead it is back-to-back boundaries. 38 to win off 10. Still just staying alive. This goes up into the sky. Well, that could be game, set, and the match. Staniksai gets some joy. His first wicket having gone the distance from the other 8 deliveries that he's bowled. But surely, with that dismissal, it's going to be all over. And Kosnay are going to come up short, Andrew.
Yeah, it does look that way at the moment. I tell you what, actually, that was probably into Narayana's hitting area. He probably would have been looking for that, but it was probably a little bit weighted on the front foot. And in the end, not a bad ball from Staniksai, and he's back in the pavilion. Nice little cameo innings, but unfortunately Kosnay needed a little bit more. Brings Agarwal to the crease. Unfortunately, Ashwin Vinod can't get himself back on strike at the moment.
Yeah, Vinod just kind of stranded, isn't he, at the non-striker's end, and even that hope of maybe getting a 5-run penalty boost, I think they should get these 3. In fact, they've got 3 minutes to bowl the last 3 balls now. This goes into the sky, should be 2 and 2, should be another chance at a hat-trick. No! Oh my! Well, maybe the easiest of all the catches we've seen gone down. Even Vinny Sandhu, or maybe even Andrew Ryan would have caught that one.
I'm glad to see that. That's a pretty ordinary drop. I'm not sure why he didn't get his hands in the right place there, Pradeep. But anyway, it probably won't cost them too much, but it does bring Ashwin Vinod back on strike.
How's he put that one down? Well, brilliant bowling. I know we've been critical of Staniksai, who bowled a pretty poor first over, but he's nailed the block hole there to make it all but close to impossible. They'll need a Herschel Gibbs. They'll need a Yuvraj Singh. They'll need something magical from this final over, unless this one goes the distance too. 36 off 7. Cossenay, where's it all gone wrong, Andrew?
Yeah, just I think after that fast start, just the middle overs, the team just got too many dot balls. Well, pulls that one well for a single, but the openers, Jay Sin, Aiden Andrews did such a good job, but it's just stalled from there at the end of the night. Cossenay 95 for 6.
All right, come on, Andrew. I'm going to give you a really random piece of cricket trivia here.
Go for it.
4 players in international cricket have hit 6 sixes. Yep, giving you 2 of them there by accident. If you were paying any attention, you've probably forgotten them already.
So one was it
6 sixes in an over.
In an over, yeah. Yep. So Yuvraj Singh.
Correct, yep. T20 World Cup 2007.
Gibbs
Correct.
Did it?
ODI World Cup 2007.
Yep. Was that off Van Bunga?
Off-Dan Van Bunga, the Dutch leg spinner, correct, yeah.
Yep.
So those 2 happened in the same year in 2007.
Yep.
And the other 2 both happened in the same year in 2021.
It was much more recently, wasn't it?
Both were in the same year. Both were within about 8 weeks of each other.
We'll come back to that.
I only know the 4th one because I was commentating.
Okay, so are we talking, not suggesting you haven't done some top level cricket, we're talking associate level games
Yeah,
here?
there's a tip. That is going to be a Maximo. Okay. Well, he's got 1. He's got 5 more to hit. And you've got 5 balls to find those 2 names.
Agarwal keeps on resuscitating this. Was it Netravolka, the USA skipper against Papua New Guinea?
Well, you've got the team and the country right. Sarav Netravalkar is a bowler, though. He bats number 11.
Who was
Good bowler.
I'm trying to think of
the name's kind of similar in its makeup.
This
is a chance. It's going to be out. Surely this will be held. Collision possibility? No. 4 catches for Naeem Staniksai. Maybe the individual fielding performance of the entire competition thus far, including the catch of the tournament, the way we're describing it. He's been outstanding. So too have Alton. They're going to take this win now.
Yeah, certainly are. Naeem Staniksai. I'll tell you what, his infielder should have been getting out of the way and just letting him wrap that up. It's a nice grab.
He's still arguing with him, even after he's taken the catch.
If I was
the big man,
the big man Ryan Staniksai, I'd just say, you come in and take it, younger Staniksai.
You've done brilliantly.
Yeah. Anyway, Saurabh
Netravalkar, no. So I'll give you that one. Jaskaran Malhotra. That was the one I was on.
I do remember seeing the footage from it. Yep.
It was against Papua New Guinea, and
who
certainly.
Was the bowler? Was it Norman Vanua?
No, I think it was Riley Hakore.
Okay.
Little medium pace from
Very
Papua New Guinea.
consistent bowler though, Hakore.
Yes,
Sometimes comes in and gets the dots dotting all around the place.
Pretty sure it was. I think it was Riley Hakore. Actually, I'll get that checked. Maybe I've got that wrong, but that was in the middle of I know Vinny does some extreme things on the European Cricket Network. I was doing all 100 overs solo in that ODI and a very budget production. But thank God we had the production, because if we didn't, that moment would have been lost to the masses. Yep. And that was an outdoor commentary position where my little gazebo, not too dissimilar to the dome or the tent or whatever, the cube that Vinny calls it,
the Kemming house,
blew away.
Oh.
So I was just out fresh in the open for quite a large variety of that. Finally got a little umbrella over me. I did lose my mind a touch as the 6th one went. I think I gave it an okay call. Ahmedzai, the new one, to the crease. You've missed the last one, though.
He's going to try to flick this behind. He gets the inside edge and it beats the keeper.
I'll give you the country.
So what's the country of the 4th?
West Indies.
West Indies. I'm going to have to take a punt that it's either Hetmeyer or Poran who did it.
Wrong style of batter. It wasn't a left-hander. It was a right-hander.
Okay. One of the old school right-handers or a younger?
Well, remember, it was the same year. This one goes a long way up. Should be a catching opportunity. Deep square leg comes in, and drops it. Well, we've seen some brilliant catches and we've seen some simple ones go down. I have to say that should have been taken too by Karunamurthy, but another one grassed.
Yeah, it certainly was. So anyway, we've got a couple of balls to go. So right-hander, a younger or an older?
Well, 2021,
yeah.
Older.
Okay.
Legend, icon, cleans him up, beautifully bowled. And that is going to be the end of Ahmedzai Kosane really collapsing in a heap here, Andrew.
Yeah, I think that this looks like it's absolutely done and dusted now. And unfortunately, just the Kosane middle order and lower order hasn't really stepped up to the plate. And unfortunately for them, this is going to go down as the first loss in the books. I suspected at the start of the day, if you had said playing Alton and Geneva in the first 2 games, that actually splitting the pair was probably an okay outcome.
Good call.
Especially for a team coming in cold, playing teams who have sort of been at the tournament for quite a period of time. So certainly not the end of the world. Does make that St Gallen game a big one this afternoon, though.
Yeah, it really does. In at number 10, the last rights of this chase, it's going to be Thilapan Ralasingham. He'll just have the one ball, he adjusts the box.
Well, I'll tell you what,
like
he's got just as much chance of smacking this for 6. He loves to give it a biff, Billy.
Oh, inside edge. He won't get 6, but he will get 4 to close out that chase. 107 for 8. It's going to be a 22-run victory for Alton. It was Kyron Pollard against Sri Lanka at the beautiful little Coolidge ground in Antigua. So
man who doesn't mind biffing.
He likes biffing a lot. I think it was off the off-spinner Akila Dhananjaya, and I have to correct myself. It wasn't Riley Hikure, it was Gaudi Toka, so I apologise Riley in advance.
Who's generally more of a batter than
he just kind of bowls little medium pacers. He bowled the 50th and final over that day, and it went for 6 sixes, 173 not out Jaskar Malhotra that day. But there was no Malhotra action in the final over for Kosane. They fought valiantly, and after this flying start, which I'm going to let you talk about, 52 for none, it was all downhill after that.
Yeah, it was a really flying start. In particular, great to see Jason open up and hit a number of boundaries. There's some comical stuff on the rope there. Aidan Andrews, he's looked good in his first 2 innings, managed to bomb away on that occasion. And at the end of that 3-over power play, Kosane were in complete control of this game. This was the moment, though. The game flying, and I am standing side.
Game changing, and quite simply, he shussed the opposition, and then the bowlers did their job. That was off the free hits. There was action aplenty, even a few balls that were too hot to handle, but the majority of the highlights you're going to see are wickets and more catches for that man, 4 individual, Naeem Staniksai. Doesn't matter if you're not batting or bowling, you can influence the game in the field.
No, certainly. He was fantastic with his hands. Great bit of work to with good hands from Oridu there, stumping out Wasim Javed. Kosane would have been looking for him to really give the target total a bit of a boost in the middle overs. Amal Prabhu actually came into the middle order, hit a nice big 6 over long on before he was run out with a direct hit. Fantastic bit of work there from the square leg fielder. And Staniksai came back after a pretty tough over, didn't bowl a bad one, and even managed to pick up a wicket or 2 despite some less than stellar fielding from a few of his older teammates. Venu Agarwal, he's managed to get out there and bash a maximum, but eventually he skied one, and thank God that Raihan Staniksai managed to not only get out of the way, he's a fairly sizable dude, but also his partner Naeem Staniksai came and took a really good catch. And in the end, that's a cracking win for Alton. They would have felt like they were a little bit behind the 8 ball after getting bowled out, 8.5 overs, but as it is, they've shown they're a pretty good bowling and fielding unit too.
Okay, I've got a shade for you here, Andrew. It's a controversial, it's a rogue one. My pick for the player of the match, and it's actually by a distance. No one made more than 33 in this entire contest with the bat, and the best bowler on the winning side took 2 wickets. I'm giving it to Naeem Staniksai. Without his 4 catches, I don't think that Alton win that game.
No, I think it's a great shout. Chosen T10, as you say, particularly those outfielders can really shape a contest. And if he hadn't have taken that catch off Aidan Andrews when he did, then Kosane might have rolled towards this total. Look at that, 52 opening partnership and only 51 runs scored for the rest of the innings.
Yeah, an extraordinary turnaround. You would have felt that Kosane were well on their way to making it 2 from 2 and to remaining the only unbeaten side in the competition, but a remarkable collapse has left a very unhappy guest commentator alongside me. We want to sincerely thank Andrew Ryan for joining me. Andrew Leonard, really wish you the best for your final game. Great to have your thoughts, great to commentate with you, mate. It's been a real pleasure.
Absolute pleasure. No, you're an absolute pro, Lenny. Wonderful to have you on the ECN coverage over there. Still here for a couple of days longer. which is
Well,
great for the viewers, great for us.
He's finally giving me a rest day tomorrow. Maybe I'll come up and watch those T20 games.
You may see some broken bodies up there
I'll
tomorrow.
tell you something. We wish you all the best for the rest of the tournament. We'll leave you with the news that Alton have beaten Cossonay by 22 runs, but Cossonay have one last chance to do it all over again. Their third game of the day. Can they turn it around in match 30? That comes in just a few moments against the host St. Gallen. We'll see you in about 20 minutes' time for that contest. See you then.
Hey, and welcome back to St Gallen. It's great to have your company. As you can see, I'm more of a cricket player than a boxing player. Ow! But now it is time for the last game of the day. We're going to have a fight out there in the middle as well, as we will see the last game of the day taking place. The hosts are back, St Gallen, and they are taking on Cossonay for their third game of the day. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Somewhere out there in the middle, we have the tournament referee, Rob Kemming. He's with the two captains.
Your call. Tails. Tails is called. It is tails. We're going to bowl first.
So Cossonay have won the toss, and their captain, Arjun Vinod, has elected to bowl first, so they'll get chased for the third time today. We know that they've been on the ropes a couple of times today, but on their first day, they've had some really good moments as well. St Gallen, they've been a bit hit and miss, but they're on a bit of a winning streak right now. Now, you might wonder where I am. This is a boxing gym, which is right behind our production room. I got to say, I think I'm going to need some additional security because I don't think I can take care of myself. I've seen some pretty good characters in here, and they know how to handle themselves out there. We'll see who wins this fight. Last game of the day coming up, Saturday Night Fever, and it will be Cossonay. They're winning the toss. They're going to bowl first. Over to Andrew Leonard and Lenny. I don't really want to fight you. I'm just going to love you, and I'll let you take us to the first ball.
I didn't mean to laugh to start with there, but I don't want to fight you, I just want to love you. That sums up Vinny Sandhu to a T. No rumble in the jungle here. We are all set for the final game of the day. It is match 30. We're well past the halfway stage of the group stages. Cossonay no longer unbeaten. They are now 1-1 as we see St Gallen come into play for their 8th game, would you believe? And we think they already have 1 foot in the playoffs. I think if they win a 6th, that's guaranteed top 5 or pretty close to it. Although it's so congested, we can't take anything for granted. One thing is for certain, they'd love to beat Cossonay, as the hosts are top of the table. Now, they have played more games than anyone else, but they have a big opportunity now to make it 6-2. That would be a lovely position for Ali Abbas and his team to be in. Now, Cossonay, they won the toss and they decided to field first. So it means that there's going to be a change in the batting order. Garg and Kogiani will open the batting. And again, it will be the little right arm outswinger. He's a lovely bowler, isn't he? Aidan Andrews to watch. He gets good movement away. Definitely the award winner for the best earrings in the competition thus far. 2 studs in there, one either side. That's Aidan Andrews just nicely shaping the ball away. No great pace, but doesn't need too much pace. As this one's chipped up and gone. Oh, well, the move to take Vivek Garg all the way down from the middle order up to the top has not worked, and Cossonay's excellent bowling continues to impress, and impress in a big way. Having been let down by their batters in the previous game. Remember, they bowled out the Alton side, and look at the celebrations. High fives, points to the sky. It's an early dismissal. It's a silver duck. The second bowler for Vivek Garg. So the score is 0-1. Hey, welcome along to the coverage of this final game. We didn't get to too many of those YouTube comments the last game because I was so engrossed, A, in the action on the pitch, but B, in the conversation with my co-commentator. Ali Abbas, interestingly, in the substitutes jersey. Don't know why that is. He's definitely in the starting lineup. We thought he was going to come in the middle order as usual, number 4 slot. He did open the batting in the previous game, but with it being game number 5 of the day, as always, do shoot us your random questions. It is Mohsin Raz, the new man to the crease. He gets a single worked into the leg side. And get those comments coming in on the YouTube chat. Anything you're interested in. Bit of Saturday Night Fever, like Vinny Sandhu said. If you've got some plans for Saturday night, if you need some dating advice, if you're looking at some options for what to get up to this evening, or you just want to tell us where you're watching from, please do get in touch. It gives us ever so much pleasure to hear from you. So let us know where you're watching on from. And I do before. Oh, this one's cracked into the air. Could be 2 in the over. 2 fielders come together. They nearly collide. And Ashwin Vinod says, it's my catch. It's not yours. To his brother, Arjun Vinod. I think they nearly collided. Maybe it isn't actually his brother. Sorry. It's Tahir Khan Ahmed. Sorry, I'm getting confused with the numbers on the back. They did nearly collide. Anyway, number 79 a rather mercurial 79. He says it's mine. One thing's for sure, though, that's a big wicket. It's the second one to fall in the over, and we could have a short one here. Before I welcome my co-commentator, a big shout out to someone who's messaged me in the chat, and he says, Endra, watching on from Nepal. Hello, Andrew Daju. And Daju, it's not Dai, which means elder brother. I think Daju's like uncle in Nepali, if I remember correctly. So namaste to you, Endra. Lovely to hear from you. And the perfect time to say a warm namaste and a lovely greeting. Namaste to Vinny Sandhu.
Namaste, Andrew. You're aging before our very eyes. You've gone from an older brother to an uncle. I love all of our Nepali viewers. We do have a lot of them coming out all the time. There's a big Nepali flavour to the Maltese women's national team right now, and they've been representing their adopted country with dignity and aplomb as well. As we get into the fifth ball of the over, and a lot's happened already. Hayden Andrews, originally of Durban in South Africa, met his father Rhett as I was just cruising around meeting some of the crowd.
I saw you working the crowd.
Yeah,
Vinny.
working. I tell you what,
that was the definition of working the crowd there in that last game.
Well, the crowd was working me a little bit, to be fair as well. Here's the last ball of the first over. It's in the air, probably just looping over. Can they stop the boundary though? Three fielders are going to try, and then it's an excellent back heel bit of work. And then Jason, who has the arm of the tournament so far, rockets it in. So they will get two, but the first over, if it's a football match, it'd be a thriller. It's 3-2, 3 for 2 after one. Let's have a look just at what we can expect tomorrow. Now, this is the T20 Eyes. And I'm just about to check in because I was working the crowd. I haven't really been able to get a recent score there. But the final is the second game. There's just the two games there tomorrow. So bronze finals first up. It's 6 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, and 11:30 in India. Now,
have Greece made the final? I think they might have.
Yeah, well, I don't want to give any wrong info. So let me give you the up-to-date.
I'm hoping I'm right. I think it might be Isle of Man versus Greece. And then
That's
Malta versus Romania.
What I would be thinking. But anyway, let you know. Anyway, this is Ashwin Vinod, fresh off a 4 for half a chance here. I think he just gets home. So let me have a look at where we're at in that tournament. Yeah, I think that is confirmed that Isle of Man will finish first, Greece second, and then Malta, Romania, they'll be playing right now, I'd imagine. And that's match 6, and Malta are chasing. They'll be chasing over 180. Wide down leg side. This one just doesn't swing at all for Ashwin Vinod.
Great effort from Greece women. Congratulations to Hellas.
I'm just going to click on that score, and I've got a feeling that one player might have made a bunch of runs for Romania.
Wow, fantastic. We also saw a 15-year-old take her
there you go.
Her maiden T20I wicket too.
Rebecca Blake, 124 off 70 out of 182 and still batting.
That's a official women's T20I century.
Wow. What a knock. And the reason I say that is, again, she is just a little bit ahead of where her teammates are with the bat. I think that's been pretty obvious every time so far. When she's got out, it's spelt trouble for her teammates. But she's also captaining the side. Ashwin just losing this one. So no ball off the pitch. So he's getting some in-swing here at the moment. And then, so he tries to account for it. And it just, if anything, goes the other way, hits the edge of the pitch.
Give me that number again there, please, Vinny. She's still going on 124,
It's actually her, they're in the last over there. It's her second T20 international century. The first one was against Serbia. That was in September last year. Anyway, this is lifted up. No outfielder here. So just sit and watch it fly. It's out of here. Maximo Shemohamed to the rescue for St. Gallen, who have lost a couple early, but there's plenty more cricket to play in this first innings.
Well, if she could get 4 more runs, she'd go into the top 5 individual scores of all time in women's T20I cricket.
So she's 126 with 4 balls remaining.
Well, she just needs, if she could get 8 runs, she'd go into 4th place ahead of Meg Lanning and just behind Alyssa Healy.
Big names.
Good names to be alongside. Isn't that great?
All right, this could be trouble. It's holding up in the air. It's another one they can debate. This time it's Arjun, and he drops it and he catches it. So there you go. Sometimes you can drop it upwards. You get another go. Show Mohammed, the third wicket to fall. That's a big one. And the score is 13 for 3.
Well, that's a big moment. I was just about to give you some numbers about Sher Mohammed. I might have jinxed him without even saying it. He's the tournament's leading run scorer right now. I know he's played a little bit more than everybody else, and there's all the talk about the Fab Four of Hassan Ahmed, Fahim Nazir, Ayuf Sanger and Mohamed Akhtar, but maybe Sher Mohammed should make it a fabulous 5.
Yeah, well, Srinath was lurking there with intent to catch the rebound, but he didn't have to. Now we get to the opportunity to commentate 2 games at once. 3 to go in the women's match. Blake, the Romanian skipper, is going to whack it, and it's going to get through the field, and it goes for 4, so she moves up to 130 now with 2 balls remaining. Have you ever commentated 2 matches at once? At one point, I was doing 3 in Malta.
Well, I've got 2 stories. You've got me 2 stories. One, I've done 2 different ODIs in the same day.
Okay.
And that might not make sense, but one of the men did early was able to nip over to the other pitch down in Windhoek.
Well, this could be another one. Hangs up. Arjun picks up one hand, one bounce. Okay, but not literally at the same time.
Not at the same time, but I'll save a good one for the end of the over.
I've got something random then. Speaking of 2 matches at once, but we'll leave that for a little bit.
Actually, I'm going to save it for the end of the third, because I want to talk about the points table at the end of the second. I know that comes in.
You're going to leave it? So it's one of those longer stories.
They all are, Vinny. Okay. Have you not learned that with
That's
me?
Right,
I'm terrible.
We'll set aside an innings, that's fine. All right. Oh, a little edge and flying. Now you've got to get up and chase it. This is still going to run away to 4 for 4, though. Raza, just a genuine edge, really. St. Gallen catch a break. Kind of went down a little bit, so I mean, there's no real slip.
Play for it a little bit.
Played for something. I suppose it's one time he plays softly, and that's why the edge goes down. So he kind of had an instinct it was going to be off the outside half of the bat. Right, Romania 195 plus this. This is a team that got bowled out for 41 this time yesterday, by the way. Okay, well, 2 balls at once is going to be tough. Oh, a little bottom edge to the keeper here in Switzerland.
I can tell you there in Romania, she's gone past Meg Lanning, who made 133 not out against England women at Chelmsford back in 2019. She's not going to catch Alyssa Healy, who made 148. And the leading scorer is Rasan Jika, who made 161 not out for Bahrain women against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia women.
A lot going on. 18 for 3 after 2. Talk to us. What are you seeing in the table?
Well, I'm seeing all sorts. And I really think this is a massive game for St. Gallen, because if they were to make it 6-2, Vinny, I don't think they'll just seal their spot in the top 5, which I think is probably a formality with 12 points on the board. I think they're real contenders to maybe take that number 1 spot, and remember, that would automatically put them into the grand final.
Yeah, that's the next question. You know, who's going to be top? Once we see people starting to establish themselves with that 6 wins that we think will get you a spot in the top 5.
But if Kossane win, and they've obviously started very well, then it certainly leaves first place absolutely open and up for grabs. But I still think St. Gallen would have been pretty pleased with 5 from 8 wins. They'll get a boundary here. We'll run away for 4. Raza hits it nicely. Pretty conventional cricket stroke. Just a shuffle down the crease and powerful pull. Look at how still his head is here. That's very good batting. Even though he's used his feet, he hasn't changed his eye line or his eye level. And batting is all about gaining information and then affecting the shot. So you can pick up the length, establish that length. And one thing as a spinner, I always felt, if I saw a batter that picked up length well, i.e. went deep in their crease earlier, came down the track early, I knew I was in for a challenge.
Yeah, exactly right. Now he just escorts this one, fetches it from outside off and goes large. Maximo Andrews had a very good first over, but in the second he's having a bit of pushback in the form of Mohsen Raza.
I have to say, miraculous, Vinny, that we, given the rain as I walked over this morning, we both needed an umbrella, didn't we?
Yes.
To get to the ground, individual umbrellas. Really remarkable. We've got all 5 games in. We've only lost 1 over per innings today in the first game. Credit to everyone involved.
Now lifted up and over the offside. This will be 4 more. So St. Gallen fighting back. We've seen them come back from these kind of situations before. They've got a fairly long batting lineup. They've shuffled it a bit, just trying to give some other opportunities to other people. But right now, they're looking confident enough, and they're on 124 pace. Remember, Kossane couldn't chase down that kind of a score in the last game. Now this is up in the air as well. Arjun almost able to pull it back, but he will stop the boundary. Just a single. So tell us about your 2 games at once.
Well, that was pretty good
multitask.
Fun. That was down in Namibia at the ICC Men's World Cricket League Division 2, the final ever Division 2 event before it's all amended into the Cricket World Cup Leagues structure and Cricket World Cup Challenge League. Fascinating tournament that one was.
This is in the air. Another opportunity. This is taken. And Kosane with a 4th wicket now. Aren't they doing a great job? And that's Prabhu. Hear the boos go up. They're not booing him. They're booing with him. And it's 34 for 4.
Praboom was the shout earlier when he was hitting some sixes. It's a very good catch. Nicely held. And given Kosane's problems in the outfield, all those catches they dropped in the previous contest, which proved very costly, that is an important one and a big one. He holds on very nicely. It means that we'll get that right. Haroon Khan is gone for 2. Moose is coming to the crease now, 34 for 4, 3 overs bowled. So I'll tell you, Vinny, about the more interesting one.
Yeah.
In March, I got offered to go to Bangladesh to do my first test match and go in for the full Ireland tour. I was delighted with that. I was in Kathmandu at the time doing the final Cricket World Cup League 2 series, which was the big one that got that run for Nepal of 11 wins from 12, caught the headlines all over the world. In comes Jay Sin into the attack, one of the ECN blue crew.
Came in pretty early as well.
Be a wide down the leg side. And as they asked me to do that, they said, actually, we need you to come in early for the tour. And I said, what, do you need me to do prep? They said, no. England are playing Bangladesh in the 3rd T20I in Dhaka, and Dominic Cork has to go home. So we don't have a 5th commentator, and we have to have 5.
5th commentator?
Well, that's international, top level, full member internationals for you.
Sounds like a bit extreme, but okay.
So I said, I'd love to, but that game's, what date is the game? They said, it's Wednesday the 17th, let's say, whatever it was.
It's in. Goes short, tests him out. Not a very convincing pull shot, but they will get a single. Oh, maybe more off the edge of the pitch.
You're going to get 2 now, aren't they?
You seen one of those before?
No.
We had a classic 5, actually, where everyone was backing up perfectly, and it just angled off from point and ended up at long off for 4. Anyway, I digress. Continue.
Brave stroke. I'll come to it maybe after this ball. Have another look at the... Oh, we can't believe it, Kenny.
Great body language from Hayden Andrews there.
Give me a dot ball, Jay. Come on, please. I want to finish this story.
Perfect Yorker. Almost. Oh, nicely guided away, though, by Raza. He's got to pull this one back. Well, he does. Probably didn't actually have to touch it in the end there, but
there'll be 2. So it was the Wednesday, the game between England and Bangladesh. And as it so happened, purely by quirk of fate, the way that the Cricket World Cup League 2 series all established the triangulars, 2 days on, day off, 2 days on, day off, 2 days on to finish. 6 games in the triangular. That was one of the days off that they needed me for in Dhaka, but I'm in Kathmandu. Now, there is a direct flight from Kathmandu, Nepal to Dhaka. As this one's down the leg side, will be given as a wide. And basically what ended up happening was, I said, well, I think I can do it, but you're going to have to fly me in and then fly me back out.
FIFO, as we call it in Australia.
And they agreed to that. So I commentated the full, I think it was the neutral games. It was probably whoever it was, Scotland versus Namibia or whatever other 2 teams were playing at that point. I commentated a neutral game, went straight from the ground to the airport, flew in from Kathmandu to Dhaka, got in that night. There's a whole visa rigmarole you have to go through. That's going to be a Maximo 6 all the way. Singh actually fell over in the follow through, and that's a good strike. Raza and St. Gallen continue to fight back. Got to Dhaka, got to the hotel. I think by the time I got there, let's hope he's okay. He's limping.
Just quickly, he hits the edge of the pitch here, and that's where, just have a look, there's one step in his follow through where he lands kind of on one, and I think it's all right. Doesn't actually go over. It certainly gives him a bit of a scare. He'd be a bit worried actually after that.
But I didn't see that first
luckily
time.
he's going to come in, but it's definitely going to be on his mind.
That was nasty, wasn't it?
Could have been. I'm happy that it seems to be all right. Oh, put down. It was a tough one. Hit pretty hard.
Actually, every ball is
there. Every ball. That's just one though. We'll gloss over that drop catch to cut back to it.
We'll just ignore that. So anyway, get into Dhaka around 1 a.m. Now the game is a day-nighter for the England-Bangladesh game the next day. So that was, I think it finished at, let's say, 10 p.m. Did the England-Bangladesh game. Very cool to do my first ever game. England match of any kind.
Yep.
Really enjoyed it. And then I had to be on a 6 a.m. flight back to Kathmandu. The Dhaka traffic meant we got back to the hotel after midnight. I think at about 3 hours sleep. Got to the hotel.
Oh, shot. But is he going to get the distance? I think he does. Maximo. Musa Ahmedzai, the cross-hander. He's going to get off the mark. Very first ball with the Maximo.
Swings himself off his feet, doesn't he? Extraordinary shot from the man with the reverse-handed grip. Anyway, land back in Kathmandu. Go straight to the ground. I think I might have missed the toss, but I got there in time. ODI, T20I, ODI, 3 in 3 days, 2 different countries. I was tired that night.
Fly in, fly out. I'm impressed with that.
Yeah.
Because you've actually gone back to yeah, you've gone ABA.
Exactly.
So I can't say I've done that. But, I mean, to me, it's actually not that unusual to do two different countries in 2 days. End of the fourth, 53 for 4. Well, I mean, an example recently is where it's very rare that I'm by myself in different countries consecutive days in case something goes wrong. But we had this case
travel
where
logistics.
Rhino had to play a game. It's this because he's a lord or something, I can't remember, but it's this very special annual game in the UK that once he made a century like 5 years ago, so he gets invited every year, and that was on the Sunday. So I was doing Sweden with Rhino, and he asked if he could have the Sunday off to play in this game. So I said, no problem. And Rico, he had his daughter's 21st birthday, so he wasn't going to come to the new series till Wednesday. So I said, look, it is what it is. I'm working Sunday in Sweden, and I'm working Monday in Romania. So we're literally talking last month, about 6 weeks ago, in this situation. Anyway, here's ball I've got a lot of time for. Yeah, it's Tahir Ahmedzai. Very clever wrist spinner. So I've gone straight from the ground. We finished we had 4 games in a day, only on a Sunday. Straight to the airport. I'm an hour early.
Happy days.
Right,
yeah. Everything's got no problem. Yeah.
Got to lift to the airport, all sweet. I just wait. First in the queue. Anyway, this is in the air, won't carry. No run out chance either. And then I wait, and then they're looking up and they're looking down, and then they just, after a while, they said, sorry, you don't have a ticket. And I say, well, respectfully, I disagree. Here is the ticket.
Oh. Didn't carry.
And it was this particular airline who shall remain nameless. But
good call.
But they had actually cancelled my connecting flight, so they moved my whole itinerary back 3 days, and I missed the notification because I've come straight from the cricket, and so didn't see it. It wasn't very clearly communicated. Oh,
Googly.
wrong end.
Yeah,
nice.
Beautifully bowled.
Clever bowling.
I haven't seen many googlies, maybe the first I've seen in the tournament.
Yeah, I like him a lot, and he's bowled in difficult conditions today as well. If he gets a dry day, I mean, again, we talked about the haircut being subpar, but the bowling isn't at the moment.
Raz has left that to leave it for a while.
Yeah.
Did not pick the googly in any way, shape, or form.
He knew he'd been bested. This one is just a wrong one, not a wrong one, and it's going to be a no ball with a free hit to come. So anyway, long story short, I assessed my options. There is an airport 2 hours away, but I was about 2 hours away from there, and I was running out of time, so I booked the 6 a.m. flight. 3 beautiful
the next morning.
Yeah, 6 a.m. flight, and I know I'm not going to make it now. We're getting some emergency commentary options. Anyway, up in the air, right back to the wall. Great effort down there from Ashwin Vinod, but he won't be able to pull it back. Maximal. And how quick an over can change. That one error from Tahir creates the free hit, and it's cashed in. So anyway, long story short, Steph actually, one of our crew, he was able to step in for a couple of games. But here's the thing, and this is probably where you and our stories will diverge a bit. Oh, it does everyone, including the keeper, who played for some leg spin, but it just kind of slid on. It won't quite make it to the boundary, but we're looking at 2 byes here. That'll be the end of the over. It is 62 for 4 after 5. As I welcome you into the box, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Lenny Leonard. And it's great to have you. Come on.
Good to see you, mate, always.
Almost halfway through your stint here.
Get it? Well, actually, probably passed it.
Probably passed
Day
it now.
5. I've got 4 I've got a rest day. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself.
Yeah, well,
how will I find something to do on the rest day, Vinny?
You can always come here and sit in the crowd. There's plenty of room at the moment. Football's on tomorrow. We might have a full house.
Maybe I'll think of another option.
Yeah. So anyway, long story short, 3 wonderful hotels at Stockholm Arlanda International Airport, fully booked. In the end, I ate it, slept on the floor in something that was remarkably like this, because I had to be in check-in at 4 a.m. and I got to Romania straight to the ground just in time for game 3. So I did miss 2.
Shocking, Vinny. That for me is just not good enough.
That's one where it went wrong. It's probably the only time this year that I would have to do consecutives on my own, and it didn't really work out because normally that's not the way we plan. Oh, Arjun's getting a bowl here, the off spinner, and mentioned he's a very good player.
You talk about matchups, Vinny. The left-hander in there. Yeah. Good time to get your off spinner in, and I think with that really unorthodox technique that Ahmedzai has, he prefers pace on the ball. Yeah, with the cross-handed grip.
We did see Arjun bowling in the last game, took 3 wickets. Didn't bowl in the first game, which surprised me a little bit. This is picked up, and the fielder cannot get it. Maximal as Raza moves into the 40s. St. Gallen, they just continue to swing, and with someone like Amos and Raza there, he is going to score quickly. He's not going to waste too many deliveries. So anyway, a more usual example is what happened actually before I got here. Okay, you obviously coming for day 2, thrilled to get you. It meant I went straight from Prague, the last game, went straight to the airport. Got in about midnight, and next morning here I am in a different country. It's one of the beauties. And Raza is going to bring up his 50 with another Maximo just going with the spin of Arjun Vinod. And right now, St. Gallen, despite losing those 4 wickets, you could argue that they're sneaking ahead in this cricket match.
And really, after Kosane's start with the ball, you felt that it was very much going to be a case of them bouncing back from defeat. Remember, Sher Mohammed and Hekmat Kagyani have been by far the heaviest run scorers, 282 and 194 thus far for them. But Raza stepped up. Could he be gone now? Oh, Vinny!
Well, it's Andrews out there. Slight misjudgments, but slight misjudgments can have large consequences. And he just gets his top of the fingers instead of the middle of the hands. And look at it bounce off him. Never really got set with his feet either. Maximo.
The butterfingers are back. It's what we were talking about in the previous game. It's
That
the
was their
biggest
issue.
swing we have in cricket. Instead of it being a wicket, it's 6.
Yeah, we've heard of robbing a Maximo. That one was gifting a Maximo. And you could argue the catching might have been the difference between the two teams in that last game. Kosane versus
agree.
Alton. As we get to the end of the 6th over, St. Gallen are 82 for 4. I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the YouTube live chat as well.
What did you think of my shout for Naeem Staniksai as
Yeah.
potential player of the match for
I like
basically just those 4 catches? And I know he got 11 off 7 with the bat.
Because the thing is, often we'll give it for bowlers that take like 3 for. But how do they get their wickets?
Well, exactly.
You know,
and that catch, how good was that
You
one?
know, most of the time these outfield catches,
Catch of the series for me, Vinny.
More credit, I think, has to go to the field and the bowler
Yeah.
for these wickets, if I'm honest. Tahir gets the second straight away. A hit and run, chance at the bowler's end and gone. So well executed. We've seen some pretty dismal fielding, but Raza is going to go. And again, he just went on the hit. I think Ahmed Zaid just took off as well. Had time to go to the bowler. That one was wasteful from St. Gallen. And Tahir, well, pretty expressive. He spikes it. Yeah, Musa, not even really close. He knew he was in trouble if it was executed correctly, and it was. It's 82 for 5.
Well, I think that's a poor piece of running given as to how well he was striking the ball. Yeah, definitely out, gone for all money. I think they're just going to go upstairs to check just in case. In fairness, has he run because Musa just come at him?
Yeah.
Or was there a call? He's out by at least, 10, 12 inches, maybe even more than that, Vinny. Gone by a long way.
Yeah, I'm going to try and pick this one apart. Whose idea is it? I mean, often non-strikers, they'll get excited when they see the ball hit. Strikers would kind of know where it's gone, but to be fair, he does hit and run straight away. It's just a combination of his pace and the fact that he hit it so quickly to the fielder. And the fact is the spin bowler, he doesn't have a big follow-through. He only has to take a step or two to get back to the stumps.
Wasn't needed, Vinny.
Yeah.
For me, it wasn't needed. He was hitting them so well. A lot's going to depend now on the reverse-handed batter, the left-hander, who can hit big ones, remember. But I think he prefers pace on the ball.
I think so. And the other thing is, anytime that you got a wrist spinner that does have the googly, I think it makes them so much more dangerous to the left-hander. Apart from the fact you just keep the batter guessing. But yeah, I think that Ahmed Zaid, he's got a lot of potential. Really enjoyed watching him bowl. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of genuine leg spin. And leg spin is really giving the ball a rip.
But we particularly haven't seen variation from the leg spinners. The variations tended to be a darting one in. He's definitely got the googly. Great to see.
Just overcooks this slightly. Fielder's got a bit to do and he can't do it. So that's 3-0 out there. Just skated off the surface. He's got the sunglasses on. I question that decision. The thing was here, he kind of gets there, throws the hand at it, but can't pull it back.
I think Kosané are going to be really disappointed with their fielding effort, given as to how well they've bowled, particularly taking early wickets, indeed bowling the previous side out too.
Oh, this time it's lifted up and away. Bit of an overspin at that time from Tahir, and it disappears. Maximo! Safi goes 4 and 6. Pick up sticks. He's picking up the pace. He's new to the crease, but he's looking very comfortable.
My first leg spinning coach, the former Indian Test cricketer Bobby Rao, who went on to play for Ireland too, still lives up in the northwest of Ireland. He told me something I'll never forget as a leg spinner, Vinny.
Yeah.
Better full than short. So a low full toss is okay. You drag it down, you go the distance.
Well, this one is a bit fuller, but it's also going the distance. Going, gone. Maximo! Well, sometimes You can get it fairly right. This is a challenge kind of length, I'd call it. It's also got a picket, but this one doesn't really spin sideways at all. And Safi just picks the right line and absolutely bones it.
At least that time, it's not a bad delivery. Sometimes, particularly in this 10-over format, you're going to bowl a ball that isn't necessarily a bad ball. The batter just plays a brilliant shot. He's 16 off 3, Vinny.
This is going to be straight through the hands of the man in the circle at point. That's going to be 4 as well. So Safi is away. And off to the races here. This over has now gone magical in the 7th act. That's the end of it. The hundreds up as well after 7. 103 for 5.
This for me was a chance. Vikas bat. It's burst through his hands, and I know it wasn't easy, but it's burst through with such power that it runs away for 4. That's what we've got to look forward to tomorrow. Or more to the point, Vinny, what I've got to look forward to watching. I'm off tomorrow.
You're off tomorrow?
And I tell you one thing, I'll not be missing match 34 or 35. My boys from Winterthur.
Maybe you need to get over to Winterthur and get a crowd together, maybe get a watch party going. Who knows?
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
Vinny.
you could do that.
Maybe,
but
it's not a far train journey, is it?
Vettingham will be back as well. It's going to be a great day. And I think, you just stay on top of what you need to stay on top of tomorrow. I'll be here. Don't worry about that. I'll stay on top of the cricket.
I told you one thing when I came here. I'm merely doing what you tell me throughout the 10 days. Loving every second of it too.
This is hit back into the gap. And great fielding, great attempt. Arjun can't pull it back though. St. Gallen, every time you think you got him on the ropes, they find a way to bounce back. And it's Ahmed Zain this time with 4 down the ground.
And suddenly, from maybe looking like 115, 120, they're back on track for 150. An evasive action needed to be taken by the bowler there. He's unorthodox to say the least. His hold his hands a different way around to everyone else, but he's mighty effective.
Now gets a full toss, and that's going to go as well. 1 bounce 4. Musa Ahmed Zain swinging away. That's what makes this St. Gallen team so difficult. We've seen them do it before. They can lose early wickets, but they never change their approach, and often somebody comes off.
Well, I'll tell you something. This game is changing and changing in a hurry. I think it's just the course of maybe 8 or 10 deliveries that it's really turned on a sixpence. Because right now, after what was a monstrous over for the young leg spinner that went for 21, Arjun Vinod's previous one had gone for 20. The first 2 balls of this over also go for 4.
This is up, it's in the air, should be gone, and it is gone. So they stop the bleeding. Costinate. The kind of wind's been taken out of their sails a little bit, but it's an important wicket, isn't it? Because you can still kind of get the bottom half to fall away and be chasing round about that 130. And Musa, again, this one just gets big on him. He's a little bit late on the shot, and a fairly simple catch taken in the circle.
Yeah, very well done. Good fight back from Agarwal. You didn't hear us in the previous game, Vinny, so I'm going to go again with the lucky likeys for you. Another doppelganger bowling action, and this one I think is maybe the biggest ringer of the lot. The current bowler coming in, who does he remind you? I can tell you if you don't want to guess, but a current, well, he's kind of in and out of the team, red ball specialist.
All right.
Bowler. And it is uncanny, and I will bring up the evidence in a moment.
I was going to say Alex Crichton that takes that catch as well. Remember, he was our military man. He came in the full guard before.
Well dressed earlier, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But just have a look at his bowling action. Nothing else, particularly the gather and then the release.
You know who he looks like to me? And he's not current, so it's not who you're thinking, but now I won't be able to unsee it. Javagal Srinath.
Somebody said that in the chat.
Javagal
so it's
Srinath.
not just one. The one I think, though, Mohammad Abbas.
Okay. Yeah,
Pakistan.
Okay. Give you that one as well.
The kind of cross gather.
Yeah.
And the little wobble seam as well.
Showing my age by going Javagal Srinath.
But that was somebody else guessed that in the chat. I love that game.
Look that one up. Oh, beats his outside edge here.
Definitely a bit of Srinath in there too.
Definitely.
I can see it.
Look him up.
But I had that Mohammad Abbas. He's so good with the red ball for Pakistan, isn't he? And Andrew Ryan rates Agarwal really, really highly too.
Just challenging the top edge, I suppose, on the cut shot there. And beating it, Jaffa. 3rd time is it lucky for him. Slower ball, hit towards the fielder. That's almost a great catch by Jason. You think of 2, but not on that arm.
Well, good effort this time, but it's another one that goes down. I think it's harsh to call it a drop potentially, but has he got there?
He does get there.
Yeah, he has. Very difficult, though.
In these conditions, dropping, I think in this match conditions as well, Jaffa hasn't hurt you too much. You're just concentrating on making sure it doesn't get to the boundary, so he does stop that. And it's 112 for 6 after 8.
Yeah, I'm just showing you a little bit of Mohammad Abbas. There's definitely a bit
I've seen Mohammad Abbas, but to me, he's more Srinath.
More Srinath. Okay,
he's more.
Look, pull up some Srinath.
That's it. You'll have to probably get one of those cube TVs to watch him because Srinath first played around 93, I think, something like that. I remember watching him in Australia. Anyway, it all happens in the ninth. This is why I didn't think necessarily it hurts you too much because Jaffa's only delivered ... one that was a drop catch ...
Got to get a single. He's got to get the man who's hit 20 off 4 balls on strike, and he's got to do it now. Also wonder what's going on with Ali Abbas. Still no sign of him. He opened the batting in the last game.
Yeah,
not even in the top 8.
Chatting to Ali, he said, you know, I'm going to give everyone an opportunity. So this is a game where maybe I can hide down the order. Anyway, no hiding here. As it's going to be Jason again. He calls it. He takes it. That's good communication. Obviously, he felt he could reach it, and he's one of the safest pairs of hands. Certainly has had plenty of practice today for Kosane, and Jaffa ends up 1 off 5, and it's 112 for 7 in the ninth.
He's been like a magnet for the ball. I'm not sure what the exact count is now, but I think it's more caught than dropped. Oh, and there was a little waffle late, wasn't there? And a puff out of the cheeks because he didn't quite get it as cleanly as he would have hoped.
And he might have dropped one, but at least he didn't go for 6. That's why Andrews was happy to just sit back and say, that is all yours,
That is
Jay.
yours, yeah.
All yours, JJ. And, yeah, but I mean, that one from Andrews was only just a slight misjudgment that bounced off his fingertips for 6. But anyway, 112 for 7. Like I said, you can maybe knock the bottom of the order out and get him 130. But, yeah, Ali Abbas is still there, no matter where he's batting. A big swing and a miss.
There's just been a poor bit of game awareness here from the St. Gallen batters at number 8 and number 9. They have to find a way to get Safi onto strike. From the moment he's come to the crease, he's mullered it. Hasn't faced a ball in the last 5, though. And as a consequence, Kosane coming roaring back into this contest.
Well, edged and flying away. I think that'll go for 4. Crichton's in pursuit, but to no avail. Najibzad getting a hit. Well, not the most convincing shot we'll see today, but still, it's handy runs for St. Gallen.
Unorthodox to say the least. Massive smile from the keeper. Also a smile from the bowler. They understand they were unlucky there. Get some good cricket in this contest. I've enjoyed this. It's definitely swung both ways, and we've seen some difficulties with Kosane for their power hitting. So even if they only got up to 130, that could be enough for St. Gallen. But ironically, bowling has been their weak suit. So we could be in for a thriller. I think this one's hard to call, Vinny.
Yeah, I think so. Kosane have found a way to be competitive with the bat. 2 to come in the ninth. Slow ball picked and sent. That's a really good shot by Najibzad. And that one was convincing. Maximo! And that one's gotten the St. Gallen crowd fired up.
Well, Vinny, I had a request for the sprint production team. It was to have an Ali Abbas cam when he's fielding. I now want one when he's on the sidelines too. That was celebrated with such ferocity. I've never seen the like of it. He walked all the way to the edge of the pitch. The 2 hands were going up. He is pumped up.
Now slightly miss hit, but he will get 1. Safi's stuck at the other end. He's only faced 4 balls. He's gone for 20. And
can't get the strike.
He's got mould on him. It's 9 overs through, and with 1 over remaining, it's 123 for 7.
I'm going to make Gallen, whatever they get in this final, over slight favourites.
Okay.
I think Kosane's batting is just really impressed with their bowling. I'm disappointed in their fielding. And I think they've got challenges with their batting. As Andrew Ryan was telling us, they probably prefer the 40 and 20 over versions of the game. They struggle a wee bit with the power hitting. They've got some class-looking batters. But for Arjun Vinod and for Jay Singh, very expensive, 19 and 20 from their 2 individual overs. So it's the man who bowls a little bit like Javagal Srinath or Mohammad Abbas, depending upon your point of view. I think Javagal Srinath shades a great one too. They've had a bit of a watch of him. Some highlights there.
All right, what can they get to here? If they had a real barnstormer in the last, they could get 140. I think we're probably talking 130s here. Well done for Kosane. They get in with 5.5 minutes to spare.
Can they get Safi on strike?
Well bowled. Good length there. It was Yorker length.
An appeal.
I think that's dead for me. Number 1, I don't think he's out anyway. But the keeper seemed to just act dead and then kind of brought it back alive. Let's have a look on the replay. Well, all right. Well, that one really...
Might have been interesting to see that anyway. Play on,
Spring Productions keeping us in suspense. Anyway, this is not going to hurt Kosane at all. Another big swing and a miss. What's Safi thinking down the other end?
So this is where game awareness is just so vital. Najib Zad has had 2 attempts to muller the ball out of the crease when all he needs to do is literally block it and run. There's nobody even close topping the single. Every fielder on the edge of the 30-yard circle minimum.
Now they're running. Zafi was just off with the pitch there. As we say, bases loaded, 2 outs in baseball. He was running.
Finally got him on strike, but 2 balls too late for my liking. What can Safi do? Can he give us the grandstand finish? Can he go bang, bang, bang? Make it 6-6-6. That would leave him with 36 off 7. I'm backing him.
Can Agarwal do the same thing? Get that length spot on. No, he doesn't. He wasted them, although they go right back. They're not going to pull it back. It's Maximo time. And Safi, well, he had plenty of time to think about life. 22 yards from the place he wanted to be. And then this one is the first one that really got dragged down in this over from Agarwal, and it disappears.
Well, what a shot. There's the first one. 2 more for the premonition to come true. If he ends up with 38, it would be from 7. What an innings it would be. Gallen hit the 130 marker.
Slow ball, but this is an opportunity. Right, Bermuda Triangle forms. Anyone? Nicely taken. And look who it is. It's Tayagan Ahmedzai. One thing I will say, the communication's been pretty good most of the time. I love the fact that this field just creates action. And there's 3 people in the field that could have reached that.
Never seen a more relieved man not to have to take a catch. Aidan Andrews, who dropped one over the rope. That ends Safi's not credit to him. What an impactful innings. 26 from just 6 deliveries, and he should take a bow. We're still not going to see Ali Abbas. He's hiding himself away all the way down at number 11.
He did tell me, he said, look, I've had opportunities all the way through.
He's a team man, isn't
partly
he?
about developing the club, developing more guys, getting more opportunities. One of the better number 11s you'll ever see. Right now, though, Sasi Kumar will get the last ball. 130 plus this. 130.0. As they don't even try for a run, and that'll do it. So I think that's bang on a par score.
Again.
Now, the one thing is Cossonay, their batting's probably a shade below par based on what we've seen so far today. St. Gallen, we know that they've got some good bowlers as well. But I think the power play for me sets it up. You talked about, you heard Andrew Ryan talking about the power play, how important it was to go after the ball when it's at its hardest, when you've got those extra infielders to hit over. So I think we're in for a cracking finish to the day. Saturday Night Fever here live from Switzerland. And Cossonay, they'll need 131 to go 2-1. Or can St. Gallen keep pressing their claims for top spot? Pretty soft start though, wasn't it? Just a little popped up catch. Aidan Andrews been amongst the wickets. There were 2 in very quick succession. So St. Gallen once again find themselves on the back foot. Speaking of the back foot, that was the back of the foot that pulls it back in towards the field of play. And so Arjun Vinod, again, the perfectly dropped up. The up drop, and then this is normally a smart strategy dive, so you don't have to chase it. But Andrews copped a bit of tap when he came back in the 3rd.
Well, I'll tell you, consistency in a world gone mad from the Cossonay bowlers. They restricted Geneva to 126 for 8. They bowled Alton all out for 129, and now it's 130 for 8. 4 runs separate the 3 scores they've conceded. They've bowled excellently well, but I have to say their fielding, it's been more than a little bit mixed, despite them dragging it back with a few late catches. Moments like this one, the drop catch for 6 over the rope, really costly.
That's so true. I gotta say, there's a lot of talent in this leg spinner as well. Tahir Khan Ahmedzai, and he does really well. I got to say, there was a time when they think that's changing the condition of the ball. But if the ball gets hurt in celebrations, for me, it's just a part of the game. Anyway, Musa with his hands the other way around on the bat. He moosed a couple. Then that one got a bit big on him as he was gunned down by Alex Crichton into the lineup. It was kamikaze stuff as we got into the frenetic last stages. Jason, he's caught pretty well today. I know it hasn't been 100%, but he's been 100% committed to the cause for Cossonay. And some good late hitting. He was 6 out at the end for Safi, who just didn't get a lot of the strike at all in the end. Yeah, nothing average about the action we've seen today, but certainly an average score. You'd say this 130 for St. Gallen batting first here in match 30.
Yeah, let's take a look at the cards. The standout by a distance, Mohsin Raza, but he ran himself out really. He couldn't have Musa Ahmedzai to blame. Sanagal Safi may be the most impactful innings of the lot though, because listen to this strike rate. 433.33. Outstanding stuff. That has helped drive St. Gallen up to that total of 130 for 8. Good efforts too from the 2 men who got to double figures. The cross-handed Musa Ahmedzai striking at 200, 12 off 7 for Shoaib Najib Zad at the death. 3 wickets for Aidan Andrews, continues to have an excellent day. He took 3 for earlier in the player of the match performance. The Srinath-esque Venu Agarwal picked up 2. So too did Ashwin Vinod.
Yeah, pretty disciplined with their extras, just the 6 combination of wides and no balls in the 10 overs, which I think has been under par. Also means they're good for time. They end up getting through the 9. 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Well, we'll be back, and it won't be too long before we're back. In fact, just a few minutes away from the start of the second innings. 1:31 for Costinay. He'll decide if they have a losing day or a winning day. I know what they'd prefer. I'd prefer you take a very quick break and come back here for the 10th and final innings of day 6. It's coming closer, and hopefully we'll get another close contest to finish us off. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Leonard. See you very shortly for more Banco European Cricket Series.
Well, a warm welcome back for the very final time today. Miraculous, really, that we've got through 5 full contests and the weather hasn't intervened with both the forecast and the initial rain this morning proving very active. We're in the shadows of the Kaiban Park, which will be packed with 18,000 fans tomorrow for St. Gallen FC's opening Swiss Super League contest of the season. For me, that's football starting far too early in the year. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. We wish them the very, very, very best. And we thank them again for the very kind gesture of giving us some polo shirts. We could be in for another classic. We had a few golden ball tingles earlier in one of the contests that Cossonay played in, but they ended up coming up comfortably winners with 2 balls to spare. Rather remarkably, given that they needed, I think it was maybe 12 off 4 balls at one point. But their bowling performances have been very consistent. They've restricted Geneva in the first game to 126 for 8 that they chased down. They then bowled Alton out for 129, and despite being 52 for none at the end of the first 3 overs, could not get over the line. And now the big question is, can they defend their total of 130? Can they chase down the total of 130 for 8, meaning that they will need 131 runs to win this final contest. Feels like a pretty critical one in terms of not just qualification for the group stages for both sides, but possibly for St. Gallen's push for taking the top spot, as they are currently top of the table. They're 5-2. Can they make it 6-2 and be the first team to get to 12 points? We'll find out over the next 45 minutes with me, Andrew Leonard. Vinny Sandu will join me in a little bit of time too as well. 131 to win. We've been impressed by the techniques. Oh, direct hit would have been gone, but it goes into the edge of the mat, so can't go on to hit the stumps from there. We've been impressed with the techniques of the Cossonay batters. A lovely square drive here. Nicely fielded too, wasn't it, by Haroon Khan. But we have worried about their power hitting. Are they going to be able to clear the ropes and hit some maximos to be able to chase down that total of 131? We'll find out over the course of the next 45 minutes. Big swing and an inside edge. Been impressed on the whole with Musa Ahmedzai in the way in which he's bowled. And he's tended to use this angle coming left arm around the wicket to try and close off the scoring areas for the batters. He's really trying to force them to hit down the ground, because that's where his protection is. Long off and long on are both out. No one in the deep square of the wicket. And that one misses the pad, and Jay Singh was so annoyed with missing it, he didn't really listen to his partner's call. There could have been a bye there. Instead, it's another dot ball. And remember, this is the same opening pairing that got Cossonay off to a flying start in the previous game, but it wasn't enough. I've got a sneaking suspicion, particularly with Ali Abbas's captaincy, that St. Gallen are going to fancy defending this bang-on par total. As this comes off an inside edge, will be a single to get Singh off the mark. It's almost exactly the average score, because we've seen a pretty consistent run rate across the 5 game days thus far. I think the total is 13.1 across those 5 game days. So if Cossonay could score to exactly that average, they'd score 131 from their 10 and they'd get there in a final ball thriller. It's about nearly 14 and over required because of an excellent opening over. Ahmedzai nails the block hole. He comes down. He has a word or two as well. Oh, it's because he's broken the bat, I think. He's destroyed the bottom edge of that bat. And he gets a cheer from his teammates. We're going to have a new bat run out here. This is the perfect toe-crushing Yorker. And poor old Aidan Andrews, oh, well, that GM is going to need replacing. I'm not sure the bat doctor will be able to fix that. Maybe just a friendly word saying, I can bowl quickly. As I welcome Vinny Sandu. I'm sure you've seen that one before, but
yeah, well, if you're going to break a toe, better the bat than the one on your foot, because at least you change the bat. Changing your foot's a little bit more complicated. Andrews, I wonder if that's an old favourite. It's been absolutely minced, hasn't it?
Properly damaged,
yeah.
isn't it?
You know, it doesn't surprise me, because Moose has bowled a really good first over. He's been right in, spearing in. You know, just that pace he gets and generates. Jason struggled with it. Andrews just digs it out, but all quiet in the first over here.
Nicely
New bat,
played.
new Andrews as he's going to go up and over the top square of the wicket. 4 runs. End of the over at 6 without loss.
Yeah, very nicely played. Sorry, Vinny. That's gone over extra cover. And there has been a battle with the power hitting for Cossonay. There's no denying it. Are we going to see the 93 match streak broken?
You promised me. Now, I want to know.
What if it happens tomorrow when I'm not
That's
there?
my question.
Oh, dear.
You said it'll be while you're here.
It's not happening tomorrow, mate.
You don't think so?
No,
I'm not so sure.
my only surprise, genuinely,
Yeah.
throughout the time I've been with you, we've seen so much good cricket. We've also seen some ludicrous cricket in terms of run scoring rates, massive sixes, brilliant bowling.
Kogiani, slightly different length, short and pulled away. Nice shot by Jason. More comfortable there. Boundary first ball of the second.
My only surprise, we haven't had a last ball.
Yeah. I mean, I had one
really,
Monday
have we?
night, so actually they stopped when you came.
We
So-
nearly had one in the first game this morning. They won with 2 balls to
We
spare, though.
normally would get, maybe not one a day. You'd get at least one last over finish in a day or two
But
on average.
we haven't had a last ball finish.
Yeah, they're a bit hit and miss. You can have close ones that go down to the second last ball, for example.
It was a thriller, that game.
They will come.
It was a thriller.
Theoretically,
but it
the
was
higher
2
the
balls to
scoring,
spare.
the less chance, by a little bit,
Yeah.
that you'll be within one swing of the bat
Of course.
at the end. Because let's say in games where it's 77 or 80 average. Good slower ball this time from Kogiani.
Maybe there's a possibility, Vinny, that we'll end up with a whole glut of them towards the
Yeah.
end of the group stages. That could be possible. Maybe
Once-
they're storing up. for us.
Once you've gone. Friday and then Saturday, Sunday, the international. Yeah, so you've got the weekend off. You're not commentating next weekend, are you? Back in Ireland. Oh, that's gone. And stick your finger up. And again, just skips to the left and then gives the message. Maybe he wants to whisper it to Andrews, but that was dead in front. Kogiani breaks through 11 for 1.
Well, it was plumb, but given in a strange manner. I didn't really see the finger go from our
Well, I've
position.
seen batters try to get outside the line, which I think is what Aiden Andrews is trying to do, but you don't often see the umpire getting outside the line. So, yeah, to be honest, he has to look around the bowl.
Oh, there's the finger. Okay, just obscured a
Yeah.
touch. Yeah.
But to be honest, Kogiani's lucky to get this, and I'll tell you why. At that exact moment he hits the pad, he's totally blocking the umpire's view. If this wasn't given out, I could totally understand why. Because to be honest, the umpire is not allowed to do his job, and it's something, okay, he gets the decision right just by
Brilliant decision.
guessing, but it's something I'd like to see cracked down on. Because that's the exact example where the umpire's put in an uncomfortable position and the umpire's getting judged on his performance and his decision-making. And I would like to see the kind of the letter of the law applied with respect to running in that area of the pitch, even though it's for a different reason. The pitch isn't really going to deteriorate, and we're not even bowling from the other end. But first warning, final warning off. Because I think the umpire gets it right, but, I mean, he doesn't get to do it in the traditional fashion, does he? 11 for 1. This one will be a wide down leg side. New batter out there is Arjun Vinod. And he'll really be hoping that he can find some form because he's a very good player. Played in the T20 internationals in Valletta Cup. Player of the final in that series. There were some moments, though, where he did get a little bit bogged down at times. And now I think he might have trouble because this is hanging in the air and he's going to be going without scoring. So his miserable day continues. And Kogiani gets 2 in the over. Kosane behind the 8 ball here in the second is 12 for 2.
Been really impressed with St. Gallen. Everything they've done, they've generally fielded pretty well. They've been very well led by Ali Abbas. They've batted really very deep, haven't they? They've had all sorts of people step up when they've needed to. They've caught well. They've just done a lot of things correctly. And there's a reason they're top of the table, Vinny.
Yeah, for sure. You got a feel for Arjun, just cannot going yet. He's got a friend that he probably didn't want to accompany him off the field. Derek the Duck, shining brightly here in the overcast conditions. And if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one. That's the best duck you can make. I say that all the time because literally you'd rather make a golden duck than like a 2 off 6.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Wasim Javed comes out.
Loving the cross-strap pads, by the way, in the back.
Hasn't been an effective strategy. We've seen 2 pad ejections. So you went here last night where we had a pad ejection while running through the wickets. And
all went off.
It was a great comment as well. Another wide. In fact, this will be extras as well. Go all the way to the boundary. So Kosane need a bit of luck. They get it. Kogiani with the minimo as he just completely loses the line. Yeah, someone said that in the future, maybe pads will automatically spring off so the batters can run faster. Is that?
Not sure that's going to help us with the over rates.
Probably not. That's Javed. He's certainly got a lot of energy.
He's been brilliant with the gloves.
Behind the stumps,
really good for Kosane today.
Last ball, the over again. pretty good one. I suppose he gets 5 off the ball he faces. And at the end of the second over, it's 17 for 2.
Okay, let's talk about the table, guys. End of the second over. Here it comes. This is fascinating. I have to say, I didn't know what to expect.
Let's see who could get top spot. Who do you think could get top spot? St. Gallen? Yes. Alton? Yes. Nomads? Hard to see it.
Alton may be favourites from here.
Zalmi? Geneva?
Geneva in the mix.
Potentially.
Still.
Yeah.
Maybe it's really between St. Gallen, Alton and Geneva, particularly if St. Gallen win today. Like, I think the Nomads are in trouble then.
Yeah.
And look at the net run rates as well. St. Gallen, if they ended up tied, they're probably going to nudge the net run rate.
Yeah. The reason we're talking about top and why top's so important is top is straight in the final. 2 to 5 have to fight for the other spot, and they're going to have to fight pretty hard. Right now, Jay Sin fighting hard. He hits Jaffa, who somehow always falls into the third over. He's been brought on here, and he gets flat battered down the ground. Long on was pretty wide, and he couldn't catch up with that one.
It's my favourite kind of bowler. It's a bit bespectacled spinner, just like myself. Rolling down kind of little off breaks, little cutters.
Tries to go, but we got trouble. It goes through everyone. I think it had to be a direct hit. But we'll have to see. Javade almost run out without scoring.
Throw may have gone to the wrong end here, Vinny, to be honest, because Jay Singh took a long time to get off the mark, and at a stutter step there, direct hit definitely was gone. Even if he picked up cleanly,
yeah, it would
probably
have been tight.
gone too.
Probably. Javade faces up. Just cramped for room. Not a great LBW appeal, and actually might result in an overthrow if they're quick. One thing we haven't actually seen a lot of overthrows in this series, because when we have a lot of uneven, super dry outfields, then the backing up becomes a lot more difficult. So you'll actually see batters taking on the backup fielder a bit like they're taking on a single in the first place, because they know it's going to be tough for them to pick it up cleanly and get it back in quickly. Anyway, the power play is so important. Andrew Ryan was talking about that earlier on today, saying you really need to attack these first 3 overs. You kind of want to be ahead of the game at that stage.
Yep.
Doesn't look like that'll be the case here. Probably about 10 behind where they'd want to be at this stage. Gossanate.
I think particularly if you look at the previous game when they had that flying start and still didn't chase a similar total.
Yeah.
They were 52 for none after 3, Vinny, and they've lost quite heavily defending chasing almost the exact same total.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it interesting how they've always been chasing the same thing?
Yeah. Consistency in a world gone mad.
Yeah. And they're all kind of average totals as well. So if you don't have a better than 50-50 record against average totals, you feel that you've got some work to do with your batting.
I think their big problem is you can't leave a player the quality of Andrew Ryan out.
Yeah. And by the way, I don't think I mentioned this on air yet.
You got to tell this story. This is brilliant.
We think that Andrew Ryan is the first person to ever realise that he's been omitted from the team via fantasy dashboard display live on air.
I also wasn't wise enough to notice at the time, but I did.
You were just,
in hindsight, now realise.
Oh, shot! He's absolutely nailed this. Well, I need more of this. And Jay has sometimes seemed a little bit leg side. Had a leg side tendency, but this is him. You know, he's a proper batter. He's been making lots of runs in the domestic competition. He hits that straight and he hits it beautifully. 6 runs.
Yeah, really good stroke. Flicks into one of the plastic chairs. Gets us to the end of the power play, 32 for 2. I didn't realise it at the time, but what he did do, as a fantasy dashboard came up, he pointed at me and asked me to talk about it. And I was like, oh, that's what we've got coming up. But until you came up and told me, I had no idea.
He just needed a
Wasn't
moment.
bright enough.
He
did need a moment.
We've never had a commentary box storm out either. 62 and 68 in the 2 halves in the first innings for St. Gallen, who accelerated despite losing a fair few wickets along the way and not batting their captain Ali Abbas in the 10 batters they used. Yeah, when are we going to get a storm out? Sometimes on those 60 minutes and those kind of shows, you get a good old-fashioned storm out of an interview. Maybe I need to stop with the softball questions. I don't know. Anyway, St. Gallen at this stage, look, they were 35 for 4. So if you had to say, would you rather be 32 for 2 or 35 for 4, you'd obviously rather be 32 for 2. Less runs, but with the extra wickets in hand, Javade faces up as Harun Khan comes on in the 4th over. Oh, well, that's some wide that he's hit somehow, and he's almost caught behind. Keeper was slow to get over there. That's Garg with the job today, so Shem Mohammed not keeping. Just have a look at this, guys. It's going to be a huge wide. And it's so slow. He throws the hands at it. You've got to recognise that's a wide.
He's been really impressive for me, Haroon Khan. This array of slower balls and cutters and off-pace deliveries.
Now goes pace on. He might have picked out the straight field. He's dropped it. Well, that's that straight fielder we've talked about a little bit. It's an unusual position. They probably get an overthrow hit. No, they won't because the keeper's on it. But I mean, the bowler's frustrated Haroon because he said, look, you are there exactly for that. And I mean, I'm sure the Kogiani knows that. He just grasses it.
Should be taken. He's picked up 8 wickets in his 7 games thus far, Haroon Khan. Economy rate of 11, which, given that 13 is the average scoring rate, is pretty good. They just haven't been able to find a way to score quickly off him, Vinny, because of the variety that he's shown.
Yeah, I said it from day one. I said change of pace is going to have to be super important here. Super important to at least put some sort of doubt in the batter's head. You could kind of see it with Tahir Khan Ahmedzai, the fact that when he displayed the googly as a batter, that's going to get in your head a little bit. Rate creeping towards 15 at the moment. There's that slower ball. And this is one where Jay, he's got to decide what he wants to do. Straight's normally safe, but again, it's in the back of his head because that straight fielder, that it's not as safe. But I still think it's his best chance to hit a 6. If he's going across the line, he just hasn't timed that many. Javed 3 or 5. Needs to get scooting pretty quick. Another slow ball, tries, finds the fielder, and caught. Well, to be honest, Wasim Javed, he just didn't seem to have his mojo in that inning, so he'll go for 3 off 6. Credit to Haroon Khan once again. Variety is the spice of life. In this spicy contest, it's 36 for 3.
Well, it's another wicket for Haroon Khan, who's really, really impressed us, particularly today. And that's going to be his 9th wicket in the series thus far. Lovely to see the catch held in the deep after one had already gone down. Kosane getting themselves into trouble.
You know what I love? I knew who was batting before I even saw him on the screen. It's Anmol Prabhu. And you know why? He was booed onto the ground by his teammates. And I got to say, I love it. Prabhu going up. And he's one guy, I mean, if I'm completely honest, I probably would have batted him ahead of Javed. Not that Javed's not capable, but I just think give an opportunity to face a few more balls. He's really impressed me today. Nicely taken out there as well by Musa Ahmedzai. Okay, first ball, slower ball.
Well, you'd expect the off-pace is almost his stock delivery. The on-pace is the surprise ball.
It was, and he almost gets caught. Fielder comes around and handles it. Just a single, end of the over. It's 37 for 3.
Again, if he doesn't play a shot of that, it's a wide.
Yeah. You need to have your eye. This reminds me of playing baseball, and I never played baseball till I finished playing cricket at a high level. But in basebal, it's all about
skill,
not swinging at bad pitches.
Yeah, it's a skill. It's an art to do that, taking the balls.
This form of the game, I've realised it's a genuine skill. As you can see, Kosane heading south in that 4th over. It's a good one from Haroon. But yeah, spotting it, leaving it, waiting for something that's a bit more reasonable to hit.
We've got random question Friday, Vinny. I'm going to start with one for you. It's coming in from the Robots question. He says, Lenny, Vinny, if you weren't both travelling the world, this goes into the sky. Could be a chance out at long on. Taken. He's got Shakib Al Hassan's number on his back. He's got a little shade of him as well. And Hekmat Kajiani takes a simple catch.
Yeah, and Prabhu, unfortunately, he won't get any more boos because he just doesn't come off here, tries to raise the rate. That's what he's there to do, so you can't really criticise him. And Kogiani doesn't miss out this time, loses the towel, but doesn't lose the opportunity. And it's 37 for 4. This will bring Ashwin Vinod to the crease. I don't mind this either, bringing Ashwin out at 5.
So the Robots question is, Lenny, Vinny, if you weren't both travelling the world promoting the great game of ours, what would you be? I'm going to answer for you. You can answer for me. So I think you would be a ringmaster in a circus.
Oh, yeah.
We were talking about it in the previous game.
I thought you said if I wasn't doing this job.
I think you'd be brilliant at that.
That's a good question.
So you can answer on my behalf now. What would I be doing? God knows.
I think. Oh, actually, I know. This is This is going to be 4. A nice shot by Ashwin. If you can get him home here. I don't know. I'm using a cue you gave me a little bit earlier. I can see you being like a celebrant at weddings because you're so lovely and you've got such a glow around you. So I think the couples will be lining up.
I think I would like to. You're sharing the most special day of your life with someone.
Yeah.
shout out to two of my best friends.
I'd let you marry me.
Oh, thank you. Jamie and Laura Metcalf. I married them on a beach, at a beautiful beach in Cornwall, in southwest England, just pre-COVID. Just stunning. Really, really special. And yeah, probably the most nervous I've been for anything I've ever done publicly, because I just didn't want to mess it up.
Yeah. There's a lot of pressure. If you ever do it again, I'll send you a text and remind you of that. Anyway, this is hit through the covers. This is going to be for Shoop. He won't have to fetch this one until it stopped. And yeah, he's certainly always in the action, isn't he? Shoop in charge of the player area. Great question from the robot. Another one from Shazad asking, Lenny, what got you into cricket commentary in the first place?
Good question. I've actually just answered this for a piece that I'm kind of a bit nervous about, actually.
Uh-oh, gone. And that ball never hits the ground, and Ashwin, I can't believe it. He's hoping it's a bump ball, and he knows it's not. And, well, are you not entertained, says Jaffa.
I love it.
So, poor Vinod goes 4 and out, and Kosanate, they are up the creek, and they're searching for a paddle at the moment, 45 for 5.
How does Ali Abbas still look nervous? It's a great catch, it really is. Good reactions taken, and the celebration equally as impressive. Are you not entertained? Gladiator Maximus.
Try to catch with 2, catch with 1 as well. He puts their hands up and just basically hopes for the best. And that means that Kosanate, yeah. Now you've got to start thinking, don't lose by too much, I think, especially when it could be a congested table, and we think it will be a congested table.
I think so, yeah. And net run rate, we talked about how good St. Gallen's in. That's almost like another win for them. But yeah, how I got into commentary, really random. I had 3 or 4 years of Cricket Ireland, then 3 or 4 years with ICC in Dubai, and I resigned from ICC because I was working 16 hours a day. I'd had enough at that point of both living in Dubai and working the 16 hours a day. So I said, I'm going to go home and play one more summer of cricket before I get too old and fat. I was probably 30, 31, something, 32 at that time. And as I got home to play the summer cricket, was really enjoying it. It was the very first summer they had live streams in Ireland. Right. And someone suggested to me, as he loses his glasses, I think not once but twice. That used to happen to me occasionally.
Is that right?
Yeah, have a watch.
I'd be worried about trotting on him, or and the ball's hit back. And with my prescription, if the ball was hit back, I'd be no chance to catch it. It's 45 for 5 after 5.
Got to get the Daniel Vittori headband going on. But yeah, that was for me. That's what we got coming up tomorrow. Those 2 games. Give them to me once more, Vinny. It's going to be Greece versus.
I'm pretty sure that we can fill in some of the blanks there. I'm just gonna see what the information is over there.
Ah, lovely
shot. That's nice, isn't it? Just want to say that Alex Crichton's come to the crease, and he's been able to survive the last 2 balls of the over. They need Jason to do something pretty special here. They'd love a magical over here, but he's going to be bowled, and it's that slow ball again, and Haroon. Well, he didn't need to use the muscles, really, because it's the slowness that's doing it at the moment, but Haroon performing, and the hosts mixing it up here in match 30, and they've got Kosanate reeling. It's 45 for 6.
Yeah, incredible bowling. Maybe the bowler of the day, actually, despite the really impressive stuff from Aidan Andrews. They're chanting and just then saying, calm, the game not done yet. And that's the out of the back of the hand, slower ball. Vinny, I don't know how many times we've said this. Hit the top of the stumps, whatever the variety, whatever the pitch is, just make sure you get that right length.
Yeah, I think
he hacks across it and cleans them up.
You can pick it. It's fairly easy to pick, but it's nothing to hit it. So he does pick it there, Jason, but yeah, just couldn't catch up with it. Gets a pat in the back from Rhino. Srinath will come out at number 8. And really, it's all academic from here. It's just a matter of how many can Kosanate put on the board to save the net run rate.
So to just finish out that question, that was the first summer that there was live streams in Irish cricket. Heatley Tector, who runs HBV Studios, great friend of mine, used to coach all of his kids. Harry, who's gone on to play for Ireland, Jack and Tim, who both captain Ireland under-19s, coached all their kids. He said, Lenny, you're just the man, come in and do some commentary. I didn't want to do it at first, actually, to be honest. But since I've started it, Vinny, I have to say nothing for me has replicated the buzz that I got from playing at the kind of the top levels of Irish cricket as much as commentating around the world. And within a year of doing the streams, I was lucky enough to do my first international, Ireland against Afghanistan, and I've been to, 25, 30 countries with it since.
Very few people will get to experience what we experience as well, and I think that makes it extra special. As we see a bit of team fielding, unintentional, but that is the St. Gallen specialty. So I'm going to come to a couple more random questions in a second, but I also got into cricket commentary by accident. I was a host by nature for about 15 years before I ever commentated a cricket match. And as we see Srinath facing up, going for it. And that slower ball's been so effective. And probably the lower down the order, the more difficult the batters are going to find it. But I actually got into ECN by playing a tournament called Cricket on Ice here in Switzerland. So this is kind of like a homecoming.
St. Moritz.
St. Moritz, that's right. Expensive place. Oh, shot. That's going to be 6. And Srinath just nails this. Well, who cares about the score? That's one for the highlights reel. Straight to the pool room, Srinath. Maximal. And that's also the end of the 6th over, 59 for 6.
Mate, tell him he's dreaming.
For jousting sticks. All of our Australian viewers, if you're still awake, you'll enjoy that one.
The castle. What a film.
It's not the end of the over. They're just very quick on the score. 53 for 6. Then brings up the 50. Last ball of the over. He'll be trying again. Does he go on pace here just to mix it up? Yeah, does. So Srinath will get 1, and that will be the end of the over. It's 54 for 6 after 6. Now, Srinath has a bit of a history working for cricket as well.
Yeah,
with Crick Info. So, yeah, nice to see him out there. We might even try and get him into the commentary box at some point.
Good idea.
Yeah, so I was playing in Cricket on Ice, and that was an ECN test event. And that's where I ran to a few familiar faces, and they asked me if I'd like to help with the commentary, and it was definitely not on the scale it is right now. But I think they just kind of said, "Oh, have you done this before?" I said, "Well, not exactly, but I've done cricket and I've done microphone work." And
yep.
it just turned out to be a really good fit. And then just a few months later, we had the first ever ECL, and I was part of that commentary team. The rest is history. So how cool to come back to Switzerland for the first time for ECN cricket. And if you want to call that was kind of more of a test event than anything else. But the streams still exist. It certainly looks nothing like what you see today. And even that was a step up from, the origins of, that'll be a no ball, from German Cricket TV, which then turned into the European Cricket Network. Anyway, big thanks to the robot. I'm going to just burn through some random questions as well.
Fly them at me, mate. Come on, I'm ready
All right,
for them.
but Crichton is going to have to give it the kitchen sink here. Free hit. Oh, he can't get it past the bowler, even though he tries. Another top ball. It's just not happening for Gossanet. He says, what is more important in 10-over cricket, mojo or composure? That's a random selection of 2 options. All right, what do you think?
I'm gonna go composure, because you have to be composed to hit big.
Yeah, well, this one should go the journey. Too short. I think your old coach was right there, Lenny. This is a half tracker, and it's a mid-wicket smacker from Crichton, who finally gets one away. Maximo.
Absolutely. No, you've got to be full. Always be full rather than short. That's why when you're training, you err on the fuller side if you can. And also, it encourages you as a leg spinner to get all your body weight, your momentum through to the target. Generally, when you drag one down, it's because you're not getting through your action, which is exactly what Sher Mohammed didn't do there. Get your levers going towards the target if you can.
Pushes this through. I think it's a finger spinner as a variation. So it depends what those 2 words mean. To me, mojo, it's kind of energy. It comes, it goes. It's very hard to control the energy. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. Yep. No matter what you try. Sometimes you try harder, you get worse. Okay, it's very hard to explain to people that haven't played a lot. Some days you hit them well, some days you don't. Even within an innings, you might go through periods where you're playing well and then you're not. Yep. So mojo is one of those things that's hard to control. But composure, for me, that all comes back to decision-making, and particularly decision-making under pressure. And that's one thing that 10-over cricket really tests you on with all the situations. It's a really good over as well from Sher Mohammed in the end. 7 overs down, Kosane falling away, 64 for 7. We'll come back to that in a moment. Vettingen back on tomorrow. Now, Alton, they will play the first 2 games. They did lose their first game of the series earlier today, but they're still hunting top spot, St. Gallen will play 2 more games, so they're really getting through their games now. So I think they will set the benchmark that other teams then will try and catch up with them. Also, Geneva, they'll play twice tomorrow. And, your team, Winterthur, in matches 34 and 35. Join me for day 7, 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe.
I'm looking forward to watching that.
And it is 12:15 in India, 12:45 in Bangladesh, and 12:30 p.m. in Nepal.
Well played, Kathmandu. If you're watching on, namaste to you all. That's where you can enjoy the action.
So, for me, composure, because to me, you can have all the cricket skills, but they're no good unless you can work out exactly what you're trying to do, and that's composure. Bowled him. And so Srinath swings all around this. Musa Ahmedzai has been brilliant. He gives the universal signal as well of joy as Costanet loses 7th wicket. Srinath did whack one out of the park. You can take that one with him, but he's going to have to go at 64 for 7.
Well, I think there's every chance that St. Gallen are making a statement here. Definitely not just 1 foot into the door of playoff contention anymore. They're almost probably bankers for the playoff with 6 wins. You'd imagine, particularly with the net run rate that they have, they'll surely finish somewhere in the top 5 spots, even if they went down to 2 defeats in their final 2 games. But Musa Ahmedzai, he's so impressed me. That is his 7th wicket in total in the competition. His economy rate, listen to this, Vinny. Across this tournament in this series, 8.42.
Very good.
Given that the average run rate's 13.1,
very good.
That's a marvellous number.
4.5 points less than average. That's brilliant. In baseball, there's a statistic, but it's basically how well you play compared to an average player. So that
ERA?
WAR is wins above replacement.
Oh, okay. I thought it was
ERA is
like
average. But yeah, wins above replacement is like as pitcher.
Gotcha.
Or not just wins. It's for every position there's an equivalent. But yeah, how well do you do against average? Are you positive or negative? And half the people are positive, half the people are negative. All right. This one would have been a wide, but instead Crichton is able to open up and get 4. Nice batting. Just going to touch on a few random questions while we're here. What is the most genuine skill required in 10-over cricket? I'll give 2. I'll give 1 for batters, 1 for bowlers. Batters, it's the ability to be able to get your eye in immediately. So compared
hit from ball 1.
Yeah, compared to 20-over cricket where you often have a few balls to settle, rarely in T10 cricket. So they're the kinds of guys you want in the team. This will be a dot. And for bowlers, Yorkers. Guys that can nail the Yorker. Because for every situation, the only counter for a Yorker is really at the top level, guys can ramp and can play that shot very well. You don't really see that too much in European cricket. And even if they can, it's still a high-risk shot. So bowlers that I've seen develop Yorkers and consistently able to hit their spots, they do very well.
Yeah, the ramp has been horribly ineffective when it's been tried as well.
Ramp looks easy on TV. Isn't as easy as it looks.
Particularly in the conditions, you're talking about the different
no real value
pitches.
Here for it either. With the
smash down the ground, hit it for 6.
True. But again, a Yorker, by definition, it's very hard to get the middle of the bat on it. At best, you're getting the toe on it. But yeah, small margin for error, particularly on this pitch. But there are certain guys that I've been impressed with in European cricket that can consistently bang out Yorkers. And this is a really good example. And I think that when they go to bed, they're dreaming of Yorkers. They've got posters of their favourite Yorkers on their ceiling. They are just thinking Yorkers.
Well, Wakar Yunus, Shaheen Shah Afridi, who do you want to pick? Jasprit Bumrah.
Bang.
That's a beauty. And those figures of 1 for 12, outstanding. That economy rate I told you is coming into this game, this afternoon game. And St. Gallen are waltzing to victory, and they're deserving of it. Look at this the grey worm, the 3rd worm there, down beneath the average required run rate. It's gone nowhere. Game over.
It is. So I don't think we're going to get the big finish, but we still will try and make it a good finish for everyone sticking around. And the robot has also put something in the chat, talking about Rebecca Blake in Romania, scoring the 4th highest ever T20 IW score. Well, guess what, robot? We're way ahead of you. Humans 1, robots 0. We already mentioned that. And we actually mentioned it live. We were commentating both games live. Anyway, this is a good shot, and it's going to beat the fielder. This will be 4 runs. Crichton fighting on. Certainly has played some nice shots. And, yeah, that's where he wants to be. Hit straight. Back yourself to do that. Had a big gap to aim at. Because of that Southern Cross field, which pushes the long on, long off wider, because they've got the straight fielder. That becomes the gap. That's probably normally to your regulation long off.
No, he's played nicely, Crichton, just given something to kind of take from this game. But Costanet, well, having won their first match, Andrew Ryan was trying to put a brave face in it and said coming up against Geneva and Alton in the first 2 games, they'd have taken 1-1, lost 1. But they're going to be 1-2 at the end of the day.
Dropped. And that's probably a finger burner for Mohsen Raza. I don't really care about the run at this stage. Probably want to make sure that he stays fit. Just quickly.
Yeah, should have been taking this one from me, Vinny. It's gone reasonably quickly, but at a very catchable height.
Late in the day, St. Gallen with 3 games in the day. This one, he's fine. Absolutely fine. Robot saying that he's got a different version of how St. Moritz went. This is how I honestly remember it. I think the Robot's version probably would go something like, once I got the microphone,
you wouldn't give it to anyone else?
That was not going anywhere. But
I'm with the robot on this one.
Partly it was because it was frozen to my hand, because I'll tell you a bit about that tournament. and it's got traditions going back like 35 years now. They still play. I haven't made the last couple because we've actually had the ECL at that time, but I still keep track of it. It's a big tradition here. It was one year we had all the celebrities and all those kind of things, but normally it's just amateur cricketers.
Yeah.
I think it's expanded lately to two fields. 20 over cricket.
Some sunshine, Vinny, as well. Where's this coming from?
Well, we can enjoy it for 7 balls. But yeah, -8, wearing as many layers as you possibly can. I know you would have played in some cold conditions, but around about -8 in thick snow. That's what we were playing in. It's pretty cool. Up in the air, and Ali, he kind of goes searching cricket zombie style for it. And they think of a second, it's not there. We'll go to the last over of the day. Kostanay not going to get there in the last game of the day. 78 for 7 after 9. Just quickly, let's have a look once again at tomorrow. By the way, Malta doing a pretty good job in the chase. I don't necessarily know if they're going to get there, but they've been doing a very good job. As we get another one of those spectators you've been talking about.
They've been really enjoying it. There's more than just a touch curious. I've seen people stay there for 30, 40, 45 minutes, really enjoying the action. It's a great way to introduce people to the sport.
Yeah, for sure. You see the remaining Malta in the bronze. It's a bit wide, I think. Doesn't. Oh, he's nicked it. He's actually got a little inside edge, if anything, and he's walked.
Yeah, I heard a noise there. I thought he was going to give it out. And, of course, can't be a wide. It might have been a wide if he didn't play a shot at it. There's been a few deliveries like that. Might get a good angle here. Nicely flighted leg break.
Yeah.
Inside edge, keeper says. Happy days, I'll take that. St. Gallen have another. This is a dominant performance. It's going to boost their net run rate in a big way.
There you go. We normally do National Geographic watching some animals, but this time the animals are humans.
Well, I met him on my lap earlier.
Nice.
He's been there for about 4 hours. Really enjoyed the action.
Spirit of the game. He only just hit that. Do you just let him bat the last 5 balls?
Well, he's walked, mate. The spirit of the game.
Spirit of the game. Call him back.
No, I was always a walker myself. Now, usually it didn't really add much value to my team when I walked.
Yeah, 3 types of people. Walkers.
Yep.
Stand up and applaud. Adam Gilchrist. Non-walkers. Within their rights.
Absolutely.
Within their rights.
Problem.
The third kind. Do you know about the third kind?
Those who pretend to walk and never actually do.
I'll tell you. The third kind is the worst kind.
And there's plenty of them.
Strategic walkers. Early on the season, not too much in the game. Get a good reputation as a walker. Get to the final and just be like, nick one. And you're just like, nah. And everyone's like, oh, he's a walker. He went right. And yeah, there's a special place in cricketing hell for those people. I love the things we get to talk about here.
There is no cricketing hell, which is good news.
No,
it's
true.
only heaven. It's that special sport. We're so lucky to have it.
Guess what? We're here right now. 3 to come. Edged and dropped.
Good effort.
Oh, Moson's got busted finger in his right hand now. The left hand cleverly stays down so he doesn't have to chase it. Airmailed over the keeper, even in a fairly dead game. Still a lot going on. So as far as what we do as commentators, and you are professional commentators, what you're doing now.
Yep.
We are so privileged because so many people get to play the game at whatever level, but very few get to commentate the game at any level and regularly as a profession. So that's something that I know that I'm constantly pinching myself some of the places that I get to go, and I absolutely love what I do. It's long hours. It is a big commitment, but the fact that we're building something really special here keeps me going. Here's the last ball of the day, and Kostanay, they're not going to get there, but they will have a good finish. And it's a nice little cut by Vikas Bhatt coming out at 10, and that will finish things. Kostanay just losing wickets, and the difference between the teams, Kostanay not really able to recover from those early wickets, and no one ever really was able to take the ball and run forward. Ali Abbas, he'll be happy. He was a bit of a passenger in this innings because he didn't bat in the top 10, but he backed his teammates to get the job done, and they did. In the end, the final score in match 30, St. Gallen 130, Kostanay 84.
He also didn't take a catch, and he didn't have a bowl. So there is an expression in cricket called the TFC. That's a thanks for coming for Ali Abbas. But he'll be probably the happiest man of all 11 because he is so proud of his young side and he captained them brilliantly as always. Let's take a look at some of the best of this innings. Believe it or not, there's only 3 Maximos again and plenty of wickets to look at. That was Aidan Andrews, LBW to Hekmat Kajiani, as plumb as they come. Some good catches held in the deep as well. That power hitting lack of just the one for Jay Singh, one for Ashwin Vinod and one for Alexander Crichton Nothing else to cheer apart from that. They've got to find a way to muscle some over the rope.
Yeah, that's the difference, isn't it? The maximo rate needs to go up. And the catches were just going up and they were held. For the most part, Cogliani's grasped one, but took that one. And I just want to say TFC to all of our wonderful viewers, if you are leaving us. And I hope you come back tomorrow. That one did come back into the right hand of the bowler, as we saw Jaffa doing a little bit of magic, even though he lost the glasses on occasion. But yeah, thanks for coming to everyone, and stick around if you'd like to see the wrap-up. But yeah, it was time to muscle it, wasn't it? Jason could deal with the slow ball of Harun Khan. That was such a weapon for Harun, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. And you could see Sin, who battled ably, 20 off 12. He was gone. Musa, well, he just continues to impress us. Musa Ahmedzai, such a talented bowler, and a roar of delight too. And a flex of the arms. A nice catch for the keeper, Vivek. And as the tunes ring out, we love every second of the ECN action. It's been a super Saturday. And the hosts, maybe the happiest of anyone going. They're top of the table.
Super happy. So what are we talking? 6-2 now.
6-2, mate. 12 points.
6-2.
I think that is guaranteed in the top 5, Vinny, particularly with their net run rate. I'm calling it now.
And the thing is, tomorrow, I think they finished their campaign tomorrow with 2 games. So they're going to set the pace. Everyone else
and they'll have the pleasure of watching then.
They're going to have to play catch-up. And Costinay were playing catch-up for most of this innings. Jay with 20 off just 12 balls. Crichton, well, he ended up joint top score with 20 not out as well. But yeah, lucky Maximos was an issue. Ashwin Vinod, he batted pretty well today, but he went 4-4 and out. Went to a bit of a fluky one-hander from Chappa when he hit it straight back to him. Just the 9 extras. I think both teams pretty disciplined in that regard. And I just think it's what professional teams do. They won't give too many away. We've got 3 twofers in there, Cogliani as well as Jaffa and Harun Khan. I think Harun Khan, for me, I liked his bowling. But there's a toss-up between him and Musa Ahmedzai, who I thought was full. He was straight. He was able to cramp the batters. He took 1 for 12. The other wicket went to Sher Mohammed.
5 excellent bowling performances, though, Vinny, and you look at them as a package, St. Gallen CC. I like 2 things about them. One, how well led they are by Ali Abbas, and just how much it means to them. They're so together, living and breathing every ball. They're so proud to host this event. For me, they're now into the playoffs. I think there's a real chance they could end up number 1 of those rankings. Yeah, well, tomorrow they've got some tough games to finish their campaign. And speaking of tomorrow, we can actually have a look at the fixtures of day 7. So you can see they'll finish with Vettingen and Winterthur, the 2 Ws. Both big hitting teams, and they both have been a bit inconsistent, those 2 teams. Vettingen, we haven't seen them for a few days. They've got a tough one against Alton first up. Alton also, they're kind of in the frame for that top spot as well. So join me, because I'll be here. Andrew, who's going to take the day off and maybe do a bit of sightseeing. 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India. Also, don't forget tomorrow, where you can also probably put up the Romania fixtures now. This is assuming that Malta aren't able to chase down the score, and it's looking less and less likely. That's how it'll finish. Romania and Malta in the 3-4. We know that will be the bronze final anyway. It's just if Malta were to win, they'd be seeded 3. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. But already locked in Isle of Man versus Greece in the final. So some more cricket for you to watch on your day off, Lenny. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on Greece. Don't worry though, guys. I'm going to be back on Monday, my final 4 days. I've loved every second of it. Thanks for all the really kind comments, the questions, for your company, your kindness, and also your enjoyment of this cricket. Somehow the sun is out. I did not think that would be possible at 9 a.m. this morning. I don't know if we still got the main camera, but can we actually go to... Have we got any cameras left? Maybe we don't. No. But it is unbelievable. Bright sunshine. It's gorgeous. I think that is 0 o'clock. Do you know that we have time for another game? Yeah, look at this. Now the sun's out. So we'll hopefully stays that way. We'll come back then. We'll say goodbye to you. On behalf of everyone here at European Cricket Network and European Cricket Family, a final reminder, if you haven't already, like this video, give it the thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, tell your family and your friends about the ECN. Look at our website, europeancricket.com, to check the fixtures and stats, and not only of the series right now, but future series also of some past series as well. Finally, at European Cricket, some great social media on there. I can't wait to see the highlights posted of Rebecca Blake's 100 over there. Yes. Romanian skipper. She scored 130 something. The next highest score was 9 in that innings. So she really elevated her team to somewhere special. We're going to leave you now. We'll leave you some highlights today. Big thank you to all the Blue crew, as well as the production, to all the players and officials, and especially everyone that helped out with the covers this morning, because I know that you were still... I wasn't. You were tucking in on your fried eggs, but it was a bit of a graft this morning. Turned out to be a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Here's some of the best bits of day 6 of the European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.